Chapter 1: The Sacred Land of Xixiao, the Disciple Selection Ceremony. Afriend Leierminder. This book features multitude characters, with both master and disciples as protagonists. If this does no tapial to you, please refrain from reading. In the vast world of Xuanwang. In the East Wilderness, within the Qinyu and Dao domain. At the Sacred Land of Xixiao, atop the Qingshu Peak, towering 1,000 feet high, shrouded in cloud sand mist, the ancient pine sandstones resonate with thick oas of antiquity. The flowing waters glint the heart of Dao, while pavilion sand towers are scattered throughout, with winding mountain paths appearing and disappearing, embodying decency of Dao and serenature. Zhangchen sit quietly in a piece of azure stony the mountain summit, engage in Jin breath regulation. His demeanor way, says Therialis Jade, exuding an indescribable mystical array of Dao. Swish. Zhangchen openedices, his gaze piercing through the void, illuminating the mountain sand drivers, as a full of creation Atlas Styler. Today marks the triennial disciple selection ceremony of the Sacred Land of Xixiao. I hope it encounter dof destiny this time otherwise, that demeds estimi smeral yad creative etrinket. Zhangchen shukishishi gently, and his figure even is Qingshu Peak. As in Triago, Zhangchen had traversed into this world with an unparalleled fortune system, becoming the last true disciple of Qingshu Peak in the Sacred Land of Xixiao. A slongasher crut de killed opportunity and nurtured their growth. Zhangchen would of corresponding fortune feedback and unimaginable words. Such words included rapid cultivation, 100-fold comprehension, enhanced physique and bloodline, profound Dao techniques, rare natural treasures, divine weapons, and ancient talismans, among others. Alas, encountering a Kyle da fortune is no easy feat. Event Holy Sanoth Sacred Land of Xixiao lacked the Fado Fetchil da fortune. Over the years, Zhangchen had relied on his forts to establish Fate Palace, transform into true spirit, brain eye through herring softnables, and attain Thesta status of Emperor. However, the system Heckerid remained der mantle this time. 80 years prior, Zhangchen's master, Qing Xuanzi, passed away, and Zhangchen became a Thepiac master of Qingshu. He tended to the disciple selection ceremony, even journeying through the external world for several years, yet he had never found a Kyle da fortune. Today, once again, the triennial disciple selection ceremony of the Sacred Land of Xixiawasapanum, and Zhangchen prepared to tree his Luckensmary. Zhangchen will dead into the void, and in the blink of any, he peered at him mounta in Gatoft Sacred Land of Xixiao. Outside Death Mountain Gate, a grand square was steaming with people. Asin soft house and soft spirit da young men and women formed an orderly line. Each oni gazed at the towering mountain in gate, Darius filled with awe. The mountain gate off Sacred Land of Xixiao was supported before towering divine pillars, enveloped in purple resembling the celestial gate Sophanencian Theovin like court descending to Themertal realm runes resembling dragon sand phoenixes, flickered across the gate and pillars, imbued with terrifying divine power. Thetan inspired an involuntary reverence. In the void, a colossal black dragon coiled around Donofta divine pillars, its mountain-like head resting at the gate, its ears partially closed, the flowing dragon whiskers through the void, while its immense body emanate an overwhelming dragon might. This magnificent black dragon, known as the Annihilation Dragon Sovereign, weighs a peerless demonic sovereign the guardian spirit of the Sacred Land of Xixiao. The Annihilation Dragon Sovereign had long resided at the mountain in-gate, overseeing the disciple selection ceremony. A this moment, dozens of powerful figures float in the vicinity of the dragon's massive form. Some rod swords through the air, others swear rapid and hunder, some were surrounded by shimmering pittles, others shadus latus blooming behind them, some stooge upon raging seas of fire, while others support towering mountains with their palms. The atmosphere was vibrant and varied. The sewer refielder sand true a disciples from the various Mayan peaks of the Sacred Land of Xixiao. They did not dare to stand atop the Annihilation Dragon Sovereign, each employing different divine powers to remain aloft. The disciple selection ceremony of the Sacred Land of Xixiao occurred on several 3 years, typically unveiling several exceptionally gifted disciples. These elders sand true a disciple satin dead the ceremony in hopes of recruiting Gonort to strengthen their lineage, with very few Piakmasters personally attending. Swish. Zhangchen's figure suddenly appeared in midair, bowing slight light at the Annihilation Dragon Sovereign. King Supix Jiangchen pays respects to the Annihilation Dragon Sovereign. The Annihilation Dragon Sovereign opened its ears in a flash, illuminating ethereal maze if twat of in a lantern dignited. Its gaze fell upon Jiangchen, a flicker of surprise passing through its bare eyes. The Annihilation Dragon Sovereign possessed unparalleled dea powers, particularly acute time sensing various nigis. A the moment Jiangchen appeared, it felt licentious subtle pressure emanating from him. However, upon closer scrutiny, the sensation vanished, leaving Jit perplexed. Suppressing Git's doubts, the Annihilation Dragon Sovereign spoke with a voice like Kethendra, Itis Master Jiang. It has been many years since you aviaten dead the disciple selection ceremony, yeti u haven ever ekrut, da disciple Qingshu peaks sems rothard seletwith lie ormaning. I hope you can find a suitable disciple this time. Jiangchen smiled in response. Thank you for your concern. Sovereign, I hope so as well. I have a long desired to recruit disciples. Unfortunately, the Treched system in Lai allows for their recruit min tof kildrina fortune. Bootweries and Tobe found? Jiangchen couldn't help but silently complain. Greetings, Master Jiang. The numerous elder San true disciples greeted Jiangchen with respect, curiosity evident in their expressions. Since joining the sacred land of Zixiao, Jiangchen had remained at Kludi Daqingshu Peak, rarely participating in activity as a side from the disciple selection ceremony. Because he off this, many elder San true disciples were unfamiliar with him, only learning Gafi's existence through inquiries about theater figures. The Annihilation Dragon Sovereign's gazes swept across Heaton Softhausen soft disciples gathered in the square, its mountain-like head turning toward the heavens above the sacred land of Zixiao as it declared, Thedema Haskamal of sacred bell ring. Swish! As the Annihilation Dragon Sovereign's voice faded, the cloud Samastin enveloping the sacred land of Zixia rapidly dissipated. Following this, a ancient bell, as large as a mountain, manifested from the depths of the surrounded by emerald mist, swirling purpline d'azur clouds roiled within the bell, exuding an overwhelming pressure, as a face supreme being were awakening. The Zixiao Biluo Bell. The Zixiao Biluo Bell weighs an immortal hollow weapon left by the founding patriarch of the sacred land of Zixiao, once a renowned across Uriah realm. When the bell tolled, myriad paths grumbled, through world fell silent, and god sandaments perished. Themigtoff the Annihilation Dragon Sovereign weighs already formidable, yet before Zixiao Biluo Bell, it was like a firefly for the bright moon, barely a fraction off T-Bell's power. Ding! The Zixiao Biluo Bell resonated softly, emitting a melodious chime. The bell's body radiate divergent mist that shrouded the tin Softhausen, sufficing men and women the square like a tidal wave. In that instant, all present were captivated by the sound of the bell, entranced in Tomariad, the sea in flames, storm sand tribulations, thorny miasma, blood-soaked mountain tains, ferocious beasts and malevolent spirits, and more. The illusions seemed townly shinless calamities, assaulting each person's mind. Swish, swish, swish. Large numbers of young men and women collapsed uncontrollably to the ground, paniset chet across their faces, with men yevon swallowing themselves. On Sethabel schime faded, only a litty over 300 individuals remained standing square. Thoth most bore grime expressions, the gritted their teeth, determined to stand for Micho Thyris reflected an indomitable will and resilience. Cultivation realms we'll see, Fate Palace, True Spirit, Noble, Emperor, Sovereign, Demigod, Divine Celestial, Divine King, Divine Emperor, Divine Sovereign, Quasi-Saint, Sage Saint, Saint King, Great Saint, Quasi-Emperor, Emperor Sovereign Great Emperor Supreme, Celestial Emperor Celestial Sovereign. Chapter 2 The Chaos Sword Cannon, the indestructible body of 10,000 calamities. Zhang Chino dead to himself. The chimney of Zixiao Biluo Bell penetrateth the heart of Tao, and his method of selecting disciples was for more beneficial for the heritage of sacred land than merely assessing talent. The bell toll storefin it ha heart of Deatho Suho can stand beneath it skimament earth sacred land of Zixiao thereas shall remain whereth yer, and arrangements will be made for our departure and the ceremony concludes. The voice of the Annihilation Dragon's sovereign code throughout Hiram, seemingly embodying Thualofti heavens, exuding an undeniable authority. In the square, those who ha passed the sesment turruptiden kier sof excitement. Those who hoded not poshwari expression soft disappointment, envious live jingather celebrate. The chimney of Zixiao Biluo Bell is not samething, justanion can hear its resonance can refine it as solan temper the heart of Tao. Although Fia may not be fateto hoint he sacred land of Zixiao, This refining chim will benefit you for a lifetime. The Annihilation Dragon's Sovereign's voice Arasunda Donsmari. These words lighten Thesperit Softmanu Hoed failed Thesesment. 8 least Their journeyhood not being in vain. Everyone, that qualified candidates, for this sessionarial present teach main p cassenly on true disciples wisely. The Annihilation Dragon's Sovereign Smazavi tilted slightly, indicating Jiangchen and Theathers. That qualified candidates brim med with anticipation. Toby Komi true disciple. Once he attained that status, the cultivation resources available to them would farser past hose of ordinary disciples. If they were not selected, they would have to enter the out ter sektoft sacred land of Xiao. Thought would mean competing for limited cultivation resources alongside the router disciples, making Jitek seeding difficulto stand out. Jiangshan was well aware if third hots buchosito disregard them. Histily objective was cleardo findak heil doffertune. Jiangshan's gaze swept over the multa to dov disciples, ultimate liarsting upanayan made in ofab out 50 in or 69 irso faj cladden of flowing widedris, shepas esidastachus quafigurian de delicatevis age, with clear eyes hats in to reflect these sensioful things however, that below of her complexion appeared some weight abnormal. Her vitalityash fragilise gossamer. At the very moment Jiangshan's eyes fell upon the maiden, a translucent luminescent screen materialized before him, visibly in light eyes. Child of Destiny. Name Han Yu Yao. Identity 7th, Princess of Cold Moon Holy Dynasty. Cultivation and Aptitude Supreme Sword Bodino Wasted. Flawless Sword Heart. Life experience born within Cold Moon Holy Dynasty. Shu ascend out with a natural supremes, word bone before your supremes, word bone kudawaken. Itways extracted dandruff and edbeher turd sister of Tisa McClanhany Yeo fled from the Cold Moonoli dynasty and Harry out Handasan Swander Edtwirl. Envisioning Galof Nature's a sword, observing the cloud sasthays land and Selekius word in motion, and listening to whisper soft hue in dan the patero frane as if they were the note so face sword song. Employ endeavor conceivable method to comprehend the sensioftus word. Tothiste, despite possessing no cultivation, Hanya has forged a flawless sword heart alas, her supreme sword bone wasiized, leading to severe dimigitor life source, rendering hirunable tupenthe sieve cycles. Philosopher Supreme Bone? Rather than shittering hair resolve, ithis instead hinder flawless sword heart? A flawless sword heart, capable of maintaining Geika Iran lucid sword mind, allows to perceive a decent beyond mere appearances. With a flawless sword heart, mastering in his sword technique possesses no kalingini cania silly dropperlel sand glean insights a quality coveted by all sword cultivators. Undid red be adversity. Truly deserving go Fettel, child of destiny. I am Jiangchen, the master of Jingshu Peak. Doi ao wish to take measurementer? Jiangchen traversed the void, arriving beside Hanyu and acing step, his gaze fikej upon Harisha posed, that question directly, having wait decentraton counterigenu and child of destiny. Jiangchen felt no hesitation whatsoever. At the sight of Jiangchen's actions, the ethereal sand true a disciples were retaken aback. They had initially assumed hehadis, discovered an extraordinary talent and instinctive lie contemplated claiming Harris a disciple however, they quickly employed various secret techniques to discern Hania's frail vitality. These indicate de congenital deficiency even if miraculous lie withstood thetrial softsy shabuobel, achieving significant accomplishments swood lie cliermain elusive 1b1, Fielder sand true a disciples hunai theorheads, extinguishing Gani thought softsy izing Harris a disciple. Master Jiang, Thisker listen inherent lilac and gunless sheen counters an extraordinary opportunity. It will be difficult for her to open these sieve cycles. The Annihilation Dragon Emperor can cautioned, advising, Master Jiang Guo Doweltor consider. Thank you for the reminder, Dragon Emperor. Jiangchen replied with Asmile, yet remained done phased as she continued. I'd not judge my disciples bethyraptitude, butra thurby fate thiskerlandishariac connection should shuish to become a disciple, is shall surely bender fates. The Annihilation Dragon Emperor dead slightly, choosing not to press further. Hanyu Osgasa turned towards Jiangchen, her flawless sword heart crystal clear, reflecting the fundamental essential things, subtly sensing that the young peak Mr. would ply a significant role in her destiny. I am willing. Hanyu decisival yafer med withino. Detected host has accepteth child of destiny. Hanyu Yao. As a disciple congratulations, host the Sackworth Chaos Sword Cannon. Dueteth this being the host's first acceptance of a child of destiny. Animin sane, flux of fortune is granted congratulations. Hast thus obtained thin-destructible body off 10,000 calamities. Wuldio likito awaken it? A the moment Han Yuo agreed. A serious off system notification seko in Jiang Qin's mind, inundating him with Thavistare off relat information. Chaos sword cannon entering Dothrothruff sword, unparalleled in offense, transform in Jinto chaos sword bone. For Jinth chaos sword body. Shu dun cultivity to t utmost, their entire skeletal structure echoed morph into chaos sword bone. Each fragment containing gap profound sword technique, allowing Jin trying to the supreme realm. Indestructible body off 10,000 calamities, the supreme physicia fancy in epochs. When cultivated oath pinnacle, it becomes impervious to destruction, eternal and unyielding, wielding the power to both create and obliterate with this benofa thought, commanding the recency of calamity without suffering the slightest harm. Furthermore, this physique embodies the source of calamities, transcending fate and unraveling celestial mysteries. Upon awakening, this physique can conceal the host's and their origins, fortunes, aptitudes, cultivations, souls, and doras, rendering theme imperceptible to all beings, thus evading detection and annihilation be certain supreme entity immediately upon awakening. A flash of astonishment flicker reddened Jiang Shin's eyes. Truly, the system design yetter croutonly children off destiny is exceeding middable. His enturi long wait was not in vain. The chaos sword canonus evident lie dailored for Han Yuyao, while it indestructible badio fint housand calamity a services Jiangshan's capital for stepping into Thesu prima realm. Jiangshan sly feist destined to attract numerous children off destiny, each ones growth accompanied by boundless calamity is and lithe indestructible body off 10,000 calamity eskin withstand themeless backlash of such disasters. Through countless tribulations, a foundation off the highest deo shall be established. Thaw the indestructible body off 10,000 calamity expose as formidable challenge Sadiclavel off brain I through. A slongashan urturus thegro child off destiny, Hu ill repaments fortune in return, alleviating gone excessive concerns. No wis na themament for awakening thin-destructible body Jiangchen bid farewell to the annihilation dragon emperor and Therolders, employing divine power to envelope Han Yuyao, and that wovenish salent life from Therium. What profound mastery of spatial techniques! Master Jiang's cultivation has become even more unfathomable. Such apodithathi has taken on a disciple lacking an inherent talent to true did not comprehend his intentions. Theolders collectively shu nigh their heads in quiet lament. The annihilation dragon emperor gazed at the spot where Jiangchen had vanished, a contemplative look in his dragon eyes, sensing that Jiangchen's cultivation might rival his own. Jiangchen's decision to accept discipline like clear board per significance. Could it be thought the maiden concealed their extraordinary talents? Chapter 3. The Cataclysm of 10,000 Paths. Shaking the heavens, Jiang Chun returned to Qingshu Peak with Han Yuyo, landing on a broad platform halfway up the mountain. Han Yuyo took in the desolation and solitude of Qingshu Peak. Her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Master, why is Qingshu Peak so desolate? Where are the other elders and disciples? She inquired, puzzled. Jiangchen casually replied, there are no others. It is just the two of us, master and disciple. On the entire Qingshu Peak. Only two people on the entire mountain? Why doesn't master take in more disciples? Han Yuyo asked, her face filled with curiosity. With a smile, Jiangchen responded, when I accept disciples. I do not consider anything else, only the bond of fate. Over the years, you are the only one who has been destined to be my disciple. At this point, Jiangchen seemed to recall something and continued. By the way, this is the entry welfare for disciples of the Zixiao sacred land. Simply drop a drop of blood to establish ownership, and you can communicate with it. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Chun flicked his fingers, and a white jade ring slowly floated before Han Yuyo. She bit her fingertip, allowing a drop of fresh blood to fall onto the ring. The blood silently permeated the ring, and everything within it vividly manifested in her mind that a token symbolizing the identity of a true disciple of the Zixiao sacred land appeared, ancient and grand, enveloped in a mist of purple energy. There were also two unique sets of ethereal garments tailored for true disciples of the Zixiao sacred land, each adorned with an emblem of a swirling cloud and mist encircling a Zixiao bell, accompanied by the words, Zixiao. This not only represented her status as a true disciple, but also possessed numerous wondrous functions. Once donned, it could cleanse impurities, resist poisons, change form at will, evade snakes, insects, and rodents, and boasted considerable defensive capabilities. Additionally, there was a bottle of spirit pills for fasting, allowing one to enter a state of deep meditation and devote more time to cultivation and enlightenment than a jade book containing the rules of the Zixiao sacred land. Maps, history, and an overview of various peaks provided a basic understanding for disciples, facilitating their actions. Moreover, there was a book titled World Chronicles, detailing numerous sacred lands, hidden realms, geographical features, and treasures, giving newly inducted disciples a general understanding of the world and broadening their horizons. These are merely the foundational items that I will also impart to you a set of unique cultivation techniques. With diligent practice, you will surely achieve greatness, Jiang Chen stated with a smile. Han Yuyo carefully stored the spatial ring, her gaze dimming as she softly sighed. Master, I encountered great tribulations in my youth. My origin was damaged, and my vitality diminished. I fear I may disappoint your expectations. There is no need for you to belittle yourself. Even though the supreme sword bone was taken from you, it has not destroyed your heart of the Tao. Rather, it has refined your flawless sword heart. Such a temperament is likely unmatched in the entirety of the Xianhuang great world. Jiang Chen replied with an air of composure, seemingly unconcerned. Han Yuyo was taken aback, exclaiming, Master knows my background. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, saying, Since you were destined to join my ranks, I naturally know your origins. The cultivation technique I will transmit to you is unique and perfectly suited for your practice, that if you can cultivate it to its utmost, even the supreme sword will fall before you with a single strike. A flicker of doubt crossed Han Yuyo's eyes. The supreme sword was known as the most formidable force within the realm of emperors, and even many emperors would not dare to provoke it lightly. Knowing this, Jiang Chen still spoke thus. Could it be that there existed a technique capable of surpassing the supreme sword? Before she could ponder further, Jiang Chen extended his finger and tapped his brow. Instantly, Han Yuyo's heart resonated with profound and enigmatic sounds of the Tao, akin to countless sword immortals bestowing blessings, or myriad great beings reciting sacred texts, intricate and endless. With a flick, Han Yuyo opened her eyes. Two streaks of sword light flashing within, her depths filled with astonishment. She could now only glimpse the tip of the iceberg of this chaotic sword cannon, yet it was enough to reveal its extraordinary nature. This was not something comparable to the supreme sword bone. At the very least, it was akin to a celestial scripture capable of leading one to ascend as an immortal. Her initial disbelief began to wane. It appeared that her master had been exceedingly modest. If she were to cultivate to the extreme, the supreme sword bone would not even be worthy of carrying her shoes. Thank you, master, for bestowing this law. Whatever your command, I shall not hesitate, even unto death. Han Yuyo sincerely expressed her gratitude. Jiang Chen gently shook his head, laughing freely. Having finally taken in a disciple, how could I bear to send you to your demise? A warmth surged within Han Yuyo's heart as she respectfully inquired, May I ask, Master, besides the rules of the Zixiao sacred land, are there any other customs we must adhere to on Qingshu Peak? Jiang Chen, with a calm demeanor, replied, Qingshu Peak has no particular rules. Simply act according to your heart. Do not provoke trouble lightly, but do not fear it either. If trouble does arise, you still have me to rely on. Han Yuyo felt deeply moved. Although Qingshu Peak was somewhat desolate, having a protective master instilled in her a sense of belonging, I shall diligently abide by Master-S teachings, she affirmed with a solemn nod. Jiang Chen waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, There are many vacant caves and courtyards on Qingshu Peak. Feel free to select one for your cultivation. Practicing the chaotic sword cannon should pose no difficulty for you. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek me out. With that, Jiang Chen dismissed her. Indeed, I shall not disturb Master-S quietude any longer. Han Yuyo bowed and departed. Jiang Chen raised his hand. Casting a spell, an arcane golden pattern shimmered across Qingshu Peak, vanishing in an instant to the outside world. The entire Qingshu Peak appeared shrouded in dense white mist, rendering visibility non-existent, while thoughts that penetrated therein became chaotic and uncontrollable. Jiang Chen's consciousness locked onto the mortal body of eternal tribulations within the system, silently intoning, Awaken! Buzz! The countless foundational pathways of the myriad realms trembled in unison from the depths of each foundational pathway. An ethereal and boundless force of tribulation emerged, chaotic and obscure, formless yet omnipresent. Outwardly, the myriad realms seemed unchanged, yet countless ancient giants who had survived endless epochs since the shift, awakening from their meditation or slumber. In their perception, the infinite tribulation power pervaded every inch of the myriad realms. Heavenly tribulations, creation tribulations, myriad paths tribulations, sentient being tribulations, divine and demonic tribulations, life and death tribulations, reincarnation tribulations, world-ending tribulations, yin and yang tribulations. An overwhelming multitude of tribulations surged forth in an instant. The myriad tribulations intertwined and unfolded, as if brewing a cataclysm capable of annihilating the myriad realms, yet also appearing to nurture unimaginable creations. This terrifying force of tribulation that enveloped the myriad realms manifested for but a moment before vanishing into thin air. The myriad phenomena seemed as though they had never occurred, the preceding sensations akin to an unreal dream. Nonetheless, none dared to disregard this unprecedented celestial phenomenon. The multitude of ancient giants employed various secret arts to deduce the origin of this celestial anomaly. Yet all efforts yielded no results. This was naturally due to the ability of the immortal body of eternal tribulations to confound the heavenly mechanisms. Were it not so, with the meager protective formation of Qingshu Peak, it would surely be unable to evade the deductions of any ancient giant. The cataclysm of 10,000 paths would undoubtedly bring chaos to the myriad realms. Fate could not be captured. The heavenly mechanisms could not be deduced. It was unknowable, incomprehensible, and immeasurable. The previous dark upheaval had not stirred such a great commotion. Would this realm still exist in the future? I have lain dormant for countless epochs. It is time to emerge. What of the cataclysm of 10,000 paths? I am capable of suppressing all tribulations. This era harbors great terrors. I hope that the arrangements I have laid over countless years will prove useful in due time. As the myriad paths give rise to calamities, within the unknown calamities lies the potential for boundless creation. This life may not be one of destruction. It may well be one of true transcendence. Regardless of the outcome, this age shall undoubtedly be a golden era of prodigies. The hidden talents of myriad clans shall emerge to face the tribulations of this life. Even if the curtain falls in obscurity, they will undoubtedly shine with the most resplendent light throughout history. The multitude of ancient giants, each with their own thoughts, secretly schemed and prepared to confront the unimaginable terrors of the future. Chapter 4. Reforging the Tao Foundation. A world of great strife. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, a myriad of complex tribulation runes flickering within his gaze. He was unaware of the profound shock the awakening of the immortal body of eternal tribulations had caused among the ancient giants. Jiang Chen merely felt that he had forged an inexplicable connection with the boundless calamities of the world. Upon introspection, he discovered that his every limb and bone was inscribed with the enigmatic runes born of tribulation power. His dantian was entirely composed of an immense ocean of tribulation force. Countless calamities intertwined and unfolded within, while endless creations were nurtured within the tribulation energy. If Jiang Chen's divine power had previously equated to a mere lake, now the power within him was akin to an immeasurable ocean. Not only his dantian, but also the life palace in his brow and the true spirit deep within it had all been reshaped by the power of the eternal tribulation source, elevating his comprehension of the heavens and earth to unprecedented heights, reforging the Tao Foundation. Though Jiang Chen remained an emperor, his strength had multiplied exponentially beyond measure. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the resounding chimes of the Zixiao bell echoed thrice in a clear and melodious tone. This grand peal reverberated throughout the universe, resonating incessantly in every corner of the Zixiao sacred land. The three tolls of the sacred bell summoned all the peak masters for a council. Could it be that a momentous event has transpired in the Zixiao sacred land? Jiang Chen, filled with curiosity, silently vanished from his original position. The main peak of Zixiao stands at the very heart of the sacred land, soaring to a height of 10,000 zhang, piercing the clouds. Atop the peak lies the Ziji Palace, which harbors the Shumi array, encompassing an area of over 1,000 zhang, grand and magnificent. The Ziji Palace can accommodate tens of thousands simultaneously without feeling crowded. With clouds floating around, resembling a celestial realm. This is the venue for the sacred lord and the various peak masters to deliberate significant matters, typically a no-fly zone. However, today, radiant beams of diverse colors were slicing through the sky from all corners of the sacred land. Within the Ziji Palace, the Zixiao sacred lord stood with his back to the assembly, hands clasped behind him, admiring a magnificent mural depicting a vast sea of clouds. His imposing figure, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, was enveloped in a layer of ethereal light, while around him several illusory worlds spiraled and dissipated, exuding an aura as deep as the ocean. By the time Jiang Chen arrived at the Ziji Palace, several dozen peak masters had already gathered. They were seated on the celestial vine cushions placed throughout the hall, quietly discussing the reason for their summons by the Zixiao sacred lord, and no one knew what had transpired. Jiang Chen bowed respectfully to the Zixiao sacred lord and chose a secluded corner to sit. He focused intently, listening to the conversations among the peak masters, yet gleaned no valuable information. Before long, nearly 100 peak masters had arrived. Most of these masters were ordinary monarchs, with only a few seasoned leaders reaching the pinnacle of monarch status, aside from a few peak masters who were still away on journeys. The remaining nearly 100 had all convened. Sacred Lord, apart from those few who are still traveling, all the peak masters are present. May I inquire what necessitated our gathering? Spoke a refined man bearing an ancient sword on his back. This individual was Qi Yunxiao, the master of the Jiangwen Peak, and one of the few among the peak masters who had attained the pinnacle of monarch status. News from the ancestor Ling Tian. He continued. The recent celestial phenomenon, known as the Myriad Paths Calamity, has enveloped the 3,000 great worlds, an occurrence unprecedented in the annals of time. The 3,000 great worlds are on the brink of facing an unimaginable unknown calamity. Numerous divine ancestors, and even the sacred ancestor, have attempted to deduce its origins, yet none have succeeded. The Zixiao sacred lord turned around, his sword-like brows and purple-hued eyes exuding a calm, yet commanding presence. In the corner of the hall, Jiang Chen blinked in surprise. Could it be mere coincidence? At the moment he awakened the undying body of myriad calamities, he distinctly sensed that he had extracted boundless calamity power from the depths of the myriad paths. He had not anticipated the commotion would be so profound, stirring even the ancient giants. Fortunately, the undying body of myriad calamities could evade the perception of heavenly secrets, preventing the ancient giants from tracing the source of the calamity power. Otherwise, the entire Zixiao sacred land would be reduced to ashes. Upon hearing the Zixiao sacred lord's words, the peak masters in the Ziji Palace erupted into a clamor in unknown calamity. The ancient giants are unable to deduce its origins. It seems the terror of this unknown calamity exceeds all imagination. How shall we respond to this calamity? How to respond? We fight to the death. Indeed, regardless of the calamity we face, I shall stand with the sacred land in life or death. Fighting to the death is our creed. The Zixiao sacred land knows no fear of death. The crux lies in how to preserve our heritage amidst this unknown calamity. The peak masters engaged in fervent discussions, their expressions filled with concern upon learning of the impending calamity. The Zixiao sacred lord raised his hand, silencing the murmurs as all gazes turned back to him. Do not panic, my esteemed colleagues. The myriad paths calamity heralds an unknown tribulation. Yet within this calamity lies boundless opportunities for creation. It is foreseeable that an unprecedented era of great contention is about to dawn. The Zixiao sacred land must prepare in advance. Upon hearing these words, the peak masters were filled with excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervor at a great era of contention. It is said that every great era of contention is a golden age where prodigies arise in droves. In such a golden age, various long-hidden relics and legacies will be drawn forth by the will of heaven and earth. One may stumble upon treasures during a casual stroll, and enlightenment may come in dreams. With countless opportunities erupting like a geyser, this forthcoming era of contention, sparked by the unknown calamity, is likely to bring forth even more unimaginable opportunities. In a great era of contention, one competes for both opportunities and fortune. To attain any resources for cultivation, one must strive. Stagnation will only lead to being cast aside by the times. In a golden age, anything is possible. Even those of mediocre talent may seize fortuitous opportunities and soar to greatness, becoming unrivaled prodigies of the age. The prodigies from various celestial sects, sacred lands, and powerful clans will venture forth to face trials, vying for opportunities and fortunes. Countless prodigies will spill blood, and millions will fall, while new forces rise, obliterating many long-standing powers. Truly exhilarating. Is such a grand era truly upon us? Even if the calamity approaches, what of it? Indeed, this calamity is also an unprecedented opportunity, should we seize the moment. The Zixiao sacred land may yet transform into the Zixiao Empire, or even the Zixiao celestial sect. As the discussions among the crowd began to wane, the Zixiao sacred lord's voice resonated like a thunderous bell, announcing from this day forth, all divine arts, treasures, and resources for cultivation within the Zixiao sacred land shall be made available to every individual within the sacred land. All resources can be exchanged for contribution points. At half the previous cost, we must swiftly enhance the strength of every disciple to prepare for the unknown calamity. The peak masters displayed expressions of joy, fully aware of the terrifying accumulation amassed by the Zixiao sacred land over the years. Now, the sacred lord was willing to part with it all. In a short time, the overall strength of the Zixiao sacred land would undoubtedly surge several-fold. Those who had ascended to the status of peak masters already possessed considerable talent. If they could secure adequate resources for cultivation, they might even hope to reach the realm of the sovereign lord, perhaps even ascend to godhood. When that time comes, their lifespans would soar, and amidst the golden age, the future would be filled with limitless possibilities. Although all resources required corresponding contribution points for exchange, as long as there were goals, they could simply encourage their disciples to strive for contributions. After all, only those who contribute sufficiently to the Zixiao sacred land are deserving of ample resources for cultivation. Everyone may return now. I hope your peaks will produce several unrivaled prodigies. The figure of the Zixiao sacred lord gradually faded, soon vanishing from sight. The peak masters continued to discuss among themselves before gradually dispersing. Jiangchen returned to Qingshu Peak. Han Yuyo approached him, directly inquiring, "Master, did something significant occur in the sacred land with the tolling of the Zixiao bell thrice?" Han Yuyo had initially departed, but returned upon hearing the bell's chimes, waiting outside Jiangchen's cave dwelling. Jiangchen casually replied, "An ancestor conveyed a message to the sacred lord. A great calamity may be imminent." As the era of great contention approaches, prodigies from various powers will emerge to face trials. The Zixiao sacred land intends to utilize its resources to cultivate disciples, but it requires corresponding contribution points for exchange. As he spoke, Jiang Chun waved his hand dismissively, adding, "You need not concern yourself too much with this. Your rivals are the prodigies from other powers. What you must compete for is the momentum of heaven and earth. There is no need to squabble with fellow disciples over a trifling amount of resources. Focus on your cultivation." That a radiant light sparkled in Han Yuyo's eyes as she nodded in understanding. "Yes, disciple comprehends. A great era of contention, you say, with the chaos sword cannon bestowed by my master. Even amidst such an era, I am confident I shall not be inferior to anyone. Power structure setting. Ancient sect. A lineage established by demigods or sovereigns. There may not necessarily be living demigods or sovereigns in the present age. Divine dynasty and divine religion. A lineage established by deities, subdivided into heavenly god lineage, god-king lineage, god-emperor lineage, and god-sovereign lineage, each possessing distinct depths of heritage. Quasi-saint lineage. A lineage established by quasi-saints. Holy land and holy dynasty. A lineage established by sages, further divided into saint lineage, saint-king lineage, and great saint lineage, with significant disparities in their foundational essence. Quasi-emperor lineage. A lineage established by quasi-emperors. Life forbidden zone. A restricted area where self-sacrificing supreme beings lie dormant. Great emperor lineage. A lineage established by great emperors. Heavenly emperor lineage. A lineage established by the heavenly emperor. Immortal gate. A lineage that has produced true immortals. Chapter 5. Chaotic Sword Bone. Fortune Golden Eyes. Han Yuyao bid farewell to Jiang Chun and ascended to the halfway point of Qingshu Peak, selecting a courtyard to enter. This courtyard spanned several acres, adorned with pavilions and towers, where slender bamboo and ethereal flowers swayed gently. Goldfish frolicked, and birds chirped, enveloped in a haze of spiritual energy, resembling a celestial paradise, upon entering the quiet chamber of the courtyard. Han Yuyao changed into the purple robe of a true disciple from the Zixiao Holy Land and felt a refreshing and natural aura envelop her. After consuming a spirit pill to suppress hunger, she immersed her mind into the chaotic sword scripture within her consciousness. Her sword heart became transparent and clear, quickly entering a special state of enlightenment, as an intrinsic energy of sword path origin began to be drawn toward her. A hazy, chaotic mist surrounded her, and mysterious flashes of sword light occasionally darted through, accompanied by sounds of sword cries, whether deep or high-pitched, as if countless sword immortals were imparting their teachings. This was an exceedingly profound energy of sword path origin, far surpassing the essence of worldly spiritual energy, hidden within the depths of creation. Under normal circumstances, only legendary sword path supremes could comprehend it. Yet now, Han Yuyao, at the onset of her cultivation, was already in contact with this sword path origin. Her mind floated in the vast ocean of sword path origin, undergoing a comprehensive baptism from within, replenishing her depleting life essence with the power of sword path origin. Surrounded by an imposing sword intent, she was undergoing a deeper metamorphosis, akin to an unparalleled immortal sword gradually taking form. To connect with the sword path origin so swiftly, the child of fortune is truly formidable. Jiang Qin's eyes gleamed with admiration, and with a slight mental shift, he employed the power of the eternal indestructible body to conceal all heavenly secrets related to Han Yuyao. Not long ago, the awakening of his eternal indestructible body had caused a significant stir. Fortunately, the body itself could disrupt heavenly secrets, allowing him to evade the perception of many ancient powerhouses that if Han Yuyao were to awaken the chaotic sword body, it would likely attract the attention of certain ancient giants. Thus, it was prudent to obscure her heavenly secrets in advance. Jiang Qin's eternal indestructible body had only just begun its cultivation and was insufficient to contend with the numerous terrifying entities across the realms. Until he possessed adequate strength, a low-profile approach was the correct path that as time passed. The courtyard where Han Yuyao resided was entirely enveloped in chaotic mist. Within the mist, myriad sword lights flickered, pulsating like a heartbeat, while faint sounds of sword cries resonated, as if nurturing the endless creations of the myriad realms. 3 months later, Buzz, the chaotic mist surrounding Han Yuyao, suddenly constricted, swiftly converging into her breastbone. Her breastbone emanated a misty, chaotic sword light, as within it, a sword-shaped jade bone about an inch in size took form, shrouded in a nebulous chaotic aura, crystalline and dreamlike, imbued with formidable sword intent, akin to a peerless immortal sword hidden within chaos, radiating an unparalleled and invincible sword intent. Chaotic sword bone. The chaotic sword bone is a type of sword-related essence bone that surpasses even the supreme sword bone by countless degrees. The sword path divine powers it nurtures are far beyond what the supreme sword bone can compare. Legend has it that possessing a piece of chaotic sword bone brings one closer to immortality. And this is merely the first piece of chaotic sword bone born from Han Yuyao's cultivation of the chaotic sword scripture. If she can cultivate to the utmost, all her bones could transform into chaotic sword bones, allowing her to roam freely even in the immortal realm. Clang. At the moment the chaotic sword bone took shape, an overwhelming force of sword path origin surged into Han Yuyao's dantian. Boom. In the next quarter hour, a thunderous roar emanated from her dantian, as boundless sword energy converged into an ocean of infinite expanse, radiating chilling chaotic sword qi in her dantian. An immeasurable surge of sword energy erupted with the sun, moon, and stars suspended above, the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind encircling, mountains and rivers undulating, myriad races bowing in reverence, and myriad paths safeguarding her, creating a spectacle of immense grandeur. Her dantian released a vast and profound life essence, nourishing her flesh, organs, and bones, with divine radiance subtly emanating. Enveloped by clouds and mists, her aura growing increasingly potent. Detection confirmed that the disciple Han Yuyao had broken through to the dantian realm, leading to a fortuitous return of fate energy. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Fortune Golden Eyes. The system notification echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, clearly sensing a significant advancement in his cultivation, having inexplicably gained 10 years of cultivation. This was merely the fortuitous return of fate energy due to Han Yuyao's breakthrough, should she reach even higher realms. The fortuitous return would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Jiang Chen's consciousness focused on the Fortune Golden Eyes technique, relevant information surfacing in his mind. Fortune Golden Eyes, an unparalleled talent that manipulates fate, capable of perceiving the rise and fall of all fortunes. It pierces through the illusory and sees the essence. Any Taoist magic or divine power witnessed is comprehended, endowed with the augmentation of time and space, and can sense nearby children of fortune. Jiang Chen's face lit up with delight. What an astonishing ability the Fortune Golden Eyes possess. Most importantly, it can sense children of fortune. If he could gather more children of fortune, Jiang Chen could effortlessly dominate the myriad realms. With the intention to test the capabilities of the Fortune Golden Eyes, Jiang Chen's mind stirred, and countless golden runes flickered within his profound and endless gaze. His eyes pierced through the void, clearly observing the situation of countless disciples within the Zixiao Holy Land, each enveloped in varying hues of fortune light, that a torrent of fortune energy converged, transforming above the Zixiao Holy Land into a kaleidoscope of auspicious clouds and mist. Continuously billowing, akin to oil on a raging fire, that in Jiang Chen's eyes, the colors of fortune light on each disciple of the Zixiao Holy Land varied, ranging from weak to strong. White, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. Of course, there were a few unfortunate disciples whose fortune light manifested in shades of black, signifying their misfortunes. White and green fortunes were predominantly found among the newly initiated disciples of the Zixiao Holy Land. They had just begun to explore the most basic techniques of the Holy Land and possessed no significant treasures, resulting in their fortune being rather weak. Should they encounter more profound Taoist magic or other opportunities, the fortune light surrounding them would naturally undergo a transformation. Fortune is intrinsically linked to fate, significantly influenced by factors such as aptitude, capability, Taoist techniques, treasures, background, and connections. In comparison, most inner disciples exhibited varying shades of blue fortune, while true disciples predominantly displayed either rich or faint purple fortunes, attributed to their superior aptitude and backgrounds. More profound fortunes were observed in the Zixiao Holy Sun, whose surroundings were suffused with an exceedingly dense purple fortune light, with faint golden glimmers subtly appearing at the edges, reminiscent of a newborn sun or a blossoming green lotus, exuding vitality and vigor. The Zixiao Holy Sun inherently possessed exceptional aptitude, cultivated the pinnacle Taoist techniques of the Zixiao Holy Land, and wielded powerful treasures, all while shouldering the current fate of the Holy Land, thus exuding an overwhelming fortune. Many peak masters and elders of the Zixiao Holy Land predominantly exhibited purple fortunes, with their fortunes being exceedingly rich, yet tinged with a slight sense of dusk, lacking the vibrant energy of the Holy Sun and true disciples of the younger generation, that is for the Zixiao Holy Lord. He radiated a blazing golden aura of fortune, merging his immense fortune with that of the entire Zixiao Holy Land, epitomizing a zenith of vitality, showing no signs of dusk. The Zixiao Holy Land actually harbors so many existences with greater fortune than the Holy Lord. Jiang Chen's eyes glimmered with a faint golden light as he gazed deep into the ancestral tomb of the Zixiao Holy Land, a hint of astonishment flickering in his gaze. Deep within the ancestral tomb, a profound and abyssal red light of fortune lay dormant, vast as the ocean and magnificent. This red light of fortune subtly connected with every disciple of the Zixiao Holy Land, especially closely intertwined with the fortune of the Zixiao Biluo. Yet it was ensnared by a thick aura of dusk. The Zixiao ancestor. Jiang Chen immediately discerned that this was the fabled Zixiao ancestor. Unfortunately, it was evident that the Zixiao ancestor's lifespan was nearing its end. He had been sealed away in slumber for an indeterminate span of years, and each awakening demanded an unimaginable price, making it unlikely for him to awaken easily, in addition to the Zixiao ancestor. There were several other faintly red lights of fortune lying dormant within the ancestral tomb. While within certain forbidden areas and secret realms, there were also dormant fortunes, either golden or red, albeit laden with varying degrees of dusk. Jiang Qin marveled, recognizing that the depth of the Zixiao Holy Land's foundation was truly unfathomable. The visible strength of the Zixiao Holy Land was merely the tip of the iceberg, if the time came for the Holy Land's survival to be at stake. These ancestors could awaken and fight. Jiang Qin's gaze fell upon Han Yuyao, only to find himself enveloped in a shroud of chaos, but he understood that this was due to his own activation of the indestructible body of eternal tribulations, which obscured the heavenly secrets and fate. Even the luck golden eyes could discern no information, rendering any attempts by others to deduce Han Yuyao's origins utterly futile. Jiang Qin had thoroughly explored the entirety of the Zixiao sacred land and had gained a clear understanding of the fortune and strength of the disciples across its peaks. Unfortunately, he had yet to uncover a second child of destiny. Each child of destiny is a figure capable of dominating an era. They are scarcely encountered. Jiang Qin gently shook his head, confident that with the luck golden eyes at his disposal, it would not be long before he discovered a new child of destiny. At this moment, Jiang Qin remained oblivious to the fact that although Han Yuyao's chaotic sword bone had begun to take form without causing any stir within the Zixiao sacred land, many formidable sword practitioners of profound cultivation had already been stirred. Chapter 6. The sword resonates across the realms. The golden era of greatness, burial, sword, ancient land, chaos enveloped the surroundings. The heavenly secrets obscured. Sword energy surged across billions of miles, compelling all celestial paths to bow in reverence. This was a hidden ancient land, isolated from the myriad realms, steeped in the essence of ancient epics, where few beings could tread. The vast expanse of this ancient land lay barren and dark, scattered with towering, bun-shaped burial mounds, each crowned with a sword-shaped gravestone that pierced the heavens. These gravestones were manifestations of indomitable sword intent that had endured through endless ages. Brilliant and resplendent, illuminating both past and present, some exuding a murderous aura, others brimming with life, some freezing the vast void, while others ignited the heavens in flames, with some harboring world-destroying thunder, and others reflecting seas of blood and mountains of bones. Each burial mound here symbolized a sword genius who had illuminated the ages. The sword intent at their zenith transformed into traces of Tao, buried and imprinted in this ancient land, eternal and everlasting. In the depths of the ancient land, a profound sword power pervaded, nourishing every strand of indomitable sword intent interred here. Clang, clang, clang. At the moment Han Yuyao manifested her chaotic sword bone, the myriad strands of indomitable sword intent within the burial sword ancient land awakened, resonating with a chorus of deep and soaring sword sounds that in an instant. The surging sword energy traversed vast distances, tearing apart the void in a boundless chaos. Within the depths of the burial sword ancient land, an unknown entity opened its eyes, its gaze filled with countless sword rules, ethereal yet ominous, piercing through the void to behold the source of this upheaval. However, this unknown entity could only perceive a hazy, indistinct chaos, the heavenly secrets in disarray, making it impossible to deduce even a shred of information. Sword Tao resonance. Heavenly secrets obscured. Could this be the ancient prodigy sensing the calamities of myriad paths? I have awaited endless ages, and the moment has finally arrived. Go forth. A voice echoed from the depths of the burial sword ancient land, imbued with ancient spiritual fluctuations. Clang, 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 a cascade of indomitable sword intent surged forth, vanishing into the profound void, with most of it scattering into the boundless vastness of the celestial realm, while some drifted into the 3,000 great worlds. Only the silent, towering burial mounds remained in the burial sword ancient land, appearing ever more desolate and ancient. Creation sword ruins. This is a realm situated between reality and illusion, imbued with the essence of creation, having endured through countless epochs that it is said that in an age long past, an indomitable sword intent, suffused with boundless creation, descended from the celestial realm, landing in the endless void of the 3,000 great worlds, forming a dreamscape of sword comprehension that attracted countless sword practitioners. This place came to be revered as the creation sword ruins by later generations. The creation sword ruins connect the celestial realm and the 3,000 great worlds. Anyone who comprehends the sword intent can communicate with the vast void's creation sword ruins through their own sword intent, allowing their consciousness to manifest within. Since ancient times, innumerable sword geniuses have entered the creation sword ruins to cultivate their sword arts, their profound sword intent subtly enriching the ruins that countless ages past. The creation sword ruins expanded beyond imagination, resembling a grand world of its own, with numerous sword geniuses honing their skills within throughout every era. Clang. At the moment Han Yuyao's chaotic sword bone was born, all sword intents within the creation sword ruins emitted a subtle, yet resonant hum, causing the entire ruins to tremble gently. Many sword practitioners were struck with astonishment, employing various means to deduce the source. Yet all were met with failure. The resonance of myriad swords indicates the emergence of a prodigious sword genius, unprecedented in ancient times. The impact of calamities is monumental. Finally, some could no longer contain their excitement. The heavenly secrets are chaotic. It is impossible to glean any information about this individual. Could it be the reincarnation of the one who created the creation sword ruins? The creator of the creation sword ruins vanished into the annals of history eons ago. It could not be them. Perhaps it is a long-hidden genius from some sword sect. They need not be from the celestial realm. Many founders of ancient powers hail from the lower realms. If we can locate this individual and slay them, we would seize all their fortunes and destinies. Truly great fortune-bearers are not so easily eradicated. Talent merely signifies potential. It does not guarantee ultimate achievement. Throughout history, countless prodigies have met untimely ends. If one cannot evolve, even the finest talent becomes a stepping stone for others. The golden era of greatness. Chaotic sword abyss, broken sword valley, cleansing sword lake, sinister sword cave. Annihilation sword prison, sword worship altar, chaotic sword wasteland. Each of these extraordinary sword realms sensed the commotion, and many powerful existences were stirred, attempting to deduce the origin of this upheaval. Yet none could unveil any information. Celestial realm, ancient sword immortal domain, within the depths of the Deluo sword sect, an ancient coffin suddenly creaked open, revealing a frail, white-haired elder who rose from within. The elder's eyes flickered with the gleam of countless sword runes, coalescing into two brilliant sword lights that pierced the void, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of celestial rules that resonated with thunderous echoes, yet only revealed a shroud of chaos. What manner of prodigy is this? Even my broken illusion sword eyes cannot penetrate. Could it be that someone in this era dares to challenge the sword Tao immortal emperor? The frail elder's expression turned grave, as an immense sword realm subtly materialized around him, betraying his turbulent emotions. After a brief moment, the elder's demeanor calmed, and he reclined back into the ancient coffin, his aged voice resonating through the air. First, there are the calamities of myriad paths. And now, a sword Tao genius of unmatched magnitude emerges. The most brilliant and radiant golden era of greatness is upon us. Those self-important youngsters within the sword sect should venture forth, not only in the celestial realm, but also numerous deeply rooted sword factions within the 3,000 great worlds since the disturbance. Xian Tian Sword Sect, Ling Xiao Sword Pavilion, Tai Yi Sword Sect, Qing Lian Sword Sect, Shen Xiao Sword Faction. Many ancestors employed various secret arts to deduce the situation, yet none could unveil any information. Chapter 7. The Innate Tao Embryo, the Tao of all heavens, Eastern Wilderness, Ice Cloud Tao Domain, Han Yu Holy Dynasty. Star Moon City as the holy city of the Han Yu Holy Dynasty. Star Moon City spans nearly 10,000 miles, its walls winding like a true dragon, its grand gates towering like celestial barriers. Majestic and imposing, exhibiting myriad phenomena that a bright, translucent crescent moon hangs high above Star Moon City, surrounded by 28 resplendent stars, the power of the star and moon enveloping the city, rendering even the harsh sunlight that penetrates the city extraordinarily gentle. Deep within Star Moon City lies the Purple Moon Palace, covering nearly 100 miles. Delicate bridges weave through misty waters, pavilions and towers float amidst ethereal clouds, celestial blossoms bloom, and fragrant orchids abound, with the air suffused with a refreshing and natural Tao rhythm, resembling a serene paradise untouched by the world. The master of this purple moon palace is none other than the third princess of the Han Yu Holy Dynasty. Han Zian. Han Zian is an innate Tao embryo. On the day of her birth, purple qi flowed from the east for 30,000 miles, and she was proclaimed a saintess by the Han Yu Holy Dynasty. When she turned 6, she awakened her supreme sword bone, gathering immeasurable fortune within herself, a rare embodiment of great destiny in the world. Her talents overshadowed many heirs of emperor-level lineages, rendering them despondent. Failing to become an emperor would be an affront to her extraordinary gifts, marking her as the child of destiny. The Purple Moon Palace was specifically prepared by the holy master of Hanyu for her cultivation. The entire Purple Moon Palace seamlessly merged with the vast fortune of the Hanyu Holy Dynasty, guarded by semi-divine ancestors and concealed ancient divine formations, ensuring that Han Zian could cultivate without disturbance. Wow! At the moment Han Yuyao's chaotic sword bone took shape, Han Zian, who was deeply meditating within the Purple Moon Palace, felt as if struck by an invisible sword, uncontrollably spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood. Her blood was crystal clear, imbued with tremendous power, creating a deep, unfathomable pit in the ground. Saintess, accompanied by a cry of alarm, an elderly woman with silvery hair materialized from the void, her overwhelming aura causing the entire sky to tremble gently. The silver-haired elder raised her hand, conjuring 108 ethereal stars that formed a protective realm around Han Zian. Immediately, the elder's consciousness swept through the Purple Moon Palace frantically, yet she found no suspicious energies. This was a semi-divine being capable of founding a long-standing ancient sect, yet she was here to safeguard Han Zian, showcasing the utmost importance the Han Yu Holy Dynasty placed upon her. The silver-haired elder gazed at Han Zian with a perplexed expression, solemnly asking, "What has transpired, Saintess? Has someone employed heavenly secret techniques against you?" "Do not worry, Ancestor, I am fine. I am the embodiment of the innate Tao. Naturally attuned to the way, my essence harmonized with it. In the eastern wilderness, there exists no secret technique capable of inflicting harm upon me. I possess the supreme sword bone." Han Zian gently shook her head, her cold, elegant brows knitting slightly as she brushed her fingers across her chest, revealing a crystalline, dreamlike sword-shaped jade bone in her palm. The sword-shaped jade bone trembled lightly, emitting a series of clear, melodious sword sounds. The white-haired elder, astonished, exclaimed, "Oh, has the Holy Maiden Supreme Sword Bone sensed something?" The Supreme Sword Bone reacted. "For just moments ago, an invisible sword had struck at my Tao foundation, causing it to crack." Han Zian returned the Supreme Sword Bone to her chest, her expression as frigid as frost, her tone as icy as winter. The elder, unable to believe it, asked, "What? Your Tao foundation is cracked? How severe is the injury?" "Rest assured, I possess an indomitable heart of Tao. Even a minor injury can be swiftly healed." From the reaction of the Supreme Sword Bone, it seems a prodigy of swordsmanship, whose talent rivals that of the Supreme Sword Bone, has emerged. Han Zian's expression remained calm and unperturbed. The elder let out a sigh of relief, yet her brows furrowed deeply. The Supreme Sword Bone is an exceedingly rare talent in swordsmanship. What kind of prodigy could possibly inflict such a crack upon your Tao foundation? The Ice Extreme Ancestor conveyed a message months ago, foretelling the calamity of myriad paths, indicating that prodigies from all corners would emerge to confront it. It appears that a prodigy, hidden by an imperial sect, has come forth. Han Zian's demeanor was one of indifference and pride. The calamity of myriad paths has begun to reveal the depths of all factions. The elder nodded in agreement, her brows knitting in contemplation. Could this new swordsmanship prodigy be a reincarnation of a sword immortal? And what of a sword immortal's reincarnation? I possess the innate Tao and the supreme sword bone, my talents unparalleled across the myriad realms. In my youth, I was able to sense the supreme sword bone of the seventh sister through my innate Tao. Now I can trace the origin of this individual through my innate Tao. Once I uncover their roots, all they possess shall become stepping stones for my own enlightenment. Han Zian's words were cold and domineering, as the sounds of the Tao echoed around her, her very being seemingly merging into the myriad paths of the void. Utilizing the primordial power of her innate Tao, she parted the heavy mist of fate and destiny, seeking to pierce through the source of the nameless Tao sword. Suddenly, a powerful sense of crisis surged within her. She let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth, her complexion as pale as parchment, her eyes filled with dread. The boundless fate transformed into thick veils of fog. Once again obscuring her vision, did I end that moment. Not only did she glean no information, but she also suffered a fierce backlash, causing the cracks in her Tao foundation to widen several-fold. A remarkable technique. The individual's fate has been entirely concealed. Forcing a derivation will surely result in backlash. It seems the force behind this person is formidable. I need not concern myself with them for the time being. I shall first heal my Tao injuries, and in the future, I shall have the opportunity to sever their path in the throes of genuine combat. The formidable powers of the chaotic sword body and the celestial path of the heavens cannot be fully unleashed. One must draw upon the essence of various sword techniques and supernatural powers, integrating them into one's own swordsmanship to enhance the foundational depth of their sword path, thereby forging an unparalleled Tao foundation. Han Yuyao nodded in deep agreement, inquiring, "Indeed, my exposure to sword techniques and supernatural powers has been rather limited. May I ask, Master, does our Qingshu Peak possess any sword techniques or supernatural powers?" Jiangchen pondered for a moment before responding. Our Qingshu Peak's scripture pavilion contains numerous sword techniques and supernatural powers, though their significance may be minimal for you. Since you have already cultivated a sense of sword intent, it would be beneficial for you to undergo training in the Creation Sword Ruins. The Creation Sword Ruins? Han Yuyao's face displayed confusion, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Jiang Chun snapped his fingers lightly, and a jade slip of a verdant hue floated toward Han Yuyao. The Creation Sword Ruins is a realm of consciousness and illusion, designated solely for sword cultivators, allowing one's sword intent to undergo rapid transformation. This jade slip contains the information about the Creation Sword Ruins that I have gathered from the Purple Sky Holy Land. Take a look, Jiangchen spoke softly. Truth be told, he had never ventured into the Creation Sword Ruins. Prior to accepting Han Yuyao as his disciple, he had not mastered any sword intent, and his understanding of the Creation Sword Ruins stemmed solely from the scripture pavilion of the Purple Sky Holy Land. Despite now possessing exceedingly profound sword intent, he was disinclined to visit the Creation Sword Ruins for enlightenment. After all, while Han Yuyao comprehended the sword within the Creation Sword Ruins, Jiangchen could attain 100-fold insight, making it far more advantageous than seeking enlightenment himself. The master leads one to the door, but the cultivation journey lies within the individual. The chaotic sword classic had already been imparted to Han Yuyao. Her future path must be traversed by her alone. Jiangchen would only serve to protect her path, wishing not to interfere excessively. "Thank you, Master." Han Yuyao received the jade slip, expressing her gratitude as she departed. Upon returning to her secluded chamber, she pressed the jade slip against her forehead, instantly gaining a rudimentary understanding of the Creation Sword Ruins. The TO entered the Creation Sword Ruins. One must grasp sword intent, enabling their consciousness to traverse that realm. Enlightenment within the Creation Sword Ruins would facilitate the rapid evolution of one's sword intent. Upon returning to their physical form, all insights gained within the Creation Sword Ruins could be brought back. However, should one's consciousness perish within the Creation Sword Ruins, it would inflict severe damage upon their spirit, necessitating a recuperation period of 10 days to a month before entering the IN essence. The Creation Sword Ruins is a paradise for sword cultivators. Han Yuyao felt a surge of fervor as she sat cross-legged, closing her eyes in concentration. According to the Jade Slip's records, Han Yuyao merged her mind with the sword intent she had comprehended, slowly descending into the depths of her consciousness. After a moment, she sensed an irresistible pull emanating from the boundless void. Buzz, a ripple of time and space seemed to unfurl in the emptiness. And Han Yuyao felt her surroundings blur as she found herself in an unfamiliar world. Before her lay an endless expanse of desolate ruins, with fractured mountains and dried lakes, and divine trees leaning askew. Scattered throughout were the remnants of collapsed palatial cities, the entire world suffused with a profound and ancient sword intent. Upon closer inspection, Han Yuyao discerned that the entirety of this world was constructed from pure sword intent. Even the shattered bricks and tiles harbored an exceedingly rich wave of sword intent. This the Creation Sword Ruins. Even the mere mortal realm sword ruins can rival a true grand world. A glimmer of sword light flashed in Han Yuyao's clear eyes. From the jade slip provided by her master, she learned that the creation sword ruins are divided into mortal realm sword ruins, king realm sword ruins, emperor realm sword ruins, and so forth. These sword ruins correspond to the sword intents of the mortal realm, king realm, emperor realm, etc. Han Yuyao, having just grasped the first level of mortal realm sword intent, found herself in the mortal realm sword ruins of the creation sword ruins. The creation sword ruins allow one sword intent to take form by manifesting objects through their own comprehension of sword intent. They would attract the nourishing power of the sword path from the creation sword ruins, facilitating the rapid evolution of their sword intent. The longer the sword intent manifestations endure, the greater the benefits to the physical form. Should the sword intent manifestation exhibit sufficiently formidable sword path qualifications and talent, it would garner the recognition of the immortal sword intent deep within the ruins, allowing it to stand firm within the sword ruins for eternity. Moreover, sword intent manifestations that earn this immortal recognition draw upon the sword path power from the creation sword ruins at a rate dozens of times greater than that of ordinary manifestations. Over time, the sword path standards of these manifestations creators would inevitably reach an extraordinarily terrifying level that, of course, if the sword intent is weak, the manifestations will soon collapse and dissipate, yielding only minimal benefits. The crumbled mountains and broken cities before Han Yuyao are remnants left by sword path prodigies from countless ages ago. Although these manifestations were once indomitable, the passage of time has led to the disappearance of many immortal sword intents within them for various reasons, ultimately resulting in decay and collapse, relegated to the outer realms of the creation sword ruins. Gradually, this has formed the desolate and expansive ruin she now observes. Chapter 9. The Void Sword River and the Mingyue Sword Palace. The sword path contained within these ruins is indeed profound. Yet nearly all of it is fragmented to the brink of collapse. Gaining enlightenment here is of little consequence. It seems I must venture further into the depths of the creation sword ruins. Han Yuyao carefully sensed her surroundings, shook her head gently, and ascended into the air. Before long, Han Yuyao soared over the vast and boundless expanse of sword intent ruins, arriving in a brand new realm of sword path creation. Towering sacred mountains stood like divine swords piercing the heavens, and lofty sacred trees radiated dreamlike and resplendent light. The sun, moon, and stars hung high, palatial spires shimmered into view, and broad rivers surged across the sky, while fiery phoenixes soared amidst the clouds, creating a spectacle of vivid colors, with sword energy permeating the atmosphere. These mountains, sacred trees, celestial bodies, palaces, and rivers all embody the immortal will of the sword path. Resembling formidable sword path entities overlooking the mortal realm, vast and boundless, eternal and unending, it is essential to recognize that this is merely the mortal realm sword ruins. To draw the recognition of a mortal sword intent within the mortal realm sword ruins is a testament to the unparalleled status of the creators of these sword intent manifestations. Clang! Suddenly, a chilling sword cry resonated from the distant void that a young man clad in white, exuding an extremely frigid and piercing sword intent, sliced through the void and plunged into the broad river that spanned the heavens. Crack! The expansive and surging river froze at an observable pace that in the blink of an eye, the entire river was encased in ice. Beautiful blue ice lotuses bloomed upon the icy river, releasing an aura of chilling coldness that swept across the vast expanse. What terrifying sword intent! Even the Void Sword River can be frozen. Who is this sword path prodigy? The Ice Sword Divine Son, Li Daoxian. This individual possesses a naturally cold ice sword body and exceptional talent in swordsmanship. Having challenged the Void Sword River numerous times, with his sword intent having already transformed into King Realm Sword Intent, perhaps this time he may earn the recognition of the immortal sword intent within the Void Sword River. Regardless of how profound the Ice Sword Divine Son's true sword intent realm may be, within the Mortal Realm Sword Ruins, he can only wield Mortal Realm Sword Intent. If he wishes to seize the immortal sword intent within the Void Sword River, it may not unfold as he desires. The Void Sword River contains nearly 100 types of sword intent, perfectly intertwined. For 3 millennia, countless sword path prodigies have attempted to seize the immortal sword intent within. Yet none have succeeded. I hope the Ice Sword Divine Son can create a miracle. Many nearby sword cultivators whispered among themselves, their gaze fixed intently upon the frozen river in the sky. Han Yuyao's gaze extended toward the horizon, landing on the frozen void sword river. This ice sword divine son has wasted too much sword intent power in his brute force attempt to freeze the river. It is utterly impossible for him to shatter the void sword river. Han Yuyao gently shook her head. Reflected in the clarity of her sword heart, the intricate workings and transformations of the 168 types of mortal realm sword intents contained within the void sword river vividly played out in her mind. The ice sword divine son had merely frozen the surface of the void sword river. The internal currents of sword intent continued to surge and evolve, and it was unlikely that he could maintain his hold for long. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from within the frozen void sword river, as a surge of overwhelming sword intent, imbued with an immortal aura, burst forth. The ice lotuses scattered across the river's surface shattered uncontrollably. In an instant, the void sword river returned to its former state, roaring like an enraged dragon, releasing a vast ocean of sword intent. Faintly discernible were the currents of sword intent. Rapid flow sword intent. Underflow sword intent, sluggish sword intent, vortex sword intent, swimming fish sword intent, and aquatic grass sword intent. The essences of these various sword intents melded together in perfect harmony, rampaging through the nearby void. As for the ice sword divine son, who had just plunged into the depths of the void sword river, he had long since vanished without a trace, leaving not even a whisper of his presence behind. Observing this turn of events, the nearby sword cultivators understood that the ice sword divine son had once again failed. His mental will had crumbled and dissipated, forcefully expelled from the creation sword ruins, and it was likely that his soul had sustained considerable damage. Such a pity. In the mortal realm sword ruins, one can only wield mortal realm sword intent. Even the sword immortal Lin Shun is no exception. To obtain the recognition of a mortal sword intent within sword intent manifestations is no easy feat. Hiss! The strength displayed by the ice sword divine son was sufficient to instill despair in the vast majority of kings and nobles. Even attempting to seize immortal sword intent from other sword intent manifestations would be beyond their reach. It is truly unimaginable what kind of prodigy it would take to attract the automatic selection of immortal sword intent during the manifestation of sword intent. To be recognized by the immortal sword intent is to undoubtedly belong to the peerless prodigies of the sword path. Those whose talents are unparalleled in contemporary times. For instance, the illustrious saintess of the Cold Moon Holy Dynasty in the Xianhuang Great World. Indeed, the saintess possesses both the innate Tao fetus and the supreme sword bone. Truly a paragon among prodigies. Several years ago, during her creation of sword intent at the sword ruins of the mortal realm, she astonishingly attracted the recognition of 9 immortal sword intents. Her creation, the Mingyue Sword Palace, is far more terrifying than the combing sword river, capable of enduring for tens of thousands of years without decay. It is said that the saintess has now entered the Emperor Realm sword ruins. And her creations of sword intent in both the King Realm and Emperor Realm sword ruins have garnered the acknowledgement of immortal sword intent. Such qualifications are not in the least inferior to those of the Daozi from the Imperial Celestial Sects, rendering any thoughts of rivalry utterly futile. The creations of sword intent in the various realms of the sword ruins have all received the recognition of immortal sword intent. Hiss. Even if she were to cease her cultivation of the sword path, the reciprocal nature of the sword intent within the sword ruins would be sufficient to elevate her to the status of a transcendent sword cultivator. Han Yuyao's immaculate sword heart, clear and transparent, reflected the conversations of the nearby sword cultivators deep within her heart. Upon hearing the mention of the saintess of Cold Moon, her expression subtly shifted. The Mingyue Sword Palace, capable of enduring for tens of thousands of years. The creations of sword intent in each realm of the sword ruins have all received the recognition of immortal sword intent. The corners of Han Yuyao's lips curled ever so slightly, allowing her to bask in the saintess's glory for a while longer, for there would come a time for reckoning. Retrieving her thoughts, Han Yuyao descended from the void, her gaze settling upon a rock at her feet. Under the reflection of her unblemished sword heart, she distinctly sensed that this rock contained the essence of 3 sword intents: the rock sword intent, the hard sword intent, and the heavy sword intent, which intertwined and evolved into a perfect closed loop. What manifested was the form of this rock, suffused with profound waves of sword intent. Every inch of soil, every stone, every flower and grass, every droplet of water within the sword ruins of creation was composed of pure sword intent. Before Han Yuyao lay an utterly ordinary rock, yet it still harbored three distinct sword intents, illustrating that every creation of sword intent within the sword ruins of creation should not be underestimated. Han Yuyao extended her right hand, grasping the void, and a 3-foot azure sword, formed from her thoughts, materialized in her palm that a slight shake of her wrist sent the sword tip piercing into the rock. A faint surge of sword intent emanating from the sword's point, seeping into several nodes within the rock's interior. Suddenly, the rock crumbled silently into a cloud of stone dust. This rock had transformed into minuscule sword intent particles, vanishing into the ether, leaving not a trace of existence behind, and no sign, no sound. The entire rock just vanished into thin air, cracking. A nearby girl witnessed this scene, her pupils contracting sharply. She wanted to exclaim, but quickly covered her mouth. Fearing to disturb Han Yuyao, it is known that cracking is infinitely more challenging than mere destruction. Destruction obliterates these creations of sword intent with brute force, akin to the ice sword sun. The sword intent creations that are violently destroyed shatter and break, resembling the ruins outside the sword ruins, allowing the destroyer to perceive the sword intent within during the process, that if one cannot obliterate all the sword intent within a creation, the creation will regenerate in a fleeting moment, to crack a creation of sword intent. However, one must comprehend the operational changes of all sword intents within, dismantling the structure of the creation from within. Once cracked, the creation will shatter into nothingness, leaving no trace of existence. Simultaneously, all insights of the sword path contained within will be absorbed and integrated by the cracker. Yet, cracking is exceedingly difficult, although the sword ruins of the mortal realm are filled with mundane sword intents. The number of sword intents involved is countless. Every rock, every blade of grass contains distinct sword intents that to crack them is akin to facing a hellish challenge. How did this cracker achieve such a feat? Chapter 10. The Wind of the Sword Ruins. Prodigies in pursuit. Luo Qianqian had initially been comprehending the sword nearby when she sensed the commotion caused by the ice sword sun challenging the Kongming sword river, prompting her to rush over. Upon witnessing the ice sword sun's failure, she prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, she stumbled upon someone actually cracking the creations of sword intent, instantly rendering her speechless. Luo Qianqian's gaze fell upon this cracker, her brows furrowing involuntarily. The sword intent emanating from this individual was as thin as that of someone newly grasping the sword intent, yet they could effortlessly crack the creations of sword intent, clearly indicating an unimaginable level of understanding of the sword path. A truly perplexing sight. Hailing from the Luo family of the Tsangming Great World, a lineage of sword gods, Luo Qianqian awakened her innate sword spirit body at a young age, ranking among the top of her generation. Because of this, Luo Qianqian had encountered countless sword path prodigies, including sons of sword god lineages and heirs of ancient sword sects, yet none were as extraordinary as the cracker before her. Instinctively, Luo Qianqian inched closer to Han Yuyao, wishing to observe more closely, yet she prudently refrained from disturbing her. Han Yuyao sensed someone approaching, but her immaculate sword heart detected no hostility from the girl, so she paid little mind. Having just cracked the rock before her, all the understanding and insights regarding the three sword intents had merged into her chaotic sword body, with the dual enhancement of her chaotic sword body and unblemished sword heart. Han Yuyao's comprehension of these three sword intents surpassed that of the rock's creator by several folds. Without lingering, Han Yuyao's consciousness locked onto a blade-shaped grass with 9 leaves, under the illumination of her unblemished sword heart. The variations of sword intent contained within the sword grass crystallized in her mind, the 9 sword intents beautifully interwoven by another, forming the shape of the 9-leaf sword grass. Bang! The sword light erupted, and the 9-leaf sword grass abruptly shattered into nothingness. Han Yuyao's steps did not falter. Under the reflection of her unblemished sword heart, the transformations of all sword intents within any creation became clear to her, her movements flowing as naturally as a gentle stream, each creation of sword intent turning to ash in her wake, none able to impede her progress. As the number of cracked sword intent creations increased, Han Yuyao gained a clearer understanding of their fusion and transformations, and her speed of cracking sword. Buzz! Just as Han Yuyao shattered a flame dragon composed of 24 sword intents, a faint humming resonated within her. The sword intent undulating like a tide. The second layer of sword intent in the mortal realm. Having fused hundreds of sword intents and gained immense insights into the sword path, Han Yuyao's sword intent realm effortlessly broke through. Luo Qianqian nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. This was actually a sword path prodigy who had just grasped the sword intent. The speed at which this individual had cracked numerous creations of sword intent was astonishing. Even the sons of sword path holy lands would find it hard to accomplish with such ease. To think this was merely a newly enlightened sword path prodigy. How extraordinary must their sword path talent be? According to Luo Qianqian's knowledge, cracking creations of sword intent within the sword ruins of creation would yield all the insights contained within. Many sword cultivators, when cracking creations, would select those that resonated with their own sword intent to better integrate the sword path insights into their own. Yet this sword path prodigy disregarded all that, cracking every creation that stood in their way regardless of its attributes. This was utterly unreasonable. As she continued on this path, the sword intents cracked by this prodigy amounted to hundreds, resulting in a chaotic array of sword path insights. However, despite the overwhelming diversity of sword intents, this individual seemed unaffected, instead achieving a breakthrough to the second layer of sword intent. What a bizarre phenomenon. Furthermore, with this prodigy's qualifications, they would likely be eligible to challenge those immortal sword creations. Why waste time on such utterly mundane sword intents? Could it be that they came from a humble background? Unlike the other sword path prodigies known to Luo Qianqian, each of whom possessed profound and mysterious sword path divine abilities. For them, the creations of sword intent within the mortal realm were of little use, their sole attraction lying in the immortal sword intents contained within. For instance, the Ice Sword Sun had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the King Realm sword intent, lingering in the mortal realm solely to seize the immortal sword intents of the Kongming Sword River. Yet this prodigy showed interest in these exceedingly ordinary creations of sword intent, leaving Luo Qianqian increasingly perplexed. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, carrying terrifying fluctuations of sword intent. Flowers, grasses, and trees along its path were torn asunder, the earth and stone stripped away, turning to dust and swirling in the wind. The wind of the sword ruins. Caution, Luo Qianqian exclaimed. This was the unique wind of the sword ruins of creation, formed from the amalgamation of nearly 100 sword intents such as destruction, decay, collapse, and rending, its emergence linked to the collapse of countless sword intent creations. Wherever it passed, all things were obliterated. In the midst of the sword cultivators comprehending the sword in the sword ruins of creation, encountering such a wind of the sword ruins, if one could not evade it, they would likely be expelled from the sword ruins of creation on the spot. As the gleaming light of the sword emerged, a mystical 9-leaf sword grass materialized out of thin air. Imbued with a fierce sword intent, it penetrated the sword ruins enveloping wind from 9 distinct directions. This particular 9-leaf sword grass was the very one that Han Yuyao had just deciphered, manifested through her sword intent. Demonstrating her adeptness, the next moment, the sword ruins enveloping wind silently dissipated amidst the heavens and the earth, deciphering. Once again, it was deciphering. To unravel the sword ruins enveloping wind using the 9-leaf sword grass was astonishingly powerful. Was it not? This prodigious swordswoman had just broken through to the second layer of the mortal realm in her sword intent. How could she possess such strength? Luo Qianqian was utterly astounded. Han Yuyao cast her gaze towards Luo Qianqian and casually remarked, "The sword ruins enveloping wind is also constructed from various sword intents, each adhering to its own inherent rules, as long as you identify those rules. The deciphering will be effortless." Luo Qianqian discerned the guidance within Han Yuyao's words and hurriedly stepped forward, slightly bowing in respect. "Thank you, elder sister, for your guidance. However, the sword intents within the creation sword ruins are as numerous as the stars and ever-changing. How might one discern the rules among them? Deciphering. You can begin with the more common sword intent creations. The more you decipher, the clearer the patterns of various sword intent transformations will become. When facing an opponent, being able to perceive their strengths and weaknesses at a glance will make it considerably easier to respond," Han Yuyao patiently replied. "Deciphering? Luo Qianqian paused in contemplation and then queried with a hint of confusion. But if the insights gained from deciphering are too disparate and cannot be integrated with my own sword intent, wouldn't that shatter my sword intent into disarray? Han Yuyao gently shook her head. You must have faith in yourself. Since you can already decipher sword intent creations, the insights contained within them cannot possibly disrupt your sword heart, that if the deciphered sword intents are entirely opposite to your own, they can precisely serve to hone your sword heart. Moreover, you need not integrate every sword path insight into your own sword intent. Simply select those that resonate with you. Luo Qianqian's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she respectfully bowed to Han Yuyao. Thank you, elder sister, for your teachings. I, Luo Qianqian, have been enlightened. At that moment, her sword heart felt as though a layer of dust had been wiped away, revealing an unprecedented clarity. She suddenly understood the path she ought to take moving forward. With deep reverence, she gazed at Han Yuyao, fully aware that this remarkable swordswoman was likely a figure capable of overshadowing her contemporaries. Titles like Sword Goddess or Sword Saint paled in comparison. In but a moment, a resolute glimmer flashed in Luo Qianqian's eyes as she declared with a clear voice, I am Luo Qianqian, hailing from the Luo family of the sword god lineage in the Tsangming Great World. If elder sister does not mind, I wish to follow you. P.S. The following content does not count towards the chapter word count. As mentioned in the introduction, there are multiple protagonists, a focus on the behind-the-scenes, decisive actions, and a disregard for taboos. The early stages require constructing the world background and laying foreshadowing, resulting in a somewhat subdued plot that a well-developed world backdrop is essential for crafting a more captivating story. I sincerely hope that all readers will at least read through 100 chapters before offering an objective evaluation. Thank you. After reading, whether it is engaging, thrilling, or inspiring, the verdict is yours to decide. Chapter 11. Han Yuyao intends to decipher the Void Sword River. Han Yuyao was momentarily taken aback. From her understanding, those with exceptional talents often amass numerous followers, readily at their beck and call, for even the slightest guidance from such prodigies could benefit them for a lifetime. This form of following varied. Some would depart after a while to seek their own path, while others would follow for a lifetime. However, Han Yuyao had never anticipated encountering a follower so soon. Moreover, Luo Qianqian was not among the ordinary followers, but rather a swordswoman of remarkable talent from a family of sword gods. Han Yuyao's sword heart was clear and tranquil. She realized that, having transformed into the chaos sword body through the gift of her master, she was indeed worthy of such a talented follower. Possessing an innate sword spirit body from the sword god lineage, Luo Qianqian had comprehended the 8th layer of sword intent at a young age. Her future was indeed promising, and yet, I have only just grasped sword intent, and you do not even know my origins. Are you certain you wish to follow me? Han Yuyao inquired with an unruffled tone, her gaze clear, as if she could see through one's very soul. Luo Qianqian met Han Yuyao's gaze and replied with composure. With my aptitude and strength, I am not even among the top 5 of the younger generation within the Luo family, and the resources for cultivation available to me are limited that it is unlikely that I can achieve the status of a sovereign in this lifetime. In this age of great contention, numerous exceptional prodigies are entering the world to vie for fortune and opportunities. If I remain arrogant and complacent, I may become naught but a stepping stone for others in the future. Though elder sister has only just grasped sword intent, your understanding of the sword path is unmatched in my experience. Even your casual insights have illuminated my mind. You must be a prodigy destined to shine through the ages. If I could follow you and often receive your teachings, it would be my honor. As for your origins, they matter little to me. Your friends shall be my friends, and your enemies my enemies, as Luo Qianqian concluded. The brilliance in her eyes intensified. She had not yet disclosed her own aptitude and realm. Yet this swordswoman effortlessly unraveled her strengths and weaknesses, suggesting that her lineage and talent might surpass even her expectations. This was a prodigy capable of eliciting the acknowledgement of a mortal sword intent. Luo Qianqian was unwavering in her belief. Encountering such a prodigy within the creation sword ruins was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Luo Qianqian. Should she let it slip away, it would surely leave her with lifelong regrets. Thus, she made her choice without hesitation. Then you shall follow me for now. Han Yuyao nodded slightly. Luo Qianqian's face lit up with joy as she respectfully presented a sword-shaped jade talisman. condensed from her divine soul, to Han Yuyao. Thank you, elder sister. This is my divine soul mark. Should you ever need my assistance, simply summon me with your divine thought. Oh, but I still do not know how to address you. Elder sister, Han Yuyao gently uttered a single word. You. She refrained from revealing her true name, fully aware of the significance of her chaos sword body. The former supreme sword bone had already attracted covetous glances from the innate Tao embryo. If her chaos sword body were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly invite more unnecessary troubles. Until she possessed sufficient strength, she did not wish to disclose her true origins. Seeing this, Luo Qianqian, perceiving the subtlety, did not press further and bowed slightly, saying, "If elder sister has any tasks for me, please do not hesitate to command. First, let us decipher together." Han Yuyao gently shook her head and proceeded ahead. Not far ahead in the sky, an ice phoenix soared, its wings snow-white, adorned with intricate frost patterns. The ice phoenix, sensing the approaching presence, turned its fierce gaze towards Han Yuyao and Luo Qianqian. With a flick, the ice phoenix transformed into a streak of white light, charging towards the two, a bone-chilling aura rushing forth, as though it could freeze the very fabric of the void. Elder sister, be cautious. This is the Ice Fiend Phoenix. Comprised of 78 sword intents, and many sword path prodigies have been driven out of the creation sword ruins by it. Its offensive power is exceedingly formidable, Luo Qianqian warned from the side. With a flick of her wrist, Han Yuyao unleashed 3 fiery sword lights, which simultaneously found their mark in the Ice Fiend Phoenix's throat and eyes. The Ice Fiend Phoenix's body stiffened for a moment before it shattered into fragments. As if it had never existed, deciphering. Once again, it was instantaneously resolved. Luo Qianqian was left dumbfounded. The aura emitted by that Ice Fiend Phoenix was sufficient to rival a peak true spirit realm expert. And yet elder sister had merely wielded the most ordinary fire sword technique. How was this possible? Luo Qianqian pondered, realizing that the sword ruins enveloping wind had been effortlessly deciphered by elder sister as well. Thus, instantly resolving the Ice Fiend Phoenix seemed trivial in comparison. Yet, she still could not comprehend how elder sister achieved this. The sword intents within this Ice Fiend Phoenix were not merely 78, but 81. The 3 deepest hidden sword intents were Bloodthirsty Sword Intent, Extreme Cold Sword Intent, and Soul Capture Sword Intent, concealed within its throat and eyes, the BY employing the simplest fire sword technique and striking the critical points. One could easily unravel it. Han Yuyao casually explained, 81. A flicker of understanding illuminated Luo Qianqian's eyes. Upon hearing Han Yuyao's elucidation, she compared it to her memory of the Ice Fiend Phoenix, deepening her comprehension of the sword path. No wonder so many sword path prodigies were unable to contend with the Ice Fiend Phoenix. It turned out they hadn't even grasped the composition of its sword intents. Elder sister could discern the Ice Fiend Phoenix's strengths and weaknesses with a mere glance. Truly impressive. As Han Yuyao deciphered ahead, Luo Qianqian closely followed. Whenever they encountered complex sword intent creations, Han Yuyao would analyze and explain them to Luo Qianqian, providing her with immense benefit. After an hour, Han Yuyao had deciphered over 1,000 sword intent creations. Her sword intent seamlessly transforming into the 3rd layer of the mortal realm that as they traversed the mountains, stones, grasses, trees, birds, beasts, fish, insects, thunder, and fire all turned to ash, permanently vanishing within the mortal realm sword ruins. The Void Sword River. Luo Qianqian exclaimed in astonishment. After an hour of deciphering, they had advanced nearly 100 miles that a vast, roaring river surged before them. Its waters a confluence of over 100 sword intents, an immortal aura enveloping the sky. It was none other than the Void Sword River. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived near the Kongming Sword River. "Sister, should we take a detour?" Luo Qianqian inquired softly. She had just witnessed the Ice Sword Sun's failure in challenging the Kongming Sword River and understood its terrifying nature. In her eyes, although Sister Yu was incredibly swift in deciphering other sword intents, her sword intent realm had only just broken through to the 3rd layer of the mortal realm. It would likely be difficult for her to contend with the Kongming Sword River at this moment. Perhaps it would be wiser to temporarily bypass it and return to challenge it at a later opportunity, that there's no need. Once deciphered, it shall be. Han Yuyao gently shook her head, her tone as calm as smoke, yet imbued with immense confidence. Luo Qianqian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Has anyone ever broken the Kongming Sword River, which has remained unchallenged for 3,000 years? Consider you truly succeed today. Chapter 12. Deciphering the Kongming Sword River. The immortal sword intent acknowledges its master. Han Yuyao instructed Luo Qianqian to pause momentarily, then stepped into the void, making her way alone towards the Kongming Sword River, suspended in midair. The recent commotion from the Ice Sword Sun's challenge had attracted many sword cultivators to the vicinity. When the Ice Sword Sun failed, a portion of these Sword Dao prodigies chose to remain nearby, contemplating the sword's essence. The Kongming Sword River spanned approximately 100 zhang in width and extended nearly 100 miles. Each section exhibited varying flow rates. Some were turbulent, others gentle, while hidden currents swirled and whirlpools intertwined. Aquatic flora thrived wildly, schools of fish swam gracefully, and turtles lay in wait. It resembled a true great river. Some sat cross-legged in the void, absorbing the changing dynamics of the Kongming Sword River. Others rode their swords through the air, gazing upon the powerful sword intents within. Among them was a young man in white. Immersed in the Kongming Sword River, wielding a jade-green sword that danced in a manner so intricate it formed a vacuum around him, preventing the raging waters from encroaching, causing splashes and surging waves. Yet, the destruction he wrought upon the Kongming Sword River was minimal. It was akin to an ant hopping upon an elephant. It hardly constituted a challenge, and the Kongming Sword River disregarded him completely. As Han Yuyao stepped onto the Kongming Sword River, a young man in black, soaring through the air on his sword, turned to glance at her, sneering, "Dare you tread upon the Kongming Sword River with mere third-layer mortal realm sword intent? Are you courting death?" Han Yuyao paid him no heed and continued her steps into the river. Instantly, a whirlpool several zhang wide erupted with a low rumble, surging toward Han Yuyao, its imposing force causing nearby sword cultivators to pale in shock. Sword intent. Water tornado. The water tornado sword intent was a fusion of 18 sword intents, including thundercloud sword intent, rotating sword intent, strangling sword intent, gale sword intent, and speed sword intent, resembling a divine dragon drinking from a river. The water tornado sword intent could simultaneously harness the powers of both the skies and the depths of the water to engage in combat. Even a sword cultivator comprehending the 7th layer of the mortal realm might not escape unscathed. Ignoring the advice of the wise will lead to misfortune, the young man in black scoffed, ready to mock her further, when suddenly his eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Decipher! How is that possible?" He watched as Han Yuyao flicked her wrist. A streak of frosty sword light darting into the heart of the water tornado's most intense area. In the next moment, the water tornado, akin to a dragon drinking from the river, silently vanished into the void, along with the towering waves that had surged with it, leaving no trace behind. The young man in black was struck with profound astonishment, his understanding utterly shattered, his mind a blank slate to the creation sword ruins. Deciphering even an ordinary sword intent creation was an exceedingly arduous task. Yet this girl, possessing merely the 3rd layer of mortal realm sword intent, had deciphered the water tornado within the Kongming Sword River. Did she not realize that the Kongming Sword River housed the immortal sword intent? How could she dare to attempt such a feat? At the instant Han Yuyao dismantled the water tornado, the entire Kongming Sword River abruptly came to a halt. Stillness, complete stillness. The rapidly spinning whirlpools, the gently flowing waters, the swiftly swimming fish, the splashing waves, all became utterly motionless. The Kongming Sword River seemed to have entered a realm of absolute stasis. Moments later, the Kongming Sword River erupted like an enraged dragon awakening from slumber, descending into unprecedented turmoil. The whirlpool spun violently, dark currents surged wildly, and the aquatic flora grew rampantly. The sword intent surged, and a terrifying aura of danger permeated every corner of the Kongming Sword River. The young man in white, practicing his sword amidst the Kongming Sword River, let out a grunt, instantly reduced to nothingness. Vanishing without a trace, swish, 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 streaks of sword light sliced through the skies, swiftly retreating, revealing their forms in the distant void, each one gazing in utter shock at the location of the Kongming Sword River. They were sword cultivators who had been contemplating nearby, sensing the river's upheaval and instinctively retreating to avoid being caught in its maelstrom. upon discerning the changes in the Kongming Sword River. They gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Decipher! Who dares to challenge the Kongming Sword River? Her sword intent realm is merely at the third layer of the mortal realm, yet she can unravel the sword intents within the river. Such talent is truly rare in the world. Alas, she was far too reckless. Did she not realize that all sword intents within the Kongming Sword River functioned as a cohesive whole? Pull one thread, and the entire tapestry unravels. To decipher any single sword intent would invite the wrath of the entire Kongming Sword River, with the immortal sword intent as its foundation, unless she dismantled the entire Kongming Sword River. Any sword intent she deciphered would merely regenerate. Attempting to unravel such an immortal sword intent creation, if unsuccessful, would implicate her very essence. At best, her spirit would bear scars. At worst, her spirit would dissipate entirely. Even the Ice Sword Sun would not dare to unravel any sword intent within the Kongming Sword River. Where does she derive her confidence? To challenge the sword intents within the Kongming Sword River with only third-layer mortal realm sword intent was akin to a newborn calf, fearing no tiger. Anyone with a semblance of understanding regarding the creation sword ruins would not be so impulsive. Could it be that this individual hails from a background of ignorance, as the crowd murmured? The water tornado sword intent within the Kongming Sword River began to regenerate. All 168 sword intents within the Kongming Sword River surged into action, converging upon Han Yuyao. The chilling sword intent filled every corner of the void, with the echo of the immortal Tao resonating faintly. This was the true Kongming Sword River. The might it displayed was exponentially more terrifying than when facing the Ice Sword Sun. Han Yuyao remained unperturbed, her flawless sword heart reflecting the minutest fluctuations of every sword intent within the Kongming Sword River. With a graceful shift of her feet, she casually unleashed sword lights of various auras from her hands, targeting different areas of the Kongming Sword River. The onlookers were left in utter astonishment as they realized this young lady effortlessly wielded more than a dozen different sword intents, some of which were entirely contradictory. How could this be? What astonished them even further was that wherever the sword lights landed, they crumbled and disintegrated without a sound, whether it was the sword intent water plants or the sword intent raging waves. Upon contact with her sword intent, they vanished without a trace, in the blink of an eye. The sword intents within the Kongming Sword River had already been obliterated by 20 or 30 types. The rate at which the sword intents within the Kongming Sword River regenerated could not keep pace with the speed at which they were being dismantled. However, Han Yuyao seemed to find this method of unraveling too slow and boldly entered the Kongming Sword River. Han Yuyao moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, her casual strikes dismantling portions of the Kongming Sword River. In mere breaths, the entire river crumbled silently into the void, leaving no trace of its existence behind. Buzz! Suddenly, a pure and vast sword intent surged forth from the point of the Kongming Sword River's disappearance, directly merging into Han Yuyao's brow. This sword intent seemed as if it had existed since time immemorial, radiating an aura of immortality. That it was none other than the immortal sword intent. Han Yuyao had deciphered the Kongming Sword River, earning the recognition of that immortal sword intent. At that moment, invisible ripples began to undulate around Han Yuyao, quickly distorting her form, and she vanished without a sound from the creation sword ruins. Chapter 13. The sword ruins tremor. The peerless prodigy it is done, Luo Qianqian exclaimed, her fist clenched in exhilaration, her eyes sparkling with resplendent light, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Sister, you had truly deciphered the Kongming Sword River, which had been passed down for 3,000 years. Her talent was sufficient to rival the greatest prodigies of the imperial lineages. To be a follower of such an extraordinary figure, Luo Qianqian felt she was truly fortunate. One could only imagine that after today, Sister, you would undoubtedly become renowned across the myriad realms, attracting countless sword cultivators eager to become her disciples. Luo Qianqian couldn't help but feel grateful for her earlier decisiveness. Had she waited until the news of Sister Yu's breakthrough spread before seeking to follow her, the opportunity would likely have slipped away. Luo Qianqian understood that from this day forth, her destiny would be irrevocably altered. She must not become a burden to Sister Yu. Otherwise, when Sister Yu soared to greatness, she might lose her chance to follow her. Luo Qianqian took a deep breath and quietly withdrew from the spot. She descended into a forest thousands of miles away, emulating Han Yuyo, and began her endeavor to unravel the ordinary sword intent. Meanwhile, the area where the Kongming Sword River once resided erupted in chaos. She had indeed deciphered the Kongming Sword River. Am I dreaming? In mere moments, the Kongming Sword River had vanished. The immortal maiden seemed unscathed, merely having exhausted her mental energy before departing from the Creation Sword ruins. Even the disciples of the great emperor's lineage could not achieve such a feat, could they? To unravel a legacy that had endured for 3 millennia with just a comprehension of the third layer of ordinary sword intent. How terrifyingly exceptional was that immortal maiden's swordsmanship. I believed myself to be a rare prodigy, having grasped the 9th layer of ordinary sword intent by the age of 18. Yet in comparison to that immortal maiden, I feel as if I've lived my life as a mere dog. The young man from the Qingyun sword sect, who had just mocked that immortal maiden, must now be regretting it profoundly. Which lineage does that immortal maiden belong to? Who knows her? Oddly, despite having witnessed the entire process of her deciphering the Kongming Sword River, I now find myself with no recollection of her at all. It is truly bizarre. Surely, that immortal maiden possesses some secret technique to conceal her true identity, if she does not wish to be traced. No one would uncover her origins. First came the myriad calamities of life, then the resounding sword echoes across the realms, and now, an exceptional sword cultivator has deciphered the Kongming Sword River. The Age of Gold is indeed approaching. In the air, a short distance away, the black-clad youth who had just ridiculed Han Yuyo wore a grim expression. Serves you right for your insolence. Having provoked such an ancient prodigy, he wouldn't even know how he met his end. If this brings shame upon the Qingyun sword sect, it would be an irredeemable sin. The black-clad youth slapped himself twice in frustration, cursing himself fiercely. After a while, he took a few deep breaths. Forcing himself to calm down, remembering Han Yuyo's appearance at the Kongming Sword River, the youth suddenly brightened. That's right, there was another girl accompanying that immortal maiden. Perhaps I could apologize to the maiden through her. No matter the cost, I must make amends. The black-clad youth closed his eyes, replaying in his mind the changes that occurred around Han Yuyo after she deciphered the Kongming Sword River. Moments later, he reopened his eyes, fixing his gaze on the direction in which Luo Qianqian had departed and swiftly pursued her. Swoosh! In the distance, streaks of sword light soared from various locations within the Creation Sword ruins, revealing their figures in the nearby void. They were all sword cultivators, extraordinary prodigies who had been comprehending sword intent in the realm of ordinary swords, sensing that someone had unraveled the Kongming Sword River, which contained immortal sword intent, and had specifically come from all corners to witness it. Upon seeing that the Kongming Sword River had already vanished from the skies, they were all struck with immense shock. The Kongming Sword River had been deciphered, and the immortal sword intent had found a new master. How many years had it been since such an event occurred? When they learned that the decipherer was merely a girl who had just grasped the third layer of ordinary sword intent, they fell into a profound silence. This is simply unfathomable. How could such a prodigy exist in this world? Will we still be able to survive? One by one, the sword cultivators withdrew from the Creation Sword ruins, activating their communication jade slips. The news of what transpired within the realm of ordinary swords swiftly spread across the 3,000 great worlds, igniting a tremendous uproar. The Age of Gold truly upon us. Many were offering exorbitant prices for the memory crystals that recorded Han Yuyo's unraveling of the Kongming Sword River. And indeed, a few memory crystals circulated among them. However, all who had viewed these memory crystals fell into silence. Each sword intent employed by Han Yuyo was merely ordinary sword intent commonly found within the realm of ordinary swords, devoid of any profound sword techniques or arcane arts. Yet, the timing of her strikes and her mastery over the powers of sword intent were astoundingly precise. In many instances, even the slightest deviation in her force would have led to failure. The timing of her strikes, whether a moment too early or too late, would also result in failure. Yet, every ounce of force she exerted was perfectly calibrated, akin to a master chef effortlessly carving through meat, allowing her to unravel the entire Kongming Sword River with ease. If they were to attempt deciphering the Kongming Sword River, even after viewing the memory crystals, they would be unable to achieve it. Furthermore, the figures within all the memory crystals appeared exceedingly blurred, and no one knew the origins of Han Yuyo. yet many gazes were now directed towards Luo Qianqian. It was not just the black-clad youth from the Qingyun sword sect who noticed that Luo Qianqian had been with Han Yuyo in the Xianbing Great World on the Ice Sword Divine Mountain. The Ice Sword Divine Son had just been expelled from the Creation Sword ruins and was nurturing his spirit. Suddenly learning of the Kongming Sword River's destruction, he spat out a mouthful of old blood and fury. He had challenged the Kongming Sword River over 10 times, yearning for its immortal sword intent. Now that it had recognized another master, how could he possibly accept it? When the Ice Sword Divine Son discovered that the decipherer was merely a girl who had just grasped the 3rd layer of ordinary sword intent, his expression darkened further. Without comparison, there would be no suffering. From now on, whenever anyone mentions the Ice Sword Divine Son, they will subconsciously think of the girl who unraveled the Kongming Sword River. He had undeniably become a stepping stone for her rise to fame. Unless I slay her, otherwise, this will be a stain of shame I cannot wash away in my lifetime, as long as I eliminate her. That immortal sword intent will still belong to me, Li Daoxian. This 3rd layer of ordinary sword intent is such a monstrous anomaly. I must not give her the chance to grow. The Ice Sword Divine Son's eyes shimmered with 2 brilliant sword lights. A murderous intent soaring to the heavens. Deep within the Creation Sword ruins, in the sword ruins of the Sovereign Realm, the entire world was constructed from the purest sword intent. Towering sword-shaped divine mountains pierced the clouds. And sword palaces and celestial pavilions hid within the mists, dragons soaring in the sky, phoenixes singing beyond the heavens, with the atmosphere permeated by the powerful waves of sword intent that reigned supreme within the universe. Swoosh! A slender figure emerged from a crystal palace of icy blue. Clad in a flowing water-blue robe, with long black hair cascading casually over her shoulders, her sky-blue pupils shone like bright sapphires. And a cold smile graced her lips, exuding an aura of sword intent that pierced the heavens. Mingyu, what has transpired? A red-haired youth carrying a pitch-black heavy sword appeared beside her, inquiring curiously. The youth known as Mingyu regained his composure and casually replied, "Nothing much. I merely sense that the Kongming Sword River I left in the realm of ordinary swords has been deciphered. It stirred something within me." Deciphered? The red-haired youth raised an eyebrow. Mingyu nodded slightly, speaking in a calm tone. "Indeed. It has been deciphered. I can sense that the aura of the Kongming Sword River has completely vanished. That immortal sword intent has also chosen a new master." The red-haired youth expressed interest. "Remarkable. After 3,000 years, the Kongming Sword River you left behind has finally been deciphered. However, the sword intent creations within the realm of ordinary swords hold no meaning for you now. Let it be. It's no big deal. Yet, it's a pity about that immortal sword intent." Upon hearing the red-haired youth's words, Mingyu fell into silence. Moments later, a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. "Qiju, I have cultivated for over 3,000 years, creating countless sword intents in the Creation Sword ruins, with only the Kongming Sword River earning the recognition of the immortal sword intent." It's not often we see you angry. What? Do you intend to confront the one who deciphered it personally? Qiju raised an eyebrow. "That I merely wish to see which faction's young prodigy has usurped my immortal sword intent." Mingyu spoke with a nonchalant tone, though an involuntary hint of killing intent seeped through. Qiju crossed his arms, calmly advising, "Do not forget, within the realm of ordinary swords, your sword intent realm will be suppressed to the pinnacle of ordinary swords. This is a time of great contention, with prodigies emerging from all clans. Be cautious not to trip in a gutter, that if that decipher hails from a great emperor's lineage or a celestial sect, it would be wise not to act impulsively. After knowing you for thousands of years, I would hate to hear of your sudden demise." Acknowledging Qiju's warning, Mingyu replied casually, "Understood." Immediately after, his figure transformed into a beam of sword light, speeding towards the passage leading to the Sovereign Realm and the Imperial Realm of the Sword Ruins. To traverse from the Sovereign Realm Sword Ruins to the realm of ordinary swords, one must first enter the Imperial Realm Sword Ruins, followed by the King Realm Sword Ruins, before finally reaching the realm of ordinary swords. Throughout this journey, his sword intent realm would be successively suppressed. Watching Mingyu's departing figure, Qiju shook his head slightly, murmuring, "In this time of great contention, perhaps I may yet touch the threshold of the divine realm." I only hope not to provoke those extraordinary prodigies endowed with great fortune. Chapter 14. The Two Instruments of the Microcosm Array. Jiangchen descends the mountain in the purple cloud's sacred land. Atop the Qingshu Peak, Han Yuyo opened her eyes, and within her clear gaze, two beams of sword light flickered, that a faint aura of eternal immortality permeated her spirit, quickly fading away. The Creation Sword Ruins, truly a paradise for sword cultivators. In this expedition to the Creation Sword Ruins, Han Yuyao has reaped abundant rewards. She has mastered over 1,000 different sword intents and ultimately unraveled the mysteries of the Void Sword River, significantly enhancing her foundational understanding of swordsmanship. Presently, her comprehension of sword intent has naturally ascended to the fourth layer of the mortal realm. Furthermore, the sword energy within her wheel churns incessantly, hinting at the possibility of breaking through its confines. Not to mention, there exists an immortal sword intent. Han Yuyao's expression shifted slightly as her consciousness delved deep into her soul. Within the depths of her spirit, a faint sword intent exuding an aura of immortality lay dormant. This immortal sword intent continuously draws strands of swordsmanship power from the Creation Sword Ruins, nourishing her chaotic sword body. This immortal sword intent harbors an extremely pure, attribute-less sword essence, capable of merging with any sword intent to enhance a swordsman's comprehension of the way. Only those with extraordinary potential and aptitude, the prodigies of swordsmanship, are deemed worthy of recognizing this immortal sword intent as their OWN. It is said that these immortal sword intents blossom from the supreme sword intent residing in the deepest part of the Creation Sword Ruins. As long as the ruins endure, such immortal sword intents will persist eternally. For the vast majority of swordsmen, it is essential to create sword intents that embody their own swordsmanship within the Creation Sword Ruins to attract recognition from the immortal sword intent. Yet, Han Yuyao has not yet engaged in the creation of sword intents and has already garnered the acknowledgement of the immortal sword intent, a feat far beyond the reach of other swordsmanship prodigies. However, Han Yuyao gently shook her head. The Creation Sword Ruins serve as a shortcut for most swordsmen to elevate their swordsmanship. Yet, having awakened her chaotic sword body, even the immortal sword intent found within the ruins has a negligible effect on her. In the future, she can occasionally seek enlightenment in the Creation Sword Ruins to deepen her foundational swordsmanship, but there is no need to overly rely on them. The chaotic sword body is the essence. Now it is time to break through. Han Yuyao closed her eyes, and a mist filled with piercing sword intent enveloped her surroundings. Every pore of her body swirled with sword energy, drawing in vast amounts of celestial and earthly spiritual energy. As time passed, the aura emanating from Han Yuyao rapidly intensified, and her fierce sword intent soared into the sky. Swish! Jiangchen appeared in the void in an instant, raising his hand to unleash a tremendous calamity force that enveloped the entire Qingshu Peak. Such a commotion before Han Yuyao's breakthrough. If she were to truly advance to the Fate Palace realm, even the protective formation of Qingshu Peak would not suffice to conceal it, until she possesses sufficient strength. It would be unwise for Han Yuyao's chaotic sword bones to be prematurely exposed. Jiang Chun gazed towards Han Yuyao's location, sensing a vast ocean of sword intent comprehension newly manifested within the depths of his consciousness. He immediately understood that this was the fortune bestowed upon him by Han Yuyao. Merely visiting the Creation Sword Ruins had yielded such profound insights into sword intent, and she was on the brink of breaking through to the Fate Palace realm. Truly, she is the child of fortune, Jiangchen marveled in admiration. Clang! The sound of a sword echoed from beyond the heavens, a torrent of sword intent sweeping across the wilderness, wreaking havoc throughout Qingshu Peak, only to be swiftly dissipated into nothingness by the overwhelming calamity force. Han Yuyao suddenly opened her eyes, a majestic celestial palace subtly vanishing from her brow, and the aura radiating from her was as deep as the ocean. Brimming with unwavering confidence, the Fate Palace realm. If the Wheel Sea serves as the source of divine power, then the Fate Palace is the source of spiritual power. Upon breaking through to the Fate Palace realm, spiritual power can be generated incessantly and boundlessly. With Han Yuyao's breakthrough, a melodious system notification resonated in Jiang Chen's mind. Detection confirms that the host's disciple, Han Yuyao, has broken through to the Fate Palace realm. Fortune has returned. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 20 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the two instruments microdust formation. Jiang Chen's cultivation surged instantaneously, equivalent to having cultivated for 20 years with the indestructible body of eternal calamity. This severely dampened his enthusiasm for cultivation. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly, realizing that without comparison, one would not feel hurt. Compared to the fortune returned to the child of fortune, the effects of his diligent cultivation were merely negligible. Each child of fortune is akin to a cheat. With this time spent cultivating, it would be more beneficial to descend the mountain in search of a new child of fortune, with the fortune golden eyes. He would surely find a new child of fortune soon. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his complex emotions, and focused on the two instruments microdust formation, recalling the relevant information. Point two instruments microdust formation. This formation was originally created by Taishang Laojun to evolve the great Tao of Yin and Yang, comprising 6 gates of life and death, sealing the innate Yin and Yang energies, and manifesting the powers of the 5 elements, with life and death merging into illusions, and the 2 realms forming microdust. This is indeed a commendable protective formation. Unfortunately, this 2 instruments microdust formation is merely a basic version, its power only equivalent to that of an emperor-level formation, that if it were equipped with the diagram of Taiji and the pure Yang talisman as the formation's eyes. Even the mighty beings of the immortal realm would have to kneel. The 2 instruments microdust formation has silently integrated into Qingshu Peak, which appears unchanged on the surface. Yet anyone attempting to force their way in will certainly be ensnared and killed by the formation. Greetings, Master. The commotion caused by my recent breakthrough was rather significant and may have disturbed your secluded cultivation. Please punish me. Han Yuyao respectfully saluted Jiang Chen from a distance. Jiang Chen extended his hand to support her, an invisible force lifting Han Yuyao, as he smiled and said, "No worries. In a single day, you have opened the Wheel Sea, shattered the Fate Palace, and your foundational understanding of swordsmanship has deepened exponentially. Your cultivation speed is indeed commendable, all thanks to Master S guidance." Han Yuyao beamed, her gaze toward Jiang Chen filled with admiration. She was well aware that all her achievements were bestowed by her master, and she did not grow arrogant. Jiang Chen replied with a gentle smile, "You must walk your own path that I can protect your way, but how you cultivate ultimately depends on you. Additionally, I have matters to attend to outside the mountain. My return is uncertain, so focus on your cultivation, that if there are pressing matters, you may call for me in your soul, and I will sense it." After Han Yuyao's 2 breakthroughs, Jiang Chen realized that his earnest cultivation paled in comparison to seeking a new child of fortune, and he finally made his decision to descend the mountain in search of a new child of fortune. "Thank you for your teachings, Master." Han Yuyao replied respectfully, then curiously inquired, "May I ask what business takes you down the mountain? Is there any way I can assist you?" Jiang Chen shook his head lightly and casually remarked, "Our Qingshu Peak has become rather desolate. I intend to take on another disciple, hoping to encounter someone fated during this trip down the mountain. As for you, remain here to cultivate." But he handed her a formation flag, saying, "Keep this formation flag. With it, you may freely enter and exit all areas of Qingshu Peak. Do not wander recklessly, or it may lead to dire consequences." Han Yuyao accepted the formation flag, her face radiant with joy. "Indeed, our Qingshu Peak has been somewhat quiet. I shall await your return with a new junior disciple." Han Yuyao's thoughts merged with the formation flag, and she became acutely aware of all changes within the 2 instruments microdust formation. "Master, could this possibly be an emperor-level formation?" Han Yuyao blurted out, her clear eyes filled with astonishment. Jiang Chen smiled without answering and directed his attention back to her. "By the way, the true disciples of the Zixiao Sacred Land must complete a trial task each year. Make some time to retrieve yours at the 100 Affairs Hall on the main peak of Zixiao. Other main peak disciples are all striving to earn contribution points that if our true disciples at Qingshu Peak neglect their annual trial tasks, the others may raise objections." After briefly outlining the instructions, Jiang Chen's figure vanished without a trace in the world. Chapter 15. The Patriarch's Visit. The Sword Emperor Luo Wudi in the vast world of Tsangming. The Luo family. Luo Qianqian's spiritual consciousness returned from the creation sword ruins, her eyes sparkling with vitality as she reminisced about the myriad experiences within the ruins, feeling as though she had just awoken from a dream. Choosing to become Sister Yu's follower today was undoubtedly the wisest decision of her life. Sister Yu's analysis and explanation of the sword intent creations were profoundly insightful, clear, and enlightening, allowing Luo Qianqian to gain a newfound understanding of the combinations and transformations of various sword intents, leading to a significant advancement in her own swordsmanship. However, even she had not anticipated that Sister Yu would unravel the Void Sword River. Who knows the magnitude of the sensation this would cause within the creation sword ruins? Luo Qianqian steered clear of the site of the Void Sword River by thousands of miles, attempting to follow Sister Yu's example by starting with the most fundamental sword intent creations. It was only through personal attempts that Luo Qianqian comprehended the formidable difficulty of unraveling sword intent creations. The first sword intent creation she attempted to decipher was a sword grasp formed by the fusion of 3 sword intents. Taking the entire duration of an incense stick to dismantle in contrast, Sister Yu had unraveled the Void Sword River in mere breaths. Luo Qianqian increasingly recognized the chasm in innate talent and aptitude between herself and Sister Yu, akin to a vast divide. Nevertheless, the insights gained from deciphering the sword intent creations were immensely valuable, revealing previously unimagined transformations of sword intent clearly in her mind, granting her a deeper understanding of the way of the sword. In that moment, Luo Qianqian fully grasped the path she must tread in the future, feeling an innate sense of seizing her destiny. As Luo Qianqian was about to continue deciphering the essence of sword creation, the dark-clothed youth who had once mocked Han Yuyao near the Kongming Sword River appeared, but he proclaimed himself to be a core disciple of the Qingyun sword sect and, realizing his previous demeanor was too harsh, had come specifically to apologize. Furthermore, he sought to compensate Han Yuyao through Luo Qianqian, offering a treasure capable of continuously refining the soul to demonstrate his sincerity. Such treasures, forged over a lifetime by nobles, are invaluable, and for one to be willing to part with a soul-refining artifact indeed signifies profound earnestness. The residual effects of Sister Yu's deciphering of the Kongming Sword River were already approaching. Luo Qianqian indicated that she would relay the message to Sister Yu at the appropriate time, but made no promises. The Qingyun sword sect disciple, understanding the situation, withdrew, refraining from disturbing Luo Qianqian's contemplation of the sword. Yet, subsequently, Luo Qianqian found herself with no time left to unravel the essence of sword creation. Numerous sword cultivators, employing various means, had learned of her close association with the decipherer and approached her one after another, eager to extract details about Han Yuyao's true origins. That on one hand, many sword cultivators were curious about the extraordinary talent emerging from which faction. On the other hand, some sword prodigies even sought to exchange precious treasures for Sister Yu's immortal sword intent, requesting her to convey their messages. That it must be noted that once the immortal sword intent recognizes its master, it can be transferred to others or even seized. Upon discovering that Sister Yu's sword intent realm was merely at the 3rd level of the mortal realm, many sword cultivators shifted their focus toward her. In their eyes, acquiring the immortal sword intent from Sister Yu seemed far easier than obtaining its acknowledgement. In light of this situation, Luo Qianqian consistently deflected inquiries, asserting that she had only recently had the fortune of becoming a follower of that celestial figure. She claimed to know little beyond the fact that this celestial being possessed extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, which had greatly benefited her, and she had no knowledge of the celestial's other information. Until she had Sister Yu's consent, she would not divulge any details about her, aside from the sword cultivators. Luo Qianqian sensed several hidden hostilities, causing her to be on high alert. It seemed that Sister Yu's deciphering of the Kongming Sword River and her acquisition of the immortal sword intent had attracted the covetous eyes of other sword prodigies. Should Sister Yu venture once more into the sword creation ruins, it was likely that some sword cultivators would directly attempt to seize her immortal sword intent. With so many seeking information about Han Yuyao, Luo Qianqian found it impossible to concentrate on her deciphering. Thus she decided to withdraw from the sword creation ruins for the time being. Reflecting on her experiences in the sword creation ruins that day, Luo Qianqian couldn't help but feel grateful for having seized the opportunity to follow Sister Yu. If she were to attempt to do so now, it would not be nearly as easy. Knock, knock, knock. A brief and rhythmic knocking echoed, revealing the knocker's refined demeanor. Luo Qianqian, puzzled, thought to herself that her best friend, Luo Ying, was known for a fiery temper and would never knock so courteously. Who could it be? In the Luo family, Those who reached the true spirit realm before the age of 18 were entitled to an independent courtyard within the hidden Dragon Valley. Each courtyard was protected by its own array, preventing disturbances and allowing for peaceful cultivation. Knocking could only be heard when the courtyard owner dispelled the array. For urgent matters, it was customary to send a message directly to the owner. Moreover, such a cultured knocking was unusual. Knock, knock. Before Luo Qianqian could ponder further, the rhythmic knocking sounded again, maintaining its refined quality. Luo Qianqian raised her brows slightly. It seemed the knocker had been waiting for some time. This person likely had no idea when they would hear a response and simply knocked at intervals. Truly commendable. Who could it be? Curiosity piqued. Luo Qianqian waved her hand to dispel the array and opened the door with a creak. Standing before her was an elegantly dressed middle-aged man, exuding an aura as deep as the ocean, surrounded by a chilling sword intent, yet wearing a harmless smile. Qianqian, you must have just awakened from the sword creation ruins. How was your harvest? The refined youth inquired warmly. Behind him stood over a dozen elderly men with graying hair, each exuding formidable strength, yet their expressions were as amiable as that of a neighbor. Luo Qianqian blinked, focusing intently on the man before her, and her pupils suddenly constricted as she exclaimed, "Family head. It is I hope I am not disturbing you." The refined middle-aged man nodded with a smile. A tempest of emotions surged within Luo Qianqian. Could this truly be the Sword Emperor Luo Wudi, who had once proven his path through slaughter? The Sword Emperor Luo Wudi was the current head of the Luo family. Having single-handedly annihilated 3 major empires in one day, a figure of overwhelming killing intent that struck fear into the hearts of the younger generation. When had he changed his disposition? Moreover, the elders standing behind the family head were all esteemed members of the family. Why were they all here today? Could it be that Chapter 16? The position of the Daozi. A month's time, Luo Qianqian's mind was like a clear mirror. The family head's visit along with numerous elders was most likely related to Sister Yu. Family head and esteemed elders, your presence here is truly an honor. If there are any instructions, please feel free to communicate them through your divine sense. I could never dare to let the family head and esteemed elders come here specially. Luo Qianqian welcomed them into the courtyard with composure, her demeanor calm and respectful. Under ordinary circumstances, encountering so many prominent figures at once would have left Luo Qianqian flustered and at a loss. However, after becoming a follower of Sister Yu in the sword creation ruins, her perspective had shifted dramatically. Even with so many eminent individuals visiting simultaneously, her heart remained largely undisturbed. Luo Wudi waved his hand, smiling as he said, "In this era of great contention, the future of our Luo family rests upon the shoulders of you young people. If we were to transmit our thoughts through divine sense and inadvertently interrupt your enlightenment, it would be a loss for the entire Luo family. By the way, I have heard that you befriended a celestial prodigy in the sword creation ruins. Do tell, which lineage does this prodigy belong to?" Indeed, they had come with the intent of inquiring about Sister Yu. I had a fortuitous encounter with that celestial figure in the sword creation ruins, witnessing her effortlessly unravel numerous sword creations with a mere wave of her hand. I recognized her extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, which I had never encountered before, and thus I requested to become her follower. As for her origins, I truly do not know, that I fear I may disappoint the family head and esteemed elders. Luo Qianqian replied, her expression unchanging and her gaze clear of any impurities. Not knowing is fine. Regardless of her background, your ability to follow such a prodigy is an immense opportunity that you must seize. Luo Wudi seemed to have anticipated this, refraining from pressing further. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Wudi appeared to remember something and continued, "We have come here today for another matter. After discussing with the elders, we have decided to appoint you as the current Daozi of our Luo family, and I am here to inform you of this as the head of the sword god lineage." Luo Wudi possessed profound swordsmanship and frequently sought enlightenment in the sword creation ruins, holding extensive knowledge about it. Based on his understanding, few sword prodigies throughout history had succeeded in unraveling sword creations imbued with immortal sword intent. Those prodigies were invariably the most formidable talents of their era. Learning that a descendant of the Luo family could become a follower of such a prodigy, Luo Wudi immediately convened a meeting with the elders, decisively advocating for Luo Qianqian to be named the Daozi, thereby carrying the Luo family's future fortunes. His personal visit with the esteemed elders was solely for this purpose. Daozi, Luo Qianqian paused slightly, then gently shook her head, stating, "Among the younger generation of our Luo family, my qualifications and cultivation are still insufficient to rank among the top 5. If I were to become the current Daozi, many family members would surely be dissatisfied. Family head, please do not jest." Upon hearing Luo Qianqian's words, Luo Wudi stood with his hands behind his back, a chilling aura of killing intent sweeping through the air as he proclaimed proudly, "This is the result of discussions between myself and the elders. Who dares to dissent? Ha! What great authority you wield, family head." Just then, a deep yet powerful voice resonated from within the depths of the Luo family. Soon after, a lean old man clad in coarse linen appeared high in the sky. This old man resembled a drawn sword, looking down upon Luo Wudi and the others in the courtyard. The Daozi, carrying the fortunes and misfortunes of the Luo family, should naturally reside with the strongest among the current generation. How could it be appointed so casually? The old man in linen spoke with a stern countenance. Luo Wudi raised his brows slightly, casually cupping his hands in greeting. With a nonchalant tone, he replied, "Uncle Zhua, it seems someone has informed you of our discussions that I am aware that Luo Bufan is your esteemed disciple, and you wish for him to become the Daozi of our Luo family. However, the current head of the Luo family is indeed me. The matter of the Daozi is the result of my discussions with the elders. Are you preparing to reclaim my position as family head?" This linen-clad old man was none other than the previous head of the Luo family, now a revered elder with unfathomable cultivation. The old man spoke coldly, "Do not place such an unjust label on me. I have no objections to your leadership of the Luo family. However, to unilaterally appoint a Daozi is to violate the ancestral rules left by our forebears. It is far too unfair to the other prodigies of the younger generation. As the esteemed elder of the Luo family, how could I allow you to act recklessly?" Luo Wudi, his face contorted with anger, thundered, "The current world is a realm of great contention, where opportunities and fortunes are fiercely contested. In extraordinary times, one must undertake extraordinary actions. The prodigy whom Qianqian followed in the Forge of Destiny effortlessly unraveled the Void Sword River, undoubtedly a rare harbinger of fate among the heavens and earth. If Qianqian were to become the Daozi of the Luo family, our entire clan would undoubtedly reap the benefits. Perhaps we could even witness the emergence of another sword deity akin to our illustrious ancestor." Yet, the elderly figure in tattered robes paused momentarily, speaking with grave earnestness. Throughout history, many great harbingers of fortune have met untimely ends, especially in times of great strife. That it is better to place our trust in ourselves rather than cling to the fortunes of others. At this point, the elderly man took a brief pause before continuing. "In 1 month's time, it will be the Luo family's annual sword trial. Since you are confident in her abilities, let her compete alongside the other young prodigies of the Luo family. If she can surpass her contemporaries, I shall have no objections to her becoming the Daozi. As a follower of a great harbinger, if she cannot even impress her peers, what right does she have to be the Daozi of the Luo family?" A fierce murderous intent surged from Luo Wudi, who was about to argue his case, only to hear Luo Qianqian nodding in agreement. "Then let us proceed, as the esteemed elder suggests." The guidance provided by Sister Yu in the Forge of Destiny had already illuminated a path for Luo Qianqian to strive towards. Even if Sister Yu were to cease her guidance in the future, she was confident in her ability to surpass all of the Luo family's younger generation. Initially, Luo Qianqian had no intention of contending for the position of Daozi, but the elder's disdain for Sister Yu ignited her fury. "This Daozi of the Luo family shall indeed be mine." Upon hearing Luo Qianqian's agreement, Luo Wudi was taken aback, but he was well aware that among the younger generation of the Luo family, at least 6 possessed qualifications and cultivation surpassing that of Luo Qianqian, particularly the elder's closed-door disciple, who had already 1 foot in the realm of nobility, with Luo Qianqian only at the mid-stage of the true spirit realm. How much could she possibly improve in a month's time? Excellent. This is the confidence befitting a future Daozi. We shall reconvene in a month. The elderly figure chuckled heartily before vanishing into the void. Luo Wudi flicked his fingers, sending a sword-shaped jade talisman soaring towards Luo Qianqian. This talisman was a condensation of sword intent from a pinnacle sword cultivator in the noble realm, devoid of impurities. Ready for direct absorption and refinement, I present this to you today. May you soar to new heights at the sword trial in a month's time. Luo Wuti spoke solemnly. Luo Qianqian gently shook her wrist, sending the jade talisman back towards Luo Wuti. I appreciate the head of the family's goodwill, but I must decline the talisman that if word of it were to spread, it would inevitably lead to gossip. I shall rely on my own strength to claim the position of Daozi. Luo Qianqian responded confidently. Had this been in the past, such a treasure would have been Luo Qianqian's most coveted desire. However, now, she resolutely rejected it. Even without this jade talisman, she was confident in her ability to seize the title of Daozi. Chapter 17. Luo Qianqian's Resolve and Han Yuyo's Gift in the Forge of Destiny. Han Yuyo's figure materialized from thin air, exactly at the spot where she had exited the forge previously. As soon as she appeared, she sensed a multitude of minds focusing on her. How could there be so many people? Han Yuyo's brows furrowed slightly, reflecting her sword heart. She could clearly discern the emotions embedded in the gazes directed at her. Admiration, curiosity, confusion, jealousy, hostility, and more, all vividly apparent. At that moment, messages surged from the Forge of Destiny, prompting more sword cultivators to enter. Han Yuyo gazed at the vanished void sword river, a vague suspicion forming in her heart that it might relate to her earlier unraveling of the river. Suddenly, a lithe figure approached swiftly, manifesting before Han Yuyo. It was Luo Qianqian. Sister Yu, you have finally arrived. I was so worried these past few days. I thought you might have been injured when you unraveled the void sword river. Luo Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, feeling a tremendous sense of relief. Since Han Yuyo had unraveled the void sword river, 7 days had already passed. Countless sword cultivators had been keenly watching for news about Han Yuyo. As long as she remained absent, all attention would inevitably shift to Luo Qianqian. Over these past 7 days, Luo Qianqian had endured unimaginable pressure, even becoming distracted while unraveling sword intent creations, resulting in extremely low efficiency. Now, seeing Han Yuyo, it was as if she had found her anchor, and the weight on her heart finally lifted. Han Yuyo casually replied, "No need to fret. I merely experienced a stroke of luck and have been comprehending the Tao for several days. Are these sword cultivators surrounding us all here for me?" To Han Yuyo, the Forge of Destiny was merely a place to enhance her sword foundation. Even the effects of the eternal sword intent were negligible for her. She had not given the forge much thought. Over these past few days, she had been immersed in the profound mysteries of the Life Palace realm and only remembered to enter the forge now. Luo Qianqian nodded earnestly, stating, "Indeed, they are all here for Sister Yu. Your unraveling of the Void Sword River is an unprecedented feat, drawing the attention of numerous sword cultivators. Some intend to become your followers. Others wish to challenge you for fame, and some aim to seize your eternal sword intent. Each with their own motives. Sister, it would be best to prepare yourself mentally." Han Yuyo lightly shook her head, nonchalantly saying, "No worries. There is no need to dwell on it. Just cultivate at your own pace. Do not let external matters affect you." Luo Qianqian felt an unexpected sense of reassurance and nervously added, "By the way, after you unraveled the Void Sword River, various factions have been investigating your background that I have never disclosed any information about you. However, prior to your unraveling of the river, someone did overhear me referring to you as sister. So your name has already circulated that it is my fault for being so careless. Please, Sister Yu, chastise me." Han Yuyo laughed dismissively. "It is merely a name. If it spreads, so be it that it is of little consequence. As for my origins, it is not convenient to reveal them to you now. In time, you will come to know. Please, sister, do not disclose your origins to me. If I were to inadvertently leak your information, I would deserve a fate worse than death." Luo Qianqian hastily shook her head, unwilling to pry into Han Yuyo's specific background. Then, as if recalling something, Luo Qianqian continued, "There is one more thing. When you unraveled the Void Sword River, a young man in black from the Qingyun sword sect spoke coldly to you. After witnessing your feat, he felt alarmed and prepared to offer a treasure that can continuously temper the soul as an apology. I wonder if you would be willing to accept his contrition." A look of surprise flickered across Han Yuyo's stunning visage as she chuckled lightly. He was merely trying to offer a kind reminder, albeit with a poor attitude that I did not take it to heart at all, that if I were to concern myself with such trifles, how could I find the focus to comprehend the sword path? You see things so clearly, sister. Such a broad-minded perspective is not something just anyone can possess. Luo Qianqian gazed at her in admiration. At that moment, a beam of sword light shot forth from the distant void. Swiftly approaching, the sword light halted several dozen yards from Han Yuyo, transforming into a haughty young woman clad in purple. Surrounding the purple-clad girl was a swirling, ethereal river of shattered ice, making her appear as if she were a sword unsheathed. From the Xining Great World, I am Nangong Shui, here to challenge the Sword Fairy. I humbly request your guidance. The voice of the purple-clad girl was as cold as frost, her gaze locked on a Han Yuyo, suspended in the void. Nangong Shui. It was said that she was a follower of the ice sword deity, with her sword intent having already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the mortal realm, rendering her nearly invincible within the mortal realm sword forge. Was this challenge sanctioned by the ice sword deity? Indeed, the ice sword deity had long regarded the eternal sword intent within the void sword river as his own possession. With Han Yuyo unraveling the river, the ice sword deity's plans had been thwarted, and he would undoubtedly be unwilling to relent. The ice sword deity had attempted to conquer the void sword river over 10 times, but had failed each time. Whereas Han Yuyo succeeded, making their differences abundantly clear. Even the ice sword deity himself was inferior to Han Yuyo. Was his follower not setting herself up for embarrassment by challenging Han Yuyo? Yet that might not be the case. The act of unraveling was not the same as true combat. Nangong Shui's sword intent had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the mortal realm, while Han Yuyo's sword intent was only at the 3rd layer of the mortal realm. Oh, had she reached the 4th layer? Even at the 4th layer, the gap between her and Nangong Shui was still considerable. And Nangong Shui might not be without her chances of victory. In the distance, figures emanating a chilling sword intent materialized in the void, all sword cultivators from various factions who had come rushing. Upon seeing someone challenge the sword fairy, they all revealed themselves, watching from afar. Luo Qianqian raised her brows, stepping into the void to stand before Han Yuyo, her gaze directed at Nangong Shui as she coldly declared, "If you wish to challenge Sister Yu, you must first pass through me." To speak candidly, I hold little confidence against Nangong Shui and Luo Qianqian. However, upon witnessing someone challenging Sister Yu, she resolutely refused to allow herself to retreat, stepping forward without hesitation, an unmistakable aura of determination emanating from her. She had already resolved to employ forbidden sword techniques in her desperate bid for victory. Han Yu Yao's immaculate sword heart clearly sensed Luo Qianqian's resolve, and she couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise. She had not anticipated that Luo Qianqian would truly be willing to risk everything for her. Qianqian. Han Yu Yao gently placed her hand on Luo Qianqian's shoulder. As Luo Qianqian turned around, she found Han Yu Yao's fingertip resting on her brow. In that instant, she distinctly sensed a strand of sword intent, exuding an aura of immortality, penetrating deep into her soul, instantly becoming an intrinsic part of her sword path. In that fleeting moment, Luo Qianqian felt an inexplicable connection with the entire creation sword ruins. She could now draw upon the sword power from the creation sword ruins at any time, her comprehension of the sword path reaching unparalleled depths. Though her sword intent still languished at the 8th layer of the mortal realm, her sword intent had crystallized nearly 100-fold. Immortal sword intent. This was the very immortal sword intent that Sister Yu had acquired. Luo Qianqian was utterly astonished, momentarily at a loss for words. Han Yu Yao wore a subtle smile, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "This sword intent has become useless to me. I gift it to you. Make this battle a splendid one." What? The immortal sword intent is given away. Indeed, it was the immortal sword intent. Numerous sword path prodigies yearned for this coveted treasure, yet the ice sword god had expended great effort and failed to obtain even a single strand. The immortal sword intent was so casually bestowed, and merely to a follower. Surely, I am not dreaming. Gasp. If the immortal sword intent holds no value for the fairy Yu, to what extraordinary extent must her sword path aptitude reach? To become a follower of such a sword path prodigy, Luo Qianqian was truly fortunate. I shall become fairy Yu's follower. No one shall stop me. Upon witnessing Han Yu Yao bestow the immortal sword intent upon Luo Qianqian, the world erupted in astonishment. Chapter 18. A single sword defeats, thunderous tactics. Seeing Han Yu Yao grant the immortal sword intent to Luo Qianqian, Nan Gongshue's eyes turned red with jealousy. How could the disparity be so vast among followers of prodigies? The ice sword god, whom she followed, had strained to acquire a single strand of immortal sword intent, while the fairy Yu, whom Luo Qianqian followed, effortlessly gifted it to her follower. Doubt crept in her mind. Was the ice sword god truly worthy of her allegiance? Strike! Luo Qianqian's voice was as cold as smoke, imbued with a chilling, killing intent. Nan Gongshui regained her composure, forcefully steadying her mind, transforming into a river of shattered ice crystals, akin to an awakening ice dragon, charging towards Luo Qianqian with lethal intent. You dare to claim the immortal sword intent? Hand it over! A voice echoed from the ice-blue sword river. Gazing at the oncoming Nan Gongshui, Luo Qianqian's eyes were clear and untainted, a faint aura of immortality emanating from her brow. In that moment, memories of Han Yu Yao explaining the various sword intent creations surged into her mind. Many sword path transformations that had previously eluded her understanding suddenly coalesced into clarity. Every sword intent contained within Nan Gongshue's icy river became vividly apparent to her. Shattered sword intent, ice crystal sword intent, extreme cold sword intent, among others. Each variation of sword intent was now within her grasp. The ice river, constituted of numerous sword intents, contained only a few core intents. Most were mere FA aids, appearing formidable yet riddled with flaws. Clang, 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 with the resounding cries of swords, dozens of fiery blossoms illuminated the void, embedding themselves at critical nodes within the ice river. Boom! The ice crystal river erupted with a series of thunderous roars, collapsing amidst the expanse of heaven and earth. Nan Gongshue's figure reappeared in the void, her gaze toward Luo Qianqian filled with terror. Before she could react further, her form disintegrated, vanishing from the creation's sword ruins. What? Nan Gongshui has been utterly defeated, and so completely. This was undoubtedly the result of the immortal sword intent. Otherwise, with Luo Qianqian's sword intent at the 8th layer of the mortal realm, defeating Nan Gongshui, who stood at the pinnacle of the 9th layer, would be nearly impossible. Nan Gongshui had been forcibly expelled from the creation sword ruins, her soul likely suffering significant damage. It was entirely her own doing. The ice sword god had sent his follower to test the fairy Yu for the sake of the immortal sword intent. Yet the fairy Yu had effortlessly bestowed it upon her own follower. Such magnanimity far surpassed that of the ice sword god. Only a sword path prodigy of this caliber is worthy of my devotion. Luo Qianqian had truly ascended to greatness, a transformation that evoked envy in many. Numerous sword cultivators bore witness to this battle, their astonishment palpable. Luo Qianqian gracefully descended beside Han Yu Yao. Bowing respectfully, Sister Yu, I have not failed you. I hope you'll take back this immortal sword intent. Han Yu Yao waved her hand nonchalantly. I have already bestowed it upon you. There is no reason to retract it. Besides, the creation sword ruins are replete with immortal sword intent. Should I truly require it, I can obtain it at any time. Why concern oneself with this single strand of immortal sword intent? Is this the confidence of an eternal prodigy? Luo Qianqian momentarily paused, then solemnly replied, Then I shall not be coy. From now on, should Sister Yu command, I shall willingly face any peril. Suddenly, a youth clad in black soared through the void on his sword. He held a teardrop-shaped jade pendant in both hands, bowing deeply to Han Yu Yao. I am Qin Fei Yang of the Qing Yun Sword Sect, that I spoke ill of you 7 days ago. And I have come to offer my apologies upon witnessing this. Luo Qianqian hastily transmitted to Han Yu Yao. Sister Yu, this is the impertinent fellow from the Qing Yun Sword Sect. The item in his possession is likely the treasure capable of continuously refining the soul. Understanding dawned on Han Yu Yao as she gazed at Qin Fei Yang with clear eyes, speaking with an airy demeanor. You meant well in your warning. There is no need for apologies. The fairy's grace is immense, Qin Fei Yang declared, eager to follow Han Yu Yao, ready to serve her every command. In that brief moment, at least dozens of figures rushed toward this place, from midair. Various clamorous voices echoed. Does the fairy lack followers? I am well informed. Should the fairy permit me to follow, I can become her eyes and ears, gathering all information for her. I offer 1,000-year ice crystal in exchange for the honor of becoming the fairy's follower. Fairy, I possess no treasures to present, but I have a fervent heart. As long as the fairy allows me to follow, I am willing to brave any danger for her. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Han Yu Yao gently raised her hand, silencing the crowd. Comprehending the sword is a solitary and tedious endeavor. One must endure loneliness and resist temptation to achieve success in the sword path. For the time being, I shall not accept any more followers. Please return. With that, Han Yu Yao issued her dismissal to the multitude of sword cultivators. Chun Fei Yang's expression turned bitter. He clasped his hands in salute, but refrained from further remarks. Having spoken disrespectfully to the Fairy Yu, her forgiveness was already a monumental blessing. To aspire to become her follower was but a foolish dream. The faces of the other sword cultivators were etched with disappointment. Having witnessed the Fairy Yu bestow the immortal sword intent upon her follower, who among them would not feel envy? Why could Luo Qianqian receive such favor, while they could not? What set them apart from her? A handsome youth with prominent brows shouted defiantly. Why should we not be worthy? Upon hearing the youth's outcry, many sword cultivators' eyes lit up, echoing his sentiment. Indeed, since the fairy has accepted Luo Qianqian, why not us? We came with sincerity. Such treatment from the fairy would dishearten us all. The chorus of agreement grew, coalescing into an invisible force pressing toward Han Yu Yao. Without uttering a word, Han Yu Yao flicked her fingers, unleashing several sword shadows that pierced through the air, instantly embedding themselves into the foreheads of the loudest dissenters, that in an instant, those sword cultivators were encased in ice. Shattered amidst the cosmos. Who else has objections? Han Yu Yao's indifferent voice reverberated around the sword cultivators. All the sword cultivators instinctively distanced themselves from Han Yu Yao, suddenly realizing that she was a being capable of unraveling the void sword river, not someone they could easily provoke. In that moment, no one dared to speak out of turn again. Chapter 19. The creator of the sword river, annihilating soul-killing sword. Then I shall not disturb the fairy any further. Chen Fiyang let out a gentle sigh, offering a respectful gesture towards Han Yueying before departing in disappointment. The other sword cultivators, witnessing Han Yueying's decisive and ruthless demeanor, understood the futility of their endeavors and gradually followed suit in leaving. However, a few sword cultivators, unwilling to concede so easily, trailed behind at a moderate distance. They yearned to observe firsthand how Han Yueying would unravel the creations of other sword intents, subtle strands of divine consciousness darting back and forth around her and her companion. A glint of cold light flickered in Han Yueying's clear eyes as her mind stirred. An invisible sword intent surged forth towards their originators with remarkable swiftness. Humph, humph, humph. The remaining sword cultivators, still lingering in the distance, could not help but emit muffled groans, their faces turning pale, their forms becoming ethereal, seemingly on the verge of vanishing within the sword ruins of creation. Many sword cultivators dared not linger any longer, transforming into streaks of light that vanished into the horizon. Sister Yu, Luo Qianqian's gaze fell upon Han Yueying, wanting to express something. Han Yueying raised her hand to interrupt, her gaze fixed on a distant void as her cool voice echoed. Those who lurk in the shadows. Are you not prepared to reveal yourselves? Buzz. Waves of energy rippled through the void, and a young man clad in a water-blue robe with black hair materialized in the air. This youth was tall and composed, his dreamy azure eyes emanating an aura of chilling sword intent, his presence unfathomable. What a keen perception of the sword path, truly deserving of being the prodigy who shattered the void sword river. The blue-clad youth's voice rang clear as frost, betraying no hint of amiability. Han Yueying carefully sensed the aura surrounding this individual, her expression shifting slightly with intrigue. The SOU are the creator of the Void Sword River? Luo Qianqian's expression grew grave. The creator of the Void Sword River was a sword path prodigy renowned 3,000 years ago, and he had come in person. The blue-clad youth replied calmly. Indeed, I am the creator of the Void Sword River. Mingyu, you have unraveled my Void Sword River and bestowed the eternal sword intent upon your followers. This is excessive. I am eager to witness how you will dismantle the Void Sword River. Before his words faded, Mingyu casually gestured, conjuring a manifestation of the Void Sword River that surged towards Han Yueying, dark currents swirling and waves crashing violently. This manifestation of the Void Sword River was even more intricate than the one Han Yueying had previously unraveled. With various sword intents perfectly intertwined, each one's power amplified to its utmost. Mingyu had left the Void Sword River as a creation 3,000 years prior. Now, his comprehension of the sword path far surpassed his former self. Though it was still the Void Sword River, its might had multiplied several-fold. Han Yueying remained unfazed, effortlessly unleashing her own sword creations into the Void Sword River, causing the pure sword intent within to vanish swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the entire Void Sword River had completely dissipated from existence. Suddenly, a black sword radiating a formidable killing intent flickered into view amidst the void. It was a small sword. Entirely black, exuding a tidal wave of murderous energy, traversing the void and arriving before Han Yueying in an instant. Sister Yu, be cautious. That is the Soul Annihilation Sword. It can transcend time and space to kill even within the sword ruins of creation. Luo Qianqian exclaimed in alarm. The sword ruins of creation was a realm straddling the line between reality and illusion, typically accessible only to the spiritual consciousness of sword cultivators. However, certain treasures could also be brought into the sword ruins of creation. The Soul Annihilation Sword was one such artifact, specifically designed to target souls. Han Yueying's eyes sparkled with divine light as her essence coalesced into an invisible blade that struck towards the Soul Annihilation Sword. Around her, colossal visions faintly materialized, days and nights devoid of light, countless stars plummeting, mountains and rivers collapsing, gods and demons spilling blood. Heaven and earth have no justice. Clang. The invisible blade collided with the Soul Annihilation Sword, producing a resonant sound akin to the clash of metal. In that instant, all the energy contained within the Soul Annihilation Sword vanished without a trace, dropping from the sky as though it were an ordinary sword. Ming Yu's pupils constricted sharply. This Soul Annihilation Sword was a secret treasure he had retrieved from the Sin Sword Abyss, specifically designed to assault the soul. Even those sword emperors who had comprehended the royal realm sword intent had never escaped its lethal grasp. Yet now it had met its match. What sword path divine ability is this? Go. Just then, a clear command resonated from Han Yueying. The invisible blade that had shattered the Soul Annihilation Sword did not dissipate. Instead, it became even more refined, crossing the void and arriving instantly before Ming Yu. Ming Yu's expression changed dramatically as an ice-blue palace of sword intent materialized around him. Each brick and tile contained distinct sword intent. The eaves adorned with frost patterns, exuding a chilling aura, enveloping him within. However, as soon as this sword palace made contact with the invisible blade, it crumbled and collapsed, unable to withstand even a fraction of its might. This exemplified the overwhelming dominance of heaven and earth. When a sword is drawn, myriad paths are obliterated. The invisible blade penetrated directly into Ming Yu's forehead. Ming Yu felt as if his comprehension of the sword path was disintegrating, swiftly losing consciousness as his figure vanished from the sword ruins of creation. The spiritual consciousness of the creator of the Void Sword River was forcibly extinguished by Han Yueying, one of the sword path prodigy from 3,000 years ago. To attempt to assert dominance in the mortal realm sword ruins, he was not yet worthy. Sister Yu, you are truly remarkable, Luo Qianqian exclaimed, her exquisite features brimming with admiration, before adding through gritted teeth. I never expected the creator of the Void Sword River to be so despicable. To use a treasure of secret grade in the mortal realm sword ruins is utterly shameless. Han Yueying replied nonchalantly. This was merely a lesson for him. I will seek him out personally in the future. Luo Qianqian picked up the black short sword from the ground and handed it to Han Yueying, saying, Sister Yu, this is a secret treasure forged by a sword emperor. It is one of the few treasures that can be brought into the sword ruins of creation. This item specifically targets souls. Even a sword emperor, if caught off guard, would likely fall victim. Fortunately, Sister Yu possesses immense power. That is what allowed us to avert disaster. I just wonder if the secret treasure can still be used. Han Yueying examined the black short sword closely, noticing its overwhelming aura of destruction and the faint yet profound essence of sin it harbored. Is this the Soul Annihilation Sword? I have merely temporarily sealed its energy. After a period, it will return to normal. It is indeed a fine treasure. Han Yueying said casually, tucking the Soul Annihilation Sword away as she turned her gaze towards Luo Qianqian and continued. How have you fared in your attempts to unravel the sword intent creations these past few days? I can dismantle some ordinary sword in 10 creations, but it takes a considerable amount of time. As for those that are too complex, I am currently unable to unravel them. Luo Qianqian gently shook her head. Give it a try, Han Yueying encouraged with a gesture towards Luo Qianqian. Without further hesitation, Luo Qianqian began her attempts at unraveling the sword intent creations on the spot. With the enhancement of the eternal sword intent, she found it much easier than before, prompting Han Yueying to silently nod in approval. After briefly guiding Luo Qianqian, Han Yueying instructed her to continue unraveling elsewhere, while she herself embarked on dismantling other sword intent creations. Chapter 20. The Despairing Ice Sword Sun. The Life Sword Tree. The reappearance of the Void Sword River in the Mortal Realm Sword Ruins resonated with many nearby sword cultivators. Even those who had just been expelled by Han Yueying and had not ventured too far dared to employ various means to investigate. The creator of the Void Sword River had returned to the Mortal Realm Sword Ruins, utilizing the Void Sword River and the Soul Annihilation Sword. Yet still, he was vanquished by the Jade Fairy with a single strike. Upon witnessing this scene, all sword cultivators were left dumbfounded. That was a sword path prodigy from 3,000 years ago. With the enhancement of the Eternal Sword Intent, drawing from 3,000 years of sword path power in the sword ruins of creation, even a pig would become a formidable sword master. Moreover, he possessed extraordinary innate talent and wielded the Soul Annihilation Sword, capable of slaying sword emperors. The arrival of such an entity in the Mortal Realm Sword Ruins signified invincibility. Yet, in the face of such a being, even deploying all his means, he was still defeated by the Jade Fairy with a single blow. This was a complete subversion of perception. Was this truly the unrivaled prodigy of the Golden Age? In no time, news of the Jade Fairy's victory over the creator of the Void Sword River spread like wildfire throughout the Mortal Realm Sword Ruins. Numerous ancient titans were unable to deduce the true origins of the Jade Fairy, and her background became increasingly enigmatic. Some speculated that she was a prodigy long hidden by the Imperial sect. Others believed she was the reincarnation of a sword sage. Some thought she was a supreme being undergoing rebirth, while others believed she was the destined child born of calamity. However, all these were mere conjectures. No one knew the true origins of the Jade Fairy that in the Ice Sword Sacred Mountain, the Ice Sword Sun. Li Daoxian was immersed in enlightenment within the 10,000-year-old profound ice. Upon hearing this news, the sword energy radiating from him shattered the ancient ice into fragments, his expression darkening to the point of almost dripping with water. He had exerted tremendous effort to unravel the Void Sword River in hopes of obtaining the eternal sword intent within. Yet the Jade Fairy effortlessly shattered the Void Sword River and carelessly gifted its eternal sword intent to her followers. Even the creator of the Void Sword River had personally arrived, employing the Soul Annihilation Sword, yet he was still defeated by the Jade Fairy's single strike. At this moment, the Ice Sword Sun realized that the Jade Fairy was not inferior to the innate Tao embryo of the holy morning of Cold Moon, a prodigy of ancient times. With his qualifications, he was utterly unworthy of even being mentioned in the same breath. The treasure he has tirelessly sought yet failed to obtain is merely discarded refuse in the eyes of the Jade Fairy, cast aside as if it were worthless rags. He now perceives himself as a beggar, yearning for delectable delicacies that are nothing more than the remnants of others' feasts. The Ice Sword prodigy, consumed by his thoughts, finds himself haunted by madness, his heart clouded by a heavy shroud of despair, his eyes flickering with a frenzied light. What extraordinary talent does the Jade Fairy possess? Why am I devoid of such gifts? These peerless talents of the ages are utterly disheartening. Regardless of their legendary status, in this age of contention, anything is possible. If only I could seize her fortune and opportunities. The countenance of the Ice Sword prodigy grows increasingly complex, at times envious and furious, at times agitated and wild, at times gritting his teeth in rage, and at times consumed by wrath, his resolve teetering on the brink of collapse. Ally Daoxian. At that moment, a voice akin to a grand bell reverberated in his ear. Upon hearing it, the Ice Sword prodigy shuddered, regaining his composure, and respectfully saluted towards the void above. Thank you, Divine Lord. The Ice Sword Divine Lord did not manifest, yet his resounding yet indifferent voice echoed through the ether. In this golden age, many prodigies as fellow bearers of the sect's fortunes have already ascended to the status of sovereigns. Yet you, remain merely a noble lord, having fallen far behind your contemporaries. Now, you are even disturbed in your path by a mere woman who has only recently grasped the essence of the mortal realm's sword. I now question whether you are still fit to be the scion of my ice sword divine mountain. The ice sword prodigy was taken aback, inhaling deeply before solemnly replying. I acknowledge my error. I have been overly fixated on the immortal sword intent, leading to my unstable heart. I am willing to accept any punishment. The recognition of the immortal sword intent by its master merely reflects the potential displayed at that moment. It does not signify one's ultimate achievement. You have indeed been too obsessed. The ice sword divine lord admonished, then shifted the topic. How do you plan to confront the Jade Fairy? The ice sword prodigy involuntarily caught his breath. Then earnestly declared, I believe that the Jade Fairy is undoubtedly a rare talent in the realm of swordsmanship. With my current capabilities, I am far inferior to her. However, this is an age of great contention, and I must possess the courage to rival her. If I can seize her fortune and opportunities, I shall take her place. He understood the divine lord's intention, if he lacked the courage to contend with the Jade Fairy. His position as scion would surely be in jeopardy. The ice sword divine lord fell silent for a moment, his tone icy as he remarked, even the creator of the Void Sword River, who personally manifested in the Mortal Sword ruins and unleashed the Soul Annihilation Sword, could not do anything to you. That on what grounds do you think you can contend with her? A resolute expression flashed across the ice sword prodigy's face as he replied solemnly, I intend to enter the forbidden realm of the ice sword void sea. If I can emerge alive, I will have the qualifications to rival any prodigy in the world. Should I tragically perish in my pursuit of the Tao, I shall at least not bring shame to the ice sword divine mountain. The ice sword divine lord nodded slightly. Very well. If you can emerge from the ice sword void sea, you shall remain the scion of my ice sword divine mountain. After the ice sword divine lord's words, silence ensued. Han Yueying, oblivious to the commotion she had caused, strolled through the mortal sword ruins as if in a leisurely garden, effortlessly dismantling each sword intent creation that came into her grasp. After a considerable time, Han Yueying gently shook her head. Through her recent breakthroughs, her foundation in swordsmanship had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level, rendering the dismantling of such ordinary sword intent creations ineffective for her growth. Her gaze turned towards the distant horizon, where the divine mountain loomed majestically, its sacred trees stretching across the heavens, branches and leaves shimmering with the light of the sun and moon, palaces and celestial towers appearing and disappearing, divine tigers roaring, and fire phoenixes soaring amidst a vibrant kaleidoscope of colors, an atmosphere dense with sword intent. These were all sword intent creations recognized by the immortal sword intent. Perhaps only by dismantling these creations could her swordsmanship continue to strengthen. Stepping into the void, Han Yueying swiftly approached the vicinity of this vast congregation of sword intent creations, focusing her consciousness on a towering divine tree ahead. This tree soared to a height of 10,000 feet, each branch varying in thickness, each leaf adorned with unique patterns, an overwhelming fusion of sword intent emanating from it, exuding a magnificent vitality. Reflected in her flawless sword heart, she comprehended the nuances of the 365 variations of sword intent contained within the divine tree. Moreover, she sensed that this tree harbored 3 strands of immortal sword intent, impervious to the ravages of time, enduring through the ages. Ascending to the pinnacle of the divine tree, she unleashed a flurry of sword light, swiftly causing the branches and leaves at the summit to disintegrate. Suddenly, the entire divine tree erupted in a resplendent brilliance, a torrent of sword intent shooting skyward. Each branch and leaf began to sway in rhythm, as if the tree had instantaneously been revitalized. Who has dared to provoke the life sword tree? In the mortal sword ruins, numerous sword cultivators awakened from their deep meditations, gazing towards the location of the divine tree. Many even transformed into beams of sword light, eager to witness the cause of this revival firsthand. Chapter 21. Continuous Dismantling. Target: Mingyue Sword Palace. The life sword tree spread its canopy across the sky, its branches resembling mighty dragons unfurling, the cracked bark shimmering like dragon scales, each leaf resonating with a celestial sword cry, the entire tree pulsating with immense vitality. To AT this moment, the life sword tree fully awakened. unleashing the accumulated power of swordsmanship from countless ages. The myriad patterns on the leaves transformed into sharp blades, enveloping the heavens with a powerful surge of life force, submerging Han Yueying within. The many sword cultivators in the mortal sword ruins were stirred by the commotion, some gazing from afar, others employing various secret techniques to investigate, engaging in fervent discussions. Who dares to attempt dismantling the life sword tree? Since the Jade Fairy previously dismantled the Void Sword River, the number of individuals attempting to unravel various immortal sword intent creations has steadily increased, with many renowned swordsmanship prodigies among them. Yet none have succeeded. Immortal sword intent creations are not so easily dismantled. It is none other than the Jade Fairy herself. Though I cannot fully articulate her ethereal grace, I have seen her near the Void Sword River. And upon witnessing her again, I can now confirm it is indeed her. So, it is the Jade Fairy. No wonder she dares to challenge the Life Sword Tree. The sword intent contained within the Life Sword Tree is entirely different from that of the Void Sword River. Even if the Jade Fairy unraveled the Void Sword River, attempting to dismantle the Life Sword Tree may very well exceed her capabilities. The Life Sword Tree has stood in the Creation Sword ruins for over 5,000 years. Legend has it that the creator of the Life Divine Tree has long since ascended to godhood. The terror of the Life Sword Tree is incomparable to that of the Void Sword River. The Jade Fairy's actions this time are far too reckless. Dismantling the Life Sword Tree is tantamount to provoking a deity. Regardless of whether the Jade Fairy succeeds, she will likely incur the wrath of that legendary divine being. This move by the Jade Fairy is fraught with peril. Luo Qianqian was similarly stirred, awakening from her attempts to dismantle ordinary sword intent creations, and promptly arrived near Han Yueying. Sister Yu, as you attempt to dismantle the Life Sword Tree, I implore any onlookers to maintain a distance of at least 1,000 feet. Should anyone dare to disturb her, they shall bear the consequences. Luo Qianqian's voice rang out, emanating an aura of unparalleled sword intent. Although her level of sword intent still lingered at the 8th layer of the mortal realm, bolstered by the immortal sword intent, she was confident she could deter any sword cultivator within the mortal sword ruins. She would not allow anyone to disturb her sister at this crucial moment. Many sword cultivators halted in their tracks at her words, while numerous individuals deemed themselves capable of surpassing Luo Qianqian. Few dared to provoke her to owe them. While surpassing Luo Qianqian might be feasible, the Jade Fairy was not to be trifled with. The creator of the Void Sword River was vanquished by the Jade Fairy with a single strike. Who among them would dare to challenge her? If they were to provoke the Jade Fairy, it would not require her to take action personally. Their own sex would likely expel them without hesitation. Han Yueying remained oblivious to her surroundings, her mind wholly focused on the Life Sword Tree before her. The pressure exerted by the Life Divine Tree was far greater than that of the Void Sword River. Igniting her fighting spirit, the Chaos Sword body activated, her flawless sword heart reflecting the changes of the Life Sword Tree, allowing her to grasp every nuance, with a flurry of sword light blossoming around her. All sword shadows approaching Han Yueying swiftly disintegrated into the void. The Life Sword Tree's leaves lost their luster, silently dissolving into nothingness. The immortal essence within the Life Sword Tree surged wildly, countless branches and leaves regrowing as if infinite. However, the speed at which the sword intents of the Life Sword Tree regenerated was far outpaced by Han Yueying's dismantling efforts. After the incense burned down, the entire Life Sword Tree vanished without a trace. Even the roots buried deep underground were completely severed, leaving no remnant of its existence. The world left in desolation. The 3 strands of immortal sword intent from the Life Sword Tree fused seamlessly into Han Yueying's being. With her eyes gently closed, Han Yueying stood silently in the void, introspecting on the insights gained from dismantling the Life Sword Tree, a vast sword intent radiating from her being. Her level of sword intent had further ascended. In Luo Qianqian's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shone. Sister Yu's speed of growth is astonishing. Countless sword cultivators were utterly astonished, as the extraordinary talent exhibited by Han Yuyo ignited a profound sense of despair within their hearts. How could one possibly attain the sword intent of the 5th layer of the mortal realm? It was unfathomable. When Yu Xinzi wielded the sword intent of the 4th layer, she had already managed to unravel the terrifying existence of the Life Sword Tree. To even dream of such a feat seemed beyond comprehension. Indeed, she was a once-in-an-eternity prodigy of the sword path. Living in the same era as such a remarkable talent was truly disheartening. I had anticipated Yu Xinzi's ability to dismantle the life sword tree, but I never imagined she would achieve it so swiftly, even if I were tasked with deciphering the most mundane of sword intent creations. I could never hope to do so at such a rapid pace. I recalled how Yu Xinzi had vanished after resolving the Void Sword River, yet now there was no sign of her diminishing presence. Her progress was simply astonishing. However, this was merely the beginning. Han Yuyo paused briefly to contemplate before taking another step forward. What was Yu Xinzi planning to do? Numerous sword cultivators wore expressions of confusion as they followed Han Yuyo from a distance. Luo Qianqian observed the direction in which Han Yuyo was heading, a flicker of realization dawning in her heart. Sister Yu was intent on further unraveling those immortal sword intent creations. Han Yuyo paid no heed to the ordinary sword intent creations, swiftly arriving at the vicinity of a weathered stone bridge that spanned the void. Upon witnessing her halt at this location, the distant sword cultivators could not help but feel their pupils constrict in disbelief. The 10,000 Swords Bridge to Heaven. Another immortal sword intent creation. Legend had it that this bridge contained the essence of 5 immortal sword intents, and its master had fallen long ago. Countless sword path prodigies had sought to conquer this bridge, yet all had failed. Would Yu Xinzi succeed? She seemed to have never faltered before, and I firmly believed she would prevail. Before long, the 10,000 Swords Bridge to Heaven crumbled into nothingness. Han Yuyo remained undeterred within the creation sword ruins, absorbing the vast sword intent from the bridge before continuing onward. Was Yu Xinzi still intent on unraveling immortal sword intent creations? One sword cultivator murmured. News spread rapidly, and more sword path prodigies flocked to the Mortal Realm sword ruins, following Han Yuyo's lead, eager to witness the extent of her prowess. The unfathomable sword palace, the Ice Mountain sword lotus. The 10,000 swords throne, the sword stars illuminating the firmament, the divine thunder sword sea, the heartless annihilation sword abyss, one after another, immortal sword intent creations crumbled to dust in Han Yuyo's hands. Returning to the void, Luo Qianqian observed the path Han Yuyo was taking, her pupils narrowing as she gazed at a certain immortal sword intent creation in the distant sky, a hint of suspicion stirring within her. Could it be that Sister Yu's ultimate goal was... The multitude of sword cultivators trailing Han Yuyo were left in a state of stunned disbelief. This marked the 18th sword intent creation that Yu Xinzi had deciphered today. It was simply unfathomable. Was Yu Xinzi attempting to unravel all the immortal sword intent creations within the Mortal Realm sword ruins? Surely not. This might be her unique method of cultivation, having deciphered so many immortal sword intent creations. Her sword intent realm had already reached the 9th layer of the mortal realm. It wouldn't be long before the myriad immortal sword intent creations in the Mortal Realm sword ruins would no longer catch her eye. According to Yu Xinzi's trajectory, the next immortal sword intent creation was indeed the Mingyue sword palace left behind by the Saintess of the Cold Moon. Was she planning to challenge the Saintess of the Cold Moon? Could it be that Yu Xinzi had been heading towards the Mingyue sword palace from the very start? One bore the supreme sword bone. The other was a mysterious prodigy who had emerged from the void. Both capable of suppressing the ages, truly a sight to behold. As the sword cultivators engaged in discussions, Han Yuyo arrived before a resplendent and dreamlike sword palace. The Mingyue Sword Palace. Chapter 22. The Darkening of the Sun. The moonlight shrouding the heavens. Within the Mortal Realm sword ruins, a magnificent glazed celestial palace hung amidst the clouds, surrounded by auspicious clouds, resonating with myriad harmonies, golden dragons coiling around jade pillars, fire phoenixes perching upon flying eaves, and white jade railings adorned with carvings of myriad beasts, while the glazed tiles shimmered with celestial light. Above the palace, a full moon hung high, its silvery light radiant and ethereal. Threads of lunar essence cascaded throughout the palace, exuding an indomitable, eternal aura. The sound of celestial music echoed in the air, while the brilliance of dawn illuminated the cosmos. This was the Mingyue Sword Palace. As Han Yuyo gazed upon the palace, memories of the moment when her supreme sword bone was taken resurfaced, her eyes growing increasingly clear and cold. After all these years of harboring a grudge over the severed bond of her bone, it was time to collect some interest, With each step she took, her aura surged exponentially as she approached within 1,000 feet of the Mingyu Sword Palace. Her presence had already surpassed that of the palace itself. The Mingyu Sword Palace sensed the provocation and erupted with unimaginable, terrifying pressure, surging forth like a vast ocean, fierce and tyrannical as if wielding divine punishment. The full moon in the sky grew ever brighter, and from the boundless lunar light emerged countless delicate white swords, completely obscuring the heavens, allowing not a single ray of light to penetrate. The darkening of the sun, the moonlight shrouding the heavens. The entire sword palace awakened fully, with sword light erupting amidst the clouds, and sword energy intertwining within the glazed tiles. The golden dragons roared, and the fire phoenixes screeched as the indomitable aura surged throughout the universe. The terrifying sword intent eclipsing the sun and moon. What a terrifying Mingyu sword palace! The distant sword cultivators were utterly aghast. This was the first time they had witnessed the awakening of the Mingyu sword palace. Its might far surpassing that of the Void Sword River, leaving them utterly devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Was this the sword path gained through the supreme sword bone? Han Yuyo's gaze grew ever colder, her flawless sword heart reflecting every change in sword intent within the palace with crystal clarity. This Mingyu sword palace contained a staggering 3,688 sword intents. The perfect fusion of these sword intents meant that any change in one would trigger a corresponding transformation in the entire Mingyu sword palace, resulting in an infinite array of variations. Though both were creations of a mortal sword intent recognized within the mortal realm sword ruins, the power of the Mingyu sword palace dwarfed that of the Void Sword River by an immeasurable extent. Han Yuyo stepped forward into the void, and the entire Mingyu sword palace awakened, an overwhelming tide of sword intent and lunar essence cascading towards her, as if intending to obliterate the very world itself. Yet, with a clarity of mind, Han Yuyo waved her hand, conjuring various sword intent creations around her, each one transforming and intertwining, merging into the boundless sword intent before her. The immense sword intent unleashed by the Mingyu sword palace rapidly crumbled and disintegrated. But new sword intents quickly coalesced, vowing not to cease until Han Yuyo was vanquished. Han Yuyo did not rush to unravel the Mingyu sword palace. Her pace was just enough to keep up with the rate at which the sword intents within the palace were generated. Her movements flowed like water, as she merely wished to observe how far Cold Moon Sanus had come in her understanding of the mortal realm's sword intents after seizing her supreme sword bone. The distant sword cultivators, witnessing this scene, mistakenly believed that Han Yuyo was struggling to decipher the palace, leading to a flurry of speculations. What a terrifying Mingyu sword palace! Even a prince or noble would likely meet their demise in an instant. The longer this dragged on, the stronger the might of the Mingyu sword palace became. Yu Xinzi was in trouble. The momentum she had built was finally in danger of being curtailed. Otherwise, all the immortal sword intent creations within the mortal realm sword ruins would likely suffer the consequences. The Cold Moon Sanus possessed both the innate Tao and the supreme sword bone, two unparalleled talents. The Mingyu sword palace she left behind was capable of illuminating the ages. I have faith in the Cold Moon Sanus. Indeed, even if Yu Xinzi's understanding of the sword path was unfathomable, the possibility of unraveling the Mingyu sword palace left behind by the Cold Moon Sanus was non-existent. Yu Xinzi maintained a steady rhythm, showing no signs of panic. Perhaps she was still probing, not yet ready to commence the true unraveling. It was indeed a daunting task. Luo Qianqian's expression remained unchanged, her confidence in Yu Xinzi unwavering. She could distinctly sense that Yu Xinzi's approach was methodical, as if intentionally waiting for the myriad sword intents within the Mingyu sword palace to reach their zenith. It seemed that Yu Xinzi was preparing to unleash her full power before making her move. Half an hour passed, yet the sword intents within the Mingyu sword palace continued to proliferate without end. However, the overwhelming might emanating from the palace had reached its zenith. No further enhancement was possible, regardless of how the sword intents transformed. Was this it? Han Yuyo shook her head lightly, no longer inclined to wait. With a casual wave of her hand, boundless sword intent materialized, the sun and moon shining together. Myriad stars illuminating the skies, winds rising and clouds swirling, thunder rumbling and swords singing, as the entirety of heaven and earth was instantaneously created and merged into the Mingyu sword palace. With a swish, the entire Ming-Yu's sword palace froze in place, then vanished without a trace into the void, as though it had never existed at all. The entirety of the mortal realm sword ruins was left in stunned silence. Unable to articulate their disbelief, the Ming-Yu's sword palace, which had just demonstrated its formidable might, akin to a deity awakening, was instantaneously unraveled, leaving them with an overwhelming sense of unreality. My heavens! The Ming-Yu's sword palace left behind by the cold moon saintess was actually deciphered. It was truly hard to believe. The cold moon saintess's talent was hardly inferior to that of the heirs of the great imperial lineages that I initially thought that the Ming-Yu's sword palace she left behind would endure for millennia. Yet it was so effortlessly unraveled. Truly, this is a golden age where prodigies abound. Yu Xinzi's talent may very well surpass that of the cold moon saintess. That may not necessarily be the case. The Ming-Yu's sword palace is merely a manifestation of sword intent left behind by the holy maiden of the cold moon. Breaking the Ming-Yu's sword palace does not imply that one can defeat the cold moon holy maiden of the same realm. If the Jade Fairy were to leave behind a creation of sword intent, the cold moon holy maiden might not be unable to break it. Indeed, in the competition of prodigies, what is at stake is not only talent, but also fortune, background, bloodline, divine abilities, and more. In a true confrontation of equals, the cold moon holy maiden is not inferior to anyone of this age. She has already become an unparalleled sovereign, while the Jade Fairy merely showcases potential for the future. Until the Jade Fairy reaches the same realm as the cold moon holy maiden, she is indeed unqualified to compete with her. Luo Qianqian's expression was filled with immense excitement. Sister Yu had indeed broken the Ming-Yu's sword palace. This signifies that Sister Yu's mastery of sword intent in the mortal realm surpasses that of Han Ziyan. Han Yueying has cracked the Ming-Yu's sword palace. Her comprehension of sword intent has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level in the mortal realm, and she no longer pays heed to other immortal sword creations, quietly closing her eyes to sort through the myriad sword intent she has mastered. The chaotic sword body and the flawless sword heart operate simultaneously, enveloping her surroundings in a profound and vast wave of sword intent. Chapter 23. The Chaotic Sea of Swords. Myriad swords approach in the cold moon holy dynasty. Within the Ziyue Palace, at the very moment the Ming-Yu's sword palace vanished, Han Ziyan suddenly let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, as 2 strands of purple aura flickered through her clear eyes. The Ming-Yu's sword palace has been broken? Han Ziyan's delicate brows furrowed, a look of confusion crossing her face. The Ming-Yu's sword palace was merely something I left behind casually. Its being broken does not signify much. Why has it caused my Dao heart's cracks to widen? Is it because my Dao heart has yet to heal? Or is there another reason? Han Ziyan gently closed her eyes, a mist of purple aura enveloping her, as she seemed to drift like a fetus within the womb of myriad Dao. Utilizing the vast paths to deduce information about the breaker. After a considerable time, Han Ziyan reopened her eyes, the perplexity within them deepening. That breaker seemed almost non-existent. She could not deduce any information whatsoever. Han Ziyan extended her hand to gently tap the void, sending ripples of invisible energy through the air, as if an ethereal mirror materialized, reflecting the entire process of Han Yueying breaking the Ming-Yu's sword palace. The figure of Han Yueying reflected in the mirror was exceptionally blurry. Even her aura appeared hazy. However, at the moment Han Ziyan caught sight of this vague silhouette, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within her heart, accompanied by a faint feeling of an unresolvable fate between the two. Who is this person? The Ming-Yu's sword palace has been broken. I require all information about the breaker. Han Ziyan spoke coldly. A mist of purple aura surrounding her, subtly resonating with myriad paths. Behind Han Ziyan, countless prodigies followed her, and matters of intelligence gathering need not require her personal involvement. Moments later, a purple crescent-shaped jade talisman flew into the Ziyue Palace. Han Ziyan seized the jade talisman, her consciousness probing within, acquiring relevant information about the breaker. The first appearance in the creation sword ruins broke the Kongming sword river, and now she had casually delivered immortal sword intent to others, forcefully annihilating the creator of the Kongming sword river, who had employed the soul destruction sword, consecutively cracking 19 immortal sword creations, including the Ming-Yu's sword palace. After breaking the Ming-Yu's sword palace, This individual remained at the ruins to comprehend the Tao, and no one dared to approach to ask for other information. Not a trace could be uncovered. Talent unknown, background unknown. It was as if she had emerged from thin air. No one knew her origins. Not even her follower Luo Qianqian was aware. However, many sword cultivators in the mortal realm speculated that the Jade Fairy harbored enmity towards Han Xian. Han Xian's brows furrowed tighter, a glint of icy light flickering in her eyes. The innate Tao fetus has given warning. The cracks in my Tao heart have widened, and that peculiar feeling lingers in my heart. This person must be my lifelong rival. In the mortal realm's sword ruins, Han Yueying sat cross-legged in the void. Waves of sword intent as vast as the sea emanating around her, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying pressure, causing many distant sword cultivators to dare not approach. Suddenly, a round moon of misty purple aura appeared in the void, cloaking the entire space in a faint layer of purple moonlight. Following this, an ethereal and dreamlike voice resonated from the moon, as if the very heavens were speaking. "Who are you? Why do you harbor such intense hostility towards me?" Cold Moon Holy Maiden, Han Xian. The many sword cultivators were utterly shocked. They had not expected that the breaking of the Mingyue Sword Palace would actually draw the attention of Han Xian herself. Though she did not appear in person, this distant transmission of sound showcased her unfathomable prowess. Han Yueying's eyes suddenly opened, her gaze directed towards the seemingly illusory moon, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Sister, you truly are forgetful. The scene from 12 years ago, when you extracted my supreme sword bone, is something I have ever since kept etched in my mind." Han Yueying responded without reservation, the moment these words left her lips. The entire mortal realm's sword ruins erupted in commotion. What? This person is the sister of the Cold Moon Holy Maiden. According to her words, the supreme sword bone of the Cold Moon Holy Maiden was actually taken from her. If this is true, then the Cold Moon Holy Maiden is indeed too malicious. If the Jade Fairy did not wish to speak, no one could uncover her background. But since she has taken the initiative to reveal it, it is likely true. So this is how the so-called dual supreme talent of the Cold Moon Holy Maiden came to be. Truly despicable. The emergence of two youthful supremes within the Cold Moon Holy Dynasty is indeed a sign of flourishing fortune. This should be a matter of great renown throughout the ages. However, given the current situation, it seems that only one may survive. In this era of great contention, cultivators must vie for supremacy. One type of supreme talent may only lead to the pinnacle of supremacy. But two types of supreme talent could potentially attain the path of the immortal. Though the methods of the Cold Moon Holy Maiden are somewhat unsavory, they do not bode ill for the entire Cold Moon Holy Dynasty. Luo Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out that Sister Yu actually hails from the Cold Moon Holy Dynasty. Moreover, Sister Yu originally possessed the supreme sword bone, which was taken from her by Han Xian since childhood. Yet she has become even more formidable. Han Xian's heart likewise trembled violently, a flicker of realization flashing through her eyes that no wonder there was that strange sense of familiarity. No wonder she harbored such intense hostility towards me. It turns out to be you. Han Yueying, my dear sister, it is you. No wonder there is such strong enmity towards me. You broke the Mingyue Sword Palace to challenge me, didn't you? Han Xian's ethereal and dreamlike voice echoed once more. Upon hearing Han Xian's acknowledgement, the many sword cultivators erupted in astonishment, exclaiming how the fortune of the Cold Moon Holy Dynasty was truly immense. Han Yueying's eyes sparkled with sword radiance as she waved her hand. Countless sword intents transforming around her into a vast sea of grayish sword energy, standing tall in the sky above the mortal realm's sword ruins. Suddenly, brilliant sword lights appeared out of thin air throughout the void of the mortal realm's sword ruins. Each beam containing a trace of ancient, undying sword intent, overwhelming and surging towards Han Yueying. Immortal sword intent. All of it is immortal sword intent. There must be at least tens of thousands of them. The Jade Fairy's creation of sword intent actually summoned a myriad of swords. Such a celestial phenomenon has never been witnessed in ages, truly deserving of the title of an eternal prodigy. The Cold Moon Holy Maiden's creation of sword intent drew 9 strands of immortal sword intent for acknowledgement, which had already shaken the world. Yet now, the commotion caused by the Jade Fairy's creation is even more terrifying. The creation of sword intent represents the aptitude and potential of a sword cultivator. Such a celestial phenomenon implies that the Jade Fairy's talent far surpasses that of the cold moon holy maiden. The multitude of sword cultivators stood in stunned silence, many hastily retrieving recording stones to capture this moment. Under the watchful eyes of many, tens of thousands of strands of immortal sword intent surged from all corners of the mortal realm's sword ruins. Rushing towards the vast sea of swords created by Han Yueying, the outside world, the sword sea appeared to be merely 1,000 feet in size. However, if one were to probe with their consciousness, they would sense that the entire sword sea was boundless, radiating an immense and profound aura of immortality. The sword sea appeared hazy. Occasionally, a wisp of gray mist would disperse, revealing the myriad creations contained within. The sun, moon, and stars illuminated. True dragons and phoenixes spiraled. Divine peaks pierced the heavens. Colossal rivers surged. Sword grass cleaved the stars, and divine trees supported the heavens and the earth. Han Yueying stood proudly atop this sea of swords, actively challenging Han Zian. I have cracked your Mingyue sword palace. My chaotic sea of swords awaits your challenge. Han Zian, witnessing the commotion stirred by Han Yueying in the mortal realm's sword ruins, felt her pupils slightly constrict. Even though she prided herself on her talents being on par with anyone, seeing this scene left her utterly astonished that in response to Han Yueying's challenge, Han Zian replied nonchalantly, "The Mingyue Sword Palace was merely something I left behind casually. Its being broken signifies little. The mortal realm's sword ruins are too inferior. They are not worthy of my personal visit. I will await you at the Emperor's realm sword ruins. Do not keep your sister waiting too long." There was an invincible resolve in Han Zian's words. Even upon witnessing the myriad swords approaching and feeling immense pressure, she remained undaunted, in Han Zian's view. No matter how great the commotion Han Yueying stirred, it merely represented a potential. She believed that she would not fall short of anyone, that if you dare not come, then refrain from boasting. I shall seek you out in the future to settle this matter. Han Yuyo's demeanor was indifferent as her figure vanished within the sword ruins of the mortal realm. Chapter 24. Han Yuyo's Breakthrough. The Chaotic Azure Lotus. The events occurring in the creation sword ruins swiftly spread throughout the 3,000 great worlds. The emergence of two young supremes from the holy dynasty of the Cold Moon became common knowledge. Yet the enmity between these two youthful supremes brought great shame to the holy dynasty. From a young age, the Jade Fairy had her supreme sword bone forcibly extracted by Han Zian. Instead of being extinguished, she rose from adversity, undergoing a rebirth and uncovering a more formidable swordsmanship talent, revealing potential even more astonishing than that of Han Zian. The plight of Han Yuyo ignited the fighting spirit of countless cultivators. If one could rise from adversity after having their supreme sword bone taken, then their current tribulations paled in comparison. With Han Yuyo's true name exposed, numerous factions sought to deduce her current roots through it, yet they remained utterly fruitless. They knew only her name, entirely ignorant of which faction she hailed from. And even her qualifications were shrouded in mystery to as of now. All that was known was her exceptional swordsmanship, while other details remained elusive. Han Yuyo imposed great pressure on numerous factions, prompting them to urgently cultivate new talents, striving to establish a foundation for future generations in this golden age of prodigies. Moreover, Han Yuyo's creation of the chaotic sword sea in the mortal realm attracted countless swordsmen, a phenomenon of lethal allure for many sword practitioners. Countless sword prodigies flocked to the vicinity of the chaotic sword sea, including many sons and daughters of the great sanctuaries. Han Yuyo's sword intent drew 4,000 of immortal sword wills to pay homage, causing a sensation across the world. Should they decipher Han Yuyo's chaotic sword sea, they would naturally be able to step upon her fame to establish their own renown across the realms. However, upon witnessing the chaotic sword sea with their own eyes, their aspirations to decipher it were quietly extinguished. The myriad phenomena within the chaotic sword sea, ever-changing and unpredictable, rendered any thoughts of deciphering it utterly futile. Many sword practitioners opted to comprehend their swordsmanship near the chaotic sword sea, finding some degree of enlightenment. Of course, there were also those self-proclaimed sword prodigies who attempted to forcibly decipher the chaotic sword sea for fame, only to be crushed at the onset of their attempts, suffering significant damage to their souls. The Qingshu Peak of the Purple Cloud's sacred land, As Han Yuyo's consciousness returned, boundless sword intense surge from her heart. An immense volume of spiritual energy converging into her body, swiftly transforming into her cultivation. The aura she emanated rapidly ascended. Furthermore, after creating the chaotic sword C, Han Yuyo continuously absorbed the sword powers from the creation sword ruins, leading to a constant evolution of her cultivation. While a single immortal sword will have a negligible effect on Han Yuyo, the convergence of thousands of them provided considerable assistance to her comprehension of the sword path. Time flowed swiftly like a stream, and soon 10 days had passed. Buzz. Within Han Yuyo, a faint resonance of the Tao echoed, a brilliant light flickering at her brow, as her dreamlike life palace appeared intermittently. With a flash, a small figure of golden light, roughly an inch in size, manifested within her life palace, its features mirroring Han Yuyo perfectly, radiating an immortal spirituality as if it could endure throughout eternity. True spirit. Through her accumulation in the mortal realm sword ruins, Han Yuyo's swordsmanship had reached an unimaginable depth, and after absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy at Qingshu Peak, she broke through to the true spirit realm. The true spirit realm necessitated the birth of a true spirit within the life palace. Once the true spirit is born, it can communicate with heaven and earth, transforming into various extraordinary phenomena. Even in the unfortunate event of death, as long as a trace of the true spirit remains, there exists the possibility of resurrection. Han Yuyo's true spirit returned to her life palace. And with a slight shift of her mind, a vast ocean of sword energy, shrouded in chaotic mist, materialized around her. Within this ocean of chaos, true dragons and fire phoenixes soared, the sun and moon illuminating the skies. Thunderclouds and storms flickered, and rivers and seas surged. The chaotic sword sea. Before Han Yuyo's breakthrough to the true spirit realm, this chaotic sword sea could only take form within the mortal realm sword ruins. Now, empowered by the true spirit's connection to heaven and earth, Han Yuyo could manifest it even in the real world. My comprehension of sword intent has reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the mortal realm. Entering the creation sword ruins again holds little meaning to break through further. I require a certain opportunity. Han Yuyo retracted her thoughts, contemplating quietly, when suddenly her mind stirred, and her gaze fell upon the distance. Right? My master once mentioned that the true disciples of the Purple Cloud's sacred land must undertake at least one trial task each year. With nothing pressing at hand, it would be prudent to visit the main peak of the Purple Clouds. Han Yuyo restrained the aura of her chaotic sword body, merely releasing the essence of the true spirit realm, and soared through the air toward the main peak of the Purple Clouds. Qinyang City. This was an exceedingly ordinary and remote small city, situated over 300,000 to 400,000 miles from the Purple Cloud's sacred land, surrounded by a dearth of valuable cultivation resources. With generally low levels of cultivation, Jiangchen drifted before a grand estate that appeared quite imposing, its plaque inscribed with 2 large characters. Yi Fu during this period, utilizing the sensing abilities of his fortuitous golden eyes. Jiangchen had scoured most of the regions within a radius of several 100,000 miles from the Purple Cloud's sacred land, finally detecting the presence of the Child of Destiny in this remote small city. Just as Jiangchen was about to knock on the door, he suddenly heard a system notification resounding in his mind. Detection of host disciple Han Yuyo breaking through to the true spirit realm. Fortuity replenished. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 years of cultivation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the chaotic azure lotus, young seedling. Jiangchen felt an immediate surge in his cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Truly, the fortuitous replenishment of the Child of Destiny is indeed formidable. This is far quicker than my own cultivation. In comparison to this 50 years of cultivation, Jiangchen was even more intrigued by the chaotic azure lotus. Chaotic azure lotus, young seedling, a creation azure lotus birth from endless chaos, containing boundless transformation, its emanating Tao rhythm offering infinite benefits to any sentient being. It can absorb fortuitous energy for growth. Currently, it is in the form of a newly formed seedling. When mature, its flower, leaves, roots, and stems will possess incredible divine powers. Jiangchen's consciousness delved into the depths of his mind, focusing on this chaotic azure lotus, masking its aura with the calamity force from his indestructible body before observing it carefully. This azure lotus measured about a foot in size, ethereal and hazy, bearing 12 leaves of varying sizes, blossoming with 24 petals, and at its center lay 5 crystal-clear lotus seeds, emanating an incomprehensible chaotic Tao rhythm. This is the legendary chaotic azure lotus, the god-slaying spear, the creation azure lotus, the world-destroying black lotus, the merit golden lotus, the fiery red lotus of karma, the pure white lotus of the world, and the innate 5-element flags that, if cultivated to maturity, would these treasures from the primordial myths reappear in the world. Of course, the complete chaotic azure lotus would possess even more unimaginable powers that a brilliant light sparkled in Jiang Chen's eyes. The current chaotic azure lotus was merely a newly formed seedling, requiring the absorption of boundless fortuitous energy to grow. That it remains uncertain how long it will take to mature. To hasten the maturation of the chaotic azure lotus, more children of destiny must be sought. And fortuitously, within this estate resides one. Jiang Chen steadied his mind, merging with the void, and directly entered the Yi estate. Chapter 25. The Ancient Sacred Body, Yi Family Crisis in Qingyang City, at the Yi estate. In the conference hall, the clan leader Yi Zhangxiong sat at the head seat, with numerous elders seated on either side, while the younger generation stood at the end of the hall. The atmosphere in the conference hall was exceedingly oppressive. All eyes were fixed upon a bloodied bronze token embedded in the beam above the hall. The bronze token emitted a faint demonic light, inscribed with an ancient blood character. Refine. This token exuded a profound malevolence. Merely gazing upon it conjured images of an endless, viscous sea of blood, the nauseating scent of blood piercing into their minds. The majority of the Yi clan members turned pale, their gazes filled with trepidation. Many instinctively glancing towards a delicate young boy at the end of the hall. The boy, around 14 or 15 years of age, was slender, bitter smile playing at the corners of his lips. The ancient sacred body is cursed by heaven and earth, the wheel of fate stagnant, more solid than divine iron. The clan has expended countless cultivation resources on my behalf to no avail. The so-called ancient sacred body is now merely a useless shell. If the blood refining hall wishes to use me to concoct blood pills, then let me contribute to the clan. The boy spoke with self-deprecation. Exhaling softly to be silent. Yi Zhangxiong roared, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, silencing everyone present. After a moment, the clan's elder inquired of Yi Zhangxiong, Master, what did the Crimson Flame ancient sect say? All gazes converged upon Yi Zhangxiong. Filled with expectation, Yi Zhangxiong took a deep breath, sighing heavily. I reported the matter of the blood refining token not long ago, and the Crimson Flame ancient sect publicly declared that they have severed all ties with our Yi clan. We have been abandoned. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed drastically, each person unable to suppress their exclamations of disbelief. What? This is impossible. The Crimson Flame ancient sect demands such a vast amount of cultivation resources from us each year, claiming they would protect us. How could they do this now? If the Crimson Flame ancient sect has abandoned us, what will the other resource suppliers think? Do they not consider the consequences? The Blood Demon's emissary, from 1,000 miles away, has issued a blood refinement order, explicitly demanding that Yi Hao be turned over for the creation of the blood elixir. Should we refuse, our entire Yi clan faces annihilation. The Blood Refinement Hall is notorious for its ruthless actions. Has the Scarlet Flame ancient sect succumbed to fear? The master of the Blood Refinement Hall, the Blood Demon, is a devilish sovereign, and the leader of the Scarlet Flame ancient sect is equally a monarch, perhaps even harboring another supreme master. They have no reason to fear the Blood Refinement Hall. It is said that the 100 Refinements Demon Palace, which stands behind the Blood Refinement Hall, is guarded by a demon god. And the Scarlet Flame ancient sect is unwilling to risk all for the sake of our Yi clan, fearing the repercussions from the 100 Refinements Demon Palace. Truly a bunch of cowards. All the tributes we have offered over the years have gone to waste. Even the Scarlet Flame ancient sect has abandoned us. What are we to do? Yi Zhangxiong raised his hand to silence the murmurs of the crowd. Speaking solemnly, at any time, our Yi clan shall never abandon a single family member. In 3 days, the Blood Refinement Hall will send someone. I believe that the Blood Demon will not come in person, but rather a mere lord. We may yet have a chance to fight for our lives. Upon hearing this, Determination glimmered in the eyes of the crowd. The clan's elder, with gravity, declared, "The Yi clan fears not death. Whatever arrangements you make, clan leader, we shall not flinch." The other elders of the Yi clan joined in the fervor, and under the oppressive weight of the Blood Refinement Hall, the entire Yi clan erupted with unprecedented unity. A warm current surged within Yi Hao as he gazed at his resolute kin, laughing heartily. "How fortunate I am to be born into the Yi clan! The favors bestowed upon me are as weighty as mountains, and I cannot implicate the entire clan. If my life can secure the peace of the Yi clan, then my death is worth it." Yi Sanqiong shot Yi Hao a glare, rebuking. "Do you wish to die? Have I agreed to that? If you die, think of all the resources we have invested in you over the years. Would they not be wasted? Clan leader, allow me to go. My death is trivial compared to the annihilation of our clan. What is there to hesitate about? If by chance I survive, only to endanger the other clan members, I would never find peace in this life." Yi Hao argued passionately. "Silence," Yi Sanqiong bellowed, employing an invisible force to confine Yi Hao in place, silencing him completely. Then Yi Sanqiong surveyed the gathered clan members, expressing his satisfaction. "Excellent. Not a single soul has suggested handing Yi Hao over. You are all commendable." With that, Yi Sanqiong's expression grew serious as he continued. "We must prepare for the worst. From this day forth, all clan members shall disperse and leave the Yi clan, going as far as possible. I will remain behind to hold the fort. You old fellows must fight with all your might to protect the younger generation of the Yi clan. As long as our bloodline endures, the Yi clan shall rise again. Whoever survives this ordeal must vow to eradicate the Blood Refinement Hall. Those who dare to covet our Yi clan, even if we know we are outmatched, must tear a piece of flesh from them." The fear that previously gripped the Yi clan melted away, replaced by a resolute determination in their eyes. Jiang Chun, concealed within the void, arrived just in time to witness this dramatic scene. Unable to suppress his admiration, such a tightly knit family is indeed rare. Shouldn't the protagonist endure scorn and derision within the family? Otherwise, how could they face adversity and rise again? This family's dynamic seems somewhat unusual. However, I must say, such a family undoubtedly inspires goodwill. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Chun applauded lightly, stepping forth from the void and landing in the council hall, praising, "Quite impressive, truly impressive. It has been ages since I have encountered such an intriguing family." The members of the Yi clan instantly turned pale, regarding Jiang Chun with wariness. Many involuntarily summoned their true spirit manifestations, conjuring flames, blades, and sword shadows that coalesced into a magnificent spectacle. The Yi Sanqiong rose abruptly, a vast area of flickering flames erupting around him, protecting every member of the Yi clan within the council hall. At this moment, Yi Sanqiong's gaze fell upon Jiang Chun, clad in white as pure as snow. With a countenance as handsome as jade, Jiang Chun's features were strikingly beautiful, his eyes deep like the starry sky, and a serene smile graced his face, exuding an aura of refreshing naturalness. Isn't the Blood Refinement Hall a demonic sect? How could such a dashing youth emerge from it? Confusion filled the hearts of the onlookers, and Yi Sanqiong inquired solemnly, "I am Yi Sanqiong. May I ask if you hail from the Blood Refinement Hall?" Chapter 26. The Heavenly Emperor's Prison Scripture, Ancient Characters of Primordial Origin. What is the Blood Refinement Hall to me? Jiang Chun gently shook his head, speaking with an air of nonchalance. "I am Jiang Chun, the master of the QNGX peak of the Zixiao sacred land." With that, Jiang Chun flicked his fingers, and an ancient purple token flew forth, shattering the Blood Refinement Order into dust, slowly rotating in the air. The crowd focused intently, discovering that this ancient purple token radiated a nebulous lavender mist. One side bore the imprint of the Zixiao bell, while the other side inscribed the ancient character Zixiao, with 3 smaller characters, QNGX peak, located at the lower right corner. In that instant, the crowd was horrified to realize that the true spirit manifestations they had summoned dissipated silently. Even Yi Sanqiong's blazing domain crumbled quietly. Such formidable power! The Zixiao token. Yi Sanqiong's pupils constricted, and he quickly bowed in respect. "So, it is a venerable elder from the Zixiao sacred land. I am unworthy for not recognizing the immortal mountain. I apologize should the elder have any commands. The Yi clan shall not hesitate to obey." To them, the Blood Refinement Hall was a colossal entity, and the 100 Refinements demon palace behind it was even more formidable, instilling despair. Yet the Zixiao sacred land dwarfed the 100 Refinements demon palace by countless magnitudes. The arrival of the esteemed elder from the Zixiao sacred land warranted the utmost respect from the Yi clan. Jiang Qin's gaze shifted to Yi Hao, revealing relevant information about him. Child of Fortune. Name, Yi Hao. Identity. Nephew of the clan leader of the Yi family in Qingyang City. Cultivation level. None. Talent. Ancient sacred body. Background. Born into the Yi family of Qingyang City, his physique is that of the ancient sacred body. Cursed by heaven and earth. Such a physique makes it exceedingly difficult to open the Wheel C. It requires extraordinarily rare heavenly materials or immense life essence. Each breakthrough demands shattering a heavenly shackles. Over the years, the Yi clan has expended countless resources, yet has been unable to assist him in opening the Wheel C. Not long ago, word of the ancient sacred body reached the Blood Refinement Hall. The Blood Refinement Hall's master, the Blood Demon, seeks to refine a blood elixir using the ancient sacred body, endangering the entire Yi clan. Glancing at Yi Hao's information, Jiang Qin's heart stirred. According to Yi Hao's original trajectory, could the Yi clan face annihilation this time? Yet Yi Hao, I believe, will not perish at the hands of the Blood Refinement Hall. Instead, he will encounter an extraordinary opportunity there to open the Wheel C, and perhaps even break through multiple realms. Subsequently, he shall carry forth a tide of blood vengeance, flattening the Blood Refinement Hall, eradicating the 100 Refinements demon palace, dominating the world, and allowing the ancient sacred body to shine forth once more. When the great rock spreads its wings, it shall forge invincibility from the brink of despair. However, this path may be too harsh for Yi Hao. I have descended the mountain this time for him. Jiang Qin smiled at Yi Sanxiong, and the members of the Yi clan all changed their expression slightly. Could this esteemed figure from the Zixiao sacred land also be here to seek the blood elixir from Yi Hao? But soon, they realized that the Zixiao sacred land was an ancient legacy, its depth unfathomable, far from the reckless actions of the Blood Refinement Hall. Before they could voice their thoughts, Yi Hao stepped forward. Cupping his fists in greeting, his dark eyes shining with clarity, his somewhat youthful voice resonating. Esteemed elder, you have come specifically for me. It must pertain to my ancient sacred body. With your esteemed identity, you would not act like the Blood Refinement Hall. Could it be that you can help me break the curse of the ancient sacred body? As he spoke, Yi Hao's breath grew heavy, his eyes glimmering with hope as he increasingly felt that his conjecture might indeed hold truth. The members of the Yi clan also gazed at Jiang Qin with eager anticipation that if this conjecture were true, Yi Hao would surely soar to great heights. With the backing of the Zixiao sacred land, the crisis facing the Yi clan would dissipate effortlessly. Jiang Qin regarded Yi Hao with appreciation, nodding slightly. Indeed, you possess some discernment that I can resolve the curse of the ancient sacred body. Are you willing to become my disciple? Disciple Yi Hao greets his master. Yi Hao bowed deeply. Upon learning that Jiang Qin could resolve the curse of the ancient sacred body and hail from the immensely profound Zixiao sacred land, Yi Hao understood that his opportunity had arrived, and he would not hesitate any longer. Detecting the host's acceptance of the disciple of the Child of Fortune, Yi Hao, the system announced, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Emperor's prison scripture. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ancient characters of primordial origin kill." A sudden system prompt echoed in Jiang Qin's mind, filling him with a plethora of relevant information. The Heavenly Emperor's prison scripture, visualizing oneself as the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor sits in the Heavenly Court, suppressing the ages, reigning supreme over all realms. Each of the 8.4 billion particles can transform into a prison of dust, each minuscule particle capable of subduing an unparalleled existence. Laying the foundation for an immortal path. The greater the life essence, the more tyrannical the prison of dust. Once the prison of dust takes shape, it can subdue lords. The prison may evolve to subdue emperors, sovereigns, gods, saints, and immortals, suppressing the ages. Killing. One of the primordial ancient characters that existed before the heavens and the earth were formed. All the divine powers and paths associated with the concept of killing are birthed from this ancient character. The intent to kill surges through the ages, capable of slaughtering gods and extinguishing immortals in but a thought that a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiang Qin's eyes. The Heavenly Emperor's prison scripture was practically tailor-made for Yi Hao's archaic sacred body. This primordial character kill represents a rarely seen means of aggression throughout the ages. Yi Hao bowed thrice, and Jiang Chen extended his hand in a gesture of support, a gentle force lifting Yi Hao up. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and declared, "Since you have pledged yourself as my disciple, I shall protect your path. Now, I shall grant you a scripture. With diligent practice, you shall be able to suppress all foes." Upon finishing his words, Jiang Chen pointed at Yi Hao's brow. In that moment, Yi Hao felt profound and unfathomable celestial sounds resonating in his ears, as though an unparalleled heavenly emperor was expounding the Tao, or as if countless malevolent spirits were lamenting in a prison, exuding an overwhelming aura of invincibility. Yi Hao opened his eyes, filled with awe. What a terrifying heavenly emperor's prison scripture, if practiced to its pinnacle. Yi Hao was confident he could truly suppress all adversaries. With utmost respect, Yi Hao bowed deeply to Jiang Chen and expressed, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing this law. With this scripture, I am confident I can restore the glory of the archaic sacred body, perhaps even surpassing any that came before." Jiang Chen casually nodded and replied, "The curse of the heavens upon the archaic sacred body is exceedingly potent. Even if you comprehend this scripture now, relying solely on your own strength to open the wheel C will still require several years. Allow me to assist." At this point, Jiang Chen's gaze turned towards Yi Sangxiong, instructing, "I shall open the wheel C for my disciple. You should not linger here. Please vacate this hall. Then we shall trouble you, Senior Jiang." Yi Sangxiong responded with great excitement, leading the equally thrilled clan members to exit the council hall in succession. Over the years, the Yi family had invested substantial resources into Yi Hao's cultivation, but had seen no glimmer of hope for him to open the wheel C. Now that a master from the Purple Cloud Sacred Land was personally intervening to aid Yi Hao, their excitement was palpable. Once everyone had exited the council hall, Jiang Chen waved his hand lightly, summoning a calamity in the void, a vast force enveloping the entire council hall, obscuring heavenly secrets, severing fate, and cutting off all sensing. "Master, it is said that to open the wheel C of the archaic sacred body, one must possess an elixir of immortality or an abundance of life essence. The Yi family has exhausted their resources to no avail. Could it be that Master possesses an elixir of immortality?" Yi Hao inquired, his face alight with anticipation. Chapter 27. The Sacred Law of Battle. Dream Trial. An elixir of immortality. This chaos green lotus is not an elixir of immortality. Rather, it is a chaos spiritual root. Jiang Chen chuckled, shaking his head, as a green lotus about a foot in size appeared out of thin air. 12 leaves of varying sizes swayed gently, while 24 petals shimmered with a dreamlike radiance, at the heart of which lay 5 crystal-clear lotus seeds. The entire lotus exuded boundless Tao rhythm, as if elucidating the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Yi Hao's spirit was shaken. Although he had never heard of a chaos spiritual root, he could sense the extraordinary nature of this chaos green lotus, which was surely far more precious than the legendary elixir of immortality. Is the foundation of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land truly this profound? Sit cross-legged, calm your mind, and cultivate the Heavenly Emperor's prison scripture. Jiang Chen commanded. Yi Hao dared not hesitate, promptly sitting down, closing his eyes, and focusing on practicing the scripture. Jiang Chen raised his hand, infusing the chaos green lotus into Yi Hao's Dantian Wheel C. The chaos green lotus swayed gently, dispersing strands of chaotic mist, silently nourishing Yi Hao's Wheel C. Originally, Yi Hao's Wheel C was as solid as divine iron, desolate and lifeless, having resisted all his efforts and resources without a ripple of change. However, with the nurturing of the chaos green lotus, his Wheel C finally began to transform. Buzz! Suddenly, an illusory black chain appeared within Yi Hao's Wheel C, shimmering with dense ancient runes, emitting a dim light, suffused with vast and primal powers of heaven and earth. The Heavenly Lock. Each time the archaic sacred body breaks through a realm, it must shatter a heavenly lock, and this is the heavenly lock within Yi Hao's Wheel C. The chaos green lotus gently swayed, its thick chaotic mist permeating silently into the heavenly lock. Crack, the heavenly lock binding the Wheel C shattered. Yi Hao felt as if a true dragon had awakened, his blood and energy surging wildly, producing a roar akin to a raging river. Whoosh! Following this, countless golden lights erupted from Yi Hao's wheel C, dazzling like a rainbow, illuminating the heavens. Golden waves surged powerfully, accompanied by flashes of lightning, resonating with an unending thunderous sound. An overwhelming divine brilliance sweeping across the sky like a tsunami. The chaos green lotus swayed gently, its chaotic mist enveloping every inch of the golden wheel C, unleashing all of Yi Hao's potential. The phenomena surrounding the wheel C of the archaic sacred body were indeed astonishing. Jiang Chen silently marveled at the sight, while Yi Hao's wheel C gleamed with golden light, divine radiance swirling, as the golden waves raged towards the heavens, occasionally flashing with thunderous lightning, exuding a profound and overwhelming sense of pressure. Peak of the Wheel C realm. With the assistance of the Chaos Green Lotus, Yi Hao's Wheel C was opened to its fullest extent. Directly reaching the peak of the Wheel C realm, whoosh! As Yi Hao successfully opened his Wheel C, the Chaos Green Lotus automatically flew out from it and merged into Jiang Chen's being. Jiang Chen distinctly sensed that the entire Chaos Green Lotus had become even more vibrant and full of life. It seemed that while aiding Yi Hao in opening his Wheel C, the Chaos Green Lotus also drew nourishment from the immense fortune surrounding Yi Hao, benefiting greatly in the process. As Yi Hao broke through, Jiang Chen's mind resonated with the corresponding system notification. Detected that the host disciple Yi Hao has broken through to the Wheel C realm. Fortune replenished. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 years of cultivation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sacred law of battle. Buzz! An immense aura suddenly radiated from Jiang Chen, his body seeming capable of devouring the myriad realms, exuding a rich power of the world, with intricate laws of order appearing on his surface before quickly retracting. Mastery of the sovereign realm. At this level, a world of caves is automatically birthed within, commanding the power of the world, revered throughout the universe. Jiang Chen's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the monarch realm. And with this infusion of fortune, he directly broke through the bottleneck, forcefully stepping into the sovereign realm. With the support of numerous children of fortune, Jiang Chen's cultivation faced no barriers. He was not particularly concerned with his own advancement, but rather intrigued by the sacred law of battle he had just acquired. The sacred law of battle, one of the 9 secrets, the mightiest combat technique for close-quarters battle, capable of evolving myriad laws. Unmatched in aggression. The stronger the physique, the greater the power unleashed. With this sacred law of battle, Jiang Chen possessed endless means of aggression. Such methods were also suitable for the archaic sacred body. Jiang Chen was exceedingly pleased with the gains from this discipleship. Casting his gaze upon Yi Hao, the boundless golden light erupting from Yi Hao's Wheel C gradually receded, and the sounds of thunderous waves diminished until they fell silent. Whoosh! Yi Hao opened his eyes, his gaze radiant and full of divine light, an aura of invincibility naturally emanating from him. Thank you, Master. Your grace in my rebirth, I can never repay. Whatever command you have, I shall face it without hesitation. Yi Hao earnestly expressed his gratitude to Jiang Chen at this moment. Yi Hao gained a deeper understanding of the Chaos Green Lotus. That Chaos Green Lotus was undoubtedly far more precious than the legendary elixir of immortality. Such an existence should not even be present in the lower realms. With the ability to suppress the ages embodied in the Heavenly Emperor's prison scripture and the presence of the Chaos Green Lotus, Master S' origins must surely exceed imagination. Could it be that Master is a celestial being descended to the mortal realm? Yi Hao harbored a subtle suspicion in his heart, but refrained from asking further. Regardless of Master S' origins, he was the one he respected most, deserving of his life's protection. It is good that you possess such thoughts. I shall not allow you to recklessly seek death. Jiang Chen chuckled softly at this point. Jiang Chen seemed to recall something and pondered. By the way, I shall impart to you another battle technique. Upon finishing his words, Jiang Chen placed his hand upon Yi Hao's brow, transmitting the recently acquired sacred law of battle to him. Why, Yi Hao opened his eyes, a hint of astonishment flashing across his face, but he could sense the extraordinary nature of this sacred law of battle. Even the great sacred lands and sects might not possess a technique of such caliber. Master has so casually brought it forth. He is becoming increasingly mysterious. I shall certainly strive to cultivate diligently, not daring to let down Master S. earnest efforts. Yi Hao vowed. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, raising his hand to summon a three-layered pagoda into the hall, its brilliance swirling, the void shimmering with radiance. This is the rebirth dream trial pagoda of my Qingshu Peak. Entering it allows you to enter the trial dream, end the dream. You will face opponents ranging from the Wheel C realm to the Monarch realm, enhancing your combat experience. By the way, all experiences within the trial dream are merely realistic dreams, with time flowing differently. The first layer, 1 day in the outside world equates to 1 day within the pagoda. In the second layer, 1 day outside equals 1 month inside. The third layer, 1 day outside equals 1 year inside. Although consciousness within the trial dream cannot truly die, the sensations of injury or death will be indistinguishable from reality. Should your consciousness falter, it shall shatter and dissipate, rendering you naught but a mere walking corpse. Are you brave enough to venture into such depths? Jiang Chen briefly elucidated the origins of this treasure tower, casting his gaze upon Yi Hao, who expressed a fervent willingness to attempt the challenge. With a visage brimming with eagerness, Yi Hao resolved to confront the crisis facing the Yi family personally. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, gesturing to Yi Hao. Proceed. Yi Hao stepped into the reincarnation dream trial tower, ascending directly to the third level, where he sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in deep meditation, transforming into an ethereal figure. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice outward. Yi Hao has opened the Sea of Cycles and is currently in seclusion for 3 days, but he must not be disturbed during this period. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's proclamation, the members of the Yi family erupted in jubilant cheers. Their hearts lightened as the gloom that had lingered dissipated, restoring the Yi family's former liveliness. Chapter 28. A storm approaches. A sea of blood, unleashed time flowed swiftly like a river. And in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Qingyang City was once a realm where the Yi, Zhao, and Li families stood in a tripartite balance. The initial commotion caused by the blood refining hall master issuing the blood refining order from miles away resonated throughout, with all cultivators acutely sensing the imperial pressure it embodied. The Crimson Flame ancient sect dared not provoke the blood refining hall or the formidable 100 Refinements demon hall behind it, hastily abandoning the Yi family. Witnessing this development, both the Zhao and Li families surmised that the Yi family's power had waned and began to prepare to divide its assets upon its downfall. Early one morning, Zhao Wujie, the head of the Zhao family, and Li Kenglin, the head of the Li family, arrived at the largest tavern in Qingyang City, the Drunken Immortal Tower. They reserved a lavish feast on the top floor, where an ancient bronze mirror stood, its surface shimmering, reflecting the state of the Yi family, as they wished to witness its impending demise firsthand. Zhao Wujie rose and leaned against the railing, gazing out with great satisfaction, proclaiming, "The blood refining hall master has set his sights on the Yi family, and even the Crimson Flame ancient sect has abandoned them. The Yi family is truly finished this time. Soon, all of their wealth will fall into our hands." Li Kenglin, holding a teacup in his left hand while gently tapping the lid with his right, sipped slowly, savoring the fragrant tea, and replied leisurely, "Do not rejoice too soon, Zhao family head. The Yi family may yet possess a glimmer of hope." "Oh, with even the Crimson Flame ancient sect abandoning them, from where does this hope arise?" Zhao Wujie turned to scrutinize Li Tsang. Li Kenglin set down his teacup and gazed thoughtfully at the Yi family, saying, "The blood refining hall master is interested only in the immense blood energy of the ancient waste body. Should the Yi family surrender that body, they might just weather this storm. 3 days prior, following the Yi family gathering, its members ceased their fears, conducting themselves as usual. Yet none could ascertain the reason behind this newfound boldness that I suspect Yi Tsangxiong is preparing to hand over that ancient waste body." He mused. Zhao Wujie shook his head, scoffing. "Hand over the ancient waste body? That contradicts the Yi family's protective nature. Furthermore, does the Yi family truly believe that surrendering it will allow them to survive? For millennia, wherever the blood refining order has appeared, rivers of blood have followed. In my view, the only chance for the Yi family lies in scattering and fleeing during these few days. Perhaps they might preserve a shred of their lineage. At this point, even if they wish to escape, the opportunity has long passed," Li Kenglin remarked with interest. "So it seems the Yi family cannot evade this calamity, no matter what? Let us wait and see," Zhao Wujie declared, his expression filled with anticipation. The Crimson Flame, ancient sect. In the Hall of Enlightenment, the sect leader Ouyang Yintian stood before an ancient mirror adorned with fiery patterns, his form enveloped by swirling flames. He raised his hand, releasing a fire dragon that surged into the ancient mirror. Buzz! The mirror rippled, projecting a crimson glow that vividly reflected the situation of the Yi family in Qingyun City, 8,000 miles to the southeast. The Yi family had summoned all its members back, now gathered in the martial arts arena, their expressions tinged with anxiety. However, the figure possessing the ancient sacred body, Yi Hao, was not reflected in this mirror. Had the Yi family secretly sent the ancient sacred body away? The sect leader pondered, perplexed. Master, the Yi family is but a trifling clan. Their patriarch, Yi Zhangqiong, is merely an ordinary noble. The issuance of the blood-refining order signifies their doom. Why bother using the clear fire cloud mirror to observe them? Remarked an elder in charge of the mirror, dismissively. The sect leader shook his head gently, declaring solemnly, Elder Chun, today marks the final deadline set by the blood demon old devil for the Yi family. However, the stakes concerning the ancient sacred body are immense, and in this golden era, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. If he can survive this calamity, he may yet soar like a dragon. Elder Chen furrowed his brow, questioning if the master still holds concern for the ancient sacred body. Why not assist him this time? With a soft sigh, the sect leader replied, as a subsidiary force of our Crimson Flame ancient sect, we should indeed protect them. Alas, the blood demon old devil's power surpasses my own. Moreover, I have received word that the 100 Refinements Demon Hall is covertly involved in this matter. To offend the 100 Refinements Demon Hall for an ancient sacred body whose potential for cultivation is uncertain is a risk we cannot afford. The 100 Refinements Demon Hall, a formidable demonic force overseen by a demon god, possesses numerous powerful lords, its depth unfathomable. For the Crimson Flame ancient sect, this is a behemoth that one cannot provoke lightly. Elder Chin chuckled derisively. There is no need for concern, Master. The ancient sacred body is cursed by heaven and earth, bound by heavenly shackles. The path to cultivation is fraught with insurmountable challenges. Our Crimson Flame ancient sect cannot assist the Yi family's ancient sacred body in opening the Sea of Cycles. He has no chance of stepping into cultivation. Furthermore, even if the ancient sacred body could cultivate, his foundation is far too weak to contend with the blood-refining hall. Yet the sect leader's brow remained furrowed. Contemplating, though you may speak thus, I cannot shake a sense of unease. Suddenly, his pupils constricted slightly as he exclaimed, the blood-refining hall's people have arrived. In the Yi family of Qingyang City, Yi Zhangqiong summoned all of the clan members to the martial arts arena, with only Yi Hao and his master yet to appear. The Yi family members were already aware that Yi Hao had opened the Sea of Cycles and had a powerful protector. But recalling the blood-refining hall's ruthlessness, an air of tension permeated the gathering. Suddenly, Yi Zhangqiong's gaze fixed upon a point in the void above, as a magnificent domain of flickering flames enveloped the Yi family members. And he solemnly warned, they are here, Buzz! As his words fell, the void above the Yi family shimmered, and a figure cloaked in a blood-red robe materialized. With the appearance of this figure, an overwhelming stench of blood filled the air, inducing nausea. How splendidly gathered you are, Yi family. It saves this old man a great deal of effort. The newcomer slowly lifted his head, revealing a gaunt, sinister visage, his face lined with deep wrinkles, a malevolent smile gracing his lips. The elder scanned the room, his shrill voice echoing. I am Li Wushang, the enforcer elder of the blood-refining hall, here on the orders of the hall master to retrieve the ancient sacred body. Should there be any resistance, none shall be spared. Yi Zhangqiong's expression shifted, for the aura emanating from this person was as deep and unfathomable as the abyss, far beyond his own capabilities, though both were nobles. He knew he would not withstand 3 exchanges under this man's might. Who do you think you are? A languid voice emerged from the Yi family compound, seemingly indifferent to the world. Jiang Chun. Beside him stood Yi Hao, his presence towering, his blood energy surging like a mighty river, his gaze fierce as molten gold. Chapter 29. This lad has likely never faced a beating before in the drunken immortal tower of Qingyang City. Li Kanglin slammed his teacup onto the table, rising abruptly, his eyes fixed intensely on the bronze mirror overhead, exclaiming, "What? That ancient waste body of the Yi family can cultivate." Beside him, Zhao Wujie instinctively tightened his grip, shattering the redwood railing of the tavern, yet remained oblivious, his gaze locked on the bronze mirror, his face a stormy shade of gray. The Yi family had indeed concealed their secrets well. If the ancient sacred body were to break through to the noble rank, it would overshadow many divine-level figures. Even if the blood refining hall master were to personally arrive, he might find it challenging to contend with him. As for the person beside him, he was likely the aide summoned by the Yi family. Zhao Wujie roared in fury, while Li Kanglin inhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes, only to reveal a smile once more after a moment. Zhao Wujie scoffed, "Li, how can you still smile at a time like this?" Li Kanglin waved his hand slowly, saying, "There is no need for haste. That ancient sacred body's life palace has yet to open. At most, he is merely a peak cultivator of the Sea of Cycles. Even if the ancient sacred body were to reach full maturity and contend with an emperor, what of it? A Sea of Cycles ancient sacred body is nothing more than a mere chicken or dog. The individual beside him must be a true disciple of a prominent sect from a divine era, still youthful and brimming with passion, daring to meddle in everything. A true embodiment of reckless ignorance." Upon hearing Li Kanglin's words, Zhao Wujie carefully sensed the atmosphere, his heart settling with certainty. Indeed, the ancient sacred body is merely at the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea realm, posing no significant threat. With the connections of the Yi family, what formidable external aid could they possibly summon? To resist the blood refining hall remains a foolish dream. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily. The Crimson Flame Ancient Sect. The Mind Illuminating Hall. The leader of the Crimson Flame sect unconsciously clenched his fists, two tangible flames of crimson erupting from his eyes as he gazed at Yi Hao within the ethereal light for a long while. With a heavy sigh, the leader remarked, "In this golden age, anything is possible. Ultimately, we have made the wrong choice." Elder Chun, who oversees the illuminating fire cloud mirror, sensed the situation carefully and frowned. "Leader, while it is indeed rare for an ancient sacred body to cultivate, this ancient sacred body is merely at the Wheel Sea realm. The chances of it growing strong are almost non-existent. Is it truly necessary to regard it with such importance?" The leader of the Crimson Flame sect shook his head gently, a wry smile gracing his lips. "You do not comprehend the strength of the curse upon the ancient sacred body. Even if our Crimson Flame sect exhausts its resources, we cannot enable the ancient sacred body to open the Wheel Sea. Precisely for this reason, I initially rejected the ancient sacred body's inclusion in our sect. The fact that he can open the Wheel Sea indicates that he must possess a fortuitous encounter, coupled with boundless fate. After today, this child will undoubtedly soar to great heights. Moreover, the individual next to him is one I cannot see through. He is likely of considerable significance." Elder Chun, upon hearing this, dismissed it with a wave. No matter how extraordinary the ancient sacred body may be, it is still merely at the Wheel Sea realm. He cannot withstand the calamity of the blood refining hall. Not to mention, the blood refining hall is backed by the overwhelming presence of the 100 refining demon hall. That individual is far too young. How can he possibly withstand the blood refining hall? The leader of the Crimson Flame sect lamented, "You are unaware of how extraordinary those with great fortune can be. Just wait and see." In Qingyang City, at the Yi family estate, the law elder of the blood refining hall, Li Wushang, finally took notice of Jiang Chen's presence. Seeing Jiang Chen's youth, he dismissed it, cackling ominously, "I didn't expect there would be one who came seeking death. Prepare to meet your demise. You have not yet earned the right to know my name." Jiang Chen coldly retorted. Li Wushang's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Yi Hao beside Jiang Chun, his gaze brightening. "What immense vitality! I did not expect you. An ancient sacred body, to have opened the Wheel Sea. If used to refine blood pills, the results would be exponentially stronger than before. The Hall Master will surely reward me handsomely." Li Wushang cackled madly, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light, as if he were gazing upon a priceless quarry. "Master, I wish to test my skills." Yi Hao licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor as he sought Jiang Chen's approval. Only 3 days had passed since Yi Hao opened the Wheel Sea, Yet he had endured 3 years of grueling battles within the trial tower of the reincarnation dream that he fought against people, demons and devils alike, engaged in continuous, frenzied combat. The number of times he had perished or been injured in the trial tower was countless. The agony of his body being torn apart was still vividly etched in his memory, fortifying his will to nearly 100-fold, while his combat experience grew unimaginably profound. Although Yi Hao had not broken through to another realm, his comprehension of the Heavenly Emperor's Suppression Sutra had reached a foundational level, and he had also grasped numerous offensive techniques of the Battle Saint method. His cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea realm, yet within the Trial Dream, he could easily slay enemies at the Fate Palace realm. And if he exerted himself fully, he could even contend with those in the True Spirit realm. With the Heavenly Emperor's Suppression Sutra and the Battle Saint method at his disposal, Yi Hao brimmed with confidence. Eager to personally experience the means of nobility, Jiang Chen cast a glance at Yi Hao, internally surprised at the boy's audacity. Go ahead. Jiang Chen nodded, knowing he would intervene when Yi Hao could no longer hold his own. The boy was too reckless. Without experiencing a beating, he might forget his own surname. All right. Yi Hao responded, soaring into the air, his gaze fixed on Li Wuxiang, his fighting spirit ignited. Li Wuxiang's expression darkened like stormy waters as he hissed. A mere peak of the Wheel Sea dares to provoke a noble. Truly, a newborn calf fears not the tiger. If that is the case, I shall cripple you first, and then annihilate your entire Yi family. With that, Li Wuxiang unleashed a vast expanse of blood-colored mist, which transformed into a blood-red domain, overwhelming and descending upon Yi Hao. The acrid scent of blood wafted through the air, accompanied by the faint wails of lost souls, making one feel as though they had entered a hellish realm. Come forth, Yi Hao shouted, embracing the challenge, as a miniature green mountain appeared in his palms, emanating a heavy, solid aura. Mountain Embrace Seal. Yi Hao raised his hand and hurled the miniature mountain. It rapidly expanded into a towering green mountain, crashing down into the blood-red domain with a tremendous force. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the green mountain shattered, sending ripples through the blood-red domain, which continued its relentless advance towards Yi Hao. Yi Hao's expression shifted slightly as he rapidly formed various hand seals, manifesting the Battle Saint method's myriad techniques. A brilliant sun, a radiant moon, majestic icy mountains, and raging seas of fire, all converging upon the blood-red domain. Rumbling, the deafening sounds of battle echoed throughout the realm as the foul, viscous blood-red domain writhed, effortlessly neutralizing all of Yi Hao's attacks. Although the Battle Saint method was unparalleled in offense, Yi Hao's cultivation was still several major realms below Li Wuxiang's, making it difficult for the Battle Saint method to bridge such a significant gap. Buzz! Yi Hao's expression changed as the golden divine power within the Wheel Sea surged violently, its vast vitality flowing like the mighty Yangtze River, coalescing into a majestic figure behind him. A hazy silhouette radiating resplendent golden light, crowned in dignity, adorned in a robe of golden patterns that exuded an overwhelming aura of authority, reminiscent of a sovereign of myriad paths. Suppress, Yi Hao commanded, witnessing the imposing figure behind him slowly raise its hand, reaching out towards Li Wuxiang. In an instant, a golden handprint shot forth, imbued with immense sealing power, as if a vast abyss was ready to engulf all. Heavenly Emperor's Suppression, suppressing all evils. Boom! The earth-shattering sounds continued to resonate as the blood-red domain was obstructed, violently churning as the golden handprint dissipated before vanishing from sight, along with the majestic silhouette behind Yi Hao. Humph! Yi Hao grunted, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his complexion as pale as paper as he uncontrollably plummeted from the sky. Why Yi Hao? Little rat! The members of the Yi family exclaimed in alarm, their eyes filled with urgency. Jiang Chen raised a hand, an invisible force crossing the blood-red domain, bringing the severely injured Yi Hao back to his side. With keen interest, he asked, "How does it feel?" Yi Hao, now visibly steadied, took a deep breath, golden light flaring in his eyes as he replied solemnly, "The pressure is immense. However, once I break through to the Fate Palace realm, I may yet have the opportunity to battle him." Chapter 30. The Master of the Ancient Sacred Body is terrifying in my domain. You actually managed to withstand a blow or two. The Ancient Sacred Body truly possesses some merit. Li Wuxiang regarded Yi Hao with a sinister gaze. Cackling, I shall grant you no opportunities. Now, watch as the Yi family meets its demise. Before his words fell, the vast blood-red domain descended upon the entire Yi family. Everyone, be careful. Yi Sanqiong bellowed, the fiery domain surging violently to intercept the descending blood-red domain. Sizzle. The clash between the blood-red domain and Yi Sanqiong's fiery domain emitted a discordant screech. The members of the Yi family could clearly see Yi Sanqiong's fiery domain thinning at a visible rate. They sensed a malevolent blood-red energy infiltrating through their pores, causing their divine power to sluggishly falter as if rusting. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky, flicking his fingers, unleashing an invisible force upon the blood-red domain, causing it to vanish without a trace. Wah! Li Wuxiang spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing at Jiang Chen in shock and disbelief. Who exactly are you? You cannot afford to provoke me, Jiang Chen replied coolly. Do not feign mystery, die. Li Wuxiang's face contorted with fury as a 3-foot blood sword materialized in the wheel's sea, its viscous black-red blood dripping from the blade, casting the sky into a hellish hue as it cleaved through the void. Aiming straight for Jiang Chen, this 3-foot blood sword was the artifact Li Wuxiang had refined throughout his life. A mere cut would instantly drain his opponent's blood, having slain over 10 nobles in its wake. Showcasing tremendous power, Jiang Chen gently waved his palm, sending forth a golden handprint imbued with overwhelming power. Heavenly Emperor Suppression. This was a technique cultivated by Yi Hao. Jiang Chen's comprehension of it, magnified 100-fold, far surpassed Yi Hao's understanding. Bang! The blood-red sword, a mere 3 feet in length, shattered upon making contact with the golden palm imprint, scattering fragments across the heavens and the earth. The golden imprint, undeterred in its momentum, descended upon Li Wuxiang, that a look of terror crossed Li Wuxiang's face as the very blood within him ignited in a frenzied blaze, desperately seeking to escape the impending doom. Yet, it was all in vain. The ethereal silhouette of the golden hand loomed like an impenetrable prison, sealing the void and binding myriad paths, ruthlessly subduing Li Wuxiang beneath its grasp. I am the law elder of the blood refining hall. If you dare to kill me, Li Wuxiang's furious roar was abruptly cut short, as his entire being crumbled into oblivion in an instant, reduced to nothingness before one could blink that Li Wuxiang was dead. In that very moment, Jiang Chen sensed a faint yet exceptionally pure energy merging into his own being. This was the entirety of Li Wuxiang's cultivation, refined and purified through the Heavenly Emperor's Prison Sutra, directly transforming into Jiang Chen's own power. Moreover, all of Li Wuxiang's techniques, secret arts, and insights were transmuted into Jiang Chen's knowledge and experience, accessible to him at will. Within the Heavenly Emperor's prison, all secrets lay bare. Bang! Witnessing this spectacle, Li Kanglin, the head of the Li family atop the drunken immortal pavilion, smashed the redwood round table laden with delicacies into splinters with a single slap, sending cups and plates crashing to the ground, oil stains marring his long robe. Yet Li Kanglin remained oblivious, exclaiming in disbelief, "Impossible!" At the same time, Zhao Wujie, the head of the Zhao family, gazing from the balcony, was engulfed by an invisible wave of energy that shattered the railing before him. A profound fear flickered in his eyes as he incredulously murmured, he defeated the law elder of the blood refining hall with a single move. Who on earth is this young man? Li Kanglin inhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes slightly as he ominously declared, The blood refining hall is not to be trifled with. The fall of their law elder will not go unpunished, and if the Yi family wishes to evade this calamity, it shall not be an easy feat. Zhao Wujie's complexion shifted slightly as he voiced his concern. If the blood fiend old demon arrives, not just the Yi family, but the entirety of Qingyang City could be turned into a hell on earth. What shall we do? Do we need to evacuate Qingyang City? Li Kanglin's face turned pale at the suggestion. His mind in disarray, he had merely hoped for the annihilation of the Yi family by the blood refining hall, envisioning his own family reaping the benefits. However, if they were to be implicated, that was a scenario he absolutely wished to avoid. At that moment, Zhao Wujie suddenly looked skyward, his expression one of sheer horror, as he exclaimed, "A sea of blood fills the sky. The blood fiend Taoist has arrived." Li Kanglin sighed with deep concern. Now, All we can do is pray that the young man from the Yi family can withstand the blood fiend Taoist. Otherwise, both our families may find themselves buried alongside the Yi family. In the ancient flame sect, astonishment reigned. Who exactly is this formidable individual? The sect master of the ancient flame drew in a sharp breath. His eyes ablaze with fiery brilliance, his mind in utter shock. With but a single strike, he had effortlessly slain the law elder of the blood refining hall, a feat that was nothing short of miraculous. Where did the Yi family find such a powerful ally? Elder Chun, in charge of the clear fire cloud mirror, stared wide-eyed, his lips trembling uncontrollably. The individual beside Yi Hao was able to defeat a king with one move. Am I dreaming? The sect master of the ancient flame spoke softly. As I mentioned earlier, the young man beside the ancient sacred body is beyond my comprehension. The reason the ancient sacred body can cultivate may very well be linked to him. Elder Chin's heart quivered, his eyes glimmering as he solemnly stated that ancient sacred body is no simple matter. Even in the Wheel-Sea realm, he can briefly contend with a king. Such prowess is worthy of pride. The sect master sighed. Legend has it that if the ancient sacred body can break the curse of heaven and earth, he will be invincible among his peers. When fully realized, he could rival an emperor. If perfected, he could challenge the immortals. It appears that this legend may indeed hold a kernel of truth. At this point, the sect master of the ancient flame, with a tinge of melancholy, lamented, "Perhaps we are about to witness the rise of a generation's ancient sacred body. We had a chance to lend our support, but alas, Master, if we stand idly by, the ancient sacred body may hold a grudge against us. If he truly rises, we will be in grave danger. Is there still a way to remedy this?" Elder Chen forcibly suppressed his shock, his face betraying his worries. The sect master of the ancient flame pondered for a moment before declaring, "Abandon the Yi family? How dare those below conceal such heinous acts from me? I shall not let this go unpunished." Before his words had fully left his lips, the sect master felt an instinctive urge to gaze into the treasure mirror. His eyes lighting up as he chuckled, "An endless sea of blood. The blood fiend Taoist has personally arrived. It seems there is still a chance for redemption." Elder Chun hastily cautioned, "Master, do not forget about the 100 Refinements Demon Hall. Should we offend them, our ancient flame sect would also bear the consequences. In this era of great strife, we have already made one misstep. We cannot afford another. The potential of the ancient sacred body is immense, and he deserves our utmost support. Furthermore, the individual beside the ancient sacred body may not be any weaker than the 100 Refinements Demon Hall." With a final remark, the sect master of the ancient flame vanished from sight. Propelled by a tremendous wave of spatial energy towards Qingyang City. Chapter 31. A Sea of Blood, did I allow you to depart? In Qingyang City, the Yi family stood in stunned silence at Jiang Qin's decisive defeat of the Law Elder of the Blood Refining Hall. Moments later, the entirety of the Yi family erupted in joyous exclamations. "How formidable! Jiang Xinbei is truly remarkable. That Law Elder was no match for him. Yi Hao is truly blessed to be under Jiang Xinbei's tutelage. It is a boon for our Yi family." Yi Zhangqiang wore a broad smile, bowing respectfully to Jiang Chun, eager to express his gratitude. When his expression suddenly shifted, his gaze drawn to the heavens with shock, rendering him speechless. A vast, blood-red sea descended from the west, casting a shadow over the entirety of Qingyang City. The thick blood surged like boiling water, each wave concealing a wailing specter. The entire city was enveloped in a world of blood-red darkness, with howling winds and towering waves, an acrid stench penetrating the very soul. The tumultuous blood sea roiled violently, and a gaunt figure clad in a blood-red robe emerged above the boundless crimson expanse. With white hair and a broken left brow, he wielded a blood-red whisk, surrounded by a faint aura of demonic order, his eyes glimmering with a sinister crimson light that as he appeared, an overwhelming sense of suffocation gripped all within Qingyang City. The master of the blood refining hall, the blood fiend Taoist, had arrived. Despair washed over the Yi family. The blood fiend Taoist was far too powerful. Could Jiang Xinbei withstand him? To dare slay my law elder of the blood refining hall is an act of unprecedented audacity. The hoarse voice of the blood fiend Taoist echoed throughout Qingyang City, his blood-red gaze fixated upon Jiang Chun, the oppressive aura instilling a sense of impending doom upon the Yi family. "What are you? Jiang Qin's expression remained unchanged, his head held high as he disdainfully retorted. The blood fiend Taoist's expression momentarily stiffened before he sneered. Truly arrogant. Today, the entire Yi family shall accompany my law elder to the afterlife. At that moment, the surging blood sea split open, revealing a massive chasm from which a searing blaze burst forth. Rapidly spreading through the void, that in the blink of an eye, half the sky was consumed by a sea of crimson flames. Protecting the members of the Yi family as they stood steadfastly against the relentless tide of blood, that in the heart of the inferno stood a tall figure, adorned in a high crown. Exuding an air of elegance, clad in a white robe patterned with fiery motifs, 81 fire dragons swirled around him as he gazed solemnly at the blood fiend Taoist, calmly stating, "The Yi family is under the protection of my ancient flame sect." Blood fiend Taoist, you have overstepped your bounds. The sect master of the ancient flame had arrived. The blood fiend Taoist raised a brow slightly, sneering, "Ouyang Yintian, has your ancient flame sect not already forsaken the Yi family? Why do you resurface now? Are you not afraid of offending the 100 Refinements Demon Hall? I was in seclusion, and those beneath me acted without understanding, leading to this farce that I have since dealt with them most severely. The ancient flame sect shall protect all its subordinate forces. The ancient sacred body is under my protection." Ouyang Yuntian declared with an air of indifference and authority that in an instant. The Yi family was filled with exhilaration. The ancient flame sect has not abandoned us. With the sect master here, our Yi family is safe. Having the sect master present, I have never heard of a family receiving such honor. It seems they recognized Yi Hao's potential. Otherwise, who could compel the sect master to come in person? At that moment, a voice, laced with languor and dissatisfaction, rang out clearly, "Make way! Do not obstruct here." As the voice fell, the flames illuminating the heavens instantly dissipated, causing even Ouyang Yintian to uncontrollably descend to the ground. Shock plastered across his face. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, where they beheld a graceful youth seated at a stone table beneath the shade of a tree, leisurely savoring the aroma of tea from a white jade cup. The youth's hair flowed lightly, his gaze clear and bright, akin to a stream cascading through the mountains or a gentle breeze weaving through the world. Refreshingly natural and transcendent. Ouyang Yuntian's heart brimmed with astonishment. Although he had seen Jiang Qin's prowess through the clear fire cloud mirror, he had not expected this youth to be so formidable. He had just unleashed his full power, only to be casually suppressed by this individual. Truly terrifying. The master of the ancient sacred body was likely even more powerful than he had imagined. With this individual present, even if he did not intervene, the Yi family was undoubtedly secure. Ouyang Yuntian was pressed down from the sky by someone, yet he dared not harbor the slightest discontent in his heart. He hurriedly bowed respectfully to Jiang Qin, saying, "I am Ouyang Yuntian from the Qian ancient sect, that I apologize for my rudeness. Esteemed senior, that I hope you will not hold it against me." Before such a terrifying presence, he did not dare to harbor any ulterior motives, nor even inquire about Jiang Qin's name, fearing that he might offend him. Having observed in silence for so long, had he finally made the decision to intervene? A faint smile, almost imperceptible, graced Jiang Qin's lips. Ouyang Yuntian's heart trembled violently. Had his use of the clear fire cloud mirror to observe this place been sensed by this individual? To what heights had this person's cultivation reached? "I am ashamed. I am willing to accept punishment." Ouyang Yuntian lowered his posture significantly. Jiang Qin took a delicate sip of tea and waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "Never mind, just stand aside." Ouyang Yuntian let out a sigh of relief, respectfully saluted Jiang Qin, and voluntarily stepped back. He silently rejoiced, thinking that regardless of this person's background, with the ancient sacred body bowing to him as a master, he would surely soar to great heights. Thankfully, he had come to remedy the situation. Otherwise, this act of neglecting a call for help would undoubtedly enrage the ancient sacred body. Once it grew stronger, the Qian ancient sect could not withstand the wrath of the ancient sacred body. Blood Ming Taoist watched as the Qian sect master was easily subdued, his brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He spoke in a deep voice. "Might I inquire about your esteemed identity?" This person had silently suppressed the Qian sect master. Surely, he could similarly suppress himself with a mere wave of his hand, had he known that the ancient sacred body was a disciple of such an existence. He would never have dared to boast about refining the ancient sacred body into blood essence, let alone personally deliver himself to the door. You are not worthy of knowing the origins of my master. Yi Hao retorted with a cold sneer. With a swish, the blood Ming Daoist transformed into a shadow of blood, retreating into the distance while leaving behind a distant remark. I was unaware that the ancient sacred body was your disciple. I have offended you greatly. I hope you will forgive me. I shall take my leave. Come back. Jiang Qin's tone was as calm as the clouds, raising his hand to beckon the blood Ming Daoist. With a swish, a massive hand, emanating a lustrous jade-like sheen, materialized out of thin air. Every line within the palm seemed to contain the principles of heaven and earth, as if it could seal a realm. Reaching towards the blood Ming Daoist. The blood Ming Daoist complexion changed drastically as a viscous sea of blood appeared around him, filled with the wails of countless souls that a violent wind stirred up monstrous waves. Attempting to block the enormous hand, boom, with a series of thunderous roars, the rolling sea of blood shattered upon contact with the gigantic hand. The blood Ming Daoist's face turned pale as a blood-red spear erupted from his brow. Fresh blood oozing from it, radiating a chilling aura of slaughter, piercing the void to meet the colossal hand. This was his life-esque cultivation, a royal treasure imbued with every ounce of malevolence. Forged from the deaths of countless beings, capable of ends in the projection of the demonic deity, two blood-red beams of divine light erupted from its eyes, cleaving through the void and annihilating all in their path. Instantaneously arriving before Jiang Qin, these beams of light contained an unfathomable power of divine rules, with an immortal rhythm swirling within them. Everything in the heavens and earth seemed to lose its color, as if the very world were on the brink of obliteration, resembling a celestial punishment. With this strike, the mighty force of the divine path was unleashed, awakening numerous terrifying beings of unparalleled cultivation in the eastern wastes, all of whom opened their eyes to gaze toward the location of the Yi family. Who among the deities has made a move? This aura is that of the 100-forging demon god. Has it only been a short time since the Golden Age commenced, and yet the 100-forging demon god can no longer restrain itself from traversing the mortal realm? What kind of existence could provoke the 100-forging demon god? As the two beams of annihilating blood-red light approached, Jiang Qin remained calm and composed, clenching his fist and raising his hand to strike at the beams, exclaiming, "Kill!" In that moment, an overwhelming killing intent surged through the heavens, as if the accumulated rage of eons erupted forth, vast as the sky, dense as the earth, and fierce as thunder. The true essence of the path of killing surged forth through the ages. The royal path killing fist. This was a profound technique Jiang Qin had comprehended from the ancient character kill, brimming with boundless killing intent, capable of slaying gods and extinguishing immortals. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the heavens and earth as the two beams of annihilating light shattered on the spot. The fist light, transformed from the relentless surge of killing intent, became even more blazing, piercing through the void, defying the heavens, and striking fiercely against the demonic deity's projection high above. With a thunderous rumble, the heavens quaked, the void collapsed, and the massive visage of the demonic deity's projection twisted and contorted under the impact, causing ripples to resonate throughout the world. The projection of the demonic deity grew increasingly ethereal, appearing on the verge of vanishing, that a hauntingly uncertain and colossal face let out a cry of anguish. The might of the royal path killing fist exceeded expectations, directly wounding the demonic deity behind the projection. The enormous visage, darkening and fading, roared in fury, "This punch, I shall remember. Dare you reveal your name?" From the purple cloud's sacred land, master of Qingshu Peak, Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin replied nonchalantly. The massive face of the demonic deity's projection vanished completely into the void, and the illusory altar similarly dissipated, transforming back into an ancient token, now riddled with countless cracks, disintegrating into ash throughout the world. P.S. To supplement, here are the detailed divisions of realms and power structures. Detailed realms. We'll see. Life Palace, True Spirit, Marquis, Monarch, Lord, Half-God, for realms of deity, Celestial Deity, Divine King, Divine Emperor, Divine Sovereign. Quasi-Sage, 3 realms of Sage, Sage, Sage King, Great Sage, Quasi-Emperor, two realms of Emperor, Great Emperor Supreme, Celestial Emperor, Celestial Sovereign. Power structures, ancient sect, a path established by a half-god or lord. There may not necessarily be living half-gods or lords in the present. Divine dynasty and divine cult, a path established by deities, subdivided into celestial deity path, divine king path, divine emperor path, and divine sovereign path, each with varying depths of heritage. Quasi-sage path, a path established by quasi-sages. Sacred land and sacred dynasty, a path established by sages, subdivided into sage path, sage king path, and great sage path, with significant differences in heritage. Quasi-emperor path, a path established by quasi-emperors. Life forbidden zone, a forbidden area where self-destructive supremes lie dormant. Great emperor path, a path established by great emperors. Celestial emperor path, a path established by celestial emperors. Immortal gate, a path from which true immortals have emerged. Chapter 33. Ling Tian, the ancestor. This Qingshu peak, I cannot fathom. Purple cloud sacred land, the red flame sect master, Ouyang Yin Tian, was momentarily taken aback, exhaling a long sigh of relief that he never expected the master of the ancient sacred body to hail from the purple cloud sacred land, a force far more profound than the 100 forging demon hall. With a legacy of several millennia, no wonder that elder disregarded the 100 forging demon hall from the outset. Yet, that was a living projection of a demonic deity, which was annihilated by this master of Qingshu Peak with a single punch. Are the peak masters of the purple cloud sacred land truly this formidable? Regardless, this time they certainly did not make the wrong choice. Zhao Wujie and Li Kanglin exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Their previous arrogance completely evaporated. They had never anticipated that the master of the ancient sacred body would come from the purple cloud sacred land. Never mind a peak master. Even a true disciple would demand their utmost respect and careful hospitality. It was all for naught. Should we go and apologize? Li Kanglin appeared dazed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Zhao Wujie sighed deeply, reflecting, at least we have not perished at the hands of the blood-refining hall master. Nor have we been affected by that demonic deity's projection. To escape with our lives is already a blessing from the heavens. As for the Yi family, having allied with the purple cloud sacred land, they are destined to soar to greatness, a force we can no longer provoke. An apology is indeed necessary, and it must be delivered with sufficient sincerity. Otherwise, there will be no place for either of our families in Qingyang City. Not only they, but all within Qingyang City understood. The Yi family was on the verge of ascendance. Meanwhile, the entire Yi family was already in an uproar to why Yihao's master had obliterated the projection of the 100 forging demon god with a single punch. Instilling confidence in them all, the Yi family was finally poised to rise. In the depths of the void, numerous ancient forces were probing this matter through various means. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's background, they were all astonished. The purple cloud sacred land? Is a peak master from the purple cloud sacred land truly this ruthless? This individual bore no traces of divine rule power, undoubtedly a lord. To effortlessly obliterate a divine projection, such a lord is exceedingly rare, even within a sacred land, and would have long since become a revered elder among the great sacred lands. Yet, this person is merely a peak master. Is the purple cloud sacred land preparing to reveal its depths during this golden age? The ancient sacred body, should it break the curses of heaven and the shackles of realms, with the purple cloud sacred land as its backing, likely has a great opportunity for growth. The ancient sacred body will encounter countless calamities throughout its life. The purple cloud sacred land may not be able to withstand it. Such actions are fraught with uncertainty. In this era of great contention, cultivators must vie for supremacy. If one is to fear this and fear that, what right do they have to contest for supremacy in the world? The killing intent within that punch was as tangible as reality. This person's mastery over the path of killing is unfathomably profound. Even if the 100 forging demon god were present, it would be unlikely to contend with him. You are overestimating him, indeed, as one progresses. The disparity between the Lord realm and the divine realm is akin to an insurmountable chasm. The power the demonic deity's projection possessed was scarcely 1% of its true strength. Being defeated by this individual is hardly remarkable. Should the demonic deity personally arrive, this person would undoubtedly meet his demise. Ha! This rising star hails from the purple cloud's sacred land. The 100-forging demon god would need to possess the courage to seek him out. I am more intrigued by the path the ancient sacred body will traverse in the future. Jiang Qin's displayed strength is not weak, but to the ancient relics of the various forces. It merely sparked momentary interest, failing to elicit excessive concern that I in the ancestral tomb of the purple cloud's sacred land. A pitch-black ancient coffin, imprinted with archaic patterns, gently cracked open a seam, and an aged voice filled with confusion murmured to itself, "Does our purple cloud's sacred land possess such a prodigy? Isn't the master of Qingshu Peak Qing Xuanzi? How has he become this Jiang Chun? It seems I must consult the current sacred lord." When the purple cloud's sacred lord received this message from the elder, he was utterly bewildered. What is this? Master of Qingshu Peak Jiang Chun has taken in an ancient sacred body. Moreover, he annihilated the projection of the 100-forging demon god with a single punch. When did junior brother Jiang become this ruthless? Or has junior brother Jiang always been extraordinarily powerful, merely choosing to remain low-key? The purple cloud's sacred lord pondered his words and reported to the elder, returning to ancestor Ling Tian. Junior brother Jiang Chun joined our purple cloud sacred land over 100 years ago, under the tutelage of Master Qing Xuanzi, becoming the sole disciple of Qingshu Peak, with a consistent performance. Over 80 years ago, Master Qing Xuanzi passed away, and junior brother Jiang Chun exhibited cultivation at the monarch realm, naturally ascending to the position of Master of Qingshu Peak. Throughout these years, junior brother Jiang Chun has not reported any breakthroughs in his cultivation, receiving only the ordinary treatment of a peak master. I had thought him to be merely an ordinary monarch, that I never expected that junior brother Jiang Chun could even slay a divine projection. It seems he has been concealing his true abilities all these years, and no wonder his appearance has changed little since then. I had thought he had consumed some sort of beauty-enhancing elixir. Now it seems his cultivation is so profound that the passage of time has left no mark upon him. Upon hearing the report from the purple cloud's sacred lord, ancestor Ling Tian gained some understanding of Jiang Chun, perceiving him as a seeker of the Tao dedicated to profound cultivation. What do you think about him taking in the ancient sacred body as a disciple? Ancestor Ling Tian inquired of the purple cloud's sacred lord. After a moment of contemplation, the purple cloud's sacred lord replied slowly, "Though this realm is no longer suitable for the cultivation of the ancient sacred body, with the onset of myriad calamities and the era of great contention, anything is possible. Since junior brother Jiang Chun can assist the ancient sacred body in opening the Wheel C, he may also resolve its other issues." Ling Tian Lao Zu slightly narrowed his eyes and spoke softly, "For now, there is no need to pay excessive attention, that as long as the ancient sacred body can triumph over the current holy sun, it would be no issue to bestow the title upon him. In my Zishao holy land, let him showcase his capabilities and enjoy the privileges he deserves. That master of Qingshu Peak, being able to find the ancient sacred body as his disciple, must possess great fortune. Should he have any needs, as long as they are not too excessive, Zishao holy land will certainly accommodate him." Upon hearing this, the Zishao holy master gently nodded, stating, "Given Jiang Chen's performance, I shall not treat him like an ordinary peak master at this juncture." The Zishao holy master seemed to recall something, his brow slightly furrowing as he continued. "However, Jiang Chen's actions are somewhat inscrutable to me." "Such as?" Ling Tian Lao Zu inquired with curiosity. The Zishao holy master pondered for a moment before replying. "Ever since Jiang Chun joined Zishao Holy Land, he has participated in every disciple recruitment ceremony without exception, even before he became a peak master. Yet he has never taken in any disciples. That it was only a few months ago during a recruitment ceremony that he accepted a girl with congenital deficiencies as a disciple. Now he has taken in another ancient sacred body, which remains utterly perplexing." Ling Tian Lao Zu expressed some surprise and asked, "Oh, he has accepted another disciple. How is that disciple faring now?" The Zishao holy master scanned the relevant records in the Holy Land with his spiritual sense, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes that he carefully chose his words and responded. "In just a few months, that girl with congenital deficiencies not only opened her, but also established her, even condensing her true spirit. Just days ago, she effortlessly completed her trial task. Such performance ranks among the best in our Zishao Holy Land's numerous true disciples. Could it be that Jiang Chun possesses an extraordinary eye for talent? Ling Tian Lao Zhu, intrigued by this, remarked, "That girl must have returned to Qing Su Peak to cultivate after completing her trial task that I wish to see what sets her apart," as he spoke. An aura of eternal divinity emanated from the coffin where Ling Tian Lao Zhu resided, piercing through the void and descending upon Qing Su Peak. The Zishao Holy Master waited for a considerable time without any sign of response from Ling Tian Lao Zhu, which prompted him to curiously inquire, "Lao Zhu, how goes your investigation? This Qing Su Peak is inscrutable to me." Ling Tian Lao Zhu replied in a muffled tone, a hint of frustration evident in his voice. "I cannot fathom it." "Cannot fathom? What do you mean?" The Zishao Holy Master was momentarily taken aback, seemingly struggling to comprehend. This Ling Tian Lao Zhu had long since ascended to divinity and possessed a power far beyond that of the 100 Refinements demon god. His spiritual sense was incredibly formidable, ranking among the top 10 of the ancestral masters of Zishao Holy Land. The fact that there was a place within the Holy Land that even he could not penetrate was indeed astonishing. In a somber tone, Ling Tian Lao Zhu continued, "My spiritual sense entering Qing Su Peak is akin to a cow sinking into the sea, vanishing without a trace, even when I employed the cloud C10,000 phenomena formation to probe. I found no abnormalities at Qing Su Peak. It is truly bizarre." A look of shock flickered in the Zishao Holy Master's eyes. The cloud C10,000 phenomena formation was a holy level array that enveloped the entire Zishao Holy Land. Every area within its protection could be monitored, and while each major peak had its own defensive formations, they all remained under the watchful eye of the cloud C10,000 phenomena formation. This seemingly unremarkable Qing Su Peak had somehow managed to dissolve the divine sense of an ancient ancestor, implying it was far from ordinary. Lao Zhu suggests that the protective formation of Qing Su Peak is not beneath that of the Zishao Holy Land. Could it be that Jiang Chun has inadvertently acquired some royal-level formation? The Zishao Holy Master voiced his incredulity. Ling Tian Lao Zhu remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. "The level of the formation at Qing Su Peak is beyond my conjecture. Regardless, it indicates that our Zishao Holy Land harbors a true dragon. Since he is willing to publicly proclaim the name of Zishao Holy Land, it signifies a profound sense of belonging. Each major peak under Zishao Holy Land harbors its own secrets. As long as they do not harm the Holy Land, there is no need to delve deeper. As for the ancient sacred body and Jiang Chen's female disciple, let them exhibit their capabilities and reward them accordingly. There is no need for excessive scrutiny. Furthermore, the nameless heavenly palace is manifesting above the chaotic sea. With divine rules lying in wait, it is likely that some divine relic is about to surface. This presents a fine opportunity for the younger disciples of Zishao Holy Land to hone their skills. Preparations should be made. Unless there are pressing matters, do not disturb me." Upon concluding, Ling Tian Lao Zhu withdrew his divine sense. Falling into complete silence, the Zishao Holy Master's expression shifted. It was said that during the Golden Age, the fortune of heaven and earth surged like a raging fire. Was the nameless heavenly palace above the chaotic sea a divine relic drawn forth by the swelling fortunes of heaven and earth? In Qingyang City, at the Yi family, the master of the Blood Refinement Hall, Xueming Dao Run, stared in disbelief as the projection of the demon god he had summoned was obliterated by Jiang Chen's punch. His mind blank and his eyes filled with horror. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xueming Dao Run muttered to himself. The 100 Refinements demon god was an invincible figure in his eyes, although merely a projection. It was capable of effortlessly annihilating the vast majority of sovereigns. Yet now, it had been dispatched with such ease by Jiang Chun, leaving him questioning his very existence in that moment, his faith shattered completely. His Dao heart riddled with cracks, and his strength reduced to nothing. Hearing the cheers of numerous Yi family members, Xueming Dao Run abruptly snapped back to reality, unwilling to hesitate as he burned his own divine power, transforming into a streak of blood light that vanished into the depths of the void with a terrifying spatial fluctuation, racing away, trying to escape. "Stay." Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he raised his hand and struck out, sending forth a golden palm print imbued with the terrifying power to seal heaven and earth. Crashing into a distant void, boom! The heavens roared, and the void trembled as Xueming Dao Ren's figure was forcefully ejected from the void. Spitting blood and appearing wan, his eyes widening in horror as he beheld a massive palm print descending upon him. Xuanming Dao Rin felt all his cultivation completely sealed, his soul power trapped within his, unable to escape a single bit, and he pleaded in terror, "Spare me!" Bang! Under the palm print, Xuanming Dao Rin was utterly obliterated, his dismembered limbs and shattered remains reduced to ashes before they could even exit the realm of the palm print. The notorious and ruthless Blood Refinement Hall Master had thus been annihilated. Yes, the phantom of the Heavenly Emperor disappeared. Jiang Qin sensed a significant advancement in his own cultivation to that moment. A shadowy black chain appeared at the of Yi Hao, shimmering with ancient symbols resembling dragons and phoenixes, manifesting as slender, profound chains radiating an overwhelming and primal force of confinement. The Heavenly Chains. Each realm of the ancient sacred body is bound by the chains of heaven and earth. This is the heavenly chain of its. Yi Hao, having personally faced off against the law enforcement elder of the Blood Refinement Hall and closely observed the confrontation between Jiang Qin and the Hall Master, as well as the demon god projection, felt a surge of inspiration and was poised to break through to the realm. The gaze of Ouyang Yuntian, the leader of the Crimson Flame sect, sparkled with unprecedented brilliance that he understood that the ancient sacred body was about to break through to its second realm. The realm. Though he was unsure how the ancient sacred body had shattered its first heavenly chain, he recognized that witnessing the breaking of the second heavenly chain was an extraordinary opportunity that could hardly be sought after. Instinctively, Ouyang Yuntian glanced at Jiang Qin, that if all went according to plan, Jiang Qin had likely assisted in breaking the first heavenly chain. Would he intervene to aid in shattering the second? Jiang Qin, with keen interest, observed Yi Hao, showing no intention of intervening, that if he could not break such heavenly chains, then he could not be deemed the child of destiny. Yi Sanxiong waved his hand to silence the clamoring Yi family members. Their gazes fixated intently upon Yi Hao. They had not witnessed how Yi Hao had opened his, but the chance to observe him establish his was invaluable, prompting them to remain silent, fearful of disturbing Yi Hao. "Open!" Yi Hao bellowed, his divine power surging wildly and the thunderous sounds echoing through the heavens and earth. The golden radiance emanating from the illuminated his entire being, flooding him with divine power that surged toward his within his brow. Boom! The deep rumbling resonated incessantly as the heavenly chains shimmered, seemingly on the verge of shattering. The Yi Hao's strength surged relentlessly, maintaining a high-intensity assault against the heavenly chains outside his. Yet he always fell just short. Immediately, Yi Hao fully activated the Heavenly Emperor's Suppression Sutra, causing the magnificent figure of the Heavenly Emperor to materialize behind him, exuding an aura of dominance that suppressed all evils. Crack! With the emergence of the Heavenly Emperor's phantom, the heavenly chains sealing Yi Hao shattered instantaneously. With the divine might of the Heavenly Emperor's Prison Sutra and the formidable power of the primordial sacred body, Yi Hao forcefully shattered the celestial shackles that bound him outside his life palace, thus opening it up. In that moment, a torrent of vitality surged within Yi Hao, and divine energy roared incessantly. Every minuscule particle of his being radiated with myriad golden lights, resplendent as a rainbow, with a majestic aura sweeping across the heavens, making him appear as a living deity. The Red Flame sect leader, Ouyang Yuntian, gazed in astonishment, sensing that the aura emanating from Yi Hao was subtly comparable to that of an ordinary noble. This primordial sacred body, having broken free from the shackles of heaven and earth, was simply terrifying, truly deserving of being a peerless genius capable of suppressing an entire era, with the backing of the Zixiao sacred land and such a formidable master safeguarding him. Coupled with the unprecedented Golden Age, the likelihood of the primordial sacred body flourishing was exceedingly high, and its future achievements were boundless. Upon detecting that his disciple Yi Hao had broken through to the Life Palace realm, fortune flowed back to the host, and a melodious system prompt resonated in Jiang Qin's mind, announcing the acquisition of 20 years of cultivation. Congratulations, the host has obtained the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. Jiang Qin couldn't help but lament. His diligent practice paled in comparison to the rapid rise of a disciple blessed by fortune. Moreover, he had even acquired an ancient tea tree of enlightenment. The ancient tea tree of enlightenment, one of the innate spiritual roots that existed before the creation of heaven and earth, and only one such tree can exist in the world at any given time. When one withers, another is born. They never meet. The tree stands a height of 10 feet, bearing leaves but no flowers, with 3,000 leaves representing the 3,000 paths. Each leaf possesses a unique shape, some resembling treasures. Others like divine bells, celestial beings, clouds, divine phoenixes, or true dragons. Each leaf encapsulates a path of enlightenment, capable of granting instant comprehension that as long as nourished by the power of fortune, the leaves of the ancient tea tree of enlightenment can be plucked endlessly. For every leaf that falls, a new one will sprout, embodying a completely different path from its predecessor. After perusing the information regarding the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled with brilliance. While the ancient tea tree may not be as precious as the chaotic blue lotus, it was a complete entity, ready to be harvested for tea at any moment. The key was that as long as the power of fortune continued to nourish it, the leaves could be plucked without end, an inexhaustible resource. At this moment, the extraordinary phenomena within Yi Hao gradually faded, returning to tranquility, his eyes radiating a confidence of invincibility. The crisis of the Yi family was entirely resolved. Leaving no lingering concerns, his Dao heart was harmonized, and his spirit experienced a profound elevation. Congratulations, young friend Yi Hao, on breaking the shackles of heaven and earth, achieving the life palace realm. The glory of the primordial sacred body shall undoubtedly shine anew upon you. Ouyang Yuntian, the Red Flame sect leader, smiled and offered his congratulations. Yi Hao bowed respectfully to Ouyang Yuntian and then to Jiang Chun, earnestly stating, "All of this is due to my master's nurturing. Without my master, where would I be today?" Yi Sanqiong, along with numerous members of the Yi family, solemnly expressed their gratitude to Jiang Chun, saying, "Thank you, senior, for resolving this calamity for the Yi family. Had it not been for your presence, the Yi family would have faced dire straits today." Jiang Qin nonchalantly replied, "It was merely a matter of convenience. There is no need for such formality. Someone, go to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion and book the highest standard banquet. I wish to host Senior Jiang to express my gratitude." Yi Sanqiong commanded his family members. Jiang Qin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for a banquet. The matters of the Yi family have been resolved. And I must take my disciple back to the mountain. Yi Hao, bid farewell to your family." Since the senior was unwilling to attend the banquet, Yi Sanqiong naturally did not dare to insist. He turned to Yi Hao with a smile, saying, "Yi Hao, go say goodbye to your parents and family. Once you arrive at the Zixiao sacred land, take good care of yourself. Do not bring shame to Senior Jiang." Yi Hao nodded and approached his parents to say farewell. Although they were reluctant to see him leave, they understood that only by following Jiang Chun could he hope to break the curse of the primordial sacred body, and did not stop him. They merely reminded him to take care of himself and keep in touch with the family. After a brief farewell with his family, Yi Hao stepped forward to Ouyang Yuntian, clasped his fists in salute, and expressed, "The Yi family has faced calamity. I deeply appreciate the sect leader's personal visit. This kindness, Yi Hao shall remember." Yi Hao understood that the Red Flame sect had made it clear they were abandoning the Yi family. And the reason Ouyang Yuntian arrived at this critical moment was likely due to some secret method revealing Yi Hao's performance of the primordial sacred body, seeking to make amends. Although the Red Flame sect leader's presence did not have any substantial effect, it at least demonstrated an attitude, serving as a form of indirect apology. After all, what status did the Red Flame sect leader hold? Would he truly care for a mere Yi family? Although Yi Hao had indeed harbored grievances against the Red Flame sect, witnessing the sect leader's personal arrival dispelled his resentment. Regardless of the circumstances, Ouyang Yuntian's visit warranted his sincere gratitude. Ouyang Yuntian shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat awkward as he replied, "I am ashamed. I have not been of any assistance. It is undeserving of such gratitude from you, young friend. Moreover, those beneath me are ignorant of the rules, and I have punished them severely. I hope you will not misunderstand." Though he had indeed come in person, he had confidence in being able to halt the blood nether Taoist. However, if he were to confront the demonic projections summoned by the blood nether Taoist, he too would meet his demise here. Furthermore, with Jiang Qin present, he did not dare to take credit. With the primordial sacred body having joined the Zixiao sacred land, the future looked promising. Before the primordial sacred body departed, he needed to clarify any misunderstandings. Otherwise, he would remain unsettled. Yi Hao replied earnestly, "Regardless, The sect leader's personal visit fills me with immense gratitude. As for the misunderstandings, let us not dwell upon them. I will return to the Zixiao sacred land to cultivate under my master. And I hope the sect leader will take good care of the Yi family. Ouyang Yuntian solemnly assured, as long as I, Ouyang Yuntian, draw breath, I shall ensure the safety of the Yi family. A sense of unprecedented relief washed over him. Reconciling with the primordial sacred body was a relief that if someone capable of breaking the curse of heaven and earth were to bear a grudge against him, it would render his existence restless. Reflecting on this, Ouyang Yuntian inadvertently thought of the 100 Refinements Demon Palace to provoke such a being capable of breaking the curse of heaven and earth. The 100 Refinements Demon Palace should prepare for its own misfortune. With the Red Flame sect leader safeguarding the Yi family, Yi Hao likewise sighed in relief. This meant he had no lingering worries. Yi Hao waved farewell to the members of the Yi family and, alongside Jiang Chun, soared through the clouds, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Hawaii Sanxiong respectfully expressed his gratitude to Ouyang Yuntian, saying, "Thank you, sect leader, for your assistance. The Yi family is eternally grateful." To the Yi family, the Red Flame sect leader was a figure they might encounter only once in a lifetime. Although Yi Hao's admission to the Zixiao sacred land elevated the Yi family's status, he did not dare to neglect Ouyang Yuntian. "There is no need for such formality, Yi family head. It is my duty as the sect leader." As Jiang Chen departed, Ouyang Yuntian felt the weight lift from his heart, cheerfully adding, "By the way, any young individuals from the Yi family aged 12 to 18 who wish to join the Red Flame sect, as long as their aptitude is not too poor, may return with me to the Red Flame sect today." "Thank you, sect leader," Yi Sanxiong exclaimed, overcome with excitement. The entire Yi family was abuzz, expressing their gratitude to Ouyang Yuntian. In the past, the Red Flame sect would send elders every 3 years to recruit disciples in Qingyang City, and the Yi family would only manage to have 1 or 2 individuals join each time. Now, with the extraordinary recruitment, it was evident that the Red Flame sect leader was extending this courtesy to the Yi family due to Yi Hao and Jiang Chen's influence. Before long, 9 eligible young individuals stepped forward, but a flicker of flame-like brilliance passed through Ouyang Yuntian's eyes as he nodded slightly, saying, "Your aptitudes are acceptable. With diligent cultivation, you shall surely achieve great heights in the future. I am merely making an exception to accept you into the ancient sect today. If you wish for more resources for cultivation, you must strive to earn them on your own." Although a few of the Yi family members had not yet met the recruitment standards of the Red Flame sect, Ouyang Yuntian accepted them nonetheless, knowing the sect could afford to support them. Additionally, with the primordial sacred body now part of the Zixiao sacred land, even a mere fraction of its resources would greatly surpass that of these young Yi family members. His actions were merely to foster goodwill with the primordial sacred body that we understand. The group of young individuals responded excitedly in unison. Yi Sanxiong earnestly cautioned, "The sect leader has made an exception to accept you into the Red Flame sect. Do not let this lead to arrogance. Once you enter the Red Flame sect, you must strictly adhere to its rules. Those who dare to bring shame upon the Red Flame sect will face the harsh consequences of the Yi family's laws." The young members of the Yi family cherished this opportunity immensely, each pledging their commitment. Ouyang Yuntian nodded slightly. If these Yi family youths were to misuse their status within the Red Flame sect, he would indeed find it difficult to handle. Yi Sanxiong's words alleviated some of his concerns. Ouyang Yuntian departed with the 9 young members of the Yi family, while Zhao Wujie and Li Kanglin came bearing generous gifts to personally apologize. The Yi family was set back on the right path. One could foresee that as long as Yi Hao remained unharmed, the Yi family would undoubtedly rise swiftly. Chapter 36. The Dragon Emperor's Bestowal of Treasures. The shedding of the reverse scale Jiang Chun, accompanied by Yi Hao, journeyed at a leisurely pace. After several days, they finally arrived near the sacred land of Zixiao. From a great distance, Yi Hao beheld the magnificent spectacle ahead. Fluffy clouds encircled thousands of towering peaks, drifting slowly, while exotic flowers and rare herbs thrived abundantly. Pavilions and towers were shrouded in a veil of beauty, and celestial birds danced leisurely in the skies. Surrounded by ethereal mist that flowed like ribbons, the clouds billowed and the hues shimmered like boiling water, radiant with colors, as auspicious energies surged upward. The entrance to the sacred land of Zixiao was particularly astonishing. featuring 4 ethereal, celestial pillars that supported an ancient gatehouse. From time to time, dragon-like and phoenix-like runes flickered across its surface, exuding a terrifying aura, as if a heavenly portal had descended upon the world. Inscribed with 4 ancient characters, Sacred Land of Zixiao. The colossal form of the annihilating dragon emperor coiled around one of the celestial pillars, its eyes partially closed as it gazed down upon the gatehouse. Its majestic dragon body soared with abandon, each scale radiating overwhelming dragon might, manifesting the profound heritage of the Sacred Land. What an impressive spectacle the Sacred Land of Zixiao is. Yi Hao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Jiangchen nodded slightly, saying, "The depth of the Sacred Land of Zixiao is unfathomable. What you see before you is merely the tip of the iceberg." At that moment, the annihilating dragon emperor suddenly opened its eyes, which shone brightly like 2 divine lanterns, and nodded slightly towards Jiangchen. "Congratulations, Master Jiang, on acquiring an excellent disciple. This must be the ancient sacred body, correct?" A flicker of surprise crossed Jiangchen's eyes, and he quickly realized that the commotion caused by the projection of the 100 Refinements demon god had drawn the attention of various powerful figures. That it was not unexpected that the Sacred Land of Zixiao would learn of this news. "The Dragon Emperor is indeed well informed. Yes, this is my newly received disciple, Yi Hao." Jiangchen replied with a smile, gesturing towards Yi Hao. "This is our guardian deity of the Sacred Land of Zixiao, the annihilating dragon emperor. Come, pay your respects." Yi Hao bowed respectfully, addressing the annihilating dragon emperor. Disciple Yi Hao pays his respects to the esteemed dragon emperor. The annihilating dragon emperor nodded in appreciation, remarking, "What a formidable vitality. No one of your level can compare. Truly worthy of being the ancient sacred body. I hope you can restore the glory of the ancient sacred body." As it spoke, a pitch-black, water-drop-shaped dragon scale suddenly appeared in the center of the annihilating dragon emperor's brow, floating towards Yi Hao. "This item is the reverse scale I shed when I broke through to the emperor realm. It can protect you and slay enemies. Consider it a gift for our first meeting." Jiangchen raised an eyebrow in admiration, exclaiming, "What a grand gesture from the dragon emperor." This was no ordinary dragon scale. It was the reverse scale shed by the annihilating dragon emperor during its breakthrough to the emperor realm, rivaling the treasures cultivated by other emperors throughout their lives. Jiangchen had not received such treatment upon entering, marking this as an investment by the annihilating dragon emperor in the ancient sacred body. However, this gift was indeed substantial. It was far too precious. "I cannot accept this." Yi Hao quickly waved his hands. The annihilating dragon emperor's voice thundered, "A gift from an elder must not be declined. This item is of no use to me now. You should take it." Jiangchen chuckled, saying, "Since the dragon emperor insists on bestowing you a gift, you should accept it. Just remember this kindness in your heart. Then I shall gratefully accept the dragon emperor's generosity." Yi Hao finally took the reverse scale, enveloping it in his divine energy and storing it within his will sea for nurturing, his eyes brimming with joy. The annihilating dragon emperor's gaze softened with satisfaction, turning towards Jiangchen, and remarked, "Master Jiang, it's not that I am well informed. Rather, the commotion you caused recently was simply too great. Striking down the projection of the 100 Refinements demon god with a single punch has shaken the ancestors of various factions. And you have certainly made a name for yourself in the eastern wilderness. This matter was witnessed by the old ancestor Ling Tian and has spread through the mouth of the Holy Master. The entire Sacred Land of Zixiao is aware of it. The strength you have displayed is enough to rival that of the Grand Elders. The Holy Master himself has stated that the position of Grand Elder is currently vacant. To be honest, the annihilating Dragon Emperor had previously sensed an elusive pressure emanating from Jiangchen, suspecting him to be a master of the Emperor realm, and had always treated him with respect. However, the annihilating Dragon Emperor had not anticipated that Jiangchen could obliterate the projection of the demon god with a single punch. This indicated that Jiangchen had already stepped into the Lord realm. Moreover, he was an exceptionally powerful lord. According to the annihilating Dragon Emperor's understanding, most peak masters of the Sacred Land of Zixiao were ordinary emperors, with only a select few, like himself, having reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. As for lords, they generally had already become the Grand Elders of the Sacred Land of Zixiao, dedicating themselves to profound cultivation in the depths of various secret realms, and it was rare for anyone to still hold the position of peak master. Months ago, the calamity of myriad paths had begun, heralding an era of great contention. The sacred land of Zixiao had opened all its cultivation resources, allowing many peak masters to make rapid progress. However, he had yet to hear of any peak master breaking through to the Lord realm. Jiang Chun waved his hand dismissively, speaking nonchalantly. In our Qingshu Peak lineage, aside from myself, there are only 2 newly accepted disciples, both of whom are still too young. It is currently premature for me to assume the position of Grand Elder. I must graciously decline the Holy Master's kind offer. Master Jiang is still young. Thus, continue to shine brightly for the Qingshu Peak lineage, the annihilating Dragon Emperor said with a smile, before seeming to recall something and pondering. By the way, Master Jiang, the Holy Master mentioned another piece of news not long ago. The old ancestor Ling Tian has sensed that an unnamed celestial palace is about to emerge above the Wanyan Sea, a divine relic that has never before appeared in the world. It will manifest within a short span of half a month to several months. If Master Jiang is interested, you may wish to gather more information. Above the Wanyan Sea, a divine relic? Jiang Chen's expression shifted slightly, as relevant information about the Wanyan Sea surfaced in his mind. The Wanyan Sea was an expansive ocean covering nearly 1,000,000 square miles, home to countless ferocious beasts. Most areas of the Wanyan Sea were under the tyrannical rule of the Sea God Temple, which commanded numerous sea monsters and held dominion over the region, leaving no one daring to provoke them. Surrounding the Wanyan Sea were 8 great domains, housing 3 sacred lands and 12 divine forces. With numerous ancient sects and clans, among which the sacred land of Zixiao was one of the 3 great sacred lands. Typically, divine relics like the unnamed celestial palace, which had never before appeared, were filled with opportunities, driving various factions to madness. However, there would also be restrictions, whether in terms of cultivation level or lifespan. This unnamed celestial palace likely had just begun to reveal its shadow, and various factions were uncertain about the specific limitations within, requiring further investigation to clarify. Of course, such divine relics that had never appeared were also fraught with danger. A moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. It was even possible for all adventurers to be annihilated, necessitating multiple lives to slowly uncover more details about the relic. Yet, this would not dampen the enthusiasm of various factions for exploration. If one were to obtain the inheritance of a deity, it would indeed be a tremendous fortune, since the old ancestor Ling Tian could sense the impending emergence of the celestial palace. Other factions' divine realm ancestors would undoubtedly have similar perceptions to as the seal of the unnamed celestial palace weakened. News of the impending emergence of the divine relic would swiftly spread, inevitably leading to fierce competition. Thank you, Dragon Emperor, for the information. Since there is still time, we shall discuss the matter of the unnamed celestial palace later. Jiang Qin replied with a smile that he had no intention of personally venturing to this unnamed celestial palace. Instead, he could allow his disciples to enter and seek opportunities. After all, the breakthroughs or insights of his disciples would yield greater benefits for Jiang Chun. Divine relics were akin to the paradise of the fated ones, were they not? Chapter 37. Ancient Sacred Body versus Chaotic Sword Body. Jiang Chun bid farewell to the annihilating Dragon Emperor and entered the sacred land of Zixiao, drifting gracefully towards Qingshu Peak. Master, I heard you mention earlier that I have an older senior brother? Yi Hao inquired curiously. Jiang Chun replied with a serene smile. No, that would be your senior sister, Han Yueying. Her talent is not inferior to yours. You must strive diligently in your cultivation and not fall too far behind her. Not inferior to the ancient sacred body. Yi Hao's eyes glinted with anticipation, observing Yi Hao's somewhat defiant demeanor. Jiang Chun playfully remarked, if you feel competitive, feel free to challenge her. Just don't come crying if you get beaten. Just as they conversed, the master and disciple arrived at Qingshu Peak, passing through the 2 instruments' micro-dust array. The true scenery of Qingshu Peak unfolded before Yi Hao's eyes. The entire Qingshu Peak soared over 1,000 feet, with ancient pines and stones exuding an ethereal charm. The gentle flow of water cleansed the heart, and pavilions and towers adorned the landscape, while winding mountain paths appeared and disappeared, radiating a serene and natural celestial aura. That moment, a vast chaotic ocean enveloped the lower half of the mountainside. Within the chaotic ocean, flashes of sword light danced, and the sound of swords clashing echoed, as if thousands of sword cultivators were engaged in fierce duels, emanating a chilling and murderous sword intent. In the air, Yi Hao's eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Is my senior sister cultivating? The commotion is quite significant. I can't wait to spar with her." A hint of surprise flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. He distinctly sensed that Han Yueying was nurturing her second piece of chaotic sword bone. In the chaotic sword sea, Han Yueying, with her eyes slightly closed, reflected her immaculate sword heart, entering a profound state of enlightenment. She faintly communicated with the primal source of sword intent at the deepest levels of heaven and earth, her aura rising with each passing moment. The chaotic mist surrounding her pulsed like a heartbeat, subtly resonating with countless indistinct sword sounds, as if birthing infinite creations. Buzz! Not long after, the chaotic mist surrounding Han Yao suddenly contracted, surging wildly towards her forehead. In the blink of an eye, the vast expanse of chaotic mist vanished without a trace. All converging into her forehead, a hazy chaotic mist emanated from her forehead, wherein billions of sword lights flickered subtly. That moment, Han Yao's forehead appeared nearly transparent, nurturing a sword-shaped jade bone, approximately an inch long and narrower than a finger. Crystalline and ethereal, this sword-shaped jade bone resembled an unparalleled immortal sword lying dormant within the chaos, exuding an extraordinarily fierce and domineering sword intent. The second chaotic sword bone. At the instant this chaotic sword bone took form, the one residing in her chest gently trembled, autonomously flying out from her breastbone, spiraling around Han Yao in a dance. Drawn by the allure of this chaotic sword bone, the one within Han Yao's forehead shot forth in an instant. The two chaotic sword bones chased one another like children at play, emitting crisp and melodious sounds akin to the laughter of youth. Master, the sword-shaped bones of senior sister are truly formidable. Could they be the legendary supreme sword bones? Is senior sister the supreme sword body? A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Yi Hao's eyes. In his view, a sword physique could only be rivaled by the fabled supreme sword bones, comparable to his own ancient sacred body. Supreme sword bones? Jiang Chen shook his head with a light laugh. This is not the supreme sword bones, but rather the chaotic sword bones. Legend has it that possessing a single piece of chaotic sword bone brings one closer to becoming an immortal. Your senior sister's physique is the chaotic sword body, an unparalleled rarity across the ages. Yi Hao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The chaotic sword body, to possess a single piece of chaotic sword bone brings one closer to immortality. He had never heard of such a physique, but if what Master said was true, this physique far surpassed the legendary supreme sword body. What kind of anomaly is Master? How could he find such a prodigy? One that has not emerged in eons? Jiang Chen, with a smile that hinted at mischief, asked, "Are you afraid?" Yi Hao's expression turned serious, a flicker of rebellious pride igniting in his eyes as he declared, "Would I be afraid? Among peers, I am invincible. What of the chaotic sword body? In the future, I shall surely defy the heavens and slay immortals." Han Yao, enveloped in sword intent, had not awakened from her enlightenment. Rather, she was comprehending the supreme swordsmanship derived from the second chaotic sword bone. This chaotic sword bone had been nurtured by Han Yao herself, making the process of understanding it effortless. In mere moments, she grasped this set of supreme sword techniques. Simultaneously, boundless insights into swordsmanship surged within Jiang Chen's mind. Along with the supreme sword technique accompanying Han Yao's second chaotic sword bone, the eternal sword sound. The eternal sword sound, resonating with the primordial essence of swordsmanship within the depths of heaven and earth. It can unleash the ultimate sword sound that cuts through the heart of the Tao, shatters true spirits, breaks the heavens, and stirs the cosmos. The insights Jiang Chen received were 100-fold, and he instantly mastered the eternal sword sound at the master realm. In his consciousness, a Tao sword within the depths of the sword's essence trembled gently, releasing a resonant sword sound. Immediately, an invisible wave of sword sound swept across the heavens and the earth. Wherever it passed, one world after another crumbled into oblivion, countless immortals and demons dissolving into nothingness. Jiang Chen silently praised. Truly, the supreme sword techniques inscribed upon the chaotic sword bone are formidable. With just a single sword sound, it is sufficient to annihilate all great foes. In contrast, the techniques associated with Han Yuyao's first chaotic sword bone were more focused on unraveling, while those of this one leaned towards sound destruction. With a swift motion, Han Yuyao opened her eyes, and within her gaze flickered billions of minute sword lights, the celestial phenomena around her receding as she respectfully saluted Jiang Chen in midair. Disciple pays respects to master. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, praising, "Your progress in swordsmanship is quite rapid, all thanks to master's guidance." Han Yuyao replied respectfully, her gaze shifting to Yi Hao beside Jiang Chen, revealing a hint of surprise. Is this the new disciple master has taken? With blood like a dragon and strength like the sea, he might endure a few strikes without perishing. He could indeed serve as a fine sparring partner. What does that mean? Is she planning to use me as a practice dummy? Just upon meeting, she intends to stab me a few times. Yi Hao's face darkened, his fighting spirit rising as he declared, "I am Yi Hao. Please instruct me, senior sister." With that, Yi Hao's inner power surged, his vitality rolling like a mighty river, his spirit and will as fierce as fire and thunder, coalescing into a hazy, towering figure behind him. This figure, crowned and robed in imperial garb, radiated resplendent golden light, exuding a grandiose pressure akin to a celestial emperor presiding over myriad paths, locking onto Han Yuyao from afar. "Senior sister, be cautious. If you cannot withstand it, I shall withdraw at any moment," Yi Hao warned, as the majestic figure behind him slowly raised its hand, aiming a phantom strike at Han Yuyao. With a swish, a golden hand phantom was unleashed, expanding with the wind, obscuring the sky in an instant. Its palm was like a deep abyss, harboring vast sealing power, locking the void and confining myriad paths, descending like a celestial prison. Quite intriguing. Since you remain at the Life Palace realm, I shall match you with my own power at that stage. A flicker of surprise crossed Han Yuyao's eyes as she raised her hand to her chest, summoning the inch-sized chaotic sword bone from within. Merging her essence into an intangible Dao sword, she slashed towards the golden palm print. Around the chaotic sword bone, grand images emerged. The sun extinguished, the moon shattered, stars plummeted, rivers stained with blood. The myriad paths unravel. Moreover, this was the myriad paths unleashed using the chaotic sword bone, maximizing its power to the utmost. Boom! The chaotic sword bone collided with the golden palm print, producing a series of muffled, thunderous sounds, the patterns within the golden palm disintegrating rapidly, the sealing power contained within being forcibly unraveled. A sword unsheathed, all paths extinguished. In the blink of an eye, the golden palm print vanished entirely from existence. The chaotic sword bone maintained its speed, piercing through the void, arriving at Yi Hao's forehead in an instant. Yi Hao's expression shifted slightly, the power within his sea of consciousness boiling over, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. The golden life palace at his brow radiated an unprecedented brilliance that moment. The celestial emperor's figure behind him merged with him seamlessly. All the energy within his 800 million particles surged, his golden palms converging before his brow, vast sealing power coursing wildly, trapping the chaotic sword bone within his palms. Boom! The sound of earth-shattering explosions reverberated throughout the heavens, terrifying waves of destruction sweeping across the land. Complex formations glimmered throughout the clear void peak, dissipating this wave of destruction into nothingness. Were it not for the protection of the two instruments' micro-dust formation, the entire clear void peak would have been leveled. A hint of a smile graced Han Yuyao's exquisite features, her spirit shifting, causing the chaotic sword bone sealed by Yi Hao to vanish without a trace. Not bad. Not bad. This technique is indeed formidable, with few rivals among peers. Were it not for the use of the chaotic sword bone, I might not have been able to withstand it, Han Yuyao praised. The celestial phenomena surrounding Yi Hao receded in an instant, and he remarked, "Senior Sister's sword strike is truly unreasonable in its strength. I sense that Senior Sister held back in this battle. I have lost, yet I have just broken through to the Life Palace realm, and my control over my own power is still not complete. Once I tap into the potential of the Life Palace realm, I am confident I can defeat Senior Sister." Han Yuyao smiled in response. Then I shall await your next challenge. Chapter 38. Jiang Chun bestows a treasure. The blue lotus begins to separate. Jiang Chun nodded slightly, a satisfied expression in his eyes. The strength exhibited by his two disciples was sufficient to slay any peer. In a true life-and-death struggle, their combat prowess would undoubtedly be even greater. After all, Yi Hao had only just embarked on his cultivation journey, and his foundation was somewhat lacking. Even at the same Life Palace realm, he was no match for Han Yuyao, the ancient sacred body. Also known as the indestructible golden body, was invincible in physical form, impervious to myriad evils, and countered countless phenomena. Once Yi Hao fully excavated the potential of the ancient sacred body's sea of consciousness and Life Palace realm, he would not necessarily be inferior to Han Yuyao in their contest. Both of you performed quite well. As your master, I shall bestow upon you a treasure that will surely elevate your abilities further. Jiang Chun smiled, gently opening his palm, revealing the chaotic blue lotus. The chaotic blue lotus swayed gently, releasing wisps of chaotic mist, embodying the essence of the Tao. The entire lotus measured only a foot in height, its roots resembling a dragon, with 12 lotus leaves of varying sizes, vibrant green and lively. 24 petals glistened with clarity, and at the heart of the lotus lay 5 differently colored lotus seeds, all exuding an enigmatic and profound chaotic aura. Upon seeing the chaotic blue lotus once more, Yi Hao's eyes brimmed with a doubling that it was this very lotus that had aided him in opening the sea of consciousness and had directly maximized its potential. The energy contained within was beyond what any person could fathom. Such dense, chaotic primal Tao power. Master, what kind of treasure is this blue lotus? In the clear, shimmering eyes of Han Yu, a myriad of colors danced, making her feel as though her chaotic sword body was adrift in the vast ocean of the chaos Tao's essence. The chaotic sword bones at her forehead and chest grew, increasingly translucent and ethereal, while the foundational understanding of the sword technique surged at an astonishing pace. Jiang Chun succinctly explained, "This is the chaotic blue lotus, an ancient spiritual root born from the boundless chaos. The chaotic blue lotus harbors immeasurable transformations, nourishing all things, and can also draw upon the power of fortune to grow. Its roots, stems, flowers, and leaves, when mature, possess inconceivable divine powers." At this juncture, Jiang Chun paused, advising, "The news of this item should be kept confidential. Otherwise, the supreme beings of the immortal realm will be stirred. With our current strength, we are ill-equipped to handle such a crisis." Han Yuyuan and Yi Hao exchanged a glance, instinctively gasping in astonishment. Although Yi Hao had previously heard Jiang Chun mention the name of the chaotic spiritual root, he had no real comprehension of it. Now, learning that such a treasure could even provoke the supreme beings of the immortal realm, he finally grasped its true value. This entity should not exist in the lower realm. Yi Hao pondered a bold speculation. Could it be that his master is the reincarnation of the Emperor of Heaven from the immortal realm? His master had just stated that they were currently unable to confront the supreme beings of the immortal realm. Did that imply they could in the future? With this thought, Yi Hao felt a surge of excitement. The future is indeed something to look forward to. I pledge with my life to ensure that not a single fragment of information regarding this treasure will be leaked. Han Yun's expression turned solemn as she regarded Yi Hao. He then snapped back to reality, hastily adding, "I vow the same, master." Jiang Chun waved his hand to interrupt Yi Hao's words, chuckling, "There is no need for such solemn oaths that I have already concealed the aura of the chaotic blue lotus. Even the supreme beings of the immortal realm cannot sense its existence. That I merely wish to remind you. No need to risk your lives in a vow." The gazes of Han Yuyuan and Yi Hao returned to the chaotic blue lotus, their hearts racing with excitement. This was an exceedingly rare chaotic spiritual root, appearing right before them. It felt like a dream that is master truly going to bestow this chaotic blue lotus upon us. Yi Hao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Jiang Chun gently tapped him on the head, playfully scolding, "What are you imagining? The entire chaotic blue lotus is far too much for the both of you to bear. Moreover, the meager fortune you carry is insufficient to nurture the entire chaotic blue lotus to maturity." Upon hearing this, Han Yuyuan furrowed her brow slightly, inquiring with curiosity, "What does master mean by that?" Jiang Chun's gaze drifted towards the chaotic blue lotus in his hand, cheerfully explaining, "The roots, stems, leaves, flowers, and seeds of this chaotic blue lotus are all rare treasures. Each of you may choose one or several according to your true intentions. The chaotic blue lotus will nourish your essence and spirit, while simultaneously drawing upon your fortune to grow, creating a symbiotic relationship beneficial for both you and the chaotic blue lotus. Han Yuyuan raised an eyebrow in surprise, exclaiming, "Master intends to divide this chaotic blue lotus. Will it still survive?" Jiang Qin replied nonchalantly, "The chaotic spiritual roots naturally differ from other spiritual roots, even if divided into dozens or hundreds of parts. Each segment can draw upon the power of fortune to grow, regardless of the distance between them. However, if divided too finely, the power contained within each part will be significantly diminished." Yi Hao, brimming with eagerness, exclaimed, "Master, can I select the flowers, leaves, and roots all for myself? I can leave a seed pod for senior sister." "What did you just say?" Han Yuyuan shot a glare at Yi Hao, her voice icy as frost. Yi Hao immediately felt as though two invisible swords were poised at his throat, inducing a choking sense of pressure, and he hurriedly chuckled. "Sister, please don't be angry. It was just a joke." Jiang Qin chuckled, saying, "Yuyuan need not be upset. The chaotic blue lotus possesses its own spirit. Regardless of how he chooses, it must be in accordance with the chaotic blue lotus's will. Each person only gets one chance to choose. And if you fail to earn the chaotic blue lotus's acknowledgement, there will be no second opportunity. The roots, stems, leaves, and flowers of the chaotic blue lotus have their own destiny. Without fate, even the child of fortune cannot gain its recognition." Both Han Yuyuan and Yi Hao felt a sense of gravity. They understood the rarity of this chaotic blue lotus. Even just a part of it would be an unparalleled treasure in the immortal realm. If they were to miss out on such a treasure, they would likely regret it for a lifetime. Both were cautious, recalling Jiang Qin's words, and quickly calmed themselves to observe the chaotic blue lotus in silence. The chaotic sword bones at Han Yuyuan's forehead and chest shimmered with brilliant sword light, as chaotic mist enveloped her surroundings, within which flashes of sword light occasionally pierced through, subtly intertwining her spirit with the chaotic blue lotus. Yi Hao's entire being radiated with golden light. The vitality within him surged like the great river, the golden divine power within his wheel of vitality roiling and overflowing, his life palace shining like the blazing sun. As the imposing shadow of the Emperor of Heaven reappeared behind him, merging his spirit with the chaotic blue lotus, they both exerted their utmost abilities, striving to gain the chaotic blue lotus's acknowledgement. Moments later, Han Yuyuan's spirit stirred, her consciousness locking on 5 medium-sized lotus leaves. With a hum, the 5 emerald green lotus leaves detached from the chaotic blue lotus, gracefully floating towards Han Yuyuan, silently merging into her forehead. The pure chaotic energy nurturing her essence, and the 5 lotus leaves became increasingly translucent and ethereal. Almost simultaneously, Yi Hao opened his eyes wide, calling out, "Roots!" With a swish, the roots of the chaotic blue lotus detached, soaring towards Yi Hao, merging into his wheel of vitality. The golden divine power within Yi Hao's wheel surged and became more refined, the life essence nourishing his every limb, as both his body and spirit were continuously fortified. The roots of the chaotic blue lotus slithered like a dragon, exuding a profound and vast ominous aura, as if an unparalleled weapon of calamity was gradually taking shape. Seeing the choices made by his 2 disciples, a flicker of intrigue passed through Jiang Qin's eyes. According to ancient legends, the chaotic blue lotus shattered after the creation of the world, transforming into various treasures containing immeasurable divine powers. Now, witnessing this chaotic blue lotus voluntarily disintegrate under the influence of the child of fortune, one could not help but wonder if it would still evolve into those renowned treasures of the primordial world in the future. If the various parts of the chaotic blue lotus mature and retain the ability to transform into those treasures, then the choices made by his 2 disciples are indeed quite fitting for them. The 5 medium lotus leaves chosen by Han Yuyuan would eventually transform into the primordial 5 directions flag, repelling all evils and impervious to myriad laws. In the center, the yellow flag of Wuji, with countless golden lotuses which nothing can shatter. To the east, the blue lotus treasure flag, radiating the brilliance of relics, calming the heart and mind. To the south, the flame of the ground flag, harmonizing chaos and reversing the 5 elements. To the west, the Cloud Realm flag, where wondrous phenomena swirl, illuminating all, and to the north, the Xian Yuan water control flag, shrouding the cosmos, obscuring the sun. When united, the Primordial Five Directions flag can form the Primordial Five Directions Great Formation, its defense comparable to that of treasured defensive artifacts such as the Taiji diagram, the Chaos Bell, and the heavenly and earthly mysterious Yellow Pagoda. However, even among the great figures of the primordial world, none had managed to gather the Primordial Five Directions flags, and the true might of their unification remains unverified. Should Han Yuyuan one day be able to manifest the Primordial Five Directions flag, she would be able to reveal its true power. As for Yi Hao's choice of the roots of the chaotic blue lotus, they would eventually morph into the god-slaying spear, gathering the most ferocious aura of heaven and earth, capable of devouring any malevolent essence to enhance itself, truly the supreme weapon of slaughter in the primordial world. When wielded by the ancient sacred body, the god-slaying spear would undoubtedly amplify its power to the utmost. Of course, the remaining two large lotus leaves, 5 small lotus leaves, the flower, seed pod, and seeds of the chaotic blue lotus all possess incredible divine powers, which can be reserved for future disciples. Thank you, Master, for bestowing such treasures. Han Yuan and Yi Hao chorused in gratitude. Anticipation sparkled in their eyes. If they could nurture the lotus leaves or roots they had chosen to their fullest potential, what astonishing transformations might await. If what Master claimed were true, then even Han Yuyuan's chaotic sword bones would pale in comparison to any part of the chaotic blue lotus. They were filled with hope for the future. Jiangchen nodded slightly, casually collecting the remaining parts of the chaotic blue lotus, and smiled calmly. I cannot always be by your side to protect you in the event you encounter an insurmountable foe. Even if these leaves and roots are not yet mature, they should be more than sufficient to safeguard you. Hearing this, Han Yuyuan and Yi Hao felt a surge of confidence, their eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. With such a chaotic wonder safeguarding them, wouldn't they be able to traverse the lower realm with ease? Even if a great emperor were to arrive, it would be impossible to breach such a chaotic marvel. Observing the expressions of the two, Jiang Chun understood their thoughts and playfully admonished, do not become overly reliant on these chaotic wonders. Each time they shield you from disaster, they will consume a vast amount of your fortune. Should your fortune be depleted, these chaotic wonders will flee in an instant. At that point, consider the consequences for yourselves. Upon hearing this, Han Yuyao and Yi Hao regained clarity in their eyes, respectfully bowing to Jiang Chun and stating solemnly, disciples understand. Unless faced with a truly fatal predicament, we shall never resort to such chaotic wonders. Jiang Chun casually replied, there is no need for such formality. When the time comes to use them, one must do so, but do not become overly reliant. Yi Hao scratched his head, somewhat perplexed, and inquired, Master, you often speak of fortune, yet this fortune is intangible and elusive. What exactly is it? Upon hearing Yi Hao's question, a hint of confusion appeared in Han Yuyao's eyes. Jiang Chun took the opportunity to elaborate. Fortune, in essence, is the ebb and flow of fate. All things in heaven and earth possess fortune, which is in a constant state of flux. As fortunes rise and fall, dynasties change, constellations shift, and landscapes transform. If a holy land thrives in fortune, then prodigies will emerge, and its legacy will endure through the ages. If the land is prosperous, it will be a realm of beauty, with clear rivers and lush mountains. When a cultivator's fortune flourishes, they can turn misfortune into fortune, and all endeavors will succeed. Conversely, if a holy land suffers decline in fortune, it will face extinction, and its lineage will be severed. If the land decays, it will become barren and desolate. And if a cultivator's fortune wanes, they will be beset by calamities and misfortunes. The present era is a grand age of contention, a struggle against heaven, earth, humanity, and oneself. One must vie for opportunities as well as fortune. Obtaining treasures or legacies from various ruins and secret realms is akin to seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. As for personal fortune, there are numerous factors that influence it: character, talent, ability, divine powers, paths, resources, treasures, backgrounds, connections, and so forth, all of which can affect the rise and fall of an individual's fortune. The disciples of the great holy lands and divine dynasties possess backgrounds, talents, paths, and treasures that far surpass those of true disciples and ordinary students. They similarly carry the weight of their respective factions' fortunes. The power of fortune they embody is naturally more formidable. Should one defeat or slay them, one could seize their fortune, and perhaps even a portion of the fortune held by their faction. Of course, should one be slain or perish within the various ruins, all fortune and opportunities would turn to dust. Such is the nature of fortune's transformation. Han Yuyao and Yi Hao exchanged contemplative glances, and Han Yuyao tentatively asked, "Does Master imply that secluding oneself in cultivation is unwise, and that it would be better to venture forth for experience?" Jiang Qin nodded slightly, praising, "A promising disciple indeed. In this age of contention, one must compete vigorously. To abstain is to fall behind, to miss countless opportunities. As one rises, another may fall, and in the future, one may find themselves lost among the masses." Jiang Qin's earnest admonition was intended to encourage his two disciples to descend the mountain and engage with the world as children of fortune. How could they remain secluded in the mountains, living off past glories? Moreover, the chaotic blue lotus had automatically separated its roots and leaves, merging with their beings, ensuring that they would be nourished by its essence regardless of their location. There was no need for them to remain atop the mountain. Though it was true that such children of fortune might encounter great opportunities even in isolation, the likelihood was far too slim compared to the myriad chances available through experience. Disciples understand. Han Yuyao nodded gently, her eyes clear-eyed in her view. Master had bestowed upon her the chaotic sword scripture and the wondrous chaotic artifact, providing her with the means to establish herself in the world. The path ahead was hers alone to traverse. Yi Hao's eyes sparkled with fervor as he declared, "I shall challenge each of the true disciples of the Zixiao Holy Land. I will claim their fortune." With a sharp rap on Yi Hao's head, Jiang Qin admonished, "What merit is there in being arrogant within one's own territory? If you wish to compete, challenge the disciples of other factions, but do not bully the weak for the sake of seizing fortune. Our Qingshu Peak cannot afford such disgrace." Yi Hao grimaced and rubbed his head, chuckling, "Master, I merely spoke in jest. As a dignified ancient holy body, I would not stoop to bullying other true disciples." Chapter 40. Han Yuyao's resolve, sword pointed at Xinhua City. "Enough of your banter." Jiang Qin gently shook his head, flicking his fingers as a white jade ring leisurely floated towards Yi Hao. This was the initiation benefit for true disciples of the Zixiao Holy Land, encompassing an identity token, garments for true disciples, a manual of sect rules, a compendium of the world, and more, all accessible upon a drop of blood to recognize ownership. As for accommodations, there were numerous idle courtyards at Qingshu Peak from which he could choose. Yi Hao accepted the white jade ring, his eyes alight with curiosity. Having grown up in the small town of Qingyang, he had only recently begun his journey in cultivation 3 days prior. Although he had encountered rare treasures such as the Heavenly Emperor's Suppression Sutra, the Battle Saint Method, the Dragon Emperor's Reverse Scale, and the roots of the chaotic blue lotus, his understanding of the wider cultivation world was limited. These initiation benefits from the Zixiao Holy Land would provide him with a broad overview of the cultivation realm. By the way, as true disciples of the Zixiao Holy Land, you are required to complete a trial task each year, which can be obtained from the 100 Affairs Hall on the main peak. Do not forget, Jiang Qin reminded. The limitations imposed by the Zixiao Holy Land on true disciples were minimal. 1 trial task per year was quite lenient. For true disciples, the focus should primarily be on cultivation. Naturally, all divine arts, secret techniques, divine weapons, and elixirs of the Zixiao Holy Land were now accessible. To acquire sufficient resources for cultivation, one would need to earn corresponding contribution points. Han Yuyao respectfully reported, "Master, some days ago, I accepted a task from the 100 Affairs Hall on the main peak to vanquish a demon, slaying the Ice Scorpion King that threatened a small town 8,000 miles to the southeast. The task has been completed." Jiang Qin nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction. Since this year's trial task has been fulfilled, there is no need for excessive concern that if there are no further instructions from Master, I shall prepare to descend the mountain for experience. Han Yuyao bid farewell to Jiang Qin, but he was taken aback. "Are you in such a hurry? Where do you intend to go for your training?" Despite his recent counsel to his two disciples about the importance of venturing out for experience rather than remaining secluded, Han Yuyao's swift departure was rather unexpected. That a glimmer of cold light flickered in Han Yuyao's eyes as she spoke in a chilling tone. "Master speaks true. When one must contend, they must contend." This time, I descend the mountain to return to the Cold Moon Holy Dynasty and reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me." Jiang Qin's expression shifted slightly, realizing that Han Yuyao had not forgotten her childhood experiences and was eager to act without delay. He understood that Han Yuyao cared not for the status and glory of the Cold Moon Saintess, but rather for the fortune and fate that she rightfully deserved, as well as the destiny of her maternal clan. "If you wish to return to the Cold Moon Holy Dynasty, I shall not hinder you. But are you certain you have thought this through?" Jiang Qin's gaze bore into Han Yuyao's eyes. Han Yuyao met Jiang Qin's gaze with unwavering clarity, speaking deliberately, her voice resonating like the ringing of a sword. "Master need not worry. I possess my own judgment. I am aware that the innate Tao has held the title of Cold Moon Saintess for many years. And the influence within the Cold Moon Holy Dynasty is deeply entrenched, perhaps even backed by ancestral powers from the divine or sacred realms. I will not recklessly court death. For me, the journey from the Zixiao Holy Land to the Cold Moon Holy Dynasty will be my training. I shall wield my sword and cleave through all obstacles, my blade aimed at Xingyue City. I am confident that by the time I reach Xingyue City, no matter the pressure, I shall overcome it." Listening to Han Yuyao's resolute words, Jiang Qin felt a momentary daze. Was this the confidence of a child of fortune? To dare confront the Cold Moon Holy Dynasty just after breaking through to the true spirit realm. Not to mention ordinary individuals. Even someone of the Saint Sun caliber would not dare to entertain such thoughts. Han Yuyao was prepared for a decisive battle, transforming every tribulation encountered along the way into her sharpening stone, refining herself into an unparalleled celestial sword. The day that sword emerges from its sheath would be the day the innate Tao is dethroned. Yi Hao's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Sister, take me with you. I will assist you." He had only just learned that his sister hailed from the Cold Moon Holy Dynasty and bore deep enmity with the former Cold Moon Saintess, despite knowing that the Cold Moon Holy Dynasty was an unimaginably colossal entity. He still wished to lend his strength to his sister. "Thank you, junior brother. However, there is no need. This is my own path. I must walk it alone." Han Yuyao declined gracefully, turning her gaze to Jiang Qin, awaiting his nod. Jiang Qin laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent, such resolve. You are indeed my disciple, Jiang Qin." He paused momentarily before earnestly advising, "Remember, if you encounter matters beyond your capacity, do not act recklessly. I am always here for you." Han Yuyao felt warmth in her heart and softly replied. Disciple remembers that why Yihao raised his eyes to assess Jiang Qin, then unconsciously lowered his head, murmuring, "Master, you may accompany sister on her journey. I can remain at Qingshu Peak to guard." Jiang Qin reached out and ruffled Yi Hao's hair, smiling, "I am heartened by your thoughts. However, if I accompany your sister, how will she experience her journey? Rest assured, I guarantee that your sister will encounter no peril." If Han Yuyao could shatter every obstacle along her path, she would undoubtedly forge an invincible momentum, carrying that tremendous force to confront the innate Tao in Xingyue City, that be why then. Even the vastest forces backing that innate Tao would be unable to impede her. In this manner, the influence of the inherent Taoist forces behind the innate Tao can be diminished to its utmost limit. Furthermore, Jiang Qin's assurances are not mere empty words. He is currently confident in his ability to slay deities. As long as these two disciples muster a bit more spirit, even in the face of a sage, Jiang Qin remains utterly unafraid. Moreover, Han Yueying is fortified by 5 lotus leaves of the Chaos Green Lotus, providing ample protection, even if their offensive capabilities are somewhat lacking. As for the concern that utilizing such a chaotic wonder to ward off calamities would deplete one's fortune. That was merely Jiang Qin's attempt to caution these two disciples against excessive reliance on such treasures, and should not be taken seriously. The child of fortune, why would one worry about exhausting their luck? Yi Hao, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His only desire was to prevent Han Yueying from meeting her demise. Recalling the words of the Annihilation Dragon Emperor from earlier, he quickly spoke up. "Senior sister, do not rush down the mountain. When I entered the Zixiao sacred land with Master, I received news from the Annihilation Dragon Emperor that an unmanifested divine relic is about to emerge in the skies above the chaotic cloud sea. Regardless of any cultivation or age restrictions within this relic, it should have little effect on the many young prodigies that be why that time. Most young talents from the 8 great domains surrounding the chaotic cloud sea are likely to attend. If you can make a name for yourself in the divine relic, your return to the cold moon sacred dynasty will face much less resistance. It would be wise for you to wait until the conclusion of the divine relic before descending. Jiang Chen observed Yi Hao with keen interest, not hindering his attempt to counsel Han Yueying a divine relic. Han Yueying raised her delicate brows, then shook her head in response. Thank you for your concern. Junior brother, while the divine relic may be enticing, it is not my path. My path lies beneath my feet. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. The divine relic could not sway Han Yueying's resolve, which demonstrated her determination. Despite being at a disadvantage, opportunities for a comeback were not entirely absent. That if Han Yueying were to be delayed by such a divine relic, she would inevitably become entangled in other matters, making it impossible to cultivate a formidable momentum through her journey. There is no need for such pessimism. Your senior sister will be just fine. Jiang Chen interrupted Yi Hao's continued persuasion, turning his gaze toward Han Yueying with a smile. I happen to have acquired a tea tree and intend to plant it outside my cave dwelling. Before you descend, feel free to pluck some leaves to take with you for enjoyment along the way. Yi Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, you are planting a tea tree just to enjoy a cup of tea? If you do not wish to drink, no one is stopping you. Jiang Chen retorted with a glare, that why Yi Hao quickly recoiled, grinning cheekily. I want to drink. I've longed for tea. It would be a shame not to partake in such fine offerings. Han Yueying's face blossomed with a smile as she chimed in, her voice crisp. I recall that during my initiation, the Wanji mentioned a Zixia cloud mist tea tree within the forbidden grounds of our Zixia sacred land, whose leaves are imbued with a hazy purple aura, with a fragrance that is pure and invigorating, cleansing the soul and enhancing comprehension. Truly a divine tea. Could it be that Master speaks of this tea? The Zixia cloud mist tea? You have guessed incorrectly. Jiang Chen chuckled, shaking his head mysteriously. You will see for yourselves. With that, Jiang Chen soared into the air, gracefully heading toward his cave dwelling. Hiss. Does Master imply that his tea tree is even more precious than the Zixia cloud mist tea tree? I can hardly fathom what kind of tea it is. Yi Hao's eyes sparkled, instinctively swallowing his saliva, as if he could already catch a whiff of the tea's aroma. Hurry and follow. You will know once you see. Han Yueying succinctly stated, a phantom longsword manifesting beneath her feet as she sped after Jiang Chen. Senior sister, wait for me. Yi Hao leapt, transforming into a golden arc of light. Closely trailing behind her, Jiang Chen descended upon the cloud's summit outside his cave, with Han Yueying and Yi Hao landing shortly thereafter. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yi Hao exclaimed, Master, what kind of tea tree have you obtained? Let us witness it. Jiang Chen smiled, flicking his fingers, causing an ancient tea tree suffused with an aura of immortality to settle upon the platform beside the cave, establishing its roots amidst the ethereal Tao rhythm. This tea tree stood approximately 10 feet tall, its twisted trunk resembling a mighty dragon, its bark cracked like dragon scales, bearing no flowers but possessing 3,000 leaves, emanating an ancient fragrance that instilled tranquility and serenity. Each leaf glimmered with a translucent quality, appearing dreamlike and surreal, yet varying in shape and color. Some leaves resembled divine bells, crystalline and luminous, with a faint bell-like resonance. Others appeared as true dragons, their forms sinuous, exuding an aura of dragon energy, vividly lifelike. Some resembled divine swords, their ice-blue hue radiating a chilling breath, adorned with frost patterns, while others took the guise of towering peaks, cascading waterfalls, and ethereal clouds, their patterns naturally formed. Each leaf encapsulated a unique principle of the Tao. 3,000 Taos. Yi Hao exclaimed in astonishment. The 3,000 leaves symbolized the myriad principles of the Tao. There was no need to use divine consciousness to count them. Merely approaching the tea tree allowed the essence of these leaves to manifest in his mind, each one seeming capable of instilling enlightenment in an instant. Could this be the ancient tea tree of enlightenment among the innate spiritual roots? Han Yueying blurted out, her clear eyes rippling with waves of surprise. This tea tree is indeed identical to the ancient tea tree of enlightenment recorded in the Wanjieji. Jiang Chen affirmed with a nod. Han Yueying's eyes sparkled with excitement. According to the records, the ancient tea tree of enlightenment grew in the life-restricted zone of the Tsangu Great World, the Undying Mountain. Each year, only a few leaves would mature and fall. flying out from the undying mountain, and they were always claimed by the true great figures of countless realms. Even legendary deities found it exceedingly difficult to obtain a single leaf from the ancient tea tree. Now, the entire ancient tea tree of enlightenment appeared before their very eyes, leaving Han Yueying utterly astounded. Did Master go to raid the undying mountain? Han Yueying's eyes brimmed with incredulity. Inherent spiritual roots? The ancient tea tree of enlightenment. Yi Hao's heart raced as he realized the tea tree was no ordinary specimen. Though he had yet to peruse the Wanjie, he had gained some understanding of innate spiritual roots during his efforts to open the Wheel Sea. Recognizing their immense value, just a single leaf from the ancient tea tree of enlightenment could enable him to forge the Wheel Sea. Of course, Master had assisted him with the Chaos Green Lotus, which was even more effective than the innate spiritual roots. Yet the worth of this ancient tea tree of enlightenment was undeniably significant. Innate spiritual roots were the exclusive domain of emperors. In fact, many imperial lineages did not possess a single innate spiritual root. Yi Hao's mind was captivated. Considering that Master possessed treasures like the Chaos Green Lotus, it seemed only natural for him to also have the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. However, this ancient tea tree was not the same as the one from the Undying Mountain. The one from the Undying Mountain bore only a few mature leaves each year. This ancient tea tree, on the other hand, had 3,000 leaves that had matured but had not yet fallen. Only those with destiny could claim them. Jiangchen shook his head softly, raising his hand with a flourish as a set of jade-like stone tables and benches materialized beneath the ancient tea tree. Upon the stone table rested a small red clay stove, atop which sat an ancient-looking purple clay teapot, accompanied by 3 purple clay teacups, exuding a refined and timeless charm that a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Han Yueying's eyes as she pondered. According to the records, such innate spiritual roots like the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, which existed before the heavens and earth were formed, can only have one in existence at a time. When one lives, the other must die, never to meet again. Since Master has acquired this ancient tea tree of enlightenment, does that imply that the one from the undying mountain will perish? Yi Hao clicked his tongue. If senior sister's speculation holds true, even if Master did not personally venture to the undying mountain, it seems a feud has already been established. Jiangchen appeared unfazed. There is no need for concern. Even if those old fellows from the undying mountain truly come, it would be impossible for them to break through the protective array of my Qingshu Peak. Han Yueying thought of the 2 instruments micro-dust array set by Master, feeling reassured. Although Yi Hao was unfamiliar with the 2 instruments micro-dust array, he gleaned from Master's tone that even the life-restricted zones were not worthy of his fear, and thus he was unconcerned. Jiangchen gestured, summoning the purest spring water from the peak of Qingshu Mountain, which floated through the air and landed in the white jade teapot. The red clay stove contained a flickering crimson flame, gently boiling the spring water. Before the spring water reaches a boil, you may pluck as many tea leaves as you wish, and they shall belong to you, Jiangchen declared with a smile. Upon hearing this, both Han Yueying and Yi Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was the ancient tea of enlightenment. Any single leaf could entice even deities to vie for it. Yet now, Master was allowing them to freely pluck as they pleased. Truly, Master was extravagant. Thank you, Master. I shall not hold back. Yi Hao eagerly approached the ancient tea tree, reaching for a golden leaf shaped like a divine bell and tugging at it with all his might. With a rustling sound, as Yi Hao acted, the entire ancient tea tree quivered, its 3,000 leaves radiating brilliance, harmonizing with the 3,000 daos, rendering the strength in Yi Hao's grasp utterly ineffective, while Yi Hao felt as though he were battling against the 3,000 great worlds. No matter how much he exerted himself, he could not pluck that golden leaf. The ancient tea tree possessed its own spirit. Brute force was futile, and only those with destiny could claim its leaves. Jiangchen, with a smile, gently reminded Han Yuyao, whose gaze revealed a hint of contemplation. With a delicate motion at her sternum, a crystal-clear chaos sword bone materialized in her hand, accompanied by a fleeting flash of chaotic sword light. In an instant, a jet-black sword-shaped leaf detached itself, ascending with a resounding sword aura, radiating a cold brilliance before gracefully landing in Han Yuyao's hand, exuding a refreshing fragrance that invigorated the senses. Joy sparkled in Han Yuyao's eyes as she deftly flipped her hand, stowing away the precious tea leaf, and her gaze once again fell upon the Tao Enlightenment ancient tea tree. The ancient tree trembled lightly, and from its branches, a new leaf budded forth, taking on a dragon-like form, its entirety of vibrant crimson, releasing a fresh tea aroma that filled the air, for every leaf that fell from the Tao Enlightenment ancient tea tree. Another new one emerged. The ripening of these new leaves required an immense amount of fortune and power for nourishment. Both disciples were children of fortune themselves, and as they plucked the leaves, the fortune they bore silently nourished the Tao Enlightenment ancient tea tree. Before long, the new leaves would mature once again. Seeing his senior sister's harvesting prowess, Yi Hao felt a surge of inspiration. The ferocious blood essence within the 84 million particles of his being boiled vigorously. The golden divine power within his essence surged, and a towering phantom of the heavenly emperor materialized behind him. Merging with his very being did I end that moment. As Yi Hao grasped the golden leaf, his hand radiated an overwhelming force, akin to a celestial prison, encapsulating a myriad of paths. With a resonant hum, the golden leaf, shaped like a divine bell, detached from the Tao Enlightenment ancient tea tree and fell into Yi Hao's hand, which he promptly secured. The ancient tea tree produced yet another new leaf, glistening atop its branches. Ah, so this is how it works. One must find a way to gain the recognition of the Tao Enlightenment ancient tea tree in order to harvest its leaves. Yi Hao laughed heartily and reached out again towards another resplendent Kirin-shaped leaf. Though he spoke with ease, he understood that to pluck any leaf, he had to exert all his strength. The pace of harvesting was far from swift. Clang, clang. Han Yuyao unleashed both chaos sword bones, swirling around the Tao Enlightenment ancient tea tree, slicing through the air with a chaotic fury that severed leaf after leaf. Yet, each of her strikes demanded her utmost effort, and her speed in harvesting was similarly slow. The leaves of the Tao Enlightenment ancient tea tree were not easily harvested. Despite their efforts, they could only take one leaf at a time, slowly but surely. The water boiled. Jiangchen spoke softly with a smile. Han Yuyao and Yi Hao immediately withdrew their hands. Although their master was good-natured, they dared not defy his wishes. With the water at a boil, they had to cease harvesting. Han Yuyao retracted her 2 chaos sword bones. Her clear eyes brimming with joy. Oh, why did I end this brief span of time? She had gathered 33 leaves, a significant yield indeed. Yi Hao, putting away the manifestations within him, laughed broadly. I've struck it rich, this time. I've truly struck it rich. Master is truly generous. Though he had not matched Han Yuyao's speed of harvesting with her 2 chaos sword bones, having only collected 24 leaves, he felt immensely satisfied. After all, each leaf of Tao Enlightenment tea was a treasure, rare even among deities. Han Yuyao extended her jade hand, lightly brushing the air, and 33 uniquely shaped leaves appeared before Jiangchen. Master, these are the Tao Enlightenment teas I harvested. Which one would you like to taste? Upon witnessing this, Yi Hao hurriedly presented his own Tao Enlightenment tea from his essence, saying, Master, this is what I picked. Please choose whichever you prefer. Jiangchen chuckled softly, waving his hand. Put them all away. I have previously stated that what you harvest belongs solely to you. Besides, the Tao Enlightenment ancient tea tree is right here. You can drink and harvest at your leisure. With that, Jiangchen lightly beckoned towards the Tao Enlightenment ancient tea tree, causing a leaf resembling the black and white Taiji symbol to detach on its own. This leaf was crystal clear, with the yang fish like snow and the yin fish like ink, flowing with the energies of yin and yang, instilling a sense of tranquility within the heart as it gracefully fell into a purple clay teapot. Did I end the boiling water? It danced restlessly, releasing an aromatic fragrance that permeated the air. As this leaf rapidly dissolved in the boiling water, the essence of its Tao rhythm infused the tea, creating a wafting aroma that lingered in the nearby space. All right, my master is indeed affluent. I shall not be polite. Yi Hao laughed heartily, effortlessly stowing away his harvested Tao Enlightenment tea. Han Yuyao likewise collected her own Tao Enlightenment tea and gracefully approached, lifting the purple clay teapot to pour a cup of tea. Then, placing the teapot on a small red clay stove, she presented the teacup to Jiangchen with both hands, saying respectfully, Please enjoy the tea, master. Jiangchen lifted the teacup, taking a gentle sip. The refreshing aroma unfolded on his palate, permeating through his limbs and bones to a tea that moment. Jiang Chen felt a serene tranquility, as if he were wandering within the primordial pathways of yin and yang, experiencing a subtle elevation in his understanding of his own path. Despite the fact that Jiang Chen's indestructible body was extraordinarily formidable, rendering the effects of this Tao enlightenment tea nearly negligible for him, the flavor was nonetheless quite pleasant. The water used for brewing was merely an ordinary spiritual spring, and the purple clay teapot was just a commonplace treasure, somewhat unworthy of the Tao enlightenment tea. Jiang Chen offered a simple evaluation, gesturing towards the purple clay teapot. "You too should have a taste as well." Yi Hao quickly stepped forward, taking the teapot to pour 2 cups, handing one to Han Yuyao, senior sister. "Enjoy the tea." Han Yuyao lifted her cup, savoring a sip, her eyes closed as she immersed herself in the Tao rhythm of the tea, finding her heart at peace and tranquility. Yi Hao similarly indulged in the tea, exclaiming, "What a delightful tea! I have never tasted tea this exquisite in my life." The fragrant steam wafted gently, cleansing the heart, as the three of them, master and disciples, engaged in leisurely conversation over tea. Time seeming to slow in their midst. In the ancient world, at the Undying Mountain, the entire mountain range resembled a pitch-black dragon sprawled upon the earth, each peak exuding a majestic aura, surrounded by verdant ancient trees and lakes scattered like stars across the landscape, adorned with rare flowers and herbs. Though the Undying Mountain appeared vibrant with life, an eerie stillness pervaded, hinting at a profound and terrifying presence lurking beneath. This was a zone of life's prohibition. Even an immortal deity would find it challenging to exit alive from this place. At the moment Jiang Chen summoned the Tao Enlightenment ancient tea tree, the ancient tea tree rooted deep within the cliffs of the Undying Mountain shattered without warning. In the blink of an eye, the entire tree dissipated into nothingness, leaving not a single leaf behind. Boom! From deep within the Undying Mountain, an overwhelming imperial might surged into the heavens, shaking the very fabric of the cosmos. And a voice filled with rage echoed from afar. "Who dared to disturb my Tao Enlightenment ancient tea tree?" Chapter 43. The Wrath of the Supreme. Blood of the deities outside the Undying Mountain. A resplendent celestial palace shimmered in the clouds, ethereal melodies resonating through the air, enveloped in mist, faintly visible. Dozens of young maidens clad in gossamer danced within the palace, their laughter and clinking of cups echoing as they seemingly hosted a grand banquet for an esteemed guest. Nearby, a colossal emerald-scaled dragon pulled a white, jade divine carriage through the sky. The divine carriage shimmered with an immortal aura, within which sat a vague, towering figure, invoking a deep sense of reverence among onlookers. In other areas, a radiant purple jade vessel stirred ripples in the void, while a golden sun chariot rumbled through the heavens, and a compassionate Buddha sat on a golden lotus, softly chanting scriptures. Alongside a sword deity, soaring through the air with murderous intent, that in even more distant realms, countless powerful beings observed with various treasures and secret arts, eager to discern to whom this year's Tao Enlightenment tea would ultimately belong. The ethereal palace of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce had long stationed itself outside the Undying Mountain, always guarded by a divine king, with the Tao Enlightenment tea auctioned off each year. This year, the aura emanating from the ethereal palace seemed even stronger. Could it be that a divine emperor was present? The esteemed families of the Holy Tao, the Cloud Family, the Yaoqi Holy Land, the Sun God Temple, the Diamond Ancient Temple, and the Sword Gate of Killing. All these sacred realms and divine dynasties had dispatched their hidden deities. The competition for this year's Tao Enlightenment tea would undoubtedly be more intense than ever before. In previous years, the Tao Enlightenment tea was primarily contested among many sovereigns, with few deities specifically coming to await its maturity. Yet this year, nearly 100 deities had gathered outside the Undying Mountain. Why such an influx of prominent figures? With the onset of a cataclysmic age, as the Golden Era unfurled, many speculated that this year's Tao Enlightenment tea would surpass 100 leaves. Consequently, the number of significant figures vying for the tea far exceeded past years. Rumor has it that the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has specifically invited a divine emperor to preside over the event. Whether true or not remains to be confirmed. The Tao Enlightenment tea is the most precious tea in the 3,000 great worlds. Each leaf is sufficient for a deity to gain insight, and it can even mend wounds to the great Tao. In this era of contention, its value is further magnified, justifying the personal attendance of these deities. In this tumultuous age, prodigies arise. These deities likely seek to cultivate their younger generations. It is probable that powerful figures from the lineage of great emperors are also lurking, waiting for an opportunity to act, for treasures such as Tao Enlightenment Tea are likely scarce even among the collections of great emperors. Who wouldn't wish to acquire 1 or 2 more leaves of Tao Enlightenment Tea? Beyond the immortal mountain, nearly 100 ancient deities are quietly awaiting the maturation of the Enlightenment Tea, while countless other powerful beings observe from the shadows. They tea this very moment. The entire immortal mountain trembles violently. The terrifying supreme rules awaken, and the oppressive might of the emperor sweeps across the heavens, as an angry roar echoes from the ancient world. Who has disturbed my ancient enlightenment tea tree? As this voice reverberates, the divine beings waiting outside the immortal mountain for the coveted enlightenment tea all change countenance. Within the ethereal heavenly palace, over a dozen celestial beings, exuding an aura of immortality, emerge, tearing the void apart and creating dark fissures as they hastily flee, led by a supreme deity of unparalleled might. The deity, abandoning their jade palanquin and 9 azure dragons, ignites their divine power, vitality, and soul, merging into the depths of the void, propelled by a colossal wave of spatial energy. Behind the Buddha, ethereal realms that appear both real and illusory manifest, as his figure becomes increasingly hazy within these phantasmal Buddhist realms. The purple jade divine vessel, the solar war chariot, the sword-wielding god, and others erupt into a frantic escape from this ancient world. The divine beings ignite their divine flames, severing the shackles of the great path. Stepping forth into their own destinies, with a single drop of blood capable of collapsing vast mountains and rivers, enjoying an exalted status and power among the various sacred places and divine dynasties. Such formidable existences are now desperately fleeing for their lives. Who could it be? The fury of the immortal mountain supreme ruler shakes the very stars. Celestial bodies hanging outside the ancient world shatter one after another, causing the entire starry river to tremble as the brilliant supreme rules surge forth with overwhelming might. The heavens and earth tear apart, creating endless dark chasms that seem poised to obliterate the entire world. "Spare me, supreme ruler," cries the divine emperor of the Wanbao chamber. Yet he cannot alter his fate. His path, refined to perfection, shatters into a mist of blood, revealing within him the vast ocean of wheels. The towering palace of life and the secret realms of his organs, all manifesting in the world, only to collapse into nothingness before they reach the ground. His soul extinguished, not a trace of his true spirit escapes. The heavenly palaces, divine carriages, celestial vessels, war chariots, and lotus platforms in the void crumble and disintegrate one after another, as the azure dragons, sword gods, celestial maidens, and Buddhas are reduced to dust. The void collapses, the earth fractures. Mountains and rivers shatter, and the sky is stained with blood. Outside the immortal mountain, nearly 100 divine beings fall, and the number of deceased lords, emperors, and nobles is countless. Countless onlookers from afar are also caught in the devastation, as a 1,000,000-mile radius is transformed into a desolate wasteland. The voice of the supreme ruler of the immortal mountain is not directed at them, yet its inherent terror extinguishes all life caught in its wake. The might of the supreme is truly horrifying. Even those powerful beings observing from several great worlds, employing various means, pale in fear, their souls damaged, their eyes filled with terror. What has happened to the ancient enlightenment tea tree? Who has provoked the wrath of the immortal supreme? All observers are filled with profound doubt. The entire immortal mountain seems to come alive. As the supreme rules permeate the air, the intricate workings of fate unfold, revealing that the immortal supreme is calculating the mysteries of the heavens. The intricacies of fate are obscure. What a remarkable strategy! One day, I shall surely uncover the whereabouts of the second enlightenment tea tree. Regardless of who it may be, I shall slay them, even if it means awakening again. At worst, I shall wash the 3,000 great worlds in blood once more. The voice of the immortal supreme echoes far and wide, and the immortal mountain returns to its calm. However, This event has triggered a seismic upheaval across the 3,000 great worlds, as ancient figures across various realms engage in fervent discussions that it is said that the ancient enlightenment tea tree of the immortal mountain has vanished. The immortal supreme, in a fit of rage, annihilated nearly 100 divine beings, transforming a million-mile radius around the immortal mountain into a desolate wasteland, resulting in the tragic deaths of countless beings. Truly terrifying. The innate spiritual roots, the sole embodiment of heaven and earth, one lives while the other perishes. Initially thought to be an unprovable legend, it turns out that someone has indeed cultivated a second enlightenment tea tree. Truly a golden age. The ancient enlightenment tea tree has thrived within the immortal mountain for countless millennia, with innumerable emperors throughout history attempting to relocate it without success. Now, it has suddenly disappeared. And it is remarkable that the immortal supreme did not instantly revive in anger. Based on the tone of the immortal supreme, it seems he has calculated the whereabouts of the second enlightenment tea tree, yet found nothing. The price of revival is far too great. Without a target, what is the point of awakening? Surely, he cannot flatten the 3,000 great worlds. Within the 3,000 great worlds lie innumerable ancient forces. Many places of great peril have even buried true immortals. To wish to flatten the 3,000 great worlds, the immortal supreme lacks that capability. Such existences remain far beyond our reach. I am more curious about which lineage possesses this new enlightenment tea tree. Will there be a chance to obtain the enlightenment tea again in the future? Since even the immortal supreme cannot deduce a single thread of information, it must belong to a supreme imperial lineage. Perhaps it even belongs to a celestial sect. This year, the sacred places and divine dynasties preparing to contend for the enlightenment tea at the immortal mountain have suffered significant losses, especially the Wanbao Chamber, which has lost a divine emperor, a divine king, and 4 celestial beings. Truly a devastating blow. Many are likely to become restless. The Wanbao Chamber, which spans the 3,000 great worlds, reveals only the tip of the iceberg. It is by no means so easily toppled. Jiang Chun and his 2 disciples are unaware of the immense impact the Enlightenment Tea Tree incident has stirred across the 3,000 great worlds. Leisurely savoring tea and discussing the Tao. After finishing a pot of Enlightenment tea, Han Yue bids farewell to Jiang Chun, gracefully descending the mountain. Chapter 44. The Millennium Vermilion Fruit Tree, the 10,000-year Earth Heart Milk after leaving the Zixiao Sacred Land. Han Yue subtly shifts the color and style of her attire, transforming her purple robe, which signifies her status as a true disciple of the Zixiao Sacred Land, into a flowing moon-white gown adorned with dark floral patterns. Concealing all traces of her former identity, she intends to temper herself through her journey, and it is inconvenient to maintain the identity of a true disciple of the Zixiao Sacred Land. Surrounded by a swirling sword aura, Han Yue transforms into a radiant rainbow of sword energy, soaring through the skies, gazing down upon the picturesque mountains and rivers, feeling the biting wind rush past her ears, igniting a unique sentiment within her heart. The mountains near the Zixiao Sacred Land have undoubtedly been nourished by the fortunes of the Sacred Land, showcasing extraordinary phenomena. The mountains stretch endlessly, with ancient trees towering above. Countless cliffs and deep valleys are shrouded in mist. The 1,000-foot waterfall cascades like a silver curtain from the heavens, while magnificent lakes are scattered like stars. Rare treasures and exotic fruits abound, and spiritual birds and beasts are ever present, vibrant and resplendent. Where the mountains connect, myriad caves and stone platforms exist. Ancient pines weave their roots into the cliffs, while verdant bamboos stand tall, fragrant orchids bloom, and celestial flowers blossom, with any chosen spot serving as a natural paradise. Many of these cave stone platforms emit shimmering auras, with dragon and phoenix-like patterns occasionally flashing by, clearly indicating they have been claimed by others. With a splash, a dark green 1,000-foot dragon leaps from a vast lake, accompanied by clouds and mist, inhaling the essence of the sun and moon in midair, exuding an overwhelming aura in the distance. A radiant divine eagle, seemingly forged from gold, soars into the clouds, instantly transforming into a small golden, engaging in battle with the fierce winds and divine thunder in the boundless sky. Giant mountain apes slumber atop the peaks, while immense black turtles bask lazily in the sun on the sandy shores. The golden lion king devours a small river hole, and the thunderous roar of the celestial black tiger reverberates across the mountains and rivers. With her flawless sword heart reflecting all, Hanyu notices that most of these formidable beasts do not carry the scent of malevolence. She nods subtly in approval. This place, not far from the Zixiao sacred land, is inhabited by great beasts that are not the wickedly malicious kind. They are merely ordinary demon cultivators. It is likely that some of these great beasts are even acquainted with the peak masters and elders of the Zixiao sacred land. Just as humans can possess both good and evil, so too do demons. Han Yue bears no ill will towards these ordinary demon cultivators that, of course, not all great beasts near the Zixiao sacred land are virtuous. Instances of great beasts preying on cultivators do occur. However, those great beasts have been placed on the trial task list of the Zixiao sacred land. The vast majority have already met their end, with only a few malevolent demons managing to survive and hiding. The icy scorpion king that Han Yue recently slayed was a wicked demon king, listed on the Zixiao sacred land's task list, and she eliminated it. The great beasts nearby are mostly ordinary demon kings, hardly worthy of Han Yue's blade. Dealing with them does not constitute a trial for her, and she pays them no mind. Han Yue rides her sword through the air, her flawless sword heart reflecting the energy fluctuations within a 100-mile radius, vividly clear in her mind. She seeks the heavenly materials and earthly treasures within this primordial forest. When venturing out, one cannot proceed without provisions. Though she had plucked 33 leaves of enlightenment tea from her master before descending the mountain, such treasures are coveted even by deities and should not be carelessly utilized. It would be far wiser to seek some heavenly materials and earthly treasures along her journey for provisions. At the bottom of the vast lake, a single ice-hearted grass swayed gently, emanating strands of icy blue Tao rhythm, possessing an innate ability to calm the spirit. Unfortunately, nearby coiled a dark green serpent, which, judging by its aura, appeared to be a demon king. Han Yue regarded it with indifference, soaring past on a beam of sword light. In truth, she possessed the power to vanquish that dark serpent with a single strike, yet she refrained from doing so. It was not that she lacked the capability. Rather, she found such actions beneath her. Many would assert that in an era of great competition, cultivators must vie for supremacy. However, to Han Yue, this was not competition. It was mere theft. She held no desire to engage in such petty squabbles. This region was not far from the Zixiao sacred ground, where most heavenly materials and earthly treasures had long been claimed by its disciples, leaving behind only those fiercely guarded by formidable demons. In a secluded cavern, a golden dragon cloud grass swayed, its 12 leaves twisting like dragons, shrouded in a hazy mist, while a black pangolin stood sentinel nearby that on a perilous cliff grew a 9-leaf spirit fungus. Crystalline and translucent, enshrined in purple mist, guarded by a golden-crowned blood-feathered eagle, in a shadowy gorge bloomed a crimson lotus, fiery and ethereal, with flames swirling around it, beneath which coiled a vermilion fire centipede. Unfazed, Han Yue transformed into a streak of sword energy, vanishing into the horizon. Although most spiritual herbs were indeed protected by great demons, some treasures excelled in concealment, allowing Han Yue to unearth dozens of millennia-old spiritual herbs along her path. As for the century-old herbs, she deemed them beneath her notice. Days later, Han Yue found herself 80,000 miles away. Something seems amiss. Her brows arched slightly as her sword energy abruptly halted mid-flight, tracing a graceful arc before diving toward a waterfall below. Without losing momentum, she passed through the cascading waters and emerged in a profound cavern. The cave was adorned with bizarre rocks and countless natural stalactites hanging from above. It twisted downward into an abyss of darkness, its depths unknown, a natural formation that obscures perception. Even my flawless sword heart nearly fell for it, and oh wonder this place has remained undiscovered for so many years. A flicker of surprise crossed Han Yue's eyes as she utilized her flawless sword heart to reflect the cavern's interior, proceeding at a measured pace deeper into the cave. Before long, she noticed a radiant crimson glow ahead. Han Yue swiftly arrived at the cavern's deepest recess, where a serpentine red fruit tree stood tall. It reached 3 feet high, its leaves a vibrant green, adorned with thumb-sized red berries that glistened like pearls. Exuding a luscious aroma, the crimson glow she had observed emanated from these fruits. The red fruit tree, it must have been growing for at least 2,000 to 3,000 years. Yet, Han Yueying's gaze did not linger on the tree. Instead, it shifted directly to the irregular depression beneath it. Within this depression lay a pool of milky white liquid, faintly bubbling, suffused with spiritual essence like thick mist, each droplet exuding a refreshing fragrance that a millennium's worth of earth heart milk. It takes 1,000 years to condense even a single drop, harnessing the formidable power of the earth's core. Each droplet contains an immense vitality, regardless of how grievous an injury may be. Merely one drop can restore one's health. Consumed without ailment, it can prolong life by 100 years. However, this effect is only effective upon the first consumption. Subsequent uses diminish the efficacy. Nevertheless, the value of this millennium's earth heart milk is immeasurable. One drop is worth as much as all the fruits of an entire 1,000-year-old red fruit tree combined. The worth of such a vast pool is beyond imagination, with a resounding clang. Han Yueying sliced the stone depression containing the earth heart milk from its surroundings, taking it along with the nearby 1,000-year-old red fruit, and gracefully departed from the area. Just as Han Yueying emerged from the waterfall, a young maiden clad in a purple dress floated towards her. The girl, holding an ancient brass compass in her left hand, seemed to be searching for something. Dressed in the garb of a true disciple of the Zixiao sacred ground, Han Yueying and the maiden exchanged a brief glance, both momentarily taken aback. The purple-clad maiden cast a glance at the brass compass, then at the waterfall below, her expression darkening with fury, her brows furrowed, and her delicate face hardened as she coldly commanded, "Leave the treasure, or else." Chapter 45. This little cotton-padded jacket is windproof with a resounding slap echoing in the air. The purple-clad maiden was instantly sent flying. 5 crimson fingerprints appearing instantly on her flawless white cheek, causing one side of her face to swell. She had not even caught a glimpse of how Han Yueying had struck. "Who gave you the audacity?" Han Yueying's voice was as cold as smoke. She had not intended to engage with a fellow disciple of the Zixiao sacred ground, but the girl's sharp tongue was insufferable, and Han Yueying would not indulge her. The purple-clad maiden instinctively touched her swollen cheek, feeling as if it were ablaze. Stunned, she incredulously exclaimed, "You dare strike my face? With such a foul mouth, it is evident you lack discipline. Since your elders have failed to correct you, I shall take it upon myself." Han Yueying shook her head lightly, turning to leave. "Stop!" the purple-clad maiden shouted, transforming into a streak of light to block Han Yueying's path. Behind her, an enormous peach tree materialized, its trunk twisting like a dragon, adorned with translucent pink petals that swayed gently, showering the area with a flurry of blossoms, creating a peach blossom realm that spanned 100 miles, a veritable paradise. From the towering peach tree, a powerful life force surged into the purple-clad maiden, visibly diminishing the swelling on her cheek that in the blink of an eye. Her face returned to its former beauty, radiating an air of noble elegance that I am Xia Yue, the 7th true disciple of the Zixiao sacred ground. My grandfather is a supreme elder. Not a soul has dared to strike my face since my childhood. If I do not slay you today, my heart's resentment shall remain." Xia Yue regained her noble demeanor, stepping into the void, petals swirling around her as she looked down at Han Yueying with an icy voice laced with murderous intent. Among the younger generation of the Zixiao sacred ground, the highest status belonged to the Zixiao saint's son. Below him were 10 true disciples, each extraordinarily gifted, having reached the pinnacle of princely cultivation. Should misfortune befall the Zixiao saint's son, a new Tao child would be chosen from these 10 true disciples that if any of them experienced a fortuitous encounter, they could challenge the saint's son. Should they prevail, they would ascend as the new saint's son or saint cest in essence. These 10 true disciples were candidates for the Tao child, each harboring numerous hidden cards and formidable skills that the 7th-ranked true disciple among them. Xia Yue was highly regarded among the youth, having grown accustomed to her haughty ways. How could she tolerate such humiliation as being slapped? Even now, she believed Han Yueying's success was merely due to her own carelessness. Clang! As soon as Xia Yue's voice faded, a sound like a sword's cry resonated in her ears, echoing from beyond the heavens, reverberating within her very heart. In that moment, an unparalleled celestial sword appeared in her consciousness. Its brilliance rendering the sun, moon, and stars insignificant, traversing myriad worlds with an overwhelming presence, advancing unyieldingly in that instant. It felt as if only this sword existed between heaven and earth, instilling in her a sense of despair akin to an ant confronting a dragon. Leaving no room for thoughts of resistance, the sword's cry echoed eternally. With a resounding crash, every single peach blossom within the 100-mile realm shattered under the sword energy, the towering peach tree dissolving like a fleeting dream. Disappearing in the wind, vanishing in the blink of an eye, the void revealed Xia Yue once more, her complexion pale, hair disheveled, her eyes filled with terror, as the overwhelming sword and its astonishing resonance seemed to reverberate endlessly in her mind. Her Tao heart had been fractured. Han Yueying had exercised restraint, having withheld 99% of her strength in that last strike. Had she unleashed her full power, that sword's cry would have sufficed to obliterate the very soul of this girl. Even with her considerable restraint, the sword's cry was beyond Xia Yue's capacity to endure. If the fracture in her Tao heart could not be mended, she would forever feel trepidation upon encountering Han Yueying. It seems you have been spoiled since childhood, quick to resort to violence. Your temper quite fiery. Remember, there are always greater beings beyond you, and even the elders of the sacred ground are but ants in the eyes of some mighty beings. In the future, do not act so arrogantly, lest you bring calamity upon the Zhixiao sacred ground. Han Yuyo's demeanor was as ethereal as smoke. Gazing at the disheartened Xia Yue, she gently shook her head and departed gracefully. This time, Xia Yue dared not utter a word to stop her. The recent sword strike had left her utterly terrified. Though she still possessed hidden divine abilities and could even shatter a life-saving jade talisman to summon her grandfather, she refrained from doing so. The sound of that sword seemed to enlighten her. Since this mysterious girl could wield such terrifying swordsmanship with ease, she must undoubtedly have a formidable background. Furthermore, judging by the tone of the mysterious girl, even the elders of the sacred land were beneath her notice that if she were to call her grandfather, it could very well lead to his peril. Most importantly, she sensed that the mysterious girl had deliberately held back. Had it been someone with a more bloodthirsty nature, she would undoubtedly have met her demise. Xia Yue stared vacantly at the receding figure of Han Yuyo. A glimmer of realization suddenly flashed in her eyes as she called out, "Thank you, fairy, for your mercy. May I inquire your name?" Han Yuyo, came the distant, tranquil voice. Han Yuyo had descended the mountain to seek vengeance at the cold moon's sacred land and to hone her own swordsmanship. From the moment she set foot off the mountain, she had no intention of concealing her true name. Han Yuyo. Why does that name sound so familiar? Xia Yue furrowed her delicate brows, murmuring to herself. After a prolonged contemplation, a brilliant light suddenly erupted in her eyes, and she exclaimed, "Han Yuyo? The swordsmanship prodigy who emerged in the creation sword ruins bears this name. Could it be that senior sister Mu spoke of her?" With the advent of the Golden Era, the true disciples had spontaneously formed a small circle, frequently holding intimate gatherings. Recently, with the imminent emergence of divine relics in the tumultuous clouds above, their exchanges had become even more frequent. Just days ago, they had held a gathering, where they not only discussed the divine relic, but also mentioned the numerous prodigies that had surfaced during the Golden Era. Among the most illustrious was the swordsmanship prodigy mentioned by senior sister Mu. Han Yuyo, emerging from the creation sword ruins, she had continuously unraveled 12 immortal sword intents, including the void mysterious sword river, boldly challenging the sacred maiden of the cold moon. Even after her supreme sword bone was excavated, she could still be reborn stronger, creating the chaotic sword sea and attracting countless immortal sword intents to pay homage to her, enveloped in legendary tales. Even if Han Yuyo revealed her origins, the ancients of various factions could not deduce her lineage, shrouded in layers of mystery. The direction she was headed seemed to be towards the cold moon's sacred dynasty. Watching Han Yuyo's vanishing silhouette, Xia Yue's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Although there were many with similar names in the vast realms, having personally experienced that sword strike, she was nearly certain that this was indeed the swordsmanship prodigy from the creation sword ruins. Alas, I do not specialize in swordsmanship. Otherwise, I could follow her closely. Surely, senior sister Mu would be intrigued by this person. Xia Yue gently shook her head, her expression shifting as she sent a message to senior sister Mu. After sending the message, Xia Yue gazed in the direction Han Yiyo had departed, a look of confusion crossing her face. Why would she appear here? So many ancient deities could not discern her lineage. Where did she acquire such formidable skills? Suddenly, Xia Yue turned abruptly, looking towards the direction opposite the Cold Moon's sacred dynasty, her eyes filled with shock. That direction was precisely where the Purple Cloud's sacred land lay. Chapter 46. Transformation of the Heart and Exposure of the Root's Buzz. The void trembled. Vast spatial fluctuations swept across all directions, creating ripples in the fabric of reality that spread far and wide. Swish, a young girl in a red dress, around 16 or 17 years of age, suddenly materialized from the void. The girl was delicate and graceful, her bright eyes and pearly teeth sparkling with mischief. Each inch of her skin radiated a lustrous jade-like sheen, surrounded by fiery waves of sword energy, resembling an enchanting sprite amidst flames that as soon as she appeared, the girl's gaze fell upon Xia Yue. Her tone urgent. Xiao Weiwei, did you truly encounter the Jade Fairy? Xia Yue's eyes flickered with surprise, exclaiming, Senior sister, you arrived quite swiftly. A precise teleportation across 80,000 miles. Did you utilize the Grand Void teleportation platform? That consumes a considerable amount. Your journey must have expended a treasure that would take a noble a lifetime to refine. Truly extravagant. The girl in red quickly interrupted, huffing, enough of that useless chatter. If the person you encountered was indeed the Jade Fairy, then it is my fortune. Even consuming 10 Grand Void teleportation platforms is inconsequential. Her eyes gleaming, the girl playfully shook her small fist at Xia Yue. Pretending to be fierce, Xiao Weiwei, if you dare deceive me, beware of me giving you a good spanking. Xia Yue's grandfather was an elder of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, while Mu Qingyan's grandfather was the current sacred lord of the Purple Cloud. They had grown up together, sharing a close bond. Otherwise, Xia Yue would not have summoned Mu Qingyan. With a gentle sigh, Xia Yue opened her mind and reflected, you see for yourself, she struck a sword at my heart. And I sensed her restraint. Otherwise, I would have been finished. Mu Qingyan, initially eager to inquire about the Jade Fairy's whereabouts, momentarily suppressed her curiosity upon hearing this, that a flicker of fiery, sword light flashed in her brow, as she carefully sensed the sword scar upon Xia Yue's heart. Her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chaos as the foundation, myriad swords are rising. Indeed, it is the sword intent of the Jade Fairy, though the Jade Fairy has never used this sword in the Creation Sword Ruins. This aura cannot be mistaken. At this point, Mu Qingyan furrowed her brows slightly, her tone serious. How did you come to encounter the Jade Fairy? Why did you engage her in combat? Xia Yue chuckled self-deprecatingly. Recounting to Mu Qingyan, with divine relics about to emerge, my grandfather expended great effort to acquire a treasure-hunting compass for me. I have been exploring its capabilities and indeed found some spiritual herbs and ores recently. Today, following the compass's guidance, I arrived here and noticed its glow was unprecedentedly brilliant. I understood that there must be a great treasure behind the waterfall. Just as I was about to investigate, that Jade Fairy appeared from behind the waterfall, and the compass's lights suddenly receded. Naturally, I was displeased that my hard-earned treasure was snatched away, so I admonished her. She acted decisively. A single sword strike shattered all my efforts, leaving a delicate crack upon my heart, and after chastising me, she vanished gracefully that I knew she had held back. So I inquired her name, and she revealed herself as Han Yi for being humiliated. That was too embarrassing to mention. Though Xia Yue shared a close bond with Mu Qingyan, she refrained from mentioning the slap. After hearing Xia Yue's account, Mu Qingyan's eyes widened in astonishment, asking, when the Jade Fairy struck that sword, you were unaware of her identity, right? With your fiery temper, you endured being struck at your heart without retaliating. Did you not utilize any of the protective treasures left by your grandfather? Xia Yue's eyes were clear as she reflected. That sword cleaved my heart, yet it also opened my eyes, severing countless distractions. After enduring that sword, it was as if a veil had lifted, and my perception of all things transformed completely. Once I mend a scar upon my heart, I shall surely ascend to new heights. Mu Qingyan, upon hearing this, exclaimed, I never would have imagined that the willful Xiao Weiwei, struck by the Jade Fairy's sword, would experience a transformation of heart. Now, can you tell me the whereabouts of the Jade Fairy? Xia Yue, unfazed by Mu Qingyin's teasing, frowned slightly and pondered. The direction the Jade Fairy went is towards the Cold Moon's sacred dynasty. She did not conceal her identity or destination, that if you wish to find her, there is no need to rush. However, regarding that Jade Fairy's lineage, I harbor a vague suspicion, but I fear it may shock you. Mu Qingyin's expression turned skeptical, questioning. With so many ancient deities unable to deduce the Jade Fairy's origins, you cannot be jesting, can you? Xia Yue shot her a glance. If you don't wish to hear it. I shan't say anything to Dio tell. I am curious to see what news could potentially frighten me. Mu Qingyin, unable to contain her curiosity, urged eagerly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ignoring her haughty demeanor, Xia Yue took a deep breath and spoke deliberately. That Jade Fairy may very well hail from our purple cloud's sacred land. Mu Qingyin vigorously blinked her bright, sparkling eyes, and then burst into unrestrained laughter, completely losing her composure. Her laughter was so vibrant that tears nearly spilled from her eyes as she gasped for breath. Exclaiming, "Haha, the Jade Fairy hails from the purple cloud's sacred land. This jest is truly delightful." Xia Yue quietly observed Mu Qingyin, patiently awaiting her to regain her composure. After a prolonged fit of laughter, Mu Qingyin took several deep breaths, struggling to calm her excited heart. Just as Xia Yue was about to speak, Mu Qingyin doubled over in laughter again, declaring, "Haha, I generally do not laugh unless I cannot help it. Could it be that the sword genius emerging from the creation sword ruins is from their purple cloud sacred land? How was I unaware that such a sword genius existed there? Not only I, but even my grandfather, the Lord of Purple Cloud, is oblivious. Even our divine ancestors from the purple cloud sacred land do not know. Do they truly think everyone is blind?" Mu Qingyin laughed so hard she nearly lost her breath. Feeling as though Xia Yue had played a grand jest on her to Mu Qingyin, Xia Yue called out with a clear tone, her voice imbued with a resonant clarity that Mu Qingyin's spirit was instantly lifted, and her excitement gradually subsided. Yet her face remained adorned with an uncontainable smile, unable to suppress her mirth. Xia Yue wore an expression of helplessness, gesturing toward the distance with her delicate hand, and slowly said, "The Jade Fairy departed in that direction. Several tens of thousands of miles ahead lies the domain of the Cold Moon Holy Dynasty. She must be seeking the misfortune of the innate Tao fetus. If the Jade Fairy continues on this straight path, just take a look for yourself, from whence she arrived." Mu Qingyin turned to glance back, her pupils narrowing slightly. There was indeed the purple cloud's sacred land. She retracted her smile, adopting a serious demeanor. If the Jade Fairy truly came from this direction, perhaps there is indeed some connection to the purple cloud's sacred land. Xia Yue spoke softly. "I summoned you here to verify this together." Mu Qingyin directed her gaze toward the area behind the waterfall and the direction of the purple cloud's sacred land, her voice ringing clear. "Now, let us embark on a verification journey along her route." The two entered the area behind the waterfall, winding through the cavern until they reached its deepest point, where they discovered the massive pit left by Han Yueying after excavating the millennial-old earth heart milk. Indeed, the essence of the Jade Fairy's swordsmanship lingers here. I wonder what treasure she took away, Mu Qingyin marveled. Having found little of significant value in the cave, they soon exited and headed toward the direction of the purple cloud's sacred land. After a brief period, they arrived above a vast, dark lake spanning hundreds of miles. Then Mu Qingyin called out into the distance, "Blackwater Serpent King, have you seen a sword-wielding maiden pass by here?" With a splash, a colossal black serpent soared from the depths of the lake, nodding toward Mu Qingyin and speaking human words. "Ah, it is young Lady Qingyin. A few hours ago, indeed a young maiden rode a sword through here." But she did not linger. Heading towards the northeast, Mu Qingyin nodded and departed with Xia Yue. Days later, they reached the vicinity of the purple cloud's sacred land. Along the way, they inquired of several demon kings and confirmed that Han Yueying's earliest appearance was indeed not far from the northeast of the purple cloud's sacred land. Exchanging a knowing glance, Mu Qingyin's eyes sparkled as she raised a communication jade talisman to send a message, stating, "I requested a roster of all disciples from the purple cloud's sacred land from my grandfather. Once it arrives, we can check if the Jade Fairy's name appears on it.in mere moments." The Lord of Purple Cloud transmitted the roster back. "How is it?" Xia Yue inquired, a hint of anxiety in her tone. Mu Qingyin examined the roster, blinking in surprise as a peculiar expression crossed her face. The roster does not list Han Yueying's name, but there is a maiden registered as Yueying who joined the lineage of Uncle Jiang from the Clear Void Peak. Chapter 47. The Lord of Purple Cloud. Jiang Qin's disciple is the greatest mystery Uncle Jiang from Clear Void Peak. Xia Yue's eyes sparkled with dazzling brilliance, petals swirling around her as she exclaimed, "Is he not the one who defeated the projection of the 100 refinement demon god with a single punch?" Mu Qingyan nodded repeatedly, her clear eyes gleaming with admiration. "Indeed, that is him. Uncle Jiang's single punch established the reputation of our Purple Cloud sacred land, shocking the world and making him renowned throughout the eastern wasteland." As Xia Yue's eyes brightened, her purple dress swayed without wind. She remarked, "Uncle Jiang has always remained in seclusion at Clear Void Peak, never revealing himself. Yet he possesses the power to slay demon god projections with a single strike, his strength rivaling that of the lords of the major sacred lands. It is said that Uncle Jiang has taken in a disciple with an ancient sacred body that breaks the curses of heaven and earth. If the Jade Fairy truly resides within our Purple Cloud sacred land, she is highly likely from Uncle Jiang's lineage at Clear Void Peak." Xia Yue became increasingly animated, feeling her conjectures were almost certainly true, and continued to inquire, "Sister Mu, do you have any more detailed information regarding the Yueying junior sister from Clear Void Peak?" "Just a moment, I will ask grandfather," Mu Qingyan replied. Shortly after, radiant light flickered around Mu Qingyan, as the power of heaven and earth converged to form a magnificent figure, long hair cascading over shoulders, enveloped in a hazy divine glow, with eyes reflecting the vanishing worlds of myriad realms. It was none other than the Lord of Purple Cloud, grandfather. Mu Qingyan exclaimed joyfully, her red dress swirling like a flame-kissed sprite. Xia Yue bowed respectfully. Disciple Xia Yue pays respects to the Lord. The Lord of Purple Cloud nodded slightly, his gaze settling on Mu Qingyan's face, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his lips. "Qingyan, you requested the roster of disciples from the Purple Cloud sacred land, and now you seek detailed information about the top disciple from Clear Void Peak. What is your intention?" Mu Qingyan and Xia Yue exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with excitement, and directly stated, "Grandfather, we suspect that the Jade Fairy, who overshadowed countless sword geniuses in the Creation Sword Ruins, is very likely the top disciple of Clear Void Peak." The expression of the Lord of Purple Cloud shifted slightly, his eyes sparkling with radiant purple light as he waved his hand, causing the three of them to vanish from their location. The next moment, the Lord of Purple Cloud led Mu Qingyan and Xia Yue to the summit of the Purple Cloud, within the majestic Purple Extreme Hall. Buzz! The entire Purple Extreme Hall emitted a subtle humming sound, with various mystical patterns illuminating throughout the hall, accompanied by dragon and phoenix-like symbols flickering in the void, shielding the secrets of the heavens and concealing any probing thoughts. The Lord of Purple Cloud spoke earnestly, "Qingyan, this matter must not be taken lightly. From where does your suspicion arise?" At that moment, Xia Yue recounted in detail the events following their encounter with Han Yueying, explaining how they left the Purple Cloud sacred land for the Cold Moon Holy Dynasty, where Han Yueying demonstrated unfathomable swordsmanship and showed restraint towards her as a true disciple of the Purple Cloud sacred land. Introducing herself as Han Yueying, the Lord of Purple Cloud stood with his hands clasped behind him, his eyes shimmering with intense purple light, and solemnly stated, "Months ago, during the Sacred Land's disciple recruitment ceremony, when Brother Jiangchen took her as a disciple, this girl was of insufficient innate talent, directly corresponding to the seventh princess of the Cold Moon Holy Dynasty, who had her supreme sword bone removed. Within a few months, she has compensated for her innate deficiencies, opened her Wheel Sea, established her Fate Palace, and condensed her true spirit, effortlessly slaying the Ice Scorpion King to complete her trial. The Han Yueying from the Creation Sword Ruins left behind a chaotic sword sea in the mortal realm, but did not enter the King's Realm Sword Ruins. Thus, her true cultivation level likely has not yet broken into the Marquis level, consistent with this girl's cultivation. Since Han Yueying originates from the Cold Moon Holy Dynasty, she must not have left the Xian Huang Great World, and perhaps has not even departed the Eastern Wasteland. Yueying, Jade Fairy, Han Yueying. Insufficient innate talent, supreme sword bone removed, emerging from the Purple Cloud sacred land, and the disciple of Brother Jiangchen. The Lord of Purple Cloud's eyes grew ever brighter as he asserted, "It cannot be wrong. Han Yueying is indeed the top disciple of Brother Jiang Chun." Upon uttering this declaration, the Lord of Purple Cloud himself was taken aback that a sword genius like Han Yueying, who overshadowed the ages, truly exists within my Purple Cloud's sacred land. Both Xia Yue and Mu Qingyan were profoundly shaken. Although they were the first to harbor suspicions, hearing the Lord of Purple Cloud confirm it left them equally astonished. There are only two disciples in the lineage of Clear Void Peak. One, a sword genius who overshadows the ages, and the other, an ancient sacred body that breaks curses. This lineage is indeed formidable. One must admit, Uncle Jiang truly possesses extraordinary insight. Mu Qingyan spoke with a light-hearted tone, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The Lord of Purple Cloud's expression shifted as he remarked, the removal of Han Yueying's supreme bone and Yi Hao's inability to open the wheel see both occurred after they entered Brother Jiang Chen's tutelage, making him the greatest enigma. Moreover, the protective formation of Clear Void Peak is unfathomable, far surpassing the protective formation of the Purple Cloud's sacred land. Countless secrets lie hidden within Brother Jiang Chun, and as long as he remains in the Purple Cloud's sacred land, our sacred land is destined for great prosperity. After hearing the words of the Lord of Purple Cloud, both Mu Qingyan and Xia Yue were rendered speechless. The rebirth of Han Yueying's supreme sword body and Yi Hao's ancient sacred body breaking the curse of heaven and earth are all connected to the master of Clear Void Peak. The formation of Clear Void Peak is even more powerful than the protective formation of the Purple Cloud's sacred land. Could it be an Emperor-level formation? Or perhaps even a quasi-Emperor-level formation? At that moment, they realized that the Purple Cloud's sacred land harbored such a true dragon. Mu Qingyan, surrounded by flames, her eyes shimmering with excitement, eagerly suggested, "Then may I seek to become his disciple?" The Lord of Purple Cloud's expression turned stern as he replied gravely, "Absolutely not. For a century, during each grand disciple initiation ceremony at the sacred land of Zixiao, Brother Jiangchun has always participated. Yet he has never taken on a disciple. Now, the two disciples he has accepted are exceptionally gifted. This indicates that ordinary prodigies do not even catch his eye. It would be utterly presumptuous to disturb him." At this juncture, the Lord of Zixiao further admonished, "As for Han Yuyo's sect inheritance, you need only to be aware of it. As long as Brother Jiang Chun does not make a statement, you must not mention it to anyone else." Mu Qingyan and Xia Yue both nodded earnestly. Suddenly, Mu Qingyan seemed to recall something and inquired, "Grandfather, Sister Yuyo's journey to the holy dynasty of Cold Moon will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Given her extraordinary talent, should we not request the assistance of a supreme elder for her protection?" "No need." The Lord of Zixiao resolutely shook his head and said gravely, "Brother Jiang Chun is likely sharpening his disciples. It is unnecessary for us to meddle. Since Brother Jiang Chun dares to send her down the mountain, he must be able to guarantee her safety." Mu Qingyan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she expressed her thoughts, "Grandfather, I wish to accompany Sister Yuyo." The Lord of Zixiao was momentarily taken aback and replied with a hint of surprise, "Your grandfather is a sovereign of a realm. What resources for cultivation do I lack? Han Yuyo seeks revenge against the holy maiden of Cold Moon, and this journey will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Are you certain you wish to follow her?" "I am absolutely certain. I have a strong intuition that being alongside Sister Yuyo will lead me to greater heights in the path of the sword." Mu Qingyan responded, determination flashing in her lively eyes. The Lord of Zixiao gazed deeply at her and nodded. "You have grown up. You are now capable of making decisions for your own life. Your grandfather respects your choice. However, the divine ruins of the chaotic Cloud Sea are about to emerge. Do you not plan to go?" Mu Qingyan sighed with relief and casually replied, with so many prodigies eyeing the divine ruins, "I shall not join the fray. Following Sister Yuyo, my gains may be even greater. As long as you have made your decision, inform your parents, and you may descend the mountain." The Lord of Zixiao nodded. Although the divine ruins are filled with opportunities, they also harbor numerous unknown dangers, and he does not wish for his precious granddaughter to take such risks. Comparatively, following Han Yuyo may indeed be safer. Should any formidable adversary arise, his venerable face should still hold some weight. That Mu Qingyan and Xia Yue left the Ziji Hall together, and the Lord of Zixiao turned his gaze toward Qingshu Peak, murmuring, Perhaps I should personally pay a visit to Brother Jiang Chun. Chapter 48. Qingshu Peak is truly mysterious. At the foot of Qingshu Peak, the figure of the Lord of Zixiao appeared out of thin air. His stature imposing, long hair cascading down his shoulders, and in his eyes, shadows of the galaxy flickered. His aura was profound, exuding a pressure befitting one of high status. The Lord of Zixiao stood with his hands clasped behind him, quietly surveying the scenery of Qingshu Peak. The entire Qingshu Peak appeared unchanged from before, shrouded in clouds and mist, lush and vibrant, with pavilions and towers partially hidden, and the sound of flowing springs and waterfalls echoing nearby, seemingly no different from other peaks. Yet, the Lord of Zixiao comprehended that Qingshu Peak was far from the simplicity it appeared to possess. Back then, even the elder Ling Tian of the Divine Realm, using the Cloud Sea's myriad formations, could not penetrate the protective array of Qingshu Peak. The Lord of Zixiao did not attempt to probe with his divine consciousness, but instead transmitted his voice from afar. Mu Lingzhao has come to pay a visit. May Brother Jiang Chun show himself? Jiang Chun was savoring tea and contemplating beneath the ancient tea tree in his cave dwelling when he heard the transmission from the Lord of Zixiao. Feeling somewhat surprised, his figure abruptly vanished from the spot that a moment later, Jiang Chun appeared before the Lord of Zixiao, slightly cupping his hands and smiling. The Lord has truly come in person. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. The affairs of the sacred land of Zixiao are immensely busy, and the Lord usually employs a projection of divine consciousness to handle various matters, spending most of his time in secluded cultivation within the depths of the secret realm. Jiang Chun had initially thought that only a projection had arrived, but to his astonishment, the Lord of Zixiao had come in his true form. The corner of the Lord of Zixiao's eye twitched unconsciously. He had not even perceived how Jiang Chun had appeared here. Jiang Chun's arrival had not caused even the slightest spatial fluctuation, as if he had always been standing there. The Lord of Zixiao felt a chill run down his spine. Brother Jiang Chun's true strength far surpassed his own. If Brother Jiang Chun wished to harm him, he would likely find it difficult to defend himself. Suppressing the shock within, the Lord of Zixiao smiled. It was I who was abrupt in coming, having not informed Brother Jiang Chun. I hope you do not hold it against me. The presence of the Lord brings glory to Qingshu Peak. How could I dare to take offense? Jiang Chun replied with a smile, gesturing toward the mountain path of Qingshu Peak. Lord, please. The Lord of Zixiao took a step forward, proceeding leisurely along the mountain path of Qingshu Peak. The winding path resembled a dragon, surrounded by verdant trees, with thin mist swirling around, ancient pines accompanying blue stones, and the sound of flowing water echoing softly, creating an ambience of serene elegance. However, the Lord of Zixiao found the atmosphere rather peculiar. Within the sacred text of Zixiao Biluo, he had mastered a potent ocular technique, the Zixiao Demon Eye. After hundreds of years of cultivation, his eyes had developed innate powers, allowing him to perceive various illusions and peer into the essence of things without conscious effort. When he was outside Qingshu Peak, the Zixiao Demon Eye had detected no abnormalities, and he attributed this to the protective formation of Qingshu Peak, not giving it much thought. Yet now, upon entering Qingshu Peak, he could only see the scenery around him, unable to perceive anything beyond the trees and stones. As if his vision had reverted to that of an ordinary person, the Zixiao Demon Eye, honed over centuries, seemed utterly ineffective. After hundreds of years of cultivating the Zixiao Demon Eye, it had developed innate powers. Yet here it functions as if I were a mere mortal. Brother Jiang Chun's protective array is truly formidable. The Lord of Zixiao could not help but exclaim in admiration. Jiang Chun ascended the steps, walking alongside the Lord of Zixiao, nonchalantly smiling. It is inevitable. Qingshu Peak is my foundation for existence, so I naturally put in considerable thought. May I inquire as to the reason for the Lord's visit? The Lord of Zixiao walked with composure, nodding slightly at Jiang Chun, and remarked, Brother Jiang Chun has indeed concealed himself deeply. Had it not been for your punch in Qinyang City, I would have still thought you were an ordinary monarch. I have clearly been remiss over these years. I have come here to express my apologies to you. Jiang Chun chuckled in surprise. There is no need for such formality. My life on Qingshu Peak has been quite comfortable over the years. The Lord of Zixiao nodded slightly, smiling. Since you have already become a sovereign, you should enjoy the privileges that come with it. This year's cultivation resources I have personally brought for you from now on. I shall ensure that they are delivered to you annually." Saying this, the Lord of Zixiao extended a hand, presenting Jiang Chun with a spatial ring filled with abundant cultivation resources. Jiang Chun did not decline, readily accepting it. This was his rightful reward as the peak master. If he were to refuse, the Lord of Zixiao would feel uneasy. As Jiang Chun's consciousness probed inside, he was taken aback. These rare treasures likely exceed even the salary of a supreme elder. Moreover, there are nirvana pills and insights to enhance the chances of breaking through to the demigod realm. The Lord is indeed generous. The Lord of Zixiao laughed. Over the years, the sacred land has owed you much, and it is only right to compensate. If Brother Jiang Chun can break through to become a demigod, it will greatly benefit our sacred land of Zixiao. So do not be modest. I have never intended to be modest. Jiang Chun replied with a smile. The Lord of Zixiao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Brother Jiang Chun is truly a remarkable person. By the way, I have another matter to confirm with you during my visit. Please feel free to ask. Jiang Chun replied with curiosity. The Lord of Zixiao spoke directly. I wish to inquire whether Han Yuyo, who has overshadowed numerous sword path prodigies in the sword creation ruins, is indeed your most esteemed disciple, the seventh princess of the holy dynasty of Cold Moon, who had her supreme sword bone extracted. As he spoke, the Lord of Zixiao gazed intently at Jiang Chun, a hint of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback and replied, somewhat surprised. Yuyo's birth name is indeed Han Yuyo. The incident regarding the extraction of the supreme sword bone is also true. However, when did she overshadow sword path prodigies in the sword creation ruins? Jiang Chun was only aware of Han Yuyo's rapid progress in the sword path, but he was not well informed about her experiences in the sword creation ruins, and no one had told him. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's acknowledgement, the Lord of Zixiao was filled with excitement. Indeed, Han Yuyo is Jiang Chun's esteemed disciple. After hearing Jiang Chun's subsequent words, the Lord of Zixiao became somewhat speechless and briefly recounted Han Yuyo's exploits in the sword creation ruins, providing Jiang Chun with some insight. Jiang Chun silently praised her. Truly, she is a child of destiny, creating quite a stir. The Lord of Zixiao clicked his tongue in admiration. You have completely given your disciple free rein. A master leads the way, but the journey of a disciple must be forged by themselves. Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly with a smile, just as the Lord of Zixiao was about to say something. His gaze suddenly sharpened, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh, such an overwhelming power of blood! To what extent has Yihao's ancient sacred body been cultivated?" As he and Jiang Chun rounded a bend on the mountain path, they beheld a vast expanse ahead, illuminated by resplendent golden light. A tumultuous surge of blood energy emanated from the front, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, as if 1,000 troops were galloping forth. Chapter 49. The ancient sacred body was nothing short of a bottomless pit. The midsection of Qingshu Peak, a serene lake reflected the azure sky, with willows lining the banks, shrouded in ethereal mist. Yihao sat quietly on by the lake, his life palace radiant like a celestial realm, the wheel of his sea shimmering with golden brilliance, every pore of his being radiating a brilliant golden light. The energy within him surged like the mighty Yangtze River, while a towering phantom of the heavenly emperor loomed behind him, gazing down upon the mountains and rivers. The Lord of the Purple Clouds observed the commotion surrounding Yi Hao's cultivation, increasingly astonished at why Yi Hao's blood energy flowed like a dragon, his spirit and will illuminating the firmament, rivaling the most extraordinary prodigies of noble lineage, with the celestial phenomena accompanying his cultivation, shaking the universe. Yet, before he rounded that bend on the mountain path, he had sensed not the slightest hint of Yi Hao's presence. Even now, though Yi Hao was practicing not far ahead, he felt as though separated by myriad worlds. The energy around him murky and indistinct, like a fleeting dream. Each step opens a world, and each step is distinct. The protective formation of Qingshu Peak obscured heavenly secrets and confused energies, rendering even the esteemed lord unable to discern the specifics of Yi Hao's cultivation. Thus, he inquired. Jiang Chun cast a disdainful glance at Yi Hao and scoffed. This reckless brat has squandered so many resources, yet remains at the life palace stage. He is indeed a bottomless pit. No wonder throughout history, few ancient sacred bodies have managed to reach the pinnacle of their potential. Such consumption would be unbearable even for a sacred land. Jiang Qin was well aware of the substantial resources required for the cultivation of the ancient sacred body and had mentally prepared himself before accepting a disciple. However, Yi Hao's consumption was excessive. Since Jiang Qin brought Yi Hao back to the mountain, within just a few days, Yi Hao had depleted 6 pieces of enlightenment tea. Moreover, there was also the nourishing root of the chaos green lotus, a treasure of immense value. Were it another prodigy, they would have at least reached the pinnacle of noble lineage by now. Yet this boy remained at the life palace stage. This was merely the second realm of cultivation. Who could fathom how many resources would be required in the future? Of course, for ordinary prodigies, fully absorbing the profound essence and life energy contained in a piece of enlightenment tea would take 1 or 2 years. An incomprehensible task compared to the ancient sacred body. The Lord of the Purple Clouds chuckled. Junior brother Jiang, your expectations for your disciple are excessively high. As far as I know, Yi Hao has only been breaking through the life palace realm for a few days. His focus should be on consolidating his foundation. Forcing his progress might jeopardize his path. As for cultivation resources, our Purple Cloud sacred land can provide for him, while we cannot guarantee to supply the resources needed for his later cultivation stages. We can certainly manage for these initial realms. Jiang Qin looked at the Lord of the Purple Clouds with a peculiar expression and softly said, "If you knew what resources he has consumed, you would probably not say that. What could the Life Palace stage consume?" The Lord of the Purple Clouds dismissed the notion, yet before he could finish speaking, he was struck dumb, exclaiming, "Enlightenment tea? By the lake?" Yi Hao sat with closed eyes, his expression tranquil, when suddenly a golden leaf flew out from his wheel of life and adhered to his forehead, emanating an immortal aura. The golden leaf resembled a divine bell, crystal clear and resplendent, adorned with intricate and profound patterns. Golden light flowed, and the fragrance of tea wafted through the air, refreshing and invigorating. Buzz! The moment the piece of enlightenment tea touched Yi Hao's forehead, the golden light flickered, and a radiant golden bell materialized above his head. The bell's body was covered in dragon and phoenix symbols, framing Yi Hao as if he were a heavenly emperor descending to the mortal realm. Ding! The golden bell trembled gently, producing a melodious and powerful chime, as waves of golden sound rippled from above Yi Hao's head down to his feet. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from within Yi Hao, as his surging blood energy transformed into vital essence, soaring into the heavens. Within that golden wave of sound seemed to reside an immeasurable essence of the great Tao, washing over every inch of his blood and bones like a tidal wave. Resonating with the celestial sound of a sacred offering, the bell's chime echoed. The brilliance of the piece of enlightenment tea at Yi Hao's forehead dimmed slightly, and the golden bell hovering above him appeared somewhat ethereal. Ding, ding, ding! The chimes resonated successively, each wave carrying the vast essence of the great Tao, continuously cleansing Yi Hao's limbs and bones. After 9 chimes, the piece of enlightenment tea at Yi Hao's forehead silently vanished, and the golden bell above him also disappeared, leaving only the boundless essence still surging within him, fervently cleansing and refining him. Every inch of Yi Hao's blood and bones shone brilliantly, radiating golden light, as if forged from the purest gold, devoid of any impurities, while the pressure from the heavenly emperor's phantom behind him grew increasingly formidable. Buzz! At that moment, within the depths of Yi Hao's life palace, resembling a celestial realm, an illusory black chain appeared. The chain was adorned with intricate symbols of the great Tao, each minuscule character profound and ancient, exuding a mighty sealing power. This was the heavenly chain of the true spirit within the ancient sacred body. The heavenly chain. Was Yi Hao about to break through to the true spirit realm? Should we intervene? The Lord of the Purple Clouds' eyes gleamed with a vibrant purple light, solemnly inquiring that he understood the gravity of the situation. At this critical moment of Yi Hao's breakthrough, he could not afford to question how Yi Hao had obtained the enlightenment tea. Clearly, assisting Yi Hao, the ancient sacred body, in breaking through was of paramount importance. Jiang Qin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need. The heavenly chains of the ancient sacred body can only be shattered by him alone if he is to truly unlock its potential." Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Purple Clouds calmed his mind, focusing intently on Yi Hao, fearful of missing any crucial detail. Generally, Few possess the opportunity to witness the ancient sacred body break free from the chains of heaven and earth. As soon as the heavenly chains of the true spirit emerged, they spread rapidly, the inky chain soon enveloping the life palace and then coursing through Yi Hao's blood and energy throughout his body. In mere moments, Yi Hao was completely covered in a layer of black chains, the profound symbols flashing with immense sealing power. Each realm of the ancient sacred body bore its own heavenly chains. And the higher the realm, the stronger the sealing power within the chains. The heavenly chains of the true spirit realm seemed intent on sealing away all of Yi Hao's power. Break free. Yi Hao's eyes snapped open, two brilliant golden beams shining forth, as he unleashed a thunderous roar that in that instant, the majestic phantom of the heavenly emperor behind him merged into his being. The power within his body, comprising 800 million particles, surged forth, emanating an overwhelming aura that seemed capable of suppressing myriad evils. Crack, crack, crack. The black chains enveloping Yi Hao shattered inch by inch as the power within him was instantaneously unsealed. Without hesitation, Yi Hao unleashed all his might, directing it forcefully against the heavenly chains of the life palace. Crack. Accompanied by a faint sound akin to shattering glass, the heavenly chains on Yi Hao's true spirit erupted into pieces. Chapter 50. How could the Enlightenment ancient tea tree be at Qingshu Peak? With the shattering of Yi Hao's true spirit chains, a small golden figure, roughly the size of a thumb, materialized within the resplendent life palace on his forehead. Its features and form mirroring Yi Hao perfectly, resembling a miniature version of himself. This golden figure appeared to be forged from the purest essence of the great Tao, radiating an aura of immortality. Yi Hao's spirit stirred, and the true spirit vanished into the depths of the life palace, revealing an expansive golden ocean surrounding him. Golden waves surged skyward, crackling with lightning, rolling tumultuously, as if capable of crushing all paths. Soon thereafter, the golden ocean transformed into various celestial phenomena. The golden bell resonated with the heavens, a magnificent heavenly blade cleaved through the cosmos, a brilliant sun illuminated the world, and ancient mountains towered into the clouds. While rivers roared through the ages, and celestial unicorns roared across the land. The true spirit connected with the heavens, manifesting incredible celestial phenomena. The golden ocean represented Yi Hao's wheel of life phenomenon, while the other phenomena were insights gleaned from the Enlightenment tea over the past few days. Buzz, as the myriad phenomena faded, a colossal, mountain-like phantom of the heavenly emperor appeared, seated upon the clouds. Surveying the mortal realm, this heavenly emperor phantom seemed clearer than ever before, its visage nearly identical to Yi Hao's. Clad in a high crown and imperial robe, it naturally exuded an overwhelming aura of dominion over all paths. Once the ancient sacred body enters the true spirit realm, it seemingly lacks any shortcomings, revealing the true power of the sacred body. The Lord of the Purple Clouds narrowed his eyes slightly. Despite Yi Hao having just broken through to the true spirit realm, the aura he exuded was already not inferior to that of the Lord's own son. It is worth noting that the Lord's son was a sovereign. The ancient sacred body was indeed terrifying. The Lord of the Purple Clouds felt a twinge of confusion. How could the ancient sacred body possess so many phenomena? Remembering the golden bell among the sacred phenomena, his heart fluttered. Could all of this have been comprehended from the Enlightenment tea? It is important to note that the cumulative amount of Enlightenment tea possessed by the Purple Cloud sacred land over tens of thousands of years is fewer than 5 pieces. Yi Hao's Enlightenment tea must have been a gift from junior brother Jiang Chun. It's no wonder that Jiang Chun would resent Yi Hao for squandering resources. But where did junior brother Jiang Chun acquire such an abundance of Enlightenment tea? What other secrets does he conceal? Upon detecting that his disciple Yi Hao has broken through to the true spirit realm, fortune flows back to him, and congratulations are in order for the host for gaining 50 years of cultivation. Additionally, congratulations for acquiring the life spring. With Yi Hao's breakthrough, a melodious system notification resonated in Jiang Chen's mind, and in an instant, he found himself endowed with 50 years of cultivation, along with the extraordinary life spring. Ever since Jiang Chen reached the sovereign realm, an additional 50 years of cultivation could only deepen his existing prowess, leaving him still far from breaking into the next realm. Nevertheless, the life spring is indeed a precious treasure. The life spring, a fountain brimming with limitless life energy, nurturing the physical form, refining the soul, healing grave wounds, enhancing abilities without injury, and a single drop can cleanse one of karmic sins, as long as it is nourished by fortune. It remains inexhaustible. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with divine light. This is truly a magnificent treasure. If the life spring were used to brew the enlightenment tea, it would be the ultimate indulgence in the mortal realm. With a flash, the ethereal image of the heavenly emperor vanished, and the extraordinary phenomena surrounding Yi Hao receded, yet he emanated an overwhelming aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. Master! Yi Hao spotted Jiang Chen from afar and exclaimed with delight. "Ah, the sovereign has arrived." Yi Hao quickly noticed the presence of the purple cloud sovereign beside Jiang Chen and promptly bowed in respect. The purple cloud sovereign waved his hand lightly, smiling, "No need for excessive formalities. I have come to visit junior brother Jiang Chen and unexpectedly encountered you breaking the curse and achieving a breakthrough. This is quite an enriching experience for me, truly worthy of being the ancient sacred body capable of suppressing an era. I hope to witness your sacred body reaching its full potential in the future. This purple extreme bell shall be bestowed upon you for protection." As he spoke, the purple cloud sovereign opened his palm, revealing a small bell shimmering with purple mist, its body imprinted with the sun, moon, and stars, radiating profound patterns that exuded a vast and imposing pressure. Jiang Chen was taken aback. "Sovereign, this is a treasured artifact refined over a lifetime by a sovereign realm expert. To gift it to a true spirit realm disciple is rather extravagant." Buzz! The purple extreme bell soared from the purple cloud sovereign's hand, gracefully drifting toward Yi Hao. The purple cloud sovereign chuckled. "The owner of this purple extreme bell is the star extreme sovereign, my seventh great uncle. Before his passing, he specifically instructed that only those who can resonate with this bell may claim it as their own." Just now, upon Yi Hao's breakthrough, the bell resonated, indicating it seeks a master. Bestowing it upon him for protection is most fitting. I am merely fulfilling the wishes of my seventh great uncle, that if the esteemed ancestors within the Holy Land were nearing the end of their lifespans, they might employ various extraordinary means to seclude themselves within a rare and wondrous treasure. However, many ancestors had suffered injuries from the Great Tao for various reasons, and even utilizing extraordinary means could not allow them to seclude themselves. When their lifespans were exhausted, they could only pass away. This purple extreme bell is a relic left behind by a sovereign realm ancestor after their passing. The action of the purple cloud sovereign is akin to offering flowers to the Buddha. Yi Hao accepted the purple extreme bell, feeling the terrifying power contained within and recognizing the extraordinary nature of this artifact. But he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sovereign. I will certainly strive to cultivate diligently and aspire to reach the perfected state of the sacred body as soon as possible." The purple cloud sovereign gazed at Yi Hao, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquiring, "I noticed you just utilized a piece of enlightenment tea. After refining your true spirit, you manifested the Golden Tao Bell's true spirit phenomenon. Moreover, you have condensed several true spirit phenomena. Were they all comprehended from the enlightenment tea?" At this, Yi Hao glanced at Jiang Chen and nodded. "Indeed, aside from the unique phenomena of the ancient sacred body, the other phenomena were all derived from the enlightenment tea. All of that enlightenment tea was bestowed by Master." Though the purple cloud sovereign had suspected as much, hearing Yi Hao's confirmation left him astonished. Such a waste of so much enlightenment tea is simply a profligate act. No wonder Jiang Chen harbored dissatisfaction. The purple cloud sovereign's gaze shifted to Jiang Chen, perplexed. "Junior brother Jiang, our purple cloud holy land has only accumulated 4 pieces of enlightenment tea over the years. From where did you procure such a vast quantity?" "Please follow me, sovereign," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Suppressing his curiosity, the purple cloud sovereign followed Jiang Chen as they walked slowly, with Yi Hao accompanying them. Moments later, the three arrived at the platform outside Jiang Chen's cave dwelling. From a distance, an ancient tea tree, towering about 10 feet, took root near the cave, its trunk twisted and coiled like a dragon. Its bark cracked like dragon scales, devoid of flowers but adorned with 3,000 leaves, each with distinct shapes and colors, radiating an immortal glow and exuding an ancient Tao rhythm, while the fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air. The ancient enlightenment tea tree? The purple cloud sovereign gasped in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. How could an ancient enlightenment tea tree be found on Qingshu Peak? In his mind, the sight of the ancient enlightenment tea tree rendered him momentarily speechless. This is a legendary ancient enlightenment tea tree, exclusive to emperors and enjoyed solely by the supremes. How could it possibly appear on Qingshu Peak? Not long ago, the supreme of the Undying Mountain was enraged, slaughtering countless deities and extinguishing billions of lives, all because of the ancient enlightenment tea tree on the Undying Mountain, a primordial spiritual root, the only one of its kind in the world. One thrives and another perishes. Many deities and even venerable ancestors had speculated that a new ancient enlightenment tea tree might emerge from a certain emperor's Tao lineage or celestial sect. Who would have thought it would appear here on Qingshu Peak? Furthermore, the tree on Qingshu Peak bears 3,000 leaves, most of which are already mature, with only a few dozen tender leaves remaining. This ancient enlightenment tea tree clearly does not seem to be recently cultivated. The purple cloud sovereign's eyes fixated on the ancient enlightenment tea tree, fearing this might be a dream. After a long while, he exhaled a deep breath and sincerely congratulated. Congratulations, junior brother Jiang, on acquiring this new ancient enlightenment tea tree. Just this single tree surpasses the value of all the treasures accumulated by the purple cloud Holy Land over the past tens of thousands of years. No wonder Yi Hao could possess such an abundance of enlightenment tea. At this moment, the purple cloud sovereign also realized that when junior brother Jiang obtained this ancient enlightenment tea tree, the 3,000 leaves hanging upon it must all be mature. The few tender leaves at the top must have sprouted after Jiang Chun and his disciples had previously plucked them. Just days ago, when the ancient enlightenment tea tree of the Undying Mountain perished, the Undying Supreme was furious, leading the ancestors of various factions to suspect that someone had cultivated a new ancient enlightenment tea sapling, leaving them wondering when they would be able to taste the new tea again. Now it seems that many ancestors were mistaken. Even the Undying Supreme could not deduce the existence of the ancient enlightenment tea tree on Qingshu Peak. Jiang Chen's methods are indeed unfathomable. With this thought, the purple cloud sovereign felt a twinge of fear that if the Undying Supreme had deduced the presence of the ancient enlightenment tea tree in the purple cloud Holy Land, it would have likely been reduced to ashes long ago. The purple cloud sovereign was certain that junior brother Jiang's ancient enlightenment tea tree was recently acquired, as for its origin. He did not inquire further, nor wish to know. As long as this ancient enlightenment tea tree remains in their purple cloud Holy Land, it will naturally nurture the fortune of the Holy Land. That is enough. Moreover, with such an ancient enlightenment tea tree as a backing, whether it be the sword Tao prodigy Han Yuyo or Yi Hao, the ancient sacred body, there is hope for them to ascend to the supreme emperor realm in the future. At that time, the purple cloud Holy Land could transform into the empire of purple cloud. The more the purple cloud sovereign contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, until he heard Jiang Chen casually say, "It is merely luck. Sovereign, with your busy schedule, it is rare for you to visit Qingshu Peak. Today, please allow me to treat you to this enlightenment tea." With that, Jiang Chen gestured, and from behind the ancient enlightenment tea tree, a fountain of emerald green spring water soared into the air, brimming with an ocean of vitality, and flowed into a purple clay pot resting on a stone table under the tree, positioned atop a small red clay stove. The life spring? The purple cloud sovereign exclaimed in surprise. This is yet another treasure that rivals the ancient enlightenment tea tree. To use the life spring to brew enlightenment tea, it seems even the legendary emperors would not be so extravagant. The purple cloud sovereign's attention was entirely captured by the ancient enlightenment tea tree, unaware of the life spring nearby, until this moment, when he could not help but marvel at the terrifying protective array surrounding Qingshu Peak, that he naturally did not know that this life spring was just placed by Jiang Chen near the ancient enlightenment tea tree moments ago. Jiang Chen had only just acquired it as well. Yi Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement, thinking to himself that Master had previously deemed ordinary mountain spring water unworthy of pairing with enlightenment tea. And now they had this life spring, as if some mysterious force was assisting Master. Yi Hao became increasingly convinced that Master was undoubtedly the reincarnation of an unparalleled being from the celestial realm. In the presence of the sovereign, Yi Hao refrained from speaking further, lest others accuse the disciples of Qingshu Peak of lacking decorum, that he took the initiative to start boiling water. Crimson flames danced in the red clay stove, And before the life spring in the purple clay pot reached a boil, an immeasurable amount of life essence permeated the air. Just inhaling it made one feel completely at ease, their pores involuntarily opening to breathe in the life essence. Jiang Chen's gaze turned toward the purple cloud sovereign, his eyes hinting at billions of golden runes evolving, piercing through illusions to gaze directly at the essence of the purple cloud sovereign. The golden eyes of fortune. In Jiang Chen's gaze, the aura emanating from the Supreme Master of Zixiao transformed into myriad golden rays, merging seamlessly with the fortune of the entire Zixiao Holy Land, radiant as the blazing sun. Immediately, Jiang Chen beheld grand scenes unfolding within the golden light of fortune that radiated from the Supreme Master. Ethereal azure clouds floated gracefully, each cloud concealing vast worlds in the throes of illusion. A colossal star of purple luminescence illuminated the eternal azure sky, surrounded by countless stars swirling in homage, each pulsating with immense celestial power. An ancient bell, shrouded in violet mist, hung high above, cascading tendrils of purple vapor. Each wisp heavy as a mountain. Flickers of starlight sparkled in the pitch-black night sky, rapidly filling the expanse, each flicker seemingly harboring the potential to ignite a vast conflagration. With but a glance through his fortune-infused golden eyes, Jiang Chen discerned all the Supreme Master's supernatural abilities, extraordinary phenomena, formidable skills, treasures, and more, revealing themselves in intricate detail before him. In that moment, Jiang Chen comprehended that the Supreme Master possessed the physique of the purple extreme celestial body, practiced the Zixiao Bailu sacred text, and manifested 5 extraordinary phenomena: the azure clouds of 10,000 realms, the world-settling divine bell, and the celestial stars spanning the heavens, among others, with treasures including a replica of the Zixiao Bailu bell and the star-cleaving sword. Unbeknownst to the Supreme Master, who stood with hands clasped behind his back beneath the ancient enlightenment tea tree, gazing at the myriad varieties of enlightenment tea, he was deeply moved by the profound truths contained within each leaf. Indeed, as Ling Tian ancestor stated, our Zixiao Holy Land harbors a true dragon. The life-giving spring bubbled within the purple clay pot. Having reached a boil, Jiang Chen's gaze turned towards the ancient enlightenment tea tree, and he softly uttered a single word. Come. Buzz. A leaf, shimmering with gentle starlight, detached itself from the tree. The leaf, dark and translucent, bore the imprint of a celestial map filled with countless stars, each point resembling an ancient star, exuding celestial power. The Supreme Master's expression shifted slightly. This leaf of enlightenment tea resonated harmoniously with his purple extreme celestial body. However, he had never revealed his physique before others, and only a handful of ancestors within the Zixiao Holy Land were aware of it. How did Jiang Shidi come to know? The leaf gracefully descended into the purple clay pot, swirling momentarily within the boiling life-giving spring before dissolving, filling the pot with a shimmering starlight and a refreshing fragrance that permeated the air. Yihao stepped forward, pouring 2 cups of tea for the Supreme Master and Jiang Chen, each filled to the brim with starlight and fragrant steam. Supreme Master, please. Jiang Chen smiled and gestured towards the Supreme Master. Then I shall thank you, Jiang Shidi. The Supreme Master replied with a smile, lifting the cup and taking a delicate sip, as the starlight mingled with the tea's aroma, transforming into profound truths that permeated his very being. In that instant, the Supreme Master experienced an unprecedented tranquility and harmony, as if he had melded into an expansive starry sky. Stars hung high in the firmament, their brilliant light illuminating the ages. Each ray imbued with boundless life essence, slowly yet inexorably permeating into his purple extreme celestial body. Every fiber of the Supreme Master's being resonated with radiant starlight, his essence undergoing a transformative metamorphosis, elevating his comprehension of the celestial path. With the burden of karma lifted, his soul became clear, and the bottleneck that had constrained him for nearly a century began to loosen ever so slightly. The Supreme Master gazed with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "This is exquisite tea. To brew enlightenment tea with life-giving spring water is a luxury never before enjoyed by the ancient emperors. With this tea, I am certain to break through to the demigod realm." Chapter 52. Jiang Chen. Are you planning to leave some for your master? Jiang Chen lifted his cup and took a sip. The gentle starlight mingled with the tea's fragrance, penetrating every tiny particle of his being, leaving him feeling refreshed and almost ethereal, albeit his modest advancement in cultivation paled in comparison to the exhilarating benefits of his disciples' fortuitous breakthrough. For Jiang Chun, even brewing enlightenment tea with life-giving spring water was merely a matter of flavor. Offering limited assistance to his cultivation, Yi Hao, watching eagerly from the side, caught Jiang Chen's eye, prompting him to chuckle softly. "There's no need to be so reserved. Pour yourself a cup and taste it." "Thank you, master." Yi Hao beamed with delight, pouring himself a cup of tea from the purple clay pot and savoring every drop. The Supreme Master, savoring the enlightenment tea, turned his gaze towards Yi Hao and pondered aloud. In this age of calamity, as the Golden Era unfolds, all major factions are witnessing the emergence of unparalleled prodigies. Our Zixiao Holy Land's Saint Sun, Yin Chong Kong, although possessing talents far surpassing ordinary prodigies, still pales in comparison to those truly extraordinary figures. "Yi Hao, do you have any interest in the position of Saint Sun?" Yi Hao set down his cup, grinning broadly. The actions of a Saint Sun embody the will of the Holy Land. "Being overly cautious is not my way. I can only appreciate the Supreme Master's good intentions. If you do not wish to be the Saint Sun, I shall not force you." A flicker of disappointment crossed the Supreme Master's eyes as he sighed. "With Jiang Shidi safeguarding you, and the ancient enlightenment tea tree and life-giving spring as your support, you need only remain on the Qingshu Peak for quiet cultivation, and you could surely attain divinity and become an ancestor. There truly is no need to concern yourself with the position of Saint Sun." Jiang Qin gently shook his head, clicking his tongue. "The Supreme Master is overthinking it. The resources required for cultivating the ancient holy body are exponentially greater than those for ordinary prodigies. If this lad continues to linger on Qingshu Peak, relying on others, my modest resources won't last long. While the ancient enlightenment tea tree appears capable of sustaining him for a considerable time, that is merely an illusion. Each advancement of the ancient holy body demands tenfold the resources of the previous level. Yi Hao, having been nourished by the chaotic wonders, consumed 7 leaves of enlightenment tea just to break through to the true spirit realm. To ascend to the prince realm, would he not require 70 leaves? And for the emperor realm, 700? The entirety of the enlightenment tea from this ancient tree would not suffice for him to reach the Lord realm, let alone attain divinity. Moreover, Jiang Chun intended to seek out other children of fortune. This ancient enlightenment tea tree could not be solely monopolized by Yi Hao. Yi Hao replied earnestly, "I have already broken through to the true spirit realm. Gaining some measure of self-protection, I initially planned to bid farewell to my master and descend the mountain today. If I remain hidden away in the mountains, I would merely be a flower in a greenhouse. Unable to endure the wind and rain, an ancient holy body, he ought to elevate himself through battle and comprehend the path of enlightenment amidst life and death. I cannot simply remain in the mountains, relying on others." Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Your sentiments bring me great comfort. As you descend the mountain this time, do you have a goal in mind?" Yi Hao pondered. "ISNT, the divine relic in the skies above the chaotic clouds, sees soon to be unveiled. Many prodigies from the 8 great domains nearby are likely already en route, waiting in anticipation. My target is the divine relic in the chaotic clouds sea." Jiang Chen clapped his hands in admiration. "Well said, young man. Your insight is commendable. I support you wholeheartedly. The divine relic, especially one that has never been revealed before, is bound to be brimming with opportunities. Perhaps within this divine relic, Yi Hao will gather enough resources to break through to the prince realm, thus saving me a significant amount of resources." Han Yuyao, pursuing the sword path, required far fewer resources and held little interest in divine relics. Yi Hao, however, needed a vast quantity of resources for each level of his ancient holy body. And he was not picky about the types. Upon first hearing of the divine relic, he had resolved to venture forth to gain experience. The Supreme Master's eyes flashed with surprise as he cautioned, "Jiang Shidi, the divine relic in the skies above the chaotic cloud sea, is an unprecedented relic. While it is rich with opportunities, it is equally fraught with peril, often taking years to gradually explore. Typically, for such unknown divine relics, the first wave of entrants sees barely 1 in 10 survive. Most factions will initially send ordinary elders or disciples to assess the situation, waiting for the opportune moment before allowing true prodigies to enter. Based on the aura emanating from that nameless celestial palace above the chaotic cloud sea, it is likely that entrance will be restricted to those below the Lord realm, with most being emperors and princes. Even if Yi Hao possesses the ancient holy body, he has just broken through to the true spirit realm. It would be far too risky to venture forth recklessly. Yi Hao's eyes sparkled with determination as he confidently declared, "The greater the risk, the greater the reward. No matter the danger, I shall not falter. In this age of competition, one must always strive to be the first. If I cannot face this minor risk, how shall I contend with other extraordinary prodigies in the future?" Yi Hao harbored additional thoughts. The chaotic blue lotus root bestowed upon him by his master required an endless supply of fortune to nurture. He sought to seize various treasures within the divine relic to claim the fortune of heaven and earth, competing against other prodigies to seize their fortunes, thereby nurturing the chaotic blue lotus root within him. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. In times past, major factions might have explored such divine relics gradually. Yet in this age of great contention, many prodigies will likely rush in immediately to seize opportunities. Cultivation is inherently a defiance of fate. When faced with challenges, one must rise to meet them, never retreating. The Supreme Master listened, somewhat bewildered. The unknown divine relic was laden with divine mechanisms left by deities, and even a lord might struggle to emerge unscathed. Was Jiang Shidi truly so at ease with his disciple entering? He remained unaware that Yi Hao bore the protection of chaotic wonders. Even if the deities were to awaken, they might not be able to contend with him. Certainly, Jiang Chun had previously informed Yi Hao and the others that each time the chaotic artifact shielded them from disaster, it consumed a portion of their luck. Once their luck was depleted, the chaotic artifact would flee. Why Yi Hao harbored concerns. He would not easily resort to such chaotic artifacts unless faced with a life-or-death situation. Since you and your master have made your decision, I shall naturally respect it. Take care, admonished the Lord of Zixiao, but he held great expectations for Yi Hao, the ancient saint body that defied the curse of heaven and earth, and he wished to avoid any unforeseen demise befalling him. Yi Hao bid farewell to Jiang Chun, who gestured towards the life spring and casually remarked, "You still have plenty of enlightenment tea in stock. I shall not bestow you any this time. You may take some of the life spring with you." "Thank you, master," Yi Hao exclaimed gratefully, producing a white jade vial with a flick of his wrist, with a surge of divine power coursing through him. He raised his hand and summoned a cascade of emerald water from the life spring, which gracefully descended into the jade vial, a rich essence of life permeating the air. 1 breath, 2 breaths. 10 breaths later, Yi Hao showed no signs of stopping. Beneath the ancient enlightenment tea tree, the vibrant life spring gushed forth, forming a pool 3 feet in diameter, a sight that had previously remained unchanged. Now noticeably diminished. Jiang Chen's expression darkened, and he remarked with displeasure, "Are you not planning to leave any for your master?" "Of course not. I shall only take this much. Thank you, master. I am off to the chaotic clouds to seek treasures to honor you." Yi Hao quickly ceased his actions, swiftly stowing the jade vial away, and descended the mountain in a flash of golden light. Chapter 53. No one can escape the law of true fragrance. The Lord of Zixiao gazed at Yi Hao's departing figure, his eyes tinged with envy. That was the life spring. A single drop could cleanse one of sins and karmic debts. The quantity Yi Hao had collected must amount to at least several 100,000 drops. As a sovereign, the Lord of Zixiao had encountered countless treasures. Yet at this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of poverty wash over him. "Thank you, junior brother Jiang, for the enlightenment tea that I shall not impose further." "Farewell," he said, collecting his complex thoughts, placing down his teacup, and rising to bid Jiang Chen farewell. Jiang Chen stood, gesturing towards the ancient enlightenment tea tree with a smile. "If the Lord does not mind, you may pluck a few leaves of enlightenment tea to take back. Such a precious item. I cannot accept it. Absolutely not," the Lord of Zixiao exclaimed, his face reflecting shock as he hastily waved his hands in refusal. Jiang Chen cast a casual glance at the Lord of Zixiao, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "If the Lord truly does not wish to accept it, I shall not press the matter." The Lord of Zixiao paused momentarily, pondering how he was merely being polite. Surely, this could not be taken seriously. Having weathered many storms, his demeanor was as solid as a fortress. ignoring Jiang Qin's previous remarks. He beamed, "Since junior brother Jiang is so generous, I shall graciously accept." He added, "I have never plucked from the enlightenment tea tree myself. That I ask there a particular method to this?" Jiang Chun, not wishing to further tease him, replied nonchalantly, "Regardless of the method, as long as it can invoke the approval of the enlightenment tea tree, you may pluck the leaves. Feel free to take as many as you can gather. This enlightenment tea is not so easily harvested. Even if the Lord of Zixiao exerted himself to the fullest, he would not be able to gather many." "Ha! Junior brother Jiang, you truly speak plainly. I shall not stand on ceremony." The Lord of Zixiao rejoiced, standing resolutely beneath the enlightenment tea tree, his aura rapidly ascending, an overwhelming presence sweeping across the realm. With a resounding chime, a magnificent ancient bell of violet hue erupted from the top of his head. Within the bell, purple and azure clouds swirled, while emerald mist enveloped it, slowly rotating above him. This was not a true ancient bell, but rather a manifestation of the Tao formed through his cultivation of the Zixiao Biluo sacred text. Next, a vast starry domain manifested behind the Lord of Zixiao. At its center, a colossal star of violet energy resided, surrounded by countless smaller, ethereal stars, exuding immense celestial power. Suddenly, the great violet star and myriad stars seamlessly merged into the ancient bell's Tao form. With another resounding chime, the ancient bell appeared above the enlightenment tea tree, gently vibrating and emitting a harmonious and resonant sound, unleashing a terrifying sound wave that cascaded towards the enlightenment tea tree. Within the tumultuous sound waves, grand phenomena manifested. Worlds crumbled amidst azure clouds. An ancient bell trembled gently, obliterating vast mountains and rivers. Sparks ignited entire realms, and fierce gales cleaved through the eternal firmament. The Lord of Zixiao understood that to gain the enlightenment tea tree's approval, he must showcase his capabilities in that moment. He channeled all the power of the violet star body into the Tao shape derived from his cultivation of the Zixiao Biluo sacred text. Integrating various celestial phenomena and the myriad Tao techniques he commanded, displaying the culmination of his lifelong learnings, the resounding waves cascaded upon the enlightenment tea tree. The entire tree began to pulse rhythmically, its 3,000 leaves radiating a brilliant divine light, subtly resonating with the 3,000 great Tao, dissipating the overwhelming sound waves into nothingness. That a leaf, embossed with the patterns of 108 star maps, fell from the enlightenment tea tree, resembling exquisite white jade, exuding a refreshing tea fragrance. New tender leaves sprouted from the tree, winding like dragons, gleaming like gold. After the ancient bell's first chime, the form of the bell became increasingly ethereal. With a third chime, the ancient bell's form utterly disintegrated. A third leaf fell from the enlightenment tea tree, crimson as fire, shaped like a phoenix, each feather radiating a fiery essence, vibrant and lifelike. The Lord of Zixiao gathered the 3 leaves of enlightenment tea, his complexion slightly pale, as if he had just endured a life-and-death battle, yet his eyes sparkled with delight. The accumulation of the Zixiao sacred land over the years had yielded but 4 leaves of enlightenment tea, all sealed within the forbidden treasure vault, requiring the elder's permission for any use. Yet now, he had acquired 3 leaves without any restrictions, causing him to be overjoyed. True fragrance. Thank you, junior brother Jiang, for your generosity. The Lord of Zixiao expressed his gratitude once more, exhaling deeply, reflecting, "Despite my utmost efforts, I could only gather 3 leaves of enlightenment tea. The difficulty of harvesting it is indeed formidable." Jiang Qin smiled faintly, speaking with a calm demeanor. The enlightenment tea tree possesses spirit. Each leaf is unique and can only be gathered by those with fate. For the Lord to obtain 3 leaves is already commendable. Though the Lord of Zixiao had collected 3 leaves, his fate intertwined with that of the Zixiao sacred land, silently nourishing the enlightenment tea tree. It would not be long before new leaves would again mature. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Zixiao instinctively glanced towards the enlightenment tea tree, where fresh tender shoots had emerged. Considering that Yi Hao had consumed 7 or 8 leaves himself, it was likely that most of the previous leaves were harvested by Jiang Qin's 2 disciples. As a prominent sovereign, to exert himself fully and only gather 3 leaves, while they could procure so many, clearly they were unparalleled prodigies of the ages. If the Lord of Zixiao were to discover that Han Yuyao and Yi Hao had gathered such an abundance of enlightenment tea in merely the time it took to boil a kettle of water, his expression would surely be even more spectacular. The Lord of Zixiao opened his palm, revealing a small white jade cauldron, which he gently placed on the stone table, saying, "This is the recently harvested Zixia Cloud Mist tea. Its value pales in comparison to Junior Brother Zhang's enlightenment tea, yet it possesses its own unique flavor that, if you do not mind, please enjoy a taste." Jiangchen raised an eyebrow, lifting the lid of the jade cauldron, releasing a swirl of purple mist accompanied by a delightful tea fragrance, making one feel as if they were floating in the clouds. Excellent tea, though its Tao rhythm does not match that of the enlightenment tea. It possesses a distinct ancient aroma. I have never tasted Zixia Cloud Mist tea before. Today shall be my first. Would the Lord like to stay and enjoy some more? Jiangchen lauded, switching to a purple clay pot, summoning the life spring into the pot as flames danced in the red clay furnace, flickering gently. "That I have disturbed you long enough, Junior Brother Jiang. I must take my leave," the Lord of Zixiao declared. "Should you fancy this tea, I will send you some each year." The Lord of Zixiao once more bid farewell to Jiangchen. Jiangchen leisurely brewed the life spring, smiling gently. "Then I shall not see you off. Before you depart the mountain, do take some life spring with you. I believe it will be beneficial to you." "How can I accept such a gift?" The Lord of Zixiao initially intended to decline, but upon seeing the teasing expression on Jiangchen's face, he quickly changed his tune, his smile widening. "Junior Brother Zhang's kindness is hard to refuse. I shall not stand on ceremony." The sovereign of Zixiao dared not shamelessly exploit the situation like Yi Hao. Ceasing his actions after collecting 100 drops of the life spring, he once again expressed his gratitude to Jiangchen before departing the mountain with satisfaction. Jiangchen's gaze fell upon the white jade small cauldron, from which several leaves, suffused with a violet haze, drifted out and landed in the boiling purple clay pot. "After finishing this pot of tea, I too must descend the mountain to seek the next child of fortune." Jiangchen mused softly, his eyes gazing into the distance. Chapter 54. Unresolved Emotions. Bloodied sword in the Qinglei mountain range. The mountains stretched endlessly, with towering peaks piercing the heavens. Vast lakes and deep pools were as numerous as chess pieces, while the secluded valleys and streams were countless. Ancient trees, reaching towards the sky, formed an infinite sea of foliage, with drooping vines resembling dormant azure dragons lurking within the woods. Occasionally, the sounds of birds of prey and beasts reverberated, filling the air with the primal essence of the wild. This place lay at the intersection of the Qianyuan and Kengshuandao domains, where most areas of the mountain range were treacherous and inhospitable. Inhabited by numerous ferocious demons, that it was rumored that a peerless demon with extraordinary powers had gathered a multitude of monsters here, making it a remote region rarely trodden by human feet. In a small town thousands of miles away from the Qinglei mountain range, a hulking figure with a tiger's head and a human body sat majestically in the central square of the town, his jaws crunching loudly as blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The tiger-eyed giant squinted slightly, throwing his head back to emit a joyful roar that echoed through the heavens. Roar. The roar shook the sky, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Thousands of townsfolk in the square, upon hearing this fearsome roar, fell to their knees uncontrollably, trembling in terror, collectively crying out, "Spare us, great king! Spare us!" Suddenly, a streak of sword light sliced through the sky from dozens of miles above. Drawn by the sound of the tiger's roar, it descended upon a small hilltop, transforming into a graceful figure. Han Yuyo, with cascading black hair and a tall, slender figure. Her skin gleamed like jade, and her white dress fluttered in the mountain breeze, resembling a fairy poised to ascend to the celestial realms. Yet, Han Yuyo's expression was as cold as ice. Flickers of sword shadows danced in her eyes as she gazed ahead, her delicate brows furrowed, such a dense aura of malevolence, the manifestation of sinful power. This beast must have taken countless lives. It must perish. In a flash, Han Yuyo transformed into a beam of sword light, racing towards the direction of the small town. Moments later, she arrived near the town. From a distance, she heard a deep and sinister voice resonating through the heavens. "The taste of this batch of boys and girls is quite delightful. I am very satisfied. A year from now, I shall return. If there are no new boys and girls by then, I shall devour you all. Han Yuyo's form stiffened, her gaze sharpening into two piercing swords that penetrated the void. Upon witnessing the scene in the town square, her fury ignited. In the town square, a tiger-headed demon was voraciously chewing, the distinct sound of cracking bones echoing in the air as blood dripped from amidst the concealed caverns and cliffs. Numerous diminutive demons gasped in astonishment, unleashing torrents of ethereal winds, both verdant and obsidian, as they hastened deeper into the heart of the Qingli mountain range. These were all beings of the true spirit realm, having refined their throats and bones to articulate human speech. Yet in this moment, they were utterly terrified and fled in disarray. However, before they could escape far, they were overtaken by an unseen sword energy, which mercilessly obliterated them, scattering their remains across the heavens. Han Yuyao transformed into a radiant beam of sword light, surging forth, while around her burgeoned a chaotic sea of swords extending for miles. The sword sea roared with thunder, waves of fire surged skyward, ice lotuses blossomed, and dragons and phoenixes danced amidst a multitude of wondrous phenomena, manifesting an array of creations. Wherever she passed, every demon tainted by sin was reduced to ash. Upon a barren, towering peak, a fearsome demon with the body of a man and the head of a wild boar sat upon a colossal stone, clad in golden armor and adorned with jeweled boots. Its jagged tusks glimmered menacingly, and its bristling mane flowed in the wind, while its furry hands gnawed upon a half-consumed human corpse. For the majority of the demon race, attaining the rank of Demon King allowed them to assume a humanoid form, albeit retaining aspects of their true nature, rendering their appearances all the more terrifying. Yet, most demons in the primitive wilderness were inherently savage, believing that their original forms were far more liberating than any transformation, resulting in few opting to change shape. This wild boar demon was a terrifying entity at the pinnacle of the Demon King realm, far surpassing its peers, even donning its own armor, exuding a fearsome aura. Sensing the overwhelming sword intent emanating from Han Yuyao, the boar demon hurled the remnants of the human body aside and bellowed furiously, "You seek death." With a swift motion, the boar demon conjured two gleaming magical blades from its tusks, its muscles bulging as it aimed to strike at Han Yuyao. The two intersecting blades cleaved through the firmament, tearing the very fabric of the universe apart, infused with a malevolent aura, and in an instant, they were upon her, unfazed. Han Yuyao's expression remained as frigid as ever, her gaze piercingly clear. The swirling sword intent around her coalesced into a resplendent divine sword, surrounded by chaotic mists, within which myriad creations subtly thrived. The moment the divine sword clashed with the two radiant blade strikes, they shattered into nothingness within the void. Undeterred, the divine sword continued its relentless advance toward the boar demon, its intent surging through the skies. A murderous energy that stirred the very cosmos. The boar demon emitted a thunderous roar, its form shifting into a massive wild boar, tusks sharp as celestial blades, its black mane whipping through the air, unleashing an overwhelming malevolence that enveloped it in a swirling realm of darkness. Within this realm of surging malevolence, countless spectral boars manifested, some ramming into tree stumps, others grinding their tusks against rocks, some tearing at fierce tigers, while others gnawed upon human bones. The divine sword breached the domain of malevolence. It sliced through as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, causing the boar demon's realm to collapse like an illusory bubble. Though Han Yuyao had yet to manifest her own realm, her sword intent was suffused with countless immortal sword wills, far beyond the capacity of an ordinary domain to withstand. The boar demon's eyes widened in horror. Before it could react further, the divine sword pierced through its brow, leaving a gaping, luminous wound. With a resounding crash, the boar demon's massive form plummeted onto a nearby hill, creating a thunderous uproar that caused the hill to collapse significantly, dust swirling and stones scattering. Han Yuyao's path of slaughter had been unabashed, and the demon kings throughout the Qingli mountain range had long sensed her approach, witnessing her consecutive slayings of the demon eagle king and the boar demon king. Countless demon kings were gripped by terror, hastily retreating deeper into the mountains. Soon, Han Yuyao arrived at the innermost depths of the Qingli mountain range. Here lay a vast emerald lake, shrouded in mist, with malevolent energies roiling ominously, emanating a disquieting aura. Surrounded by mountains, a dozen demon kings stood upon the peaks, while thousands of lesser demons raised their voices in a cacophony of battle cries, each one regarding Han Yuyao with trepidation. Suddenly, the lake erupted, a magnificent crystal palace soaring from its depths, ethereal dragon forms swirling around it, accompanied by distant echoes of dragon roars that we welcome the azure dragon ancestor. The demon kings and lesser demons on the surrounding mountains chorused in jubilant celebration. Within the crystal palace, maidens danced, merfolk sang, and crustaceans stood guard on either side, that a brawny figure with an azure visage reclined upon an opulent golden throne, raising a gleaming human skull filled with wine. He laughed boisterously, so, merely a sword cultivator of the true spirit realm, to be able to slay demon kings and reach my Qingli dragon palace. Your potential is indeed commendable. I happen to require a warm bed companion. If you can serve me well, I shall overlook your transgressions. This azure-faced figure was none other than the azure dragon ancestor, a formidable demon king on the brink of the imperial realm. Han Yuyao's gaze fell upon the crystal palace, her pupils contracting sharply. The aura of sin surrounding the azure dragon ancestor was palpable. A necklace of human skulls hanging from his neck, while a still-beating human heart lay upon a white jade table, steam rising from a platter of human brains that in the corners of the palace. Piles of human heads accumulated, bones littered the ground beneath the jade table, and desiccated flesh hung from coral trees, filling the air with a rancid stench, an atmosphere thick with vengeful spirits. This place was nothing short of a hell on earth. Witnessing this scene, an overwhelming killing intent surged within Han Yuyao, and she released a furious cry. Monsters, you shall be exterminated. Chapter 56. A sword to vanquish 10,000 demons. The curse of the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan. With a resounding clang, the chaotic sword bone within Han Yuyao's forehead radiated a brilliant light, resonating with a sound that echoed through the heavens. The sword resounds through eternity. This sound was a resonance between her sword intent and the primordial essence of the sword path embedded within the fabric of the universe, capable of severing hearts, shattering true spirits, breaking the firmament, and shaking the cosmos, especially devastating to the soul, that in her true fury, Han Yuyao channeled all her strength into the chaotic sword bone, unleashing the supreme divine power inscribed within it. The sword resounds through eternity. With this strike, she expended her utmost effort. In that moment, a sword's echo resonated within the minds of all demons within a radius of hundreds of miles. The souls of the dozen demon kings and thousands of lesser demons were instantly shattered and annihilated. While within the Crystal Palace, no one was spared. The maidens, merfolk, crustaceans, and fish spirits all met their doom. With a single sword, she vanquished 10,000 demons. Suddenly, a piece of flowing golden dragon-shaped jade burst forth from the brow of the azure dragon ancestor, manifesting a brilliant golden shield, upon which myriad golden dragon phantoms danced, deflecting Han Yuyao's lethal strike. The azure dragon ancestor's eyes widened in terror. Despite being on the cusp of imperial power and boasting immense cultivation, he understood he could not withstand this blow. Had it not been for the dragon jade gifted by his father, he would have perished. What kind of extraordinary talent is this woman, he pondered. With a crack, the golden dragon shield withstood the sword resounds through eternity, yet the energy within the dragon jade was exhausted, shattering the dragon-shaped jade. Subsequently, a spectral five-clawed golden dragon spiraled in the void, each scale imbued with the weight of the cosmos, its eyes radiating divine might, filling the heavens with an overwhelming dragon aura. This was a spiritual imprint left by a demigod of the dragon clan. The five-clawed golden dragon spoke, "I am Ao Ju, the leader of the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan. The scion Ao Fengyan has been exiled for violating family prohibitions. I beseech you, noble friend, to spare his life for the sake of the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan. We shall forever remember your kindness. If you insist on taking his life, know that the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan will curse you, and you shall not find peace until death." The Eastern Sea Dragon Clan, a splinter from the Dragon Domain, had produced more than one legendary sage and had the entire Dragon Domain as their backing, making them a formidable force. Not to mention the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan. Even the disciples of the Dragon Domain shall not escape my blade. Han Yuyao declared coldly, as she reached her chest, revealing the chaotic sword bone in her hand, her essence coalescing into an intangible sword that swiftly slashed toward the spectral five-clawed golden dragon. Surrounding the chaotic sword bone were colossal visions. The sun and moon collapsing, myriad stars plummeting, mountains and rivers fracturing, the earth stained with blood, gods and demons falling, and celestial beings weeping that heaven's path is lawless. By invoking the chaotic sword bone, Han Yuyao unleashed the full might of this principle, drawing forth a sword that extinguished all paths. With a resounding impact, the heavens trembled, as an earth-shattering roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The ethereal image of the five-clawed golden dragon was violently shattered. This spectral dragon was but a mere manifestation of pure spiritual intent. The true source of its power lay within the dragon-shaped precious jade. With its energy completely depleted, the five-clawed golden dragon had no resistance whatsoever and was swiftly obliterated. The chaos sword bone, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly cleaved towards Ao Fengyun. Taken aback, Ao Fengyun transformed into a towering azure dragon. Its massive form undulating as it instantly vanished into the depths of the void, propelled by a tremendous wave of spatial energy. While the nobility could meld into the void, Ao Fengyun fled into the depths of the abyss. Witnessing the terror of Henyo's sword strike, he lost all will to fight and decisively retreated. That moment, Ao Fengyun felt a sensation akin to impending death, a feeling he had not encountered in many years. As the youngest son of the Dragon Clan leader of the East Sea, he was exiled for disrespecting the descendants of heroes, subsequently amassing a multitude of formidable demons to carve out his dominion in this place. Being an authentic Azure Dragon, his subordinates referred to him as the Azure Dragon Ancestor. Relying on the formidable supernatural abilities of the Dragon Clan, along with countless divine weapons and treasures, he had slain more than one emperor who came to vanquish demons, earning a fearsome reputation that deterred all within 1,000 miles. Yet today, this mere girl in the true spirit realm had compelled him to once again confront the dread of near death. With his greatest trump card shattered, he dared not entertain any illusions of survival, lacking even the courage to confront his adversary, fleeing like a frightened dog. However, how could Henyo's chaos sword bone, invoking the myriad paths of heaven, be so easily evaded? The chaos sword bone seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space, piercing directly into the depths of the second layer of the void. Suddenly appearing before Ao Fengyun and striking directly at his forehead, leaving behind a transparent blood hole. Boom! The terrifying sword intent erupted, annihilating Ao Fengyun's soul and true spirit in an instant. With his demise, his massive dragon form could no longer remain in the void, being expelled by the overwhelming forces of space, crashing into the verdant lake below and transforming it into a lake of blood. The voracious demon that had occupied the Qingtian Mountains for a century had finally met its end. Henyo's fury gradually subsided, her sword heart becoming clear and serene, her thoughts reaching a profound understanding as her state of mind underwent an indescribable sublimation. In that moment, a vast ocean of sword intent enveloped Henyo, the chaotic mist swirling, birthing myriad transformations, and her connection to the world around her grew far more formidable than ever before, her power surging nearly tenfold. Domain, King S Realm Sword Intent. Following this battle, Henyo's understanding deepened, and her sword intent naturally broke through to the King S Realm, earning her the title of Sword King. That, of course, her cultivation still remained in the true spirit realm, and she was yet to truly break into the realm of nobility. After breaking through to the King S Realm Sword Intent, Henyo distinctly sensed an illusory dragon-shaped mark had appeared in her true spirit, one that was cold and malevolent, perpetually eroding her path of heart and exhausting her will, as if an ancient evil presence was persistently watching her. The curse of the East Sea Dragon Clan. Not only could it corrode her path of heart, but it also served as an accurate locator. This curse posed no threat to Henyo's life. The 5 lotus leaves within her seemed entirely unconcerned by it. Showing no reaction whatsoever, Henyo raised her eyebrows lightly, her sword intent surging as it infused into her true spirit. However, the dragon-shaped mark seemed to exist in a realm of illusory time and space, impervious to her attempts to wash it away with her sword intent. Buzz! Henyo attempted to harness the primal power within the chaos sword bone to eradicate the cursed mark. It indeed showed some effect. But it was a painstakingly slow process that required extensive time to gradually dissolve it. To extinguish this cursed mark was too cumbersome. I shall keep it. It can serve to temper my heart of the path. As for the Dragon clan, I will slay as many as come. With a calm demeanor, Hinuyo shook her head, transforming into a streak of sword light as she cleaned out all the treasures scattered throughout the Qingtian Mountains. Perceiving that many human survivors remained and rescuing them in the process, the numerous survivors, having been treated as livestock in the Qingtian Mountains, displayed vacant and numbed expressions, resembling walking corpses. This stroke of fortune, witnessing the demise of the formidable demons, reignited a spark of hope in their eyes, and they were profoundly grateful to Hinuyo. Hinuyo severed Fenyun's colossal dragon head, like a mountain, and returned to the town of Shai with the survivors. Boom! The mountain-like dragon head crashed onto the town square that Hinuyo's cold voice echoed. The malevolent demons of the Qingtian Mountains have all been vanquished. This is the head of the Azure Dragon ancestor you spoke of. From this day forth, you need not live in fear any longer. Upon seeing Fenyun's gigantic dragon head and the numerous survivors who had been abducted by the demons, the townsfolk of Shai finally believed Hinuyo's words and knelt in reverence before her. The Azure Dragon ancestor and the many demon lords are dead. Truly splendid. Thank you, fairy, for saving our lives. I have wronged the fairy. I deserve to die. Please punish me, fairy. I knew the fairy would save us. I've been waiting here for the result. The fairy has truly not disappointed us. The fairy is indeed a living bodhisattva. May I ask the fairy's name? We cannot repay the fairy's kindness. We wish to erect a monument for her longevity. Hinuyo turned a deaf ear, collecting the massive dragon head and soaring away on her sword. Chapter 57. The Dragon Clan's Uprising. The with waves stretching endlessly, vast and boundless. Beneath the endless ocean lay crystalline palaces and pavilions extending for miles. Towering peaks and scenic gardens, flowing springs and cascading waterfalls adorned the courtyards, while pearl and agate eaves hung down. And coral and auspicious flora thrived in the gardens, shimmering with brilliance and filled with auspicious energy. Outside the palace, armored shrimp soldiers and crab generals patrolled in formation, exuding a formidable presence. Inside, the delicate-skirted mermaids and fishfolk danced and sang, their movements graceful, their voices melodious. This was the renowned East Sea Dragon Palace, a place suffused with the overwhelming pressure of the sacred path, where torrents of fortune energy coalesced above, forming a golden dragon of luck that spanned 1,000 miles. Its enormous eyes resembling divine lanterns illuminating the eternal firmament. At the very moment of Fenyun's demise, the golden dragon of fortune seemed to sense something, lifting its mountain-sized head to gaze towards the direction of the Qingtian Mountains. A flicker of uncertainty crossing its eyes. This golden dragon had sensed Fenyun's death. However, as the least remarkable child of the Dragon Clan leader, the lucky boar was pitifully weak. Why then did his fall evoke within it a sense of destabilized fortune? Within the Dragon Palace, a powerful and domineering voice resonated. The 13th prince is dead. He perished at the junction of the Qianyuan and Kengshuan domains in the Qingtian Mountains. Whoever dares to challenge the dignity of my Dragon Clan shall face the appropriate retribution. The murderer bears the curse of my Dragon Clan. Whoever slays the murderer shall receive a dragon pearl of the sovereign realm. This voice carried an inexorable might and fury, echoing across a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Every sea creature could distinctly hear this transmission. The clan leader of the Dragon Clan. What? The 13th prince is dead. Who dares to kill the 13th prince of my Dragon Clan? Regardless of the assailant's background, anyone who provokes my Dragon Clan must pay the necessary price. The dragon pearl of the sovereign realm not only refines the bloodlines of myriad races in the water, but also ensures no bottlenecks until one breaks into the sovereign realm. I never expected the clan leader to part with such a treasure. It is worth every aquatic being risking their lives. Let us not forget, the 13th prince is a true dragon emperor, protected by numerous treasures. The assailant, having slain the 13th prince, must possess formidable strength. To hunt this individual, one must at least reach the emperor realm. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Upon hearing the clan leader's transmission, the myriad aquatic races under the Dragon Palace erupted in turmoil. Figures brimming with demonic energy surged forth from the depths of the East Sea, transforming into streaks of light as they raced towards the vast East Wasteland. Not only these aquatic beings, but also many strong members of the East Sea Dragon clan departed from the palace. Hanyu understood that having fallen victim to the curse of the East Wasteland Dragon clan, she would inevitably be pursued by the East Sea Dragon clan, yet she paid it no mind. She always remembered her master's admonition: act according to one's heart. Witnessing the Black Tiger Demon King devour innocent children and the hellish scenes within the Azure Dragon Palace, Hanyu would not hesitate to slay even the spoiled offspring of the East Sea Dragon Palace or the disciples of the ancient dragon domain. Otherwise, her thoughts would become clouded, her sword heart would be sullied, and she would find it increasingly difficult to make progress in the future. After severing Ao, Feng Yun, and rescuing the survivors, Hanyu did not elaborate much to the ignorant townsfolk, soaring nearly 10,000 miles on her sword before descending upon a secluded and picturesque mountain range. Entering the Creation Sword Ruins. Ever since the creation of the Chaos Sword C, pure sword power had been merging into Hanyu's sword path from the Creation Sword Ruins daily, yet she had not entered the ruins again. Now that her sword intent had broken through to the king's realm, she decided to explore the king's realm within the Creation Sword Ruins. Buzz, an imperceptible ripple unfurled through the void, and in an instant, Hanyu found herself in an unfamiliar realm. Towering divine mountains loomed majestically, while colossal trees swayed, casting shadows over the heavens. Rivers, lakes, and seas were ubiquitous, and the sounds of palatial structures echoed in the air. An expanse of ice and snow stretched for countless miles, while raging fires scorched the sky. Sword energy surged, creating a myriad of phenomena. The realm of Wangjing Jinshu bore a resemblance to the world of Fanjing Jinshu. Yet every creation of sword intent here autonomously formed domains, with the vast sword energy embodying a depth of sword intent far surpassing anything found in the Fanjing Jinshu. Hanyu was attuned to the myriad sword domains surrounding her when suddenly she felt a stirring within her, raising her gaze in astonishment. Luo Qianqian in the Fanjing Jinshu? Before the chaotic sea of swords, Luo Qianqian stood, absorbing the overwhelming immortal sword intent emanating from it. Recalling the moment when myriad swords had come to pay homage, her heart remained filled with awe. Sister Yu had only ventured into the Zhao Hua Jinshu twice, yet had left behind an endless legacy, compelling countless sword cultivators to bow their heads in submission. She was indeed a peerless prodigy of the sword path. Since Sister Yu created the chaotic sea of swords, challengers had numbered in the thousands. Yet what they encountered was but the tip of the iceberg, let alone conquering or unraveling it. Such a chaotic sea of swords, imbued with boundless immortal sword intent, could endure for hundreds of thousands of years. Worthy of being termed a pressure that spans eternity. To become a follower of such an eternal prodigy, Luo Qianqian felt immensely honored. Sister Yu, I have become the Daozi of the Luo family, and have brought no shame upon you. Furthermore, my comprehension of sword intent has reached its zenith. The Fanjing Jinshu holds no further significance for me. Today, I intend to leave behind a creation of sword intent, regardless of whether I gain the recognition of the immortal sword intent. I must break through, Luo Qianqian softly declared towards the chaotic sea of swords. The contest for the Daozi position within the Luo family had only recently concluded, and Luo Qianqian had undeniably emerged as the Daozi of the Luo family. Since the Luo family learned of Hanyu's creation of the chaotic sea of swords, most of the younger generation had relinquished their aspirations for the Daozi position. Only Luo Bufan, the closed-door disciple of the elder of the Luo family, still harbored ambitions, having broken through to the Wangho realm. However, despite Luo Bufan's full-strength efforts, he was decisively defeated by Luo Qianqian's sword, leaving the entire Luo family in an uproar. With Luo Qianqian as the Daozi of the Luo family, no one dared to dissent. Yet Luo Qianqian's thoughts were not fixated on the Luo family. Ever since she began following Hanyu, her horizons had broadened infinitely, and she held little interest in the Daozi position. Securing that title was merely to avoid bringing shame to Hanyu. Hanyu's figure materialized beside Luo Qianqian, a gentle smile gracing her elegant features as she remarked, "Since you have made your decision, then pursue it wholeheartedly." "Sister Yu," Luo Qianqian exclaimed in delight, her expression brimming with excitement. Hanyu appraised Luo Qianqian, nodding slightly as she said, "Your foundation is solid, and your sword intent is surging. Breaking through to the Wong realm's sword intent should be a natural progression. It seems you have not been idling these days. The sister's talent eclipses all others from ages past. If I do not strive diligently, how shall I follow in your footsteps in the future?" Luo Qianqian replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 58. Are the followers of the Jade Fairy all so extraordinary? In recent days, Luo Qianqian had spent the majority of her time within the Zhao Hua Jinshu, deciphering countless sword creations daily. With the gift of the immortal sword intent bestowed by Han Yuyao, her understanding of the sword path deepened with each passing day, although her sword intent still lingered at the peak of the Fan realm's 9th layer. Her mastery of the sword path had already surpassed many who had grasped the Wong realm's sword intent. To transition from the Fan realm to the Wong realm, one must integrate the sword intents mastered into a cohesive sword domain. Some sword cultivators, having only mastered a few sword intents, could fuse them to form a sword domain and break through to the Wong realm. Yet the sword path accomplishments of such cultivators paled in comparison to Luo Qianqian's. Hard work yields rewards. Just continue to strive, and the fruits of your labor will come. Han Yuyao smiled, gesturing towards the surrounding void. Go forth and showcase your sword path accomplishments. Let me witness the results of your training these days. At your command. Luo Qianqian respectfully bowed, stepping into the air and halting 100 miles away from the chaotic sea of swords, her eyes shimmering with confidence that Tio Luo Qianqian. Han Yuyao was her guiding light. Her endeavor to create sword intent was akin to presenting a report to Han Yuyao, and she naturally hoped for her mentor's presence during this moment. Luo Qianqian focused her spirit inward, vividly recalling every variation of the sword intent she had encountered, refining and combining them to derive even more transformations. Integrating all the sword intents she had encountered in her own sword intent was a feat even the most extraordinary sword prodigies could not accomplish. Of course, exceptions like Han Yuyao existed. Luo Qianqian always remembered Han Yuyao's words, emphasizing the need to choose sword intents that suited her for integration. Among the myriad sword intents she had encountered, those that were truly fitting and could harmoniously intertwine were few. Suddenly, Luo Qianqian opened her eyes wide, her delicate hand raised. Waves of distinct sword intents cascaded forth, melding in the void before her. Rapidly evolving and transforming, in the blink of an eye, a splendid mountain peak materialized in the space ahead, crashing down upon the earth below, taking root and merging with the landscape. The mountain towered approximately 1,000 zhang. Lush and verdant, shrouded in mist and clouds from a distance, the winding path resembled a dragon. Pavilions and towers nestled within, while waterfalls thundered through the air, and babbling brooks exuded purple mist. The great lake lay crystal clear at its bottom, bordered by willows that swayed gracefully, and a riot of vibrant blossoms bloomed, with countless sword energies rising. Despite not appearing overwhelmingly grand, the entire mountain exuded a serene beauty, akin to a tranquil landscape painting. Buzz, buzz! At the moment the mountain peak fully formed, two ancient sword intents materialized in the high skies of the Fan Jing Jinshu, radiating an immense immortal aura, traversing the void and seamlessly merging with the mountain peak. Following this, a third immortal sword intent integrated into the mountain peak at the center of Luo Qianqian's brow. This moment, the sword creation bestowed by Han Yuyao transformed completely into her own. In that instant, the mountain peak seemed to awaken with a newfound spirit, emanating a profound and majestic immortal energy. 3 Immortal sword intents. Another prodigy of the sword path had emerged. No, not 2, but 3. Which sword path prodigy had crafted this sword intent creation? That is the follower of the Jade Fairy, Luo Qianqian. The person beside her is none other than the Jade Fairy herself. Sword creations symbolize the aptitude and potential of sword cultivators. Have the followers of the Jade Fairy truly reached such extraordinary heights? Luo Qianqian, once obscure, had only followed the Jade Fairy for a month, yet could already summon the recognition of immortal sword intent. The Jade Fairy is indeed a marvel. Numerous sword cultivators nearby were stirred by this extraordinary phenomenon, hastening from all directions to witness the breathtaking immortal sword intent creation. Buzz, as the mountain peak took shape. Luo Qianqian's aura surged dramatically, and beneath her feet, a mountain peak nearly identical to the one above emerged, appearing intimately connected to the heavens and the earth, as if it had been severed from the void, manifesting a domain of its own. Sword Domain, the emblem of Wang Realm's sword intent. Seizing the opportunity presented by the sword creation to summon the recognition of immortal sword intent, Luo Qianqian's sword intent broke through, evolving into the Wang realm. In that moment, Luo Qianqian felt as if she were dreaming. Invoking the recognition of immortal sword intent through sword creation was a feat only those with extraordinary aptitude could achieve. And now, she too had accomplished it. Sister Yu, my sword creation has gained the recognition of immortal sword intent, all thanks to Sister Yu's grace. Luo Qianqian joyfully approached Han Yuyao, expressing her gratitude. Luo Qianqian understood the origins of her accomplishments. Her current achievements were largely due to the immortal sword intent granted to her by Han Yuyao. It was precisely that immortal sword intent that enabled her to attain a deeper understanding of the myriad sword intents within the Fan Jing Jinshu. Otherwise, even if she deciphered thousands of sword creations daily, she may not have received the recognition of an immortal sword intent. Han Yuyao nodded in satisfaction, smiling as she said, "This is your own effort. There is no need for false modesty. Within this mountain peak, 312 types of sword intent have perfectly fused, gaining recognition from 3 immortal sword intents. Your aptitude now rivals that of the Daozi from the divine dynasties. Bestow a name upon this mountain peak. It is worth noting that the Ice Sword Sun had exerted tremendous effort, yet failed to achieve recognition from a single immortal sword intent. Naturally, Luo Qianqian's aptitude still had a considerable gap compared to the Ice Sword Sun, but her understanding of the various sword intents of the Fan realm far surpassed his. Upon hearing Han Yuyao's words, Luo Qianqian gazed upon the immortal sword intent creation she had crafted and blurted out, "Luo Shui Ming Shan." In that instant, the multitude of sword cultivators who had gathered to observe learned the name of this mountain peak. And feeling the immortal energy radiating from it, their emotions became quite complex. There was nothing left to linger over in the Fan Jing Jinshu. Let us depart, that I shall take you to the Wang Realm Jinshu for training. Han Yuyao softly spoke, leading Luo Qianqian away from the Fan Jing Jinshu, leaving behind an endless legacy. When Luo Qianqian appeared alongside Han Yuyao in the Wang Realm Jinshu, she was profoundly shaken by the myriad sights within. Even though they were both sword creations, the sword creations here contained a mastery over sword domains that was far beyond the reach of the Fan Jing Jinshu. Although Luo Qianqian has just created an immortal sword intent in the sword ruins of the mortal realm, it is estimated that in the sword ruins of the royal realm, she can only decipher relatively ordinary sword domains. Sister Yu, should we still begin our exploration from these ordinary sword domains in the royal realm sword ruins? Luo Qianqian's eagerness was palpable, but Han Yuyao gently shook her head and said, "Deciphering these ordinary sword domains holds little significance for me. You may give it a try." Han Yuyao's mastery of the sword path far exceeds what Luo Qianqian can imagine. Not only is it futile to decipher these ordinary sword domains, even those sword domains that have been recognized by immortal sword intent hold little effect for her now. Her sole purpose in coming to the royal realm sword ruins is to unravel the immortal sword domain left behind by Han Zian. Chapter 59. The elegance of that sword deep within the royal realm sword ruins, a round moon, vast enough to obscure the sun, hung high in the clouds, radiating a soft, resplendent light of the Taiyin, permeating the air with an ancient aura of immortality. Within the glow of the Taiyin moonlight, grand and awe-inspiring celestial phenomena manifested. Towering sword mountains soared into the sky, brilliant sword trees stretched across the heavens. And the true dragon and phoenix appeared ethereally, with the heavenly palace flickering between reality and illusion. Waterfalls thundered, rivers surged, and the atmosphere was a kaleidoscope of wonder. The Han Moon Sword Domain. This was the immortal sword domain that Han Zian had left in the Royal Realm Sword Ruins. The entire Han Moon Sword Domain shared a lineage with the Mingyue Sword Palace in the mortal realm, yet it exuded an even more magnificent presence. The myriad celestial phenomena within the Taiyin moonlight were all sword domains under Han Zian's control, subtly hinting at the potential to transform into a blessed land. The day the Han Moon Sword Domain took shape attracted 99 strands of immortal sword intent, its standing in the Royal Realm Sword Ruins far surpassing that of the Mingyue Sword Palace in the mortal realm. The Han Moon Sword domain encapsulated Han Xian's insights into the sword path, presenting a lethal allure to most sword kings, many of whom were comprehending the sword near the Han Moon Sword domain. Some sat cross-legged in the tiny moonlight, allowing their bodies to be carved by pure sword intent, utilizing the power of the Han Moon Sword domain to temper their own sword paths. Others unleashed transcendent sword intent, contending against the celestial phenomena. Yet others rode their swords in the air, contemplating the changes within the Han Moon Sword domain from afar that a cursory glance revealed nearly 100 sword kings in the vicinity. Engaged in their contemplations, the arrival of Han Yue and Luo Qianqian did not attract much attention from the multitude of sword kings, who assumed they too were there to comprehend the sword. Originally, Luo Qianqian intended to use the ordinary sword domains for practice, but upon learning of Han Yue's intention to decipher the Han Moon Sword Palace, she decided to forego her plan for the time being. Closely following Han Yue to the outskirts of the Han Moon Sword domain. Sister Yu, is it not a bit hasty to attempt to decipher the Han Moon Sword domain now? Luo Qianqian's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Her heart filled with concern that in her view, Sister Yu had only recently broken through to the royal realm, while Han Xian's Han Moon Sword Palace was left behind at the peak of the Sword King 9th layer. Could Sister Yu truly manage it? Sword domains are formed by the convergence of multiple sword intents, not dissimilar to the sword intent creations in the mortal realm, albeit with more complexity. Deciphering the Han Moon Sword Palace will require little effort. Han Yue replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the impending challenge. Luo Qianqian remained unaware that Han Yue possessed the unparalleled chaos sword body, oblivious to the terrifying nature of such a physique. To Han Yue, the Han Moon Sword domain was founded upon 48,000 fundamental sword intents, which combined to give rise to numerous sword domain phenomena, each in a constant state of flux. Of course, even if many sword kings understood the composition of the Han Moon Sword domain, they would still be unable to decipher it. Seeing Han Yue's confidence, Luo Qianqian chose not to speak further. Her gaze sweeping across the surroundings of the Han Moon Sword domain. Her clear voice resonated. If Miss Yu intends to decipher the Han Moon Sword domain, I kindly ask all fellow friends to make way. Upon hearing this, the sword kings, who were deeply engrossed in their sword comprehension, erupted in astonishment. Decipher. Someone dares to decipher the Han Moon Sword domain. Am I hearing things? The Han Moon Sword domain, left by the Holy Maiden of the Han Moon, contains sword domain phenomena that no one had yet unraveled, and those brave enough to challenge it were few and far between. Miss Yu? Why does that name sound so familiar? Gasp. The Miss Yu in question is the sword path prodigy who emerged in the mortal realm. The very one who drew countless swords to her side during her sword intent creation. She has actually come to the royal realm sword ruins. In this world, the only one who harbors such animosity towards the Holy Maiden of the Han Moon is this transcendent Miss Yu. It has been less than a month since Miss Yu left the Sea of Chaos Sword, and she has likely just broken through to the royal realm sword intent. Now she wishes to decipher the Han Moon Sword domain? It seems she may be outmatched. Without further ado, make way. The attempt by Miss Yu to decipher the Han Moon Sword domain can be regarded as a confrontation between two unparalleled prodigies across realms. Should anyone be caught in the crossfire, their souls would surely suffer grave injury. It has been countless years since a battle to decipher an immortal sword domain has taken place. We are truly fortunate today. The name of Miss Yu may not hold much weight among those of supreme cultivation, yet for all the sword kings in the royal realm sword ruins, it resonates like thunder. Upon learning that Miss Yu has arrived, the many sword kings near the Han Moon Sword domain rose as one, transforming into beams of sword light that departed the area, taking positions at a distance to observe in an instant. The entire Han Moon Sword domain was cleared. For the multitude of sword kings, witnessing a battle to decipher an immortal sword domain is an opportunity that is both rare and precious. Indeed, many sword kings sent messages to their respective factions, inviting friends and family to come and witness the spectacle. Luo Qianqian proactively retreated 100 miles, sending a message to her family head, Luo Wudi, urging him to bring numerous sword kings from the Luo family to observe the event. Han Yue stepped forward, her figure appearing above the core of the Han Moon Sword domain. Beneath that radiant moon, that moment, it seemed the Han Moon Sword domain felt the provocation, awakening like a colossal beast from slumber. The tiny full moon emitted a sword light more dazzling than the sun. vast and boundless. The immortal sword intent surged relentlessly, and a terrifying sword pressure swept across the heavens and the earth. The entire Han Moon sword domain revived completely, with the grand phenomena within the boundless moonlight materializing into reality. The true dragon roared in the heavens. The phoenix exhaled divine flames. Thunder raged like a prison. Rivers surged forth, and torrents of sword intent rolled back to the heavens, overwhelming Han Yuyu from above. What a terrifying Han Moon sword domain! Such power is more than enough to contend against an emperor. The distant sword kings turned pale, their eyes filled with dread, since the formation of the Han Moon sword domain. Today marked its first complete revival, akin to a deity's wrath. The terrifying sword pressure instilled in the sword kings a sense of being ants before a dragon. The Han Moon sword domain's might far surpassed that of ordinary sword domains by 1,000-fold. Suddenly, a vast chaos sword domain erupted around Han Yuyu, shrouded in a hazy, nebulous atmosphere, as if countless great worlds were unfolding within, yet none could perceive its entirety. The endless chaos sword domain advanced unimpeded. Descending like the ancient heavens, boom! The heavens and earth trembled, the void collapsed. As if two great worlds collided, the residual sword energy swept across the wilderness. Endless chaos sword intent permeated every inch of the lower moon, infiltrating every strand of the falling tiny moonlight. Each sword domain phenomenon was suffused with chaos sword intent, which directly transformed within the fundamental 48,000 sword intents of the Han Moon sword domain. In an instant, the entire Han Moon sword domain fell into silence, then vanished without a trace, as 99 strands of immortal sword intent transformed into sword dragons and merged into the sea of chaos sword. With a single strike, it was deciphered. Chapter 60. Family Head, you arrived late witnessing this scene. The sword kings within a radius of several hundred miles were rendered speechless, their eyes widening in shock. The Han Moon sword domain, among the many immortal sword domains in the Royal Realm Sword Ruins, ranks among the finest, and the power it had just displayed was sufficient to contest the peak of the Emperor Realm. Many sword kings had believed that even if Miss Yu could decipher it, it would take considerable time. To their astonishment, it had disappeared in an instant, shattering their preconceived notions. After a moment, they began to react, and the Royal Realm Sword Ruins erupted into an uproar. Gasp! The Han Moon sword domain has simply vanished. How astonishing! To instantaneously decipher an immortal sword domain. How can such a terrifying sword path prodigy exist in this world? Incredulous, one cannot fathom the level of sword comprehension that Miss Yu possesses. The power just unleashed by the Han Moon sword domain could rival a peak emperor's full force strike, yet it was so easily unraveled. Is Miss Yu truly just newly ascended to the Sword King realm? This was far too swift. I just notified my fellow disciples to come witness, and they haven't even arrived yet before Miss Yu has already completed the deciphering. They will surely give me a beating. What am I to do? Not only did your senior brothers miss it, but I didn't even have time to record it with a recording stone. At first, I was stunned by the revival of the Han Moon sword domain, and before I could process it, the domain was gone. Haha. Fortunately, I began recording with the stone as soon as I learned of Miss Yu's arrival. Though the recording stone can only capture a blurry image, it will fetch a good price. I regret it. How could I have forgotten to use the memory stone? The unfading sword domain has not manifested for countless years. It is entirely understandable that I would fail to remember to document it with the memory stone. Who dares to claim that the prowess displayed by Yu Xianzi is merely potential? Such strength far surpasses that of the divine science from various celestial dynasties and sects. Indeed, many prodigies of the saintly lineage cannot even compare. Truly, this is the golden era. In such a time, even if one cannot compete with numerous prodigies, simply witnessing it firsthand is enough to stir one's spirit. No, I must follow Yu Xianzi. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall face my wrath. The multitude of sword kings were all aflame with excitement, and many expressed their willingness to become Han Yuyo's followers. Not just them, even Luo Qianqian was left speechless. Although she believed that Sister Yu could unravel the Cold Moon sword domain, she had not anticipated that Sister Yu could do so with such swiftness. Buzz, Han Yuyo retracted the surrounding chaotic sword domain and gracefully descended from the skies. The multitude of sword kings converged towards Han Yuyo, standing at a distance, each one sincerely and eagerly speaking. I have met Yu Xianzi. I wish to become her follower. Yu Xinzi hails from the Cold Moon Sacred Dynasty. She must still be in the Xianhuang Great World. I am Chun Wenli, from the Xianfeng Sword Sect in the eastern wilderness of the Xianhuang Great World, and I believe I can be of assistance to Yu Xinzi. I wish to follow her and learn from her. I can traverse realms to seek Yu Xinzi. Please grant me this opportunity. Han Yuyo had not originally intended to take on followers, but upon hearing someone hail from the eastern wilderness of the Xianhuang Great World, her expression subtly shifted. She was preparing to head towards the Cold Moon Sacred Dynasty to challenge Han Xian. This journey served as her trial. Han Yuyo's trial was one of self-cultivation in the sword path, devoid of grand displays and without the need for someone to serve her with tea. However, having some informants would indeed make many matters much more convenient. Much like the plight of the mountain villagers harmed by the demon clans in the Qingli mountain range. Had she known earlier, Han Yuyo could have resolved the issue sooner and saved more lives. Han Yuyo's gaze fell upon the middle-aged man, Chun Wenli, who had just spoken. The reflection of her sword heart revealed a refined and composed aura emanating from him. His presence was dignified, clearly not a malevolent individual. Moreover, this man's sword intent was at the 9th level of the King realm, exceptionally profound, and he was willing to humble himself to become her follower, which was indeed rare. Han Yuyo nodded slightly at Chun Wenli and said, I am indeed in the Xianhuang Great World, preparing to visit Xingyue City in the Cold Moon Sacred Dynasty. I shall leave you a trace of my aura to indicate my position. Should you be interested, you may seek me at any time. Upon hearing this, the surrounding sword kings were all struck with astonishment. Although Yu Xinzi had revealed her true name and origin, no one could deduce her exact whereabouts. Many had speculated she might still be in the Xianhuang Great World, yet no one could confirm it. Now, hearing Yu Xinzi admitted herself, they were certain she was indeed in the Xianhuang Great World. Even more astonishing was the fact that her destination was Xingyue City in the Cold Moon Sacred Dynasty. Her objective was self-evident. These two sisters, endowed with supreme potential, were soon to face off in a life-and-death confrontation. Thank you, Yu Xinzi. Should you have any commands, I shall face any peril without hesitation. Chun Wenli expressed his gratitude with great joy. Although Yu Xinzi and the legendary Cold Moon Saintess were sworn enemies, destined for a battle that might involve him, Chun Wenli recognized this as a rare opportunity. Cultivation is inherently a defiance of heaven. Whereas the path that is ever smooth, the talent and strength displayed by Yu Xinzi are enough to overshadow countless prodigies throughout the ages. To be able to follow such an extraordinary figure, not to mention merely catching a whiff of Yu Xinzi's fortune, would suffice to benefit him for a lifetime. At that moment, Han Yuyo exchanged spiritual imprints with Chun Wenli on the communication jade slip. Seeing Han Yuyo take on another follower, Luo Qianqian felt a surge of urgency within her heart. Indeed, for a prodigy like Sister Yu, she would never lack followers. Moreover, those followers would only grow stronger. If she did not strive diligently in her cultivation, she would soon find herself unworthy of following Sister Yu. Given that the creator of the Cold Moon Sword domain hailed from the Cold Moon Sacred Dynasty in the Xianhuang Great World, many sword kings in the vicinity who were comprehending the sword were also from the Xianhuang Great World. Upon witnessing Han Yuyo agree to Chun Wenli's following, they all grew fervently excited. Yu Xinzi, I too hail from the Xianhuang Great World. I wish to follow in your footsteps. Yu Xinzi, I am in the eastern wilderness. Please grant me this opportunity. Han Yuyo, witnessing this, lightly responded, I am heading to Xingyue City in the Cold Moon Sacred Dynasty. I shall act according to my own heart on this journey, and I fear I may make many enemies that if you are unafraid, you may contact Daoist Chun. The numerous sword kings from the Xianhuang Great World were overjoyed at her words and rushed to exchange communication methods with Chun Wenli. Swiftly, several rays of sword light approached from a distance, revealing their figures in an instant. The foremost figure was none other than Luo Wudi, the head of the Luo family, followed by several elders from the family. Luo Wudi's gaze fell upon Luo Qianqian, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Qianqian, did you not say that Yu Xinzi would unravel the Cold Moon Saintess's unfading sword domain? Has it not even begun yet? Where is the unfading sword domain left by the Cold Moon Saintess? Head, you have arrived late. It has already been unraveled, Luo Qianqian replied with a hint of melancholy. Chapter 61. The Cold Moon Saintess transmits across realms. So swiftly unraveled, Luo Wudi exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes filled with incredulity. The Sword Kings behind him were rendered speechless, staring at the empty void before them as if in a dream. They all believed in Yu Xinzi's ability to unravel the Cold Moon Sword domain. Yet none had anticipated that Han Yuyo would accomplish it so swiftly. Throughout the sword ruins of the King Realm, sword lights flickered, and figures exuding overwhelming sword energy rushed to this place, gazing at the empty void with faces filled with astonishment. Where is the Cold Moon Sword domain? Upon realizing that it had indeed been unraveled by Yu Xinzi, they were left speechless for a long time. Truly, a peerless prodigy who emerges once in an eon. How terrifying! Buzz around, misty purple moon hung high in the sky, casting gentle moonlight over the land, as a cool voice resonated through the heavens. Seventh Sister. You have truly become more accomplished. That it was none other than Han Xian transmitting from afar. The Sword Kings displayed expressions of surprise, not expecting that the unraveling of the Cold Moon Sword domain would also provoke the Cold Moon Saintess. They had already known that Yu Xinzi and the Cold Moon Saintess were sisters. The two had previously conversed across realms in the mortal realm sword ruins, and now the Cold Moon Saintess was reaching out again, clearly with a hint of anger. The crowd secretly anticipated whether the Cold Moon Saintess would appear in the King Realm sword ruins this time. That my third sister sword path is all derived from my supreme sword bone. Today, I am merely collecting some interest. Han Yuyo responded indifferently, inviting a confrontation. Dare you show yourself this time and engage me in battle at the King Realm sword ruins? Han Xian's voice echoed ethereally through the moonlight. The sword intent of the King Realm is still too lowly. It is not worth my time. Cease your pretensions. If you truly did not care, why transmit across realms? Han Yuyo retorted with a cold laugh. Han Xian's voice was otherworldly and dreamlike. Seventh Sister. You cannot comprehend the heights your sister has reached. Sister will await you in the Emperor Realm sword ruins. Do not keep her waiting too long. Otherwise, she may seek a higher sword ruin. Han Yuyo replied casually. Feel free to hide in the Emperor Realm sword ruins. I will personally travel to Xinyue City to find you. Our grievances must be resolved sooner or later. That day will not be far off. I await your arrival to meet your demise. Han Xian's voice brimmed with confidence, as if she had never regarded Han Yuyo as a threat. After her words, the purple moon vanished into thin air. Han Yuyo chuckled softly, disappearing into the sword ruins of creation. Ever since she unraveled the Cold Moon Sword domain, she had distinctly sensed a newfound vitality within the 5 chaotic lotus leaves in her body. Having seized a considerable amount of fortune, she understood that Han Xian would not remain as composed as she appeared earlier. Otherwise, she would not have transmitted across realms. Luo Qianqian turned her gaze to Luo Wudi. Speaking earnestly, Head, I have broken through to the Sword King realm. It is time for me to set out to the Xianhuang Great World and follow Sister Yu. I hope the head can assist me in this endeavor. Luo Wudi paused for a moment upon hearing this, then replied, Very well. You are the heir of the Luo family. I respect your decision, and the entire Luo family will support you wholeheartedly. You may utilize the inter-realm transmission array of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to travel to the Xianhuang Great World. However, once you are in another world, you cannot rely on anything back home. You must depend on yourself. Be cautious. The inter-realm transmission arrays between the 3,000 great worlds were established by beings of divine realms and above, protected by divine laws for the safety of the transmitters. These transmission arrays were always in the hands of various divine forces, holy forces, extreme forces, and even immortal forces. Each inter-realm transmission required an exorbitant price. To conduct an inter-realm transmission, one would need at least divine crystals. Spiritual crystals and spiritual essences would not suffice. The divine crystals required for a single transmission were roughly equivalent to the value of a royal secret treasure. If the two great worlds were further apart, the quantity of divine crystals required would increase substantially. The cost of such teleportation is certainly not something an ordinary cultivator can bear. Luo Qianqian desires to teleport. Yet she too requires the support of her family to accomplish this. While it is true that cross-border teleportation demands an abundance of resources, Luo Wudi's concern lies not with this aspect, but rather with the safety of Luo Qianqian. Even he has never ventured beyond the Songming Great World. Luo Qianqian's sudden journey to the Xianhuang Great World in pursuit of the Jade Fairy will inevitably expose her to numerous formidable adversaries from the Cold Moon Saintess lineage, making her journey fraught with peril and a significant risk of demise. However, as a follower of the Jade Fairy, it is only natural for Luo Qianqian to remain by her side, with the Jade Fairy now acquiring new disciples. If Luo Qianqian does not personally attend, what position will she hold beside the Jade Fairy in the future? Furthermore, Luo Qianqian has already left behind an indestructible sword in tank creation, far surpassing that of an ordinary sword king. And she possesses her own fortune for protection, that as she prepares to follow the Jade Fairy to the Xianhuang Great World. Luo Wudi can only offer his unconditional support. Thank you very much. Family Head. Luo Qianqian expressed her gratitude as she departed with Luo Wudi and the others from the Creation Sword Ruins. The events that transpired within the Creation Sword Ruins quickly spread across the 3,000 Great Worlds, leaving many swordsmanship prodigies profoundly astonished. The Cold Moon Sword Domain had previously attracted the allegiance of 99 indestructible sword intents, which many believed could shine for hundreds of thousands of years. Yet it was effortlessly unraveled by the Jade Fairy, a feat far beyond comprehension. In addition, another piece of news that garnered the attention of numerous sword cultivators was that the Jade Fairy was currently in the Xianhuang Great World, en route to Xingyue City of the Cold Moon Holy Dynasty. Countless factions brimmed with anticipation, for both the Cold Moon Saintess and the Jade Fairy possessed supreme imperial bearing. Yet coexistence was utterly impossible. A monumental battle between them was inevitable, since the Jade Fairy had already set off toward the Cold Moon Holy Dynasty. That fateful clash was not far off. Upon receiving this news, many swordsmanship prodigies within the 3,000 Great Worlds began preparing to journey to the Xianhuang Great World to witness the confrontation. Both the Cold Moon Saintess and the Jade Fairy were exceptionally rare, youthful supremes, possessing remarkable swordsmanship, making their impending duel irresistibly alluring to any sword cultivator, although the cost of cross-border teleportation was exorbitant. Many sword cultivators from the 3,000 Great Worlds were affluent enough to dismiss the expenses, all for the chance to witness the duel between these two youthful supremes of swordsmanship. Beyond these sword cultivators, numerous ancient factions also discreetly dispatched agents to the Xianhuang Great World, eager to uncover the source of Han Yueying's formidable cultivation. In their eyes, if the supreme sword bone of Han Yueying could rise from adversity, she undoubtedly possessed immense fortune and had encountered extraordinary opportunities, potentially receiving the legacy of some supreme being. Should Han Yueying lack a significant background, they would seek to recruit her into their own factions, promising immeasurable benefits if she were to flourish in the future. Of course, there were also many antiquated factions whose elders believed Han Yueying to be still young, thus secretly heading to the Xianhuang Great World with the intention of eliminating her to seize her fortune and opportunities. The allure of her supreme sword bone and the prospect of her resurgence incited envy in countless individuals. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was part of Han Yueying's own scheme, intentionally spreading rumors. Han Yueying aimed to leverage external forces to refine her own swordsmanship. If the journey were to be smooth sailing, how could she claim to have undergone true trials? Chapter 62. The Gluttonous Yi Hao. A seafood feast, the chaotic cloud sea, vast and boundless, roiling with colossal waves that crashed against the heavens, shattering the clouds above. Beneath the surface, enormous aquatic beasts occasionally flashed by, enhancing the atmosphere of ferocity. Beyond the towering heights of the chaotic cloud sea, a resplendent sky stretched endlessly, casting vast shadows upon the waters below. This ethereal celestial palace felt like a dreamscape, as if one had stepped into another world. With every palace enveloped in auspicious clouds and mist, exuding a formidable divine pressure. Near this nameless celestial palace, magnificent floating ships rippled through the void, with ancient Chilan beasts drawing purple jade divine carriages, while serpentine dragons spiraled above, bearing figures seated in meditation. Divine birds, the Qinghuan, filled the air with the laughter of youthful maidens, alongside numerous sword-wielding figures soaring through the skies. Most of these were cultivators from the 8 major domains surrounding the chaotic cloud sea, all drawn by the imminent emergence of the divine relics in the past. The entire chaotic cloud sea lay under the dominion of the Sea God Palace, teeming with formidable sea monsters, while its skies were forbidden territories where no one dared to flaunt their power. However, the commotion surrounding the divine relics was too great, awakening the 3 sacred lands and 12 divine forces of the 8 major domains, whose foundations rivaled that of the Sea God Palace. At the onset of the divine relic's appearance, the Sea God Palace sought to monopolize this bountiful prize, issuing warnings as the divine ancestors stirred. Before long, the combined pressures of over a dozen divine ancestors from the 8 major domains bore down upon the Sea God Palace, compelling the latter to relinquish its aerial dominion and refrain from excessive interference. Numerous prodigies from the 8 major domains flocked to this location, even those from distant realms, all eager to gain ample benefits from the divine relics. As the pressure emanating from the nameless celestial palace intensified, the number of prodigies arriving swelled, creating a veritable sea of humanity that in the higher reaches of the chaotic cloud sea. Jiangchen sat contentedly upon a cloud, a white jade table before him, with a purple clay teapot steeping fragrant xixia cloud mist tea, the steam wafting invitingly. Jiangchen delicately sipped the tea, his eyes shimmering with countless faint golden runes. As he surveyed the multitude of talented individuals below, searching for the traces of the destined child of fortune. After a lengthy pause, Jiangchen set down his teacup and shook his head gently, lamenting, "This unknown divine relic has drawn in most of the prodigies from the 8 major domains of the chaotic cloud sea that I had hoped to find a new child of fortune here. But it seems this trip may have been in vain." Since Yihao's descent from the mountain, Jiangchen had also left the Qingshu Peak, embarking on a quest for a new child of fortune. The cultivation advancements of Han Yueying and Yihao greatly benefited Jiangchen's fortune-golden eyes, which could now detect the child of fortune within a radius of 100,000 miles. After spending over half a month exploring the entirety of the Qinyuan domain, he still had not discovered a new child of fortune. Coincidentally arriving near the chaotic cloud sea, Jiangchen surmised that the emergence of the unknown divine relic would likely attract many prodigies, and perhaps a new child of fortune would soon appear. Thus, he decided to temporarily settle here, patiently waiting for the arrival of the new child of fortune. Unfortunately, finding such a child was no easy feat. After nearly 10 days of waiting, he had yet to encounter anyone new. Speaking of which, it has been a month since that boy Yihao descended. He should be arriving soon, Jiangchen mused. The chaotic cloud sea was a good 70 to 80,000 miles from the purple cloud's sacred land, and the distance from the sea's edge to the vicinity of the divine relic was about 40 to 50,000 miles. Having only recently broken through to the true spirit realm, Yihao was still unable to traverse the void quickly. Even if his flying speed was not slow, it would take him some time to reach this location. Jiangchen utilized the Chaos Green Lotus to sense the roots of the Chaos Green Lotus on Yihao, discovering that he had already reached the skies above the chaotic cloud sea. Still a mere 100,000 miles away, set to arrive in just a few days. However, through the resonance with the Chaos Green Lotus roots, Jiangchen faintly sensed that Yihao's aura was fluctuating violently, as if he were engaged in combat with someone. That rascal is already fighting before he even arrives? Jiangchen raised an eyebrow, a curious glimmer flickering in his eyes, with a subtle shift in expression. Jiangchen vanished from his original spot, melding into the third layer of the void, swiftly arriving at Yihao's location. Concealing himself within the depths of the void, Jiangchen chose not to reveal himself. Yihao's voluntary descent to hone his skills meant he must face various dangers personally. Jiangchen's role was merely to guide him, refraining from intervening lightly to avoid disrupting the effectiveness of Yihao's trials. From a distance, Yihao radiated brilliant golden light as he confronted 9 bizarre figures. The leader bore a striking resemblance to a human, with a sharp spiral horn protruding from his forehead. A green face and hair, clad in golden armor, wielding a serrated blade, exuding a fierce aura. The 8 figures behind him, while humanoid, retained characteristics of aquatic beasts. Some sported fish whiskers, others had arms resembling crab claws, and some even had heads akin to shrimp, each more grotesque than the last. Based on their auras, it was evident that these were all demon kings. The leading figure, the green-faced dragon king, was particularly formidable. Standing at the pinnacle of demon kings, floating upon the sea below were remnants of crab shells and legs, the shells alone measuring 100 feet across, indicating that its former inhabitant had also been a demon king, seemingly devoured by someone. Human, You dare to slay my crab general of the sea god palace in the chaotic cloud sea, and even dare to cook and consume him. This is an outright provocation against my sea god palace. If we do not eliminate you, what remains of our dignity? The green-faced Jiao Wang bellowed in fury, raising his hand in a sweeping motion as a shadowy, azure-hued dragon, 1,000 zhang long, surged forth from his grasp. Each scale shimmered with life, claws bared and poised to strike at Yi Hao, their icy gleam reflecting the sunlight, while an overwhelming dragon might loomed over the scene. Yi Hao felt the tumult of his own vital energy within, his body radiating a brilliant golden glow. With his arms crossed, he manifested a majestic mountain, lifting it and hurling it downward. The mountain swelled against the wind, rapidly transforming into a towering stone edifice. Steep and rugged, pressing down upon the green dragon's head with immense force that a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth, as the 1,000 zhang dragon was shattered in the void, while the monumental peak descended directly upon the green-faced Jiao Wang. His expression shifted slightly, muscles bulging as a layer of fine, azure golden scales enveloped him. The surge of his vital energy roared like a mighty river, and he unleashed a furious roar, slamming his fists against the colossal mountain. With a resounding crash, the mountain fragmented amidst the chaos, leaving the green-faced Jiao Wang feeling as if his arms had been pricked by countless needles, a clear sign of overexertion. Yi Hao, belching contentedly, remarked nonchalantly, as I soared through the skies. This great crab leapt from the water, brandishing its claws to seize me and deliver me to its maw. I merely defended myself, that if it sought to devour me, why should I not return the favor? At this point, he smacked his lips as if savoring the recent feast, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the green-faced Jiao Wang and his entourage, licking his lips and adding, that being said, the flavor of the great crab was truly delightful. I have yet to satiate my appetite. You have been so considerate to provide me with another seafood banquet. How exceedingly gracious of you. Chapter 63. The Manifestation of the Sacred Body, Seafood Barbecue, Thieving Scoundrel. How dare you insult my sea god temple with your presence? Form ranks. The green-faced Jiao Wang roared skyward, a torrent of malevolent aura surging forth like billowing smoke, his internal vital energy flowing with the grandeur of the Yangtze River, echoing with thunderous roars. With swift precision, 8 demon kings positioned themselves around the green-faced Jiao Wang, each radiating an overwhelming aura of ferocity, their rhythms of vitality perfectly synchronized with that of their leader, resonating vital energy. In that moment, the power of the 8 demon kings converged upon the green-faced Jiao Wang, a thick, dark green cloud of malevolence forming above them, obscuring the sky and captivating the soul. That moment, the aura emanating from the green-faced Jiao Wang was akin to that of a demon emperor. His gaze, now steely, settled upon Yi Hao as he sneered. Thieving brat, I concede your formidable strength. In a direct confrontation, I cannot overcome you, a peak noble, feigned the guise of a true spirit realm cultivator to come alone, deceiving even the crab general to his demise, nearly ensnaring me as well. Such a young age, and yet such deep cunning. Truly shameless. Alas, the great formation for gathering spirits has already taken shape, and the power of the 8 demon kings now resides within me. Today, your death is assured. Not long ago, numerous divine ancestors had exerted pressure on the sea god temple, compelling it to relinquish control over the chaotic clouds of the sea. During this time, countless cultivators from the 8 great domains had flocked to the vicinity of the chaotic sea, claiming vast territories near the divine remnants. Moreover, the sea beasts residing in the chaotic waters were inherently vicious. Upon witnessing the multitude of cultivators flaunting their prowess above them, they had long harbored pent-up rage. Suddenly spotting Yi Hao, a true spirit realm cultivator, coming alone, the crab general could no longer restrain himself, seeking to capture and consume Yi Hao to vent his fury. However, he had miscalculated and became a mere meal for Yi Hao. After clashing with Yi Hao, the green-faced Jiao Wang discerned that Yi Hao's divine power surpassed his own, erroneously believing him to be a peak noble human genius, merely concealing his true strength. Disguised. A peak noble? Claim it if you will. Regardless, this seafood banquet is mine to enjoy. Yi Hao chuckled, shaking his head, refraining from explanation. As his vital energy surged, each pore transforming into a heavenly prison, swiftly refining the immense life essence he had just consumed from the great crab. Thieving scoundrel, meet your end, the green-faced Jiao Wang roared, unleashing a vast black domain around him, thick with malevolence, shimmering ominously. Within this domain, illusory azure dragons writhe, some battling celestial beasts, others tossing the seas, some howling towards the heavens, and others devouring countless beings. This was the domain of the green-faced Jiao Wang. And with the aid of the 8 demon kings, it hinted at transforming into a secret realm. Go! The green-faced Jiao Wang commanded, and the surging malevolent domain enveloped Yi Hao, thousands of dragons descending upon him with a cacophony of roars. As if ready to rend him to shreds in mere moments, suddenly, a golden ancient bell materialized above Yi Hao, engraved with ancient runes resembling dragons and phoenixes, slowly rotating and emanating a tremendous pressure. This was one of the manifestations of the sacred body Yi Hao had obtained from the Enlightenment Tea. With a resounding chime, the golden bell unleashed a sound that rippled through the world, radiating a brilliance surpassing even the sun, sending forth waves of dazzling golden light that swept across the expanse. This wave of sound contained some inscrutable principle of heaven and earth, shaking the cosmos and obliterating all in its path. Where it passed, the dragon illusions shattered and dissipated, instantly dismantling the green-faced Jiao Wang's domain, while the power of the golden bell wave rapidly diminished and faded. What a terrifying manifestation! The green-faced Jiao Wang's pupils constricted, revealing a look of horror. He sensed that this youth before him wielded no domain power, yet relied solely on the strength of his manifestation to easily shatter his domain, utterly overturning his understanding. Could it be that this person is truly just a true spirit realm cultivator? What kind of monstrous talent must one possess to achieve such feats? In an instant, the golden ancient bell vanished, replaced by a resplendent heavenly blade, suffused with a faint golden glow, striking towards the green-faced Jiao Wang from afar. The Blade of Destiny, another manifestation of the sacred body gained from the Enlightenment Tea. With a flash, a brilliant beam of blade light erupted from the heavenly blade, exuding a force capable of shattering all, cleaving a narrow rift through the void, swiftly extending towards the green-faced Jiao Wang and the 8 demon kings. The green-faced Jiao Wang's expression darkened, his internal vital energy boiling over as he roared, "Blood sacrifice to the gods! Protect!" In that moment, the life essence within the green-faced Jiao Wang and the 8 demon kings erupted in a frenzy, their vital energies surging into the demon cloud above them. Within the demon cloud, a heavy blood hue emerged, boiling violently like water, swiftly engulfing the green-faced Jiao Wang and the 8 demon kings. The malevolence surging thickly. From the outside, the situation within the demon cloud was completely obscured, resembling a newly formed, heavy protective barrier. With a piercing sound, the brilliant blade light effortlessly sliced through the malevolent cloud, disappearing silently into the horizon. Buzz! The malevolent demon cloud dispersed, leaving the green-faced Jiao Wang and the 8 demon kings suspended in the void, their necks marked by crimson lines, their eyes filled with terror. Yet their consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. The overwhelming principles within the blade light had eradicated their true spirits. In the next moment, the green-faced Jiao Wang and the 8 demon kings uncontrollably transformed back into their true forms. Cascading down like flowers from the heavens, severed dragon bodies, headless lobsters, and conch shells split asunder, creating an extraordinary seafood feast. What a stroke of luck! Yi Hao's eyes sparkled as he waved his hand. Golden streams of light cascading, supporting the remnants of the demon kings, slicing them into hundreds of portions, while Yi Hao harnessed the immense life essence, transforming it into golden flames that roasted the various seafood morsels above the ocean's surface. The malevolent energy and oil from the remnants sank into the chaotic sea, leaving only the purest life essence behind. Each piece of seafood radiated a resplendent glow, their rich flavors wafting through the air. Tantalizing the senses, Yi Hao opened his mouth wide as sizzling morsels of seafood flew toward him. Wow, so delicious! Yi Hao's words were muffled as he chewed rapidly, swallowing greedily, oil trickling from his mouth, his eyes narrowing in blissful enjoyment, even catching the attention of Jiang Chenhai above, who couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Who dares to wreak havoc within my sea god temple? Suddenly, an enraged roar echoed through the heavens, a surge of malevolence rising from the chaotic sea, transforming the surrounding waters into a blood-soaked hell. Chapter 64. Are you the ancient sacred body? At the center of the blood-colored purgatory, viscous blood spiraled upward, forming a blood lotus that cradled a grotesque young man. This youth bore wide, fawn-like teeth, a fearsome visage, his body clad in shimmering blood-jade armor, his face twisted in fury, exuding an aura of brutality and savagery. He was a demon emperor. Yi Haogong focused his gaze and discerned that the true form of this demon emperor was a fierce and domineering giant shark. Although this demon appeared to be a young man in his 20s or 30s. He was, in fact, a formidable demon who had cultivated for hundreds of years, surrounded by a palpable aura of blood and malevolence. Yi Hao's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he instinctively licked his lips, exclaiming, "I have heard that shark fins are a delicacy beyond compare. Though I am satiated today, since you have come to me, I feel I can indulge further." With that, Yi Hao activated the Heavenly Emperor's prison scripture, transforming every pore into a vast ancient prison, refining the vital essence of life he had just consumed from the 9 great demon kings. Each realm of Yi Hao's ancient sacred body required an immense amount of cultivation resources. Yet it must be acknowledged that the speed at which the ancient sacred body refined resources was unparalleled throughout history. The shark demon emperor, with his pair of bloodthirsty eyes, fixed his gaze on Yi Hao and gritted his teeth, declaring, "I am the shark-butchered demon emperor of the sea god palace. You dare to slay and devour my demon kings? You truly deserve death. Today, I shall consume you to uphold the reputation of the sea god palace." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal black shark, spanning thousands of feet, suddenly materialized behind the shark-butchered demon emperor. The shark's surface was shrouded in a thick layer of blood-red malevolence, its cavernous maw opening wide as it lunged towards Yi Hao from afar. Its menacing fangs glinted coldly under the sun, as if they could swallow the very heavens. In that moment, Yi Hao experienced an unsettling disquiet within his soul. Suddenly, a majestic figure emerged behind Yi Hao, bearing an uncanny resemblance to him. Adorned with a high crown and draped in imperial robes, this figure exuded an overwhelming aura of dominion, effortlessly dispelling the shark-butchered demon emperor's soul attack. "Stand!" Yi Hao exhaled forcefully, and the ethereal image of the heavenly emperor gently raised a hand that a brilliant golden palm imprint surged forth, imbued with the vast power to seal myriad paths, instantly reaching the blood-red purgatory near the shark-butchered demon emperor. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed as the blood-red purgatory crumbled, and the grand manifestation of the colossal shark behind the shark-butchered demon emperor dissipated uncontrollably into the void. The ancient sacred body restrained numerous phenomena. Although the shark-butchered demon emperor's blood-red purgatory had evolved into a genuine secret realm, its essence remained a true spirit manifestation that as long as it was a manifestation, it would be subject to the constraints of the ancient sacred body. Moreover, with the ancient sacred body employing the heavenly emperor's prison scripture, no phenomenon could escape its suppression. Of course, had the shark-butchered demon emperor broken through to the dominator realm, creating a world of his own with inherent rules. The constraints of the ancient sacred body would be significantly diminished. The ancient sacred body? The shark-butchered demon emperor's expression shifted to one of shock as he retreated 1,000 miles, exclaiming, "You are Yi Hao of the Purple Cloud's sacred land." "Indeed, I am Yi Hao." Yi Hao acknowledged without hesitation, somewhat surprised, "Am I truly so renowned in the chaotic cloud sea?" Upon hearing Yi Hao's affirmation, a flicker of trepidation crossed the shark-butcher demon emperor's eyes. He plunged into the depths of the chaotic cloud sea, transforming into his true form, his massive body rapidly vanishing into the depths. "This matter I shall remember. There will come a time for reckoning." A fierce threat echoed from afar. The shark-butcher demon emperor had not forgotten that this ancient sacred body had once slain the unrivaled demon king of the blood refinement hall while in the Wheel Sea realm. Now, the once humble cultivator from the Wheel Sea had established his life palace and condensed his true spirit. Who could fathom what means he now possessed? Even at his peak, the shark-butcher demon emperor felt uncertain about confronting this ancient sacred body. Moreover, the ancient sacred body had a terrifying master who dared to strike at divine beings. Should he provoke that master, even the Lord of the Sea God Palace would be powerless to save him. It would be a matter of certain death. Thus, upon confirming Yi Hao's identity, the shark-butchered demon emperor decisively fled. "Shark fins! My shark fins! Don't run! Were you not going to eat me? I have presented myself to you." Yi Hao shouted loudly as he dove into the depths of the chaotic cloud S. Yi Hao's consciousness expanded, but he soon discovered a peculiar characteristic of chaotic consciousness throughout the chaotic cloud sea. What should have allowed him to sense 1,000 miles now only permitted him to perceive a mere 100, and he had long lost track of the shark-butcher demon emperor. After a while, Yi Hao burst forth from the chaotic cloud sea, indignantly cursing, "A demon emperor with such a timid heart. My shark fins are gone. This is truly disheartening." Yi Hao refrained from hunting other sea demons, retracting all manifestations as he transformed into a golden divine rainbow, hastily making his way toward the divine relic that he had already delayed long enough. Missing the opening of the divine relic would be a grave loss. Jiang Chen's figure appeared in the void, watching with keen interest as Yi Hao departed, remarking that shark-butchered demon emperor is indeed quite cowardly. However, he showed some discernment, managing to escape with his life, which is somewhat unexpected in Jiang Chen's view. With the death of his demon kings, the shark butcher should have recklessly sought vengeance against Yi Hao. At that point, his life would surely be forfeit. Should he provoke the Lord of the Sea God Palace or even the ancient deities of the Sea God Palace, Yi Hao would be unable to cope, necessitating Jiang Chen's intervention. Regrettably, the shark-butchered demon emperor was too prudent. Upon hearing Yi Hao's name, he fled, averting much trouble. Naturally, Jiang Chen could sense the shark-butchered demon emperor's precise location. Yet he deemed it beneath himself to deal with such a demon and refrained from interfering excessively in his disciples' trials. Allowing the shark butcher's escape to go unnoticed as he concealed himself once more in the void point 3 days later, Yi Hao arrived at the vicinity of the imminent divine relic. Gazing at the increasingly distinct celestial palaces on the horizon and feeling the divine might radiating from within, Yi Hao's eyes gleamed with fervor. What a vast celestial palace! Who knows how many treasures lie hidden within? Whether I can step into the king realm depends on the harvest from this divine relic. The skies near the divine relic were teeming with people, primarily the talented individuals and seasoned experts from the 8 great regions of the chaotic cloud S. Yi Hao carefully sensed the surroundings and found that most of those gathered were nobles, with many being emperors and even dozens of dominators lying in wait, clearly very interested in the unknown divine relic. These lurking dominators were either there to protect certain prodigies or were simply hoping for a stroke of luck. After all, the divine relic had yet to truly manifest, and speculation regarding entry restrictions for dominators was merely conjecture. The specifics would only be revealed once the divine relic fully opened. Yi Hao's gaze swept over the crowd as he stepped forward, heading towards the gathering of prominent figures and prodigies from the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Chapter 65. The Wine Sword Dominator, Fire Cloud 100 Flower Brew. Near the divine relic floated a massive light purple cloud, radiant and ethereal, exuding an air of nobility. Above the cloud, for ancient characters coalesced, Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Within this light purple cloud, nearly 100 figures flickered, some meditating in silence, some gazing toward the divine relic, while others chatted amiably in small groups, showing no signs of crowding. High above this light purple cloud, an elderly man with white hair and beard leaned against a large, pale, golden gourd, fast asleep. His complexion flushed, and a vibrant aura of the great Tao swirling around him. This was an exceedingly powerful dominator. Yi Hao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This must be one of the esteemed elders of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Indicating their significant investment in this divine relic, Yi Hao's gaze traversed the nearly 100 figures atop the cloud, noticing several middle-aged or elderly cultivators of the Emperor realm among them, while the rest were nobles. Moreover, most were elders and peak masters of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land, with only around 20 or 30 disciples of the younger generation present, all donned in distinctive light purple robes or skirts, exuding extraordinary charm and grace in the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Apart from the numerous peak masters personally accepting disciples, those who reach the noble realm could also become true disciples that if a true disciple failed to break through for a prolonged period. It indicated that their potential had been largely exhausted, allowing them to become elders of the sacred land, continuing to contribute their strengths that, of course, the treatment of elders paled in comparison to that of true disciples. True disciples only needed to complete a trial task each year to focus on their cultivation, while elders had to manage various sect affairs, resulting in comparatively less time for cultivation and a far lesser allocation of resources than true disciples. Thus, upon learning of the divine relic's emergence, even more elders from the Purple Cloud sacred land had come as soon as Yihao approached. Many eyes on the cloud turned toward him, and upon sensing his true spirit cultivation level, expressions of surprise flickered in their gazes that a young woman in a purple dress approached, her features strikingly beautiful. Curiously examining Yihao, she spoke with a lively tone, "I am Xia Yue, a disciple of Jade, Maiden Peak. May I ask which main peak of the Purple Cloud sacred land you belong to, junior brother? Why is there no elder or peak master accompanying you? Have you encountered trouble?" This young woman was none other than Xia Yue. Xia Yue and Mu Qingyan have uncovered the origins of Han Yuyo. While Mu Qingyan takes the initiative to seek out Han Yuyo, Xia Yue finds herself captivated by this divine relic. This time, she has chosen to accompany the esteemed elder of Zixiao sacred land, and she is not alone. Many of the peak masters, elders, and true disciples from Zixiao sacred land have also come, mostly following the elder with a penchant for wine, while others are in the company of several peak masters or elders of the imperial realm. And no one has ever dared to venture here alone. After all, the combined territories of Qianyuan Dao Domain and the Chaotic Cloud Sea span a staggering 200,000 to 300,000 miles, teeming with formidable demons of unimaginable power. They may hold some sway near Zixiao sacred land, but should they stray too far, those extraordinary demons show no restraint. The news of the impending emergence of this divine relic has drawn forth an array of nefarious beings. Even nobles who dare to venture here alone do so at great peril, let alone those minor cultivators of the true spirit realm. Upon seeing Yihao, who is merely a true spirit cultivator and has come alone, her curiosity gets the better of her, prompting her to inquire. "Qingshu Peak, Yihao, I have the honor of meeting you, senior sister Xia." Yihao responds with a respectful gesture, maintaining a composed demeanor as he smiles and adds, "I have come on my own accord and encountered no trouble." "Qingshu Peak, you are the ancient sacred body that Master Jiang recently accepted as a disciple," Xia Yue exclaims in surprise. She is well aware that the Jade Fairy, who emerged from the Creation Sword ruins, hails from Qingshu Peak. The Jade Fairy has descended the mountain to seek vengeance on Han Yu's sacred dynasty, and now this ancient sacred body from Qingshu Peak has also come down. Is Master Jiang truly so unconcerned as to let them come here alone? The gazes of the numerous peak masters, elders, and true disciples involuntarily converge upon Yihao. They have not forgotten the uproar caused when Jiangchen accepted disciples, when he shattered the projection of the 100 Refinements demon god with a single punch. Even now, the thought stirs their hearts. For a true spirit cultivator to venture here alone demonstrates remarkable courage, especially for one of the ancient sacred body capable of breaking the curse of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the elderly man, who had been dozing beside a pale, golden wine gourd, opens his eyes. Revealing a glimmer of divine light within, he scrutinizes Yihao with keen interest, commenting, "What a robust vitality, truly deserving of the title of ancient sacred body. Did Jiang Qin truly allow you to come here alone? Is he not afraid you might perish on the journey? Are you being polite?" Yihao blinks and replies, "I requested to descend the mountain for training. A disciple must forge their own path. If I were to remain under my master's protection indefinitely without experiencing tribulations and trials, how could I expect to grow? You possess such insight. Excellent, truly excellent." The elder nods approvingly, producing a palm-sized purple jade wine gourd and tossing it to Yihao. Grinning, "Young man, do you dare to partake in a drink? Today I, the wine sword elder, invite you. Then I shall humbly accept." Yihao responds with a smile, catching the wine gourd, uncapping it, and an intoxicating aroma wafts forth, engendering a sense of exhilaration as it fills the air. Yihao's eyes brighten as he tilts his head back and takes a hearty swig, feeling a fiery warmth surge down his throat and spread through his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting glow. "This is splendid wine. Thank you, esteemed Elder Wine Sword." As he prepares to return the gourd, Elder Wine Sword waves his hand dismissively and chuckles. "Old man still has plenty of wine. This gourd is yours, but be cautious. This brew is rather potent. Not everyone can handle it. Drink sparingly, lest you find yourself incapacitated and at the mercy of others." Hearing this, Yi Hao takes another swig and laughs heartily. "Rest assured, Elder, I know my limits. Dying in such a manner would be too humiliating." The peak masters and elders watch with envy, well aware of the preciousness of this gourd of wine from Elder Wine Sword. Even a sip could enhance their cultivation, let alone an entire gourd. Elder Wine Sword casts a casual glance at them, his interest piqued. "Do you all wish to partake in my wine as well?" The Fire Cloud 100-flower brew from Elder Wine Sword is renowned across the land. We naturally wish to savor it. A refined, middle-aged swordsman steps forward, wearing a humble smile. "Do you even have the gall to ask for wine?" Elder Wine Sword retorts with a stern expression. A true spirit cultivator dares to traverse these lands alone, treating tribulations as stepping stones. That is the resolve one should possess in this age of great strife. "And what of you?" Qi Yunxiao's face flushes with embarrassment, as do the other peak masters, elders, and true disciples, who lower their heads in shame. Elder Wine Sword then shifts his tone. "If you wish to drink my wine, it is not impossible. As long as your performance in the divine relic pleases me, I shall ensure you drink to your heart's content upon your return." Chapter 66. The Unyielding Spirit of Youth. This old fellow is quite cunning. After Elder Wine Sword finishes speaking, he reclines back onto the pale, golden gourd, falling back into a deep slumber. Qi Yunxiao chuckles to mask his embarrassment, scanning the faces of the peak masters and elders before settling on the true disciples, stating, "With the dawn of the Golden Age, the future of Zixiao's sacred land rests upon the shoulders of these young disciples. This unknown divine relic has emerged under the influence of heavenly fate, and these young disciples are most likely to attract various fortuitous opportunities, yet they are also the ones most likely to face danger and fall. Each of these young disciples embodies the hope of Zixiao's sacred land. Should peril arise within this divine relic, let us old fellows take the lead." Qi Yunxiao's voice resonates with an unwavering conviction, stirring the hearts of the peak masters and elders, causing them to stand tall and voice their agreement. Master Qi speaks truth. The younger generation is indeed the future of Zixiao's sacred land. We old fellows ought to clear the path for them. If sacrifices must be made, it should be us. There are no cowards in Zixiao's sacred land. We have enjoyed the resources of the sacred land for much of our lives, and it is time to offer our remaining strength. The emergence of an unknown relic often demands lives. The sooner one enters, the more perilous it becomes. Since we dare to venture here, we are here to pave the way for the youth, fully prepared not to return. Well said. I made my last wishes known before coming. When the time comes to fight, I will not hesitate." The peak masters and elders burst into hearty laughter, their long-dormant passion reignited. Elder Wine Sword's lips curl into a slight smile at their words. This is the spirit of Zixiao's sacred land. Should we encounter an insurmountable foe, and if sacrifices are destined to be made, I too shall charge to the forefront. The true disciples feel a lump in their throats, instinctively clenching their fists, for the sake of Zixiao's sacred land. If they are unable to advance in the future, they too will become elders of Zixiao's sacred land and make the same choices in times of danger. Yi Hao cannot help but smile broadly. This feeling is reminiscent of his time in the Yi family. It feels wonderful. No wonder Zixiao's sacred land has thrived for tens of thousands of years. Qi Yunxiao glances at Elder Wine Sword and calls out to the true disciples, "Everyone, if we perish within this divine relic, and if you are fortunate enough to taste Elder Wine Sword's Fire Cloud 100-flower brew, remember to pour a little on our graves." Master Qi, what are you saying? Our esteemed seniors will surely turn misfortune into fortune. I happen to have a gourd of Fire Cloud 100-flower brew. Let us divide it now. Yi Hao laughs heartily, tossing a gourd of the brew toward Qi Yunxiao. Elder Wine Sword's expression darkens. With a swift motion, he halts the purple jade gourd in midair, gently waving his hand, returning it to Yi Hao. "Enough. Keep that gourd of wine for yourself. In light of their indomitable spirit, I shall treat them to a drink. You young disciples should partake as well." With that, Elder Wine Sword flips his palm, and a small, exquisite white jade wine cup appears before the peak masters, elders, and true disciples. Elder Wine Sword carefully opens the gourd, and the enticing aroma of the wine fills the air. Just as he is about to use his divine power to draw forth the wine, Yihao interjects, "Elder, please hold on. I have a bottle of spirit spring that could enhance the fragrance of the wine. Perhaps you might consider adding it in for a taste." Yihao tosses a long-necked white jade bottle to Elder Wine Sword. Elder Wine Sword catches the bottle, chuckling softly. "The spring water used for my Fire Cloud 100 flower brew is sourced from the Clear Heart Spring within the forbidden ground of Zhixiao Sacred Land's back mountain. Blended with the essence of volcanic fire from deep within the earth, and infused with the essence of 100 spiritual flowers. It takes 100 years to brew just one pot. Not every spring can be casually infused." Yihao smiled and said, "Elder Jiao, why not take a look? Your intentions are appreciated, old man. What could a mere true spirit realm do?" The Jiao Zun Master chuckled as he opened the cap of the long-necked white jade bottle. His words abruptly faltered, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Within the long-necked white jade bottle was, of course, the life essence that Yihao had filled this exquisite vial with several hundred drops from Jiang Chen's life spring. While this white jade bottle contained but a few hundred drops, if Elder Jiao finds it unsatisfactory, I shall not insist that I can keep it for myself," Yihao said with a grin, regaining his composure. The Jiao Zun Master gazed at Yihao and said solemnly, "Such a treasure, you truly can keep it for yourself. To use it for brewing wine would be an extravagant waste. This is the life essence. It nourishes the flesh, refines the soul, heals severe injuries, enhances strength without harm, and a single drop can cleanse one's sins and karma. This white jade bottle must contain 300 to 500 drops." Yihao replied with a smile, "I have a little more stock." "Yes, slightly more than what you have, hiss." The Jiao Zun Master couldn't help but inhale sharply, no longer hesitating, and promptly poured the life essence from the long-necked white jade bottle into the wine gourd in his hand, exclaiming, "Good lad, you even dare to present such a treasure. I underestimated you." Qi Yunxiao and the others awaited the Jiao Zun Master to bestow upon them the wine, perplexed by the unfolding events. Qi Yunxiao gazed longingly at the Jiao Zun Master's wine gourd and cautiously asked, "Master Jiao, what spring water did Yihao give you? Is the wine you mentioned still to be granted to us?" "You need not delve into such details. Simply understand that today you are fortunate," the Jiao Zun Master concluded, casually laying down a layer of restriction over the entire expanse of purple-hued clouds. With a flick of his divine power, a crystalline, emerald-green wine flew forth, transforming mid-air into nearly 100 streams, each flowing into the exquisite little wine cups before everyone. Each cup contained merely 3 ounces. Yet the wine bubbles were dense and even, exuding a profound life force intertwined with the rich aroma of the wine, as if it could cleanse one's soul and heart, prompting an involuntary swallow. "What fragrant wine! I shall not stand on ceremony." Qi Yunxiao eagerly lifted his cup and drank it all at once. Instantly, the rich Fire Cloud 100 flower brew transformed into a warm current surging into his belly, followed by a cool and immense life energy permeating his limbs and bones, cleansing the acupoints and dissolving his sins, rendering his soul clearer than ever before. Did I end that moment? Qi Yunxiao felt the bottleneck that had troubled him for years subtly loosening. Albeit somewhat dizzying, the divine power within him surged. He dispelled the effects of the wine, regaining clarity, and his eyes brimmed with astonishment. How could Master Jiao's Fire Cloud 100 flower brew possess such potency? The numerous peak masters, elders, and true disciples recognized the extraordinary value of this brew, and even the female true disciples among them laid aside their modesty, lifting their cups to drink it all. In an instant, everyone felt as though they were soaring to the heavens, experiencing a sensation akin to ascension. Understanding that this was due to the effects of the alcohol, they each employed various techniques to dispel its influence. However, only those in the monarch realm could fully rid themselves of the intoxication. The many in the king realm and true disciples, although no longer staggering, exhibited flushed faces and drowsy eyes, remaining somewhat ethereal. Their minds in a haze, that Yihao too had a cup before him. He lifted it and drank it down in one go, reminiscent of a master preparing enlightenment tea with life spring water. Though devoid of the fragrance of tea, The taste of the wine lingered longer. Within him, 800 million particles transformed into an ancient prison, gently shaking as they absorbed all the energy from the fire cloud 100-flower brew. Savoring the lingering taste. For his physique, such a brew held little benefit, akin to Jiangchen drinking enlightenment tea. Merely a matter of flavor. Clang. The Jiujian Zun master flicked his fingers against the pale, golden gourd beneath him, producing a crisp sound akin to a sword's ringing echo, resonating within the hearts of the numerous elders and disciples present. Instantly, everyone's eyes regained clarity, the energy from the wine they had consumed fully refined. They exchanged glances, each pair of eyes filled with astonishment. They understood well the state they had just been in, having been drunken by merely a small cup of wine. Had it not been for the Jiujian Zun master's intervention, most of them would have been incapacitated for the better part of the day. At that moment, they felt a lifting of their souls, as if their innate qualities had slightly enhanced, and their cultivation had significantly progressed. Akin to months of arduous practice, the Fire Cloud 100-flower brew infused with life spring water was nearly tenfold more potent than before, representing a transformative change for each of them. "Thank you, Elder Jiu, for the wine." They all bowed in gratitude towards the Jiujian Zun master, many casting curious glances at Yi Hao, remembering the vial of spring water he had presented, although they were unaware of its exact nature. They recognized its extraordinary value. The Jiujian Zun master waved his hand dismissively, grunting, "No need for excessive courtesy. Simply perform well in the divine relic," that he understood the preciousness of the life spring and refrained from revealing any details, lest it bring trouble upon Yi Hao. Just as he was speaking, a commotion erupted from the distance. "Look! The gate of the divine relic has appeared," someone exclaimed. All eyes turned towards the vast heavenly palace ahead, where a majestic gate comparable to ancient mountains emerged, 6 towering white jade pillars adorned with dragons and phoenixes, with 2 ancient characters hanging above. "Beidou. Beidou heavenly palace, divine sovereign's lineage." The Jiujian Zun master's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he blurted out. "The divine realms of the 4 spirits, celestial gods, divine kings, divine emperors, divine sovereigns. The legacies left by the deities could be termed divine lineages, further divided into celestial god lineage, divine king lineage, divine emperor lineage, and divine sovereign lineage. Though all are divine lineages, their underlying profundities differ vastly. As the heavenly palace manifested, the various lineages from the 8 great domains nearby assumed it to be merely an ordinary celestial god lineage relic. No one anticipated it was, in fact, a relic of the divine sovereign lineage. The relic of the celestial god lineage would be enough to drive many kings and monarchs to madness. A divine sovereign lineage relic could incite frenzy even among many sovereigns and semi-deities. Indeed, even some divine ancestors from certain factions would take an interest. "Grandpa Jiu, this Beidou heavenly palace seems to be quite significant. You appear to be well acquainted with it. Could you share more details with us?" asked Xia Yue curiously. Having a close relationship with the Jiujian Zun master, she felt no hesitation in her inquiries. The Jiujian Zun master's gaze remained fixed on the 4 characters Beidou heavenly palace, as if the shock within him had yet to subside. After a long moment, he exhaled a deep breath and said with emotion, "The Beidou heavenly palace is the legacy of the Beidou divine sovereign from the ancient era. Under the Beidou divine sovereign were the 7 divine emperors: Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Ji, Tian Quan, Yu Heng, Kai Yang, and Yao Guang, along with numerous divine kings and hundreds of celestial gods, countless sovereigns and monarchs. The Beidou heavenly palace once held dominion over the eastern wilderness for tens of thousands of years, its foundation unfathomable." Everyone listened, dumbfounded, as a young true disciple murmured, "Such profound depth! Our Zixiao holy land, esteemed as a sacred ground, feels wholly incomparable. What we exhibit in Zixiao holy land is merely the tip of the iceberg." The Jiujian Zun master shot a disapproving glance at the youth. Snorting, moreover, the era in which the Beidou heavenly palace flourished was also a golden age, a thriving golden age of over 10,000 years. It is far from comparable to the newly awakened golden age we currently experience. Given the same time to develop, the number of deities emerging from Zixiao holy land would only increase. A nearby elder with fiery red hair thumped the youth on the head, admonishing, "You dare speak so recklessly. You embarrass our Qi Lian peak lineage." Have you only heard of the Golden Age? Do you understand the weight of those four characters? In a golden age, one need not seek opportunities deliberately. As long as one survives a few thousand years, even a pig can become a deity. What do you know? The youth rubbed his head, offering a wry smile. I merely asked a casual question. Still daring to retort, the red-haired elder glared furiously. The youth fell silent. Cao Yi Hao, intrigued, pressed on. Elder Jiao, how did this Beta Heavenly Palace come to be here? The entire Beta Heavenly Palace appears remarkably intact. Yet there is not a soul in sight. Where have all the inhabitants gone? The Jiao Zun Master inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with fervor, as he spoke solemnly. In a golden age, prosperity gives way to decline. At the pinnacle of that era, a terrifying dark upheaval erupted, resulting in the bloodshed of the Supreme across 3,000 worlds. Legend has it that the Baidu Heavenly Palace concealed its secrets. Retreating into the depths of the void, sealing the mountains to avoid calamity, and thus vanished from the eyes of the world. It appears that the Baidu Celestial Palace's attempt to retreat into seclusion to evade disaster has ultimately failed to escape the Supreme's reckoning. The numerous formations that once concealed the Baidu Celestial Palace have succumbed to the ravages of time, and now, drawn forth by the Golden Era, they have re-emerged in the world. The crowd absorbed these words. A sense of disorientation washed over them. The term dark turmoil seemed so distant. Even a divine lineage that had been lying dormant in the depths of the void could vanish without a trace, making it hard to fathom the sheer brutality of the original dark turmoil. Yi Hao blinked, pondering inwardly. Is the Supreme truly this ruthless? Has Master, upon acquiring that ancient tea tree of enlightenment, irrevocably offended the Supreme of the undying mountain? And will he eventually confront such a being? At this thought, Yi Hao felt as though his very blood was boiling. The eyes of the wine-sword sovereign remained fixated on the Baidu Celestial Palace, the excitement in his gaze intensifying. Once the crowd's emotions had somewhat settled, the wine-sword sovereign spoke. This Baidu Celestial Palace has been obliterated by the Supreme, its lineage severed by a grand formation, and the restrictions within are utterly distinct from any previous divine relics. I surmise that as the grand formation weakens, the cultivation restrictions of the Baidu Celestial Palace will gradually loosen, and it will not be long before it fully manifests in the world. At this juncture, the wine-sword sovereign paused slightly, enunciating with gravity. When that time comes, a divine war is highly likely to ensue. Chapter 68. Descendants of the Dragon God, Thunder God Body Divine War? The many peak masters, elders, and true disciples of the Zhixiao Holy Land felt a wave of disorientation. For them, the most vivid memory was of the recent projection of the 100 Refinements Demon God, which had been obliterated by Jiang Chun with a single punch. That had merely been a projection of a divine being in the Eastern Wilderness. Every faction regards divine beings as ancestral figures, with the vast majority never having the fortune to encounter one in their lifetimes. Akin to seeing a dragon's head and tail, such an existence is now to engage in battle. In an instant, a myriad of emotions surged within the crowd. Observing their reactions, the wine-sword sovereign lazily remarked, "There is no need for you to ponder too deeply. The formations displayed by the Baidu Celestial Palace can nearly rival the protective formations of a holy land. Even if numerous divine ancestors were to strike simultaneously, it would be a challenge to breach the formations of the Baidu Celestial Palace in the short term. Each time the divine ancestors act, the cost is substantial. They would not awaken merely to break a formation, typically waiting until the protective formation of the Baidu Celestial Palace has weakened to its utmost before making a move. Furthermore, they will not act unless they see genuine treasures." Upon hearing the wine-sword sovereign's words, the crowd revealed expressions of deep understanding. The treasures that are immensely valuable to them might be regarded as mere dirt by the divine ancestors. Perhaps only treasures beyond the divine realm can pique their interest. The entirety of the Baidu Celestial Palace is enveloped in a grand formation, yet the distribution of the formation's restrictions is not uniform across all areas. The more significant the area, the more formidable the restrictions, prolonging the time it takes for it to fully manifest in the world. Those areas are precisely where the divine ancestors will focus their attention. Before the divine ancestors enter the fray, all cultivators may revel freely within the Baidu Celestial Palace. Events that transpire here require the prophet to notify the Holy Master. More detailed information regarding the Baidu, celestial palace, must also be investigated with the power of the Holy Land. The wine-sword sovereign murmured softly and sent a message to the Zhixiao Holy Master, informing him of the events occurring here. The gate of the Baidu, celestial palace manifested in the world. And the multitude of cultivators above the turbulent sea saw the two ancient characters. Many antiquarians understood some of the Baidu, celestial palace's general origins, and hurriedly relayed messages to their respective factions. The 8 great domains near the tumultuous sea were rife with undercurrents that as time passed. The restrictions of the Baidu celestial palace weakened increasingly, and it was estimated that it would not be long before it connected with this realm. During this period, more and more young prodigies and elder powerhouses flocked to this place, that on the very day the gate of the Baidu, celestial palace manifested, a tall youth strode across the waves. This youth had high brows and a straight nose, his face resembling one sculpted from stone, and his gaze held a captivating wildness. Surrounding him was a swirling phantom of a fearsome azure dragon. Exuding an indescribable majesty, the sea god temple, the dragon ascended. Someone revealed the identity of this individual. Upon learning his background, many gazed in astonishment that it is said that the dragon ascendant is a descendant of the dragon god. Having spent 100 years cultivating within a dragon egg before hatching, possessing the purest azure dragon bloodline, and upon birth, he manifested innate divine abilities. Truly, he is a remarkable figure. What? A descendant of the dragon god. Such qualifications are no less than those of the holy sons from various holy lands. I have heard that the dragon ascendant entered the imperial realm 3 years ago, and now he is even more unfathomable. Although this divine relic that has never before appeared in the world is rife with opportunities, it is equally fraught with unimaginable dangers. How could the sea god temple dare to send forth their divine son to take the lead? It is likely that the sea god temple possesses some knowledge of the Baidu, celestial palace, perhaps indicating that this place is not as perilous as imagined. Every relic harbors lurking dangers. Should the dragon ascendant encounter any mishap within the relic, the resulting loss would be unbearable for the sea god temple. In this era of great contention, cultivators must compete fiercely with the relic right before their eyes. To ignore it out of fear would be to abandon the path. The Baidu celestial palace has barely emerged and already attracted prodigies like the dragon ascendant. It is expected that even more unparalleled talents will follow. Amidst the discussions, the dragon ascendant halted in a certain area directly before the Baidu celestial palace. This was the sea god temple's encampment outside the Baidu celestial palace, where a couple of 100 unsightly demon cultivators were stationed. Upon sighting the dragon ascendant, the demon cultivators rose in unison to pay their respects, their faces alight with "Oh, why did I in their eyes?" The mere presence of the dragon ascendant indicated immense confidence. As long as they stayed close to him, their dangers would be significantly diminished. The dragon ascendant gave a slight nod, sitting cross-legged in the void, his blade-like gaze sweeping across the multitude of cultivators. When his gaze landed on Yi Hao, he paused briefly, a flicker of unmasked hostility flashing in his eyes before he closed them once more. "Young man, have you offended this person?" The wine-sword sovereign inquired with keen interest that why Yi Hao smacked his lips, nonchalantly replying, "It's nothing much. I merely indulged in a seafood feast of the Demon King level on the way here, and there seemed to be someone of his kin among them." The wine-sword sovereign raised his white brows in surprise, exclaiming, "You dared to eat a Demon King in the turbulent sea?" The peak masters, elders, and true disciples were all taken aback, marveling at the audacity of this young man. The fact that he had survived to arrive here was nothing short of miraculous. No wonder the dragon ascendant harbored such evident enmity toward him. Qi Yunxiao scrutinized Yi Hao, cautioning, "Yi Hao, is it? Although you have broken the curse of the ancient holy body, you have yet to step into the realm of kings and lords, and your cultivation is vastly inferior to his. I advise you to keep a low profile. Rest assured, I am well aware of my own limits." Yi Hao replied with a smile. Seeing this, Qi Yunxiao lightly shook his head and refrained from further persuasion. The following morning, an ancient war chariot thundered past, the sound of rolling thunder echoing from afar. Upon the chariot stood a towering youth clad in splendid thunder battle armor, surrounded by arcs of lightning. a long-handled purple-gold hammer crackling with thunder resting upon his shoulder, exuding an unparalleled oppressive aura. The son of the Thunder God Temple, Le Petit. Someone recognized this youth's origin, as this revelation spread. More individuals divulged additional information about him. It is rumored that Le Petit possesses the Thunder God body, able to harness lightning spirits within his acupoints. When he was born, the thunder roared for miles. With a phantom of the Thunder God manifesting beyond the skies, that he has been honing his foundation within the Thunder God Temple's forbidden ground since childhood, only recently stepping into the world to face tribulations. He has already obliterated a sect with a legacy spanning thousands of years, truly rampaging with impunity. Another youthful sovereign has arrived. Truly, prodigies abound. The background of Le Petit is no less impressive than that of the Dragon Ascendant. After Le Petit arrived, he scanned the surroundings, briefly pausing on the Dragon Ascendant before planting his long-handled purple-gold hammer into the chariot and sitting down in meditation, clearly dismissive of everyone else. Chapter 69, Prodigies Assemble, Icy Heart, Enchanting Bone with the gate of the Beidou Celestial Palace manifesting in the world. All factions in the 8 great domains near the turbulent sea could no longer remain still. Numerous prodigy disciples and elder powerhouses rushed to this location. Shortly after Le Petit's arrival, a burly youth clad in animal skins appeared, striding through the void. This youth had unkempt hair and wore a piece of unknown animal hide around his waist. His muscular frame resembled a coiled dragon, bursting with explosive power. His skin shimmered with a bronze hue, and his eyes shone with a chilling brilliance that if the Dragon Ascendant exuded the ferocity unique to beasts. This burly youth radiated a primal wildness. This individual resembled a savage living in the wild or a ferocious beast preying on others, imbued with a raw, untamed aura, the son of the barbaric god sect. Tuo Ba Kwang. To Ba Kwang naturally bore the bloodline of the barbaric shaman, having battled numerous fierce beasts in the untamed jungle since childhood. From a young age, he has purified his body with the blood of many savage beasts. His cultivation honed through life and death encounters, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. Although Tuo Ba Kwang has yet to step into the imperial realm, he has already claimed the lives of numerous sovereigns. Over a dozen, in fact, making him a formidable prodigy in his own right. His battle experience is exceedingly vast. Should he achieve a breakthrough within this Northern Dipper Celestial Palace, it is likely that neither Prince Longting nor Le Patien could suppress him. The crowd buzzed with excitement as one renowned genius after another made their appearance. Igniting fervor among the onlookers that in the past, these exceptional talents were either secluding themselves in secret realms or meditating in forbidden zones, rendering them seldom seen. Now, with so many prodigies emerging in succession, they naturally captured the attention of the masses. With a casual flick of his hand, Tuo Ba Kwang conjured the skull of an unknown ferocious beast, enormous as a mountain, its surface gleaming white as jade, yet shrouded in a swirling black mist, emanating a menacing aura that caused the crowd to instinctively retreat. Unfazed by their reactions, Tuo Ba Kwang settled cross-legged atop the beast's skull, closing his eyes in deep meditation, while ethereal forms of primal beasts flickered around him. Although several other prodigies and seasoned experts arrived in the wake of Tuo Ba Kwang, their talents and reputations paled in comparison, failing to garner significant attention. Days later, a strikingly ethereal maiden gracefully approached, exuding an aura of purity and otherworldliness. She appeared merely 16 or 17 years of age, each step she took conjuring delicate crystalline snowflakes at her feet, as a flurry of seemingly real, yet illusory, snowflakes danced around her, rendering her presence dreamlike. This was the Ice Snow Palace's goddess, Mo Qingsheng. It was said that she possessed the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, a lineage of nobility, naturally attuned to the ice path, and had been secluded in the palace's forbidden grounds. Who would have thought even she was drawn here? Though Mo Qingsheng lacked notable accomplishments, she was undeniably a genuine sovereign, not inferior to Prince Longting and the others. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, she sat cross-legged upon a blue ice flower sculpted from millennia-old frost, patiently awaiting the opening of the Northern Dipper Celestial Palace. Before long, a radiant lotus platform floated gracefully from the horizon, pure as jade and shimmering with brilliance. Upon this lotus sat a maiden of 17 or 18, clad in an immaculate white gown, her hair cascading like clouds that attend her brow. A sacred white lotus flower spun slowly, radiating a holy light that illuminated her forehead with an ethereal glow. This maiden possessed a delicate figure, her beauty transcending the ordinary, with elegantly arched brows and eyes brimming with innocence, captivating all who beheld her, evoking a reverence that precluded any thoughts of impropriety. Who is this exquisite being, such a sacred presence? Many gasped in hushed awe, entirely entranced by her. Before they could collect themselves, the holy maiden's gaze flitted toward them, her eyes sparkling with a flirtatious allure, as if she wished to speak yet hesitated, embodying a myriad of enchanting charms that in that instant, countless souls were ensnared by her allure, gazing at her in a daze, unable to move. Holy, this maiden is none other than the goddess of the harmony sect, Huajiyu. She is a force to be reckoned with, possessing an innate charm that could ensnare even the strongest of foes. Those of higher realms than her should tread carefully, lest they fall victim to her enchantments. Unbeknownst to her, Mo Qingsheng had opened her eyes, her gaze icy and sharp as she coldly unveiled the identity of this woman. Huajiyu, with her gracefully arched brows and sparkling eyes, smiled playfully at Mo Qingsheng, feigning innocence as she said, "Sister, how could you tarnish my reputation so? I am most aggrieved. My elder brothers incessantly flock to me, and it troubles me greatly. I have remained virtuous. As you can see, my chastity mark is still intact." As she spoke, Huajiyu extended her arm, resembling a lotus stem, revealing a delicate, crimson mark upon her alabaster skin. Numerous cultivators in the crowd stared, their eyes fixated on her arm, fearful of missing a single detail. Sorceress, do not attempt to wriggle out of this. Once we enter the Northern Dipper Celestial Palace, I shall personally eliminate you. Mo Qingqing admonished fiercely. Let us converse amicably, dear sister. There is no need for anger. Huajiyu replied, her smile captivating, exuding a blend of purity and seduction that drew others in unwittingly. The wine-sword sovereign cleared his throat, snapping many of the male disciples and elder statesmen of the Purple Cloud's sacred land back to reality, their faces tinged with a hint of embarrassment. The goddess of the Harmony sect is not one to be trifled with. Although this maiden has yet to break into the imperial realm, it is wise to avoid any confrontation with her should one encounter her within. The wine-sword sovereign cautioned. The crowd nodded slightly, a sense of unease settling within them. Just then, a massive cloud, dark as night, swept swiftly across the sky, obscuring the sun.